Rebirth in 81, a time of rejuvenation. In his previous life, as a master of antiques, Lin Ran failed to protect his family. This time, armed with foresight decades ahead and unparalleled expertise in appraisal, Lin Ran is determined to seize the winds of change, embodying the essence of masculine responsibility, and will not allow his family to suffer even the slightest grievance. Chapter 1. Rebirth on February 4th, 1981. In the tranquil town of Daliu, within the village of Xiaolin, the sun hangs low in the sky, casting a warm glow as wisps of smoke rise from chimneys, enveloping the landscape in a crimson hue. Occasionally, the distant sound of firecrackers erupts, mingling with the cheerful laughter of children at play, creating an atmosphere of joy. On the eve of the Lunar New Year, families gather together for a festive reunion dinner. The air is filled with the aroma of steaming dumplings and traditional dishes. The rising smoke, a symbol of people's hopes for a prosperous year ahead. At the village entrance, beneath the willow tree, stands a solitary figure, an elderly man leaning on a cane, gazing longingly, reminiscent of a parent waiting for their wayward child to return home. Little sister, it's not that I lack compassion, but during this festive season, my family is struggling to make ends meet. If you do not repay your debts, we shall find it increasingly difficult to survive. Yes, little sister, my family is also in dire need of funds. Can't you see? If it's truly impossible, could you at least return a few dozen yuan? Yet, within a humble earthen house at the eastern end of the village, 17-year-old Lin Ran sits in stunned silence on the calm, disbelief etched across his face. Surveying the dimly lit, cramped room, he sees a yellowed wooden table, walls shedding their plaster, and on the table, a kettle inscribed with the words prosperity blossoms. Everything feels hauntingly familiar. His gaze instinctively drifts upward, where faint water stains mar the uneven walls to conceal these blemishes. The family has traditionally hung a calendar as a makeshift decoration. Upon closer inspection, the calendar, nearly torn to shreds, boldly declares, February 4th, 1981. He has been reborn. An onslaught of familiar images and memories floods his mind. In the 1980s, while his family was not wealthy, they managed to sustain a semblance of stability. Lin Ran had always excelled academically, ultimately fulfilling expectations by gaining admission to university. As the sole college student in the village, the family hoped he would soar like a golden phoenix. However, the exorbitant tuition and living costs plunged the impoverished household into dire straits. To earn money, his father ventured out to work alongside fellow villagers. Yet, fate is unpredictable, and calamity can strike when least expected. A construction accident occurred, leaving his father grievously injured. The contractor vanished, absconding with the funds, leaving the laborers, including Lin Ran's father, in a state of bewilderment. In a desperate bid to cover his father's medical expenses, the family accrued substantial debt. To this day, his father remains bedridden. On the night of the Lunar New Year's Eve, creditors from the village came knocking, turning what should have been a joyous family reunion into their last supper together. After sending the creditors away, Lin Ran's father succumbed to a heart attack on the first day of the new year, exacerbated by his pre-existing condition, leaving behind a myriad of complications that led to his untimely passing. The blow proved too much for Lin Ran's mother, who fell into despair and eventually passed away as well. In the aftermath, his sister bravely shouldered the burden of their debts, tirelessly working to support Lin Ran's education while repaying what they owed, only to succumb to exhaustion before reaching the age of 40. Despite Lin Ran's commendable achievements, graduating and securing a position at the National Museum of China, and eventually becoming a renowned expert in his field, the loss of his loved ones remains an indelible scar that no amount of success can erase. February 4th, 1981. This date is etched in Lin Ran's memory, a constant reminder of his inability to protect his family. Had his father not risked everything for his tuition, the tragedy may never have occurred. Had the accident not taken place, their family would not have been torn apart. Every consequence traces back to him. Yet in his youth, he evaded responsibility, watching the tragedy unfold helplessly to a coward, a spineless weakling. This old wooden door seems to separate two worlds. Inside, he remains outside. His family awaits. In his previous life, he lacked the courage to push through that door, the very barrier meant to protect him. This time, since fate has granted him a second chance, he vows to prevent history from repeating itself. He will step out like a true man, becoming the shield against the storms for his family. Steeling himself at the threshold, he takes a deep breath, determination igniting in his eyes, and resolutely pushes open the door that divides two realms. Mother, sister. Lin Ran's voice trembles with emotion as he softly calls out these long-lost names. Seeing the youngest son emerge, the villagers gathered outside express surprise. The creditors, momentarily silenced, are taken aback. After all, their fellow villagers' misfortune should not extend to family, especially to a child they have watched grow up. As Lin Ran steps forward, his mother, Yuan Xiofan, manages a strained smile, her eyes brimming with love. His sister, Lin Wanjun, turns away, wiping her tears with her sleeve, her eyes red and glistening. Yet, Lin Ran strides up to the gathered uncles and aunts, bowing deeply in respect. With unwavering resolve, he addresses them. "Dear uncles and aunts, our family has been unable to settle our debts this new year. I, Lin Ran, sincerely apologize for this. Since time immemorial, the obligation to repay debts has been a matter of principle, and I acknowledge this wholeheartedly. My father incurred these debts in his pursuit to provide for my education as his son. I accept that this burden rightly falls upon me. Please, I ask you to rewrite the debt notes in my name." His voice, though not loud, resonates with conviction and strength. In mere moments, Lin Ran has taken upon himself the weight of their family's financial woes. However, his mother, upon hearing this, erupts in anger. "What nonsense are you spouting, you little rascal?" Lin Ran understands his mother is trying to protect him. She wishes to shield him from this murky situation, hoping to bear the responsibility alongside his sister, thus sparing him from entanglement. Lin Ran stands firm, enduring his mother's reprimand without flinching, his expression resolute. Debts incurred by the father must be repaid by the son. It is a matter of principle, and there is nothing more to discuss. Leaning against the stove, he meticulously drafts new debt notes, the names on each document changing from his father's to his own. As he prepares to place his fingerprint, he suddenly remembers there is no ink in the house. Without hesitation, he bites his finger, pressing it onto each note, leaving behind his personal mark. All eyes are fixed on this recent high school graduate as he drafts debt agreements, leaving the villagers in stunned silence. "Very well, esteemed uncles and aunts, from now on, this debt shall rest upon my shoulders. If necessary, I shall forego my education and work. If my earnings from labor are insufficient, I will sell our home and land. If that too falls short, I will resort to selling blood or organs. A man's word is his bond. One, stand by my promises. As long as I, Lin Ran, draw breath, I shall ensure that no debts are owed to any of you." As Lin Ran speaks, a trace of blood still stains his teeth from his finger. Sensing the resolve in his voice, the villagers feel a twinge of guilt. Ultimately, the Lin family does not wish to evade their debts. They are genuinely destitute. After all, they see each other daily who would relish being the target of scorn. Above all, the reputation of the Lin family in Xiaolin village is undoubtedly impeccable. Witnessing the crimson handprints left by the blood, the village chiefs could not help but feel a twinge of shame, but a profound sense of discomfort settled in their hearts. For they all knew that Lin Ran was the only college student in the village, a rare golden phoenix destined for a brilliant future. To pursue debts, they had actually forced a student with such immense potential to abandon his studies and repay the loans. Nevertheless, in light of Lin Ran's fearless and resolute spirit, one could not help but raise a thumb and exclaim, "What a true man." Chapter 2. The papier-mâché vase of the Southern Song Dynasty. Conflicted emotions surged within, prompting me to utter a few conciliatory words. My cheeks flushed as I retreated like the ebbing tide. This left the three of us, mother and sons, exchanging glances, a myriad of sentiments flooding our hearts. "Child, are you foolish? I told you stay hidden. Why did you come out?" My mother chastised, her tone laced with irritation. "You should not have acted impulsively. Now look, at such a tender age, you bear the weight of this famine." She gently pulled Lin Ran closer, brushing tenderly against his wounded finger, where the marks of teeth were starkly visible. Did it hurt too much just now? The long-lost warmth of maternal affection made Lin Ran's nose tingle. "Mother, we are a family. We must face this together. Besides, I'm a university student now. A man should not cower behind his family." "Oh, young one." Just then, a rumbling from Lin Ran's stomach interrupted the moment. With a slight exasperation, his mother tapped the heads of her two children and ushered them into the kitchen. However, upon gazing at the empty countertop, the three of them could only awkwardly scratch the back of their heads. What a predicament this was. It was New Year's, yet there was not even a dumpling in the pot. On the eve of a new year, the family huddled around the table, consuming a thin bowl of noodle soup. The somber atmosphere weighed heavily upon them, leaving them speechless, shrouded in silence. Outside, the fireworks only served to accentuate their despondency. "Mother, sister, do not worry. This family will thrive." As he spoke, Lin Ran slurped the soup heartily, his mouth full of the thin paste, feigning joy like a child. In that moment, the simple broth he had longed for countless times felt like a rare delicacy. A newfound resolve and determination flickered in Lin Ran's eyes. His sole ambition in life was to ensure that his family enjoyed a better existence. Little Ran, you must not speak foolishly in the future, understand? Your father and I lack education, yet you have worked so hard to enter university. Focus on your studies. I would go to great lengths, even selling everything, to ensure your comfort. During the meal, Lin Ran's mother once again spoke earnestly. The incessant nagging that had once seemed tiresome now appeared overwhelmingly precious to him. Indeed, Little Ran, just concentrate on your studies. Your mother and I will manage things at home. His sister, too, comfortingly patted Lin Ran, warming his heart further. Mother, sister, I understand. With a dismissive reply, Lin Ran's mind had already begun to weave a grand plan for his future. The following morning, after exchanging greetings with his mother and sister, Lin Ran stepped out, burdened with thoughts. Strolling through the familiar old street, the sights of his childhood enveloped him in nostalgia, revealing a unique charm in revisiting old haunts. Street vendors called out as they pedaled their bicycles slowly, a stack of candied hawthorns hanging from the back seat. The 1980s were a time of burgeoning enterprises. What should one pursue? As Lin Ran walked leisurely forward, he appeared somewhat hesitant and conflicted. It was essential to note that, in this era, driven by favorable policies, the tide of entrepreneurship had already begun to swell. As long as one can accurately identify the right path and take a bold leap, they may often reap the rewards of the times, acquiring wealth that could sustain generations. However, recalling the inadequately satisfying noodle soup from yesterday, Lin Ran could only shake his head in resignation. A skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without rice. If one wishes to venture into the market, they must possess capital. Moreover, these industries demand genuine long-term investment, ranging from 4 to 5 years at a minimum, to 20 years or more at most, time that Lin Ran simply does not have. The IOU from yesterday, owing 400 yuan to his uncle, is due in less than 40 days, and with his father lying in the hospital, the expenses are substantial. Thus, he must earn quick money. Ideally, it should be the kind of business that allows one to profit immensely without initial investment. In an era where even households with 10,000 yuan are rare, it seems a mere fantasy for a 17-year-old boy to earn nearly 500 yuan in less than 40 days. To put in perspective, the monthly salary of factory workers hovers around 35 yuan. 500 yuan equates to over a year's worth of a factory worker's wages. Contemplating this, Lin Ran furrowed his brow, a profound sense of helplessness washing over him. In the face of the torrent of the times, anyone feels like an ant. Yet, thinking of the embarrassment and grievances faced by his mother and sister, a renewed determination glimmered in Lin Ran's eyes. He must earn this life-saving money, no matter what. Were you thinking, Lin? You're about to crash into a tree. At that moment, a hoarse voice reached his ears, unmistakably belonging to a seasoned smoker. Lin Ran turned to follow the sound, spotting an elderly gentleman in a white vest, grinning and beckoning him over. Oh, Uncle Yang, what are you busy with? Approaching the elderly man with warmth, Lin Ran found joy in their reunion. Uncle Yang originally hailed from Xiaolin village, but had moved to the city for work at a machine tool factory and had since settled there. In his childhood, Lin Ran often visited Uncle Yang's home, where the old man, fond of smoking, would reward him with a piece of candy for helping to clean his pipe. He was an irreplaceable figure in Lin Ran's childhood memories. Oh, my daughter just bought a house in Suzhou. She says living alone is too lonely, so she wants me to come over and enjoy some comfort. With pride radiating from his face as he spoke of his successful daughter, Uncle Yang's demeanor was infectious. You must remember to smoke less when you get to Suzhou, Lin Ran teased, and they both erupted into hearty laughter. However, amidst their conversation, Lin Ran's attention was suddenly drawn to a vase carelessly placed at the door by Uncle Yang. Its lustrous glaze, thick base, and fine craftsmanship revealed it to be a roux kiln piece from the Southern Song dynasty. Lin Ran instinctively murmured to himself, and then, like a bolt of lightning, an epiphany struck him. A torrent of inspiration and ideas flooded his mind, and a sensation of clarity washed over him. Gazing at the roux kiln vase, discarded as mere rubbish at the doorstep, Lin Ran felt an exhilarating thrill. When one finds themselves at the end of the road, unexpected opportunities arise. In times of prosperity, antiques are treasures. In times of turmoil, gold is sought. In the 1980s, during an era where many were preoccupied with the relentless pursuit of basic sustenance, how many would divert their attention to antiquities? When it comes to lucrative opportunities and swift monetary gains, aside from the criminal law, one must ask what could rival the thrill of a fortunate find. Glancing at the busy figure of old Master Yang, Lin Ran wasted no time in rushing forward. Master, Please sit and smoke. Allow me to assist you with this task. Chapter 3. The Origin of the Spoon and Pot Studio. Feeling Lin Ran's sudden enthusiasm. Old Master Yang chuckled heartily. Young Lin, I have no sweets for you today. Master, what do you mean by that? Our friendship cannot possibly be measured by such trivial things. I merely wish to lend a hand as you depart. As he spoke, Lin Ran skillfully fetched a smoking pipe for the old man, cheerfully placing it into his hands, exuding an air of responsibility. Good lad. My affection for you in your youth was not in vain. Meanwhile, Lin Ran busied himself indoors, his gaze fixed on the Song Dynasty Ru kiln vase at the entrance. It is worth noting that a similarly preserved Southern Song official kiln vase had fetched an astounding 60 million at a Sotheby's auction in later years. While Lin Ran could not ascertain its worth in the present time, he knew that this treasure could surely alleviate his pressing financial woes. After approximately half an hour of diligent effort, Lin Ran had successfully sorted and moved the unwanted clutter to the entrance. Old Master Yang, feeling somewhat reluctant to cease the task, set down his pipe and patted Lin Ran on the shoulder. You must be exhausted, young one. Your back is strong, reminiscent of my youth. Listening to the old man boast about his younger days, Lin Ran adeptly engaged in the conversation. Come now, if you leave this time, who knows when we shall meet again? As old Master Yang spoke, he rummaged through the layers of his clothing and produced a crumpled plastic bag, neatly containing a bundle of cash. When Lin Ran beheld the $10 note being offered, he hurriedly shook his head. Master, what are you doing? I cannot accept this. In these times, $10 is no small sum. While wealth is enticing, I am not that kind of person. Foolish child. Observing Lin Ran's refusal, old Master Yang felt an even greater fondness for the boy he had watched grow up. Very well, very well. I have nothing of value to give you, but if you do not mind, take a look around the house for anything you might find useful. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran's eyes brightened. However, still somewhat reserved, he scratched his head and pointed to the vase that the old man deemed his refuse. Ah, this backpack and picture frame are also quite nice. I shall take them too. Seeing the boy express interest in the discarded vase, old Master Yang couldn't help but chuckle good-naturedly. All right then, you've been a dutiful child since you were little. When you achieve success, remember to bring your parents to visit this old man. With the old man's blessing, Lin Ran joyfully dashed outside, carefully tucking the vase into his bosom. The conspicuous backpack and picture frame were inconspicuously slung over his shoulder. Examining the porcelain vase in his hands with keen scrutiny, he confirmed, indeed, it bore the unmistakable scent. Dear sir, I shall take my leave now. Do smoke less and take care of your health. With a wave of gratitude, Lin Ran bid farewell. Go on, young lad. Remember to study diligently. After offering a few more words of advice, the old man resumed his intense smoking, exhaling clouds of smoke with an appreciative gaze. At that moment, the seemingly delicate porcelain vase in Lin Ran's grasp felt as heavy as a mountain, for it cradled the fate of his entire family. Realizing the urgency of time, he carefully held the precious item and hurriedly made his way to the pawn shop, relying on his memories. After approximately 15 minutes, he paused in front of the shop. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed a prominent red plaque hanging above the entrance, inscribed with the 4 bold characters of Spoon and Can Studio, radiating strength. I hope to encounter someone of discernment, Lin Ran mused with a wry smile. The pawnshop trade has existed since ancient times, yet half of it thrives on deceit, while the other half is characterized by unscrupulous underbidding and opportunistic robbery. Moreover, those who engage in duplicitous practices of buying low and selling high, or even coercively purchasing, comprise over 70%. Having lived 2 lives and being an authority in the field, Lin Ran could only sum up this industry with one word: corrupt. As the saying goes, the spring river's warmth is first known by the duck. In recent years, the broader environment has become somewhat more prosperous, and thus, the pawnshop before him appeared relatively substantial. Straightening his attire and steadying his resolve, Lin Ran pushed open the door. He exuded an unusual composure and sophistication for someone of his age. Ah, sir, are you here to pawn or to redeem? We have several valuable items in stock that are sure to please. Upon entering, a spirited assistant eagerly approached him. You are too kind. To be frank, I have brought a few items with me for your appraisal, Lin Ran said politely with a bow and a smile. He glanced around at the richly adorned decor, the ebony counter, and the solid wooden paneling, all exuding an air of antiquity. The terms pawn, redeem, and appraise were all jargon of the trade. As a former giant of the National Museum, Lin Ran was already well versed in these terminologies. Splendid. You must be someone of distinction. Please, Have some tea while I fetch our esteemed manager to take a look. Noticing Lin Ran's calm demeanor in accepting the assistant's flattery, the attendant regarded him with increased respect. After a few exchanges and serving Lin Ran hot tea, the assistant cheerfully withdrew. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man with a round face and large ears ambled over, casually toying with a finely crafted Yixing teapot. Dressed in a traditional Tang suit, he appeared quite prosperous. Adjusting his glasses, he appraised Lin Ran before amicably taking a seat. "Young brother, I hear you have a treasure pawn?" As the protagonist arrived, Lin Ran leisurely sipped his tea before slowly speaking. "It's not exactly a treasure. It's merely a relic from my ancestors that I brought to examine." His gaze gradually fell upon the purple clay teapot in the middle-aged man's hand, and he smiled. "However, the yellow jade lingua from the Qing dynasty that you hold is truly magnificent." Chapter 4. The boss was stunned upon hearing Lin Ran's nonchalant remark about the object in his possession. Fang Dehai was momentarily taken aback. It is worth noting that while there are many ancient teapots, a yellow jade lingua from the era of the Xiantong Emperor is indeed a rarity. Even seasoned connoisseurs are only familiar with its form, but have seldom seen the real thing. Yet, this young lad, seemingly no older than 17 or 18, was able to hit the nail on the head, leaving Fang Dehai quite astonished. An expert. In an instant, the dismissive glances vanished, and Fang Dehai's expression grew notably serious. "Young brother, my surname is Fang, and my name is Dehai. If you don't mind, you may call me Brother Fang." He never expected this young man to recognize the teapot in his hands. The youth was indeed formidable. "You're too kind, brother. I merely possess a slight understanding." Lin Ran replied, a smile gracing his lips. "This yellow jade lingua bears inscriptions inside the lid. The air hole on the left belongs to Tuo Zhai, while the one on the right is crafted by Bao Huan. I believe the name of your prize spoon is indicative of this intent, correct?" This statement struck Fang Dehai like a clap of thunder, leaving him momentarily stunned. "A master, this young man undoubtedly possessed keen insight. Your perception is astoundingly sharp. I had to leverage numerous connections to obtain this clumsy teapot." Fang Dehai's face exhibited a hint of pride, his words dripping with boastfulness. After all, encountering a discerning expert was rare, and he naturally wished to showcase his find, serving as a prelude to their impending transaction. Observing Fang Dehai's demeanor, Lin Ran abruptly shifted the conversation with a hint of regret. "The name of your shop is commendable, but if this teapot were genuine, it would indeed be a perfect match." Upon hearing Lin Ran's words, Fang Dehai's expression changed drastically, a flicker of disdain and disgust crossing his features. "What do you mean by that?" "I, Fang Dehai, have been in the teapot trade for over 20 years. Could I possibly have purchased a counterfeit?" In Fang Dehai's view, Lin Ran had transformed into a naive fool, foolishly attempting to show off in front of him. The admiration he had previously felt for Lin Ran evaporated in an instant. After all, this yellow jade lingua not only pertained to his personal profits, but also to his reputation and dignity in the industry. "I happened to notice while you were drinking tea earlier that the bottom mark of this teapot is square, which clearly indicates that it is most likely a reproduction from the early Republican period," Lin Ran articulated with conviction. Hearing Lin Ran speak so confidently, Fang Dehai hesitated, urgently opening the lid of the teapot. As he shone a miniature flashlight inside, his face turned pale with shock. During the early years of the Republic, many literati sought to emulate the artifacts of the late Qing dynasty, indulging in a veneer of sophistication. However, the age of my own pot diverges from the genuine article by merely a decade or so. Thus, it is no wonder that after such prolonged examination, no discrepancies were discerned. With a wry smile adorning his face, Fang Dehai clasped his hands before Lin Ran. Little did I expect that after a lifetime of collecting pots, I, Fang Dehai, would find myself outwitted today. "Young brother, I have learned from you." Simultaneously, he felt increasingly awed by Lin Ran's impressive background and insight. At such a tender age, to possess such keen perceptiveness and skill is remarkable. This young man is not one to be easily molded. Observing that he had the upper hand, Lin Ran cautiously placed the Southern Song Dynasty porcelain vase on the table, his demeanor exuding tranquility. "You jest. This indeed could easily deceive the eye, and I merely possess a modicum of understanding. Brother Fang, I would appreciate your further examination." The more he scrutinized, the more his brow furrowed, even retrieving a compact flashlight, unwilling to let any detail escape his notice. After several careful observations, he began to formulate an understanding, and his initial astonishment gradually subsided. Gazing at Lin Ran's somewhat youthful visage, Fong Dehai's expression shifted to one of shrewdness characteristic of a seasoned merchant. Young brother, this piece is undoubtedly valuable. However, pausing deliberately, he pushed the vase between them. Yet, it is quite difficult to sell. After a moment of contemplation, Fong Dehai rendered his final verdict. Having spoken, he sipped his exquisite tea leisurely, awaiting Lin Ran's response. Nevertheless, his keen gaze remained fixed on the roux kiln vase positioned between them, a habitual smile lingering on his lips, adding an air of inscrutability. Is it possible that the capital lacks collectors? Here, an old fox encounters a young fox. Together, they likely possess a multitude of cunning. Young brother, what you may not realize is that although this treasure hails from the roux kiln of the Southern Song period, there exists a hierarchy even among roux kiln hammer vases. A crucial aspect is the examination of the body and the glaze. The thicker the body and the thinner the glaze, the greater the difficulty in the crafting process, thus rendering it more precious. Your hammer vase is indeed produced by the official kiln of the Southern Song's imperial ministry, yet the body is excessively thick. I, as an honest man, considering the age and craftsmanship, would offer $200 for it. What do you think? Listening to the proprietor's exaggerated claims, Lin Ran could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Such a harsh price reduction. It is no wonder that the saying about being easily deceived circulates among the populace. In this trade, the essence lies in the interplay of reality and illusion. Just as the proprietor has assessed, the age and material are indisputable. However, when it comes to the specific object, he deftly downplays its merits, significantly undervaluing it. He has managed to reduce this millennium-old treasure to a mere trifle. If an outsider were to encounter this, they might well be fooled into nodding in agreement and concluding the deal on the spot. Even an expert might struggle to identify many flaws. Alas, today the proprietor has met his match in me. The esteemed experts of the National Museum, paragons of the industry, and connoisseurs of antiques. Given this, one must not reproach oneself for imparting a lesson to the boss. Shouldn't Brother Fong take a closer look? Though such words were spoken, the porcelain vase had already been firmly grasped in Lin Ran's hands, leaving no opportunity for Fong Dehai to conduct a second appraisal. Observing Lin Ran's composed demeanor, Fong Dehai felt a sense of urgency. This item was not merely what he described as a Southern Song Dynasty hammer vase, but rather a genuine paper hammer vase. Despite the slight variance in terminology, the price difference was astronomical. If he could acquire it, a mere flip would yield considerable profit. However, Lin Ran's measured counter-question shattered Fong Dehai's calculations. Dear brother, do not be vexed. In our line of work, we occasionally misjudge, do we not? This piece is a family heirloom. You must know it better than I. Perhaps you could enlighten me? Fong Dehai, being a wily fox, sought to test Lin Ran's expertise. If Lin Ran were merely posturing, the shrewd merchant would secure the deal. Even if the lad proved to be knowledgeable, acquiring it at a fair price would still leave him unscathed. Since you have mentioned it, I shall not hesitate to showcase my skills. In my view, you are correct. This indeed originates from the Southern Song Dynasty's imperial household. However, it is not a hammer vase, but a paper hammer vase. The hammer vases are esteemed for their thick body and thin glaze, while the paper hammer vase is prized for its thin body and thick glaze. Moreover, the availability of paper hammer vases is not as abundant as that of hammer vases, particularly one in such pristine condition as this. Listening to Lin Ran's incisive analysis, Fong Dehai felt a twinge of embarrassment. The young brother truly possessed expertise. I had underestimated him. In light of this, let's speak frankly. May I inquire how much you would part with it for? The two exchanged knowing smiles, shedding their facades for an honest discourse. You are indeed magnanimous. Given the gravity of our discussion, it would be futile for me to set an exorbitant price. How does 700 yuan sound? Upon hearing this perfectly pitched offer, Fong Dehai's respect for the young man deepened. This price not only ensured Lin Ran's profit, but also afforded him a margin for gain, a commendable valuation indeed. Based on this transparency and the depth of his character, Fong Dehai was certain that Lin Ran had an adept mentor guiding him. If not for such counsel, how could one so young possess such acumen? After all, this was a paper hammer vase. Who could predict the surprises this connoisseur might unveil in the future? Indeed, consider this an opportunity to forge a friendship with a young brother. However, should you come across any remarkable items in the future, do remember to bring them to me, first for a taste. Chapter 5. Pray tell, where did you acquire such funds? After a few pleasantries, Fong Dehai signaled to his assistant to serve Lin Ran some fine tea, while he proceeded to the storeroom at the back to retrieve the money. After all, 700 yuan was no trifling sum. A few minutes later, Fong Dehai approached Lin Ran. holding a neatly stacked bundle of cash. Young brother, do take a moment to count it. Do not let any errors slip by. Upon hearing Fong Dehai's admonition, Lin Ran smiled faintly as he accepted the money, meticulously counting it before him. After all, friendship is one thing, while transactions are another. Having lived two lives, one must naturally approach matters with a degree of prudence. Once the amount was confirmed, Lin Ran carefully handed over the Southern Song Dynasty paper mallet vase into Fong Dehai's hands. By the way, may I ask how to address you? Young brother? After verifying that everything was in order and concluding the exchange, Fong Dehai inquired with a smile. In Fong Dehai's view, it was imperative to cultivate a favorable relationship with such an extraordinary young man. I am Lin, simply Lin Ran. You may call me Shaolin. Excellent. In the future, do remember to visit my shop for tea. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Fong Dehai personally escorted Lin Ran to the door, watching him depart with a sense of satisfaction. Observing Lin Ran's composed demeanor, along with his remarkable insights and eloquence, only strengthened Fong Dehai's belief that this young man was indeed of significant standing. Meanwhile, as Lin Ran exited the alley where the Shiko Zhai was located, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. 700 yuan. This was a substantial sum in the 1980s. In this era, it undoubtedly represented a fortune. It was equivalent to over 2 years' salary for an average urban worker. Most importantly, with this money, he could turn the tide. Not only could he improve his family's living conditions and avert a tragic repeat of the past, but he could also fulfill his aspirations. A ripple of exhilaration coursed through Lin Ran's heart. This exhilarating sensation was indeed gratifying. Knowledge is power, and great individuals do not deceive. He silently rejoiced, recognizing the truth in the saying that one must be strong to forge iron. Fortunately, he possessed a solid foundation in treasure appraisal. Otherwise, even if granted 1,000 lives, he would be unable to prevent the tragedy from occurring. Fortune and fate indeed. At least for now, he had carved out a unique path for survival. With his acumen and experience, if managed properly, it was not impossible to amass wealth in the 1980s through astute treasure hunting. The success of future figures like Ma Weidu was not beyond his reach. Moreover, besides his expertise in treasure appraisal and memory, he possessed foresight and strategies that surpassed decades beyond his time. If he could accumulate initial capital through shrewd finds and then seize the right opportunities, he would undoubtedly be able to forge an unprecedented commercial empire. In this life, he would embody the essence of a man, protecting his family, dominating the commercial seas, and becoming a true commercial magnate. As he patted his pocket, a renewed sense of confidence surged within him. Indeed, money emboldens the hero. He recalled a time in his childhood when his family had no rice to cook. To prevent his siblings from going hungry, his mother had to swallow her pride and borrow rice from neighbor. Unfortunately, she was met with ridicule instead, which left her distressed and ill. In this lifetime, he vowed to ensure that his family would live a prosperous life. As I took a few steps forward, the air around me was filled with the lively shouts of various street vendors. Upon closer inspection, I discovered the bustling Xinghong agricultural market not far away. If my memory serves me correctly, it had been nearly 3 months since my family had last consumed meat. With money in my pocket, I felt at ease and, steadying my nerves, Lin Ran strode confidently into the market. Surrounded by a dazzling array of goods, I was enveloped in the vibrant sounds of bargaining and the bustling crowd, occasionally noting the presence of several individuals in red armbands maintaining order. Once again, I felt the fervor and vitality that characterized this era. Hastening to the meat stall, I pointed to the pork on the cutting board and said, "Boss, could you please slice me a pound of meat?" Upon hearing this, the vendor kindly interjected, "Young man, are you sure? Moreover, the cut you desire is priced at a rather lofty 12 yuan per pound." I nodded in response, offering no explanation, and cautiously reached into my pocket, retrieving a bill of 12 yuan. After examining the note with a discerning eye, the vendor, now smiling broadly, handed the meat to me, wishing me well on my way. I could not help but think how enviable it must be to be a wealthy young master out shopping. After purchasing the meat, I made my way to the rice stall and, after a moment's deliberation, decided to buy 20 pounds of rice. With the assurance of the meat in hand, I was not met with the same caution this time. Having paid, I savored the weight of my purchase, feeling quite pleased with myself. Gazing at the grand willow tree at the village entrance, I was filled with emotion, resolved to provide shelter and comfort for my family. Finally reaching my home, I placed the rice and meat on the ground with a sense of relief and called out, "Mom, Jia, hurry and open the door. I've arrived." A voice responded from within, followed by the sound of footsteps. Yuan Xiofan, accompanied by Lin Wanjun, opened the door. My goodness! Xiao Ran, where have you been? Lin Wanjun exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise at the sight of the abundant rice and meat stacked on the ground, a glimmer of greed flickering in her gaze. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xiofan approached with a worried expression, her heart suddenly racing, her demeanor shifting to one of stern seriousness. Now tell me, where did this rice and meat come from? Chapter 6. The Jealous Gossip and the Perils of Sudden Wealth. The pile of over 20 pounds of rice and meat beside Lin Ran felt like a heavy weight pressing down on his mother's heart. Reflecting on Lin Ran's ambitious aspirations shared the previous day, an ominous premonition stirred within Yuan Xiofan. It is well known that children of this age are particularly susceptible to negative influences, especially after witnessing the family's struggles. If her son were to associate with unsavory characters and engage in foolish behavior, their household could be in grave jeopardy. After all, not long ago, a child from a neighboring alley, once regarded as diligent and exemplary, had fallen in with a rowdy crowd, spending days in nightclubs drinking and fighting. It was said that he had committed robbery and, in a botched attempt, ended up taking a life, resulting in his execution. The child's parents are indeed unfortunate souls. One has plunged into a well, while the other has succumbed to madness. A once harmonious household has been shattered beyond repair. Lin's mother, her voice sharp and demanding, inadvertently drew the attention of Widow Wang from next door. As Widow Wang sashayed out, her gaze fell upon the pile of coveted goods at Lin Ran's feet, startling her momentarily. Yet, considering the dire state of the Lin family, burdened with insurmountable debts and on the brink of destitution, one could hardly expect them to afford meat. Observing Yuan Xiufan's stern maternal facade, Widow Wang's mind began to weave a narrative of a child gone astray. Yuan Jia, what is the meaning of this? The child has erred, but we must educate him with patience. Today's youth are not as docile as we once were. Widow Wang approached Lin Ran, her expression a mixture of concern and reproach. Xiao Ran, I have watched you grow, and you are a child of filial piety. I understand your intentions to alleviate your family's burdens, but we must tread the righteous path, mustn't we? You are still young, and some matters may elude your grasp. Yet, once a bad reputation takes root, it may haunt you for a lifetime. Despite her incessant chatter, Widow Wang's eyes were fixated on that pile of meat, glinting with avarice. It was as though she anticipated that Lin's mother would offer her a few pieces as hush money, her mind calculating the potential gain. The moment Widow Wang embellished her words, Lin's mother turned pale with fury, trembling with indignation. After all, she had invested her life's efforts into this child. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lin Ran spoke up against Widow Wang's insidious nature. Known throughout Lin Village for her incessant gossip, she thrived on the misfortunes of others. Her own life may have been dismal, but she reveled in the notion that everyone should share in her misery. Wherever scandal brewed, Widow Wang's presence was sure to follow. Furthermore, before the family's misfortunes began, she had frequently borrowed items from them: rice, cloth, oil, and even towels, never returning any. Always seeking to gain an advantage, she had taken advantage of Lin's mother's kindness, who had pitied her solitary plight. However, now that calamity had befallen the Lin family, Widow Wang seemed intent on adding insult to injury, pushing Lin Ran to his limits. Aunt Wang, do not slander me. This rice and meat were purchased by me, Lin Ran countered, directly challenging the village gossip. Why do you refuse to heed my counsel? Widow Wang retorted, a hint of jealousy creeping into her tone. I, Wang Yingju, have traversed more roads than you have meals. Your family cannot even afford rice. Where do you find a means to buy such lavish quantities of meat? As she spoke, jealousy painted her features. I'm only looking out for your best interests. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't even bother if they were imprisoned. Faced with Widow Wang's increasingly aggressive demeanor, Lin's mother donned a facade of composure. Juju, you make a valid point, but I trust that our Xiao Ran would never stoop to such actions. A flicker of sorrow passed through Yuan Xiufan's eyes as she spoke these words. Despite firmly believing that her son is not the kind of person to engage in such actions, the sight of the rice and meat left her feeling perplexed and powerless. Mother, rest assured, our family, the Lins, may be impoverished, but our spirit remains unyielding. We would never resort to such despicable acts. Today, while in town, I noticed an elderly gentleman moving his belongings, and I offered to lend a hand. After the task was completed, he insisted on giving me money, which I declined. Instead, he invited me to see if there was anything of use in his home. Upon inspection, I found a backpack and a picture frame that seemed somewhat useful. And before departing, I remembered your fondness for flowers, so I casually took a vase as well. You know, Mother, I have always excelled in history. And once I discovered that the vase was an antique, I took it to a pawn shop and sold it, which is how I acquired the funds for the rice and meat. As Lin Ran recounted this tale, he removed the old backpack from his back, pulling out the picture frame as proof of his words. However, he would not divulge the exact amount he had received from the sale to a stranger. Were it not for Wang Yingju's relentless questioning, Lin Ran had intended to keep his accomplishments modest, having lived 2 lives, witnessing the darker facets of humanity. He was not naive enough to seek attention like a foolhardy youth. With evidence in hand, Lin's mother finally felt a sense of relief. Yet, Wang Yingju persisted. How could you, child, learn a lie? What could a mere vase possibly be worth? Do you think we are fools? Wang Yingju refused to believe Lin Ran's explanation, as the situation surpassed her understanding. Believe it or not, this is a relic, not just some broken pot from your home. My parents instilled in me the importance of education from a young age, and it is understandable that Aunt Wang may not grasp this. Silenced by Lin Ran's retort, Wang Yingju merely scoffed in response. Sudden wealth often invites misfortune. Young man, it is better to remain honest and humble. With that, she shot a few disdainful glances at the meat beside Lin Ran before departing. Once Wang Yingju left, Lin Wanjun still found it hard to believe. Little Ran, is everything you said true? Seeing his sister's curious expression, Lin Ran couldn't help but chuckle. Of course it's true. Would I trick you or mother? However, I must credit our parents for valuing education. Otherwise, even if I were given a priceless treasure, I might end up like that widow Wang, using it for the wrong purposes. After their exchange, the brother and sister burst into laughter. Lin's mother watched them, a flicker of pride in her eyes, as she affectionately patted them both. You mischievous child, do not speak ill of your Aunt Wang. Now, I'm sure you're both hungry. Hurry inside and tidy up. I will prepare a meal for you. Chapter 7. Unity of Knowledge and Action. Now that is what it means to be a man, with a sharp sizzle. The kitchen filled with the mingling sounds of oil and meat, interspersed with the occasional crackle of firewood, releasing a rich aroma of meat that wafted through the air. The siblings, enticed by the delectable scent, eagerly approached. Mother, this meat smells divine, Lin Wanjun exclaimed, her nostrils flaring in delight. Lin Ran, growing increasingly impatient, reached out his hand to grab a piece of meat to satisfy his craving. However, before his chopsticks could even touch the morsel, he was swiftly rebuffed by his mother's spatula. What are you so eager for? There's a proper way to eat. Wait until I finish cooking, and you shall feast to your heart's content. As she observed the 2 little rascals causing mischief around the stove, Lin Mu's eyes sparkled with affection and indulgence. Amidst the joyous laughter of the family, a long-awaited dish of stir-fried pork with scallions and 2 sides finally graced the table. Mom, I can hardly believe it. Your culinary skills surpass even those of a 5-star restaurant. Lin Ran exclaimed, his mouth full, radiating the unrestrained joy of a child. Upon hearing her son's praise, Lin Mu playfully used her chopsticks to serve a generous helping of meat to both siblings, smiling as she said, You're such a smooth talker. Make sure to eat plenty. You and your sister are in your growth spurts. You need to keep your nutrition up. As they savored their meal, enveloped in a warmth of familial affection that had been absent for so long, Lin Ran beamed as he carefully retrieved a tightly wrapped plastic bag from his inner pocket. Inside was the neatly bundled sum of 600 yuan he had set aside. By the way, Mom, I have something for you. Upon seeing Lin Ran pull out a wad of cash, curiosity piqued Lin Mu as she examined the crumpled plastic bag. What is this? Without elaborating, Lin Ran stood up and placed the bag into his mother's hands. The antique vase sold for 700 yuan. I didn't mention it earlier when Widow Wang came by. Our family still owes Uncle 460 yuan, and with Dad as hospital expenses and our daily needs. This 600 yuan will help us get by for now. When Lin Ran casually mentioned selling the vase for 700 yuan, both Lin Mu and Lin Wanjun stood frozen, disbelief etched on their faces. 700 for a vase? Are you joking? It's not even gilded. How could it fetch such a sky-high price? In an instant, Lin Mu's previously settled heart was once again filled with apprehension. Xiao Ran, be honest with your mother. Where did such a large sum of money come from? Her grip tightened around the plastic bag as a tremor of anxiety coursed through her hand. Mom, that vase is a Southern Song Dynasty paperweight, over 1,000 years old. While it may seem trivial to us, it holds immense collectible value to those with wealth. Just consider it. A porcelain vase that has survived for a millennium must surely be worth hundreds, if not more. Being from a modest background, a typical rural woman, the most precious items she had encountered were gold and silver. Such artifacts were entirely foreign to her family. Lin Ran remained patient, taking the time to enlighten his mother and sister about the history and value of the Southern Song paperweight. While they might not grasp all the details, the notion of something enduring for over 1,000 years was certainly relatable. What if the person who gifted you the vase comes looking for it after you sell it? As a mother, her caution naturally stemmed from a desire to protect her children. Yuan Xiaofan, unfamiliar with the intricacies of the antique trade, worried that her son might fall victim to its complexities. Mother, you need not fret. In this profession, the principle is clear. Once a transaction is finalized, whether one suffers a loss or gains a fortune, it bears no relevance to the seller. Furthermore, this is all thanks to the emphasis on education instilled in me by you and father from an early age. Otherwise, even if I were to receive a treasure worth thousands, I would still be as oblivious as Widow Wong. We shall earn our keep through knowledge. There is no shame in that. Lin Ran deftly steered the conversation back to his parents' teachings, providing his mother with some emotional solace. Dear, I know you are considerate and wish to lessen the family's burdens, but you must prioritize your studies. Only through education can one truly excel. Do you understand? Yes, mother. I am here to assist you, so do not worry. In Yuan Xiaofan's heart, the notion of uncovering hidden treasures ultimately depended on luck. Only education was a steadfast path to success. I understand, mother. My major is history, which aligns with practical application and the unity of knowledge and action. It will not hinder my studies, so you may rest easy. He continued, please take this money to settle uncle's and father's medical expenses first. With father gone, I'm the pillar of this family. Given my current abilities, as long as I'm willing to venture out, I am bound to discover opportunities. If we work together as a family, our lives will surely improve. At that moment, Lin Ran noticed that his mother's hands had become rough and hardened by the passage of time, stirring deep sympathy within him. Feeling the resolve in her son's voice, Yuan Xiaofan could not help but feel a pang of guilt. With a hint of anxiety, she opened the tightly wrapped plastic bag, revealing a neatly arranged stack of bills inside, causing her heart to ache. Children of the impoverished mature early. It is the inadequacy of their parents that forces them to bear such burdens prematurely. Which parent in this world does not strive with all their might to provide a carefree environment for their children? Lin Ran, perhaps you should hold on to this money for now. The treasure you mentioned requires capital, after all. Mother, please do not worry. The concept of uncovering hidden treasures fundamentally revolves around buying low and selling high. It requires minimal investment. Her son had grown and was well aware of such matters. With a reassuring glance, Yuan Xiaofan carefully wrapped the money back in the plastic bag and tucked it safely in her pocket, fearful of losing even a single cent. It is wonderful to see you growing up. Coincidentally, the day after tomorrow was the market day in the village, and a rickshaw would be coming to town. Let's go visit your father. The thought of finally reuniting with her dearly missed father, along with the loving presence of her mother and gentle sister, filled Lin Ran's heart with exuberance. In this life, he vowed never to let tragedy repeat itself and to ensure his family lived in prosperity. Chapter 8. The bell rings everywhere. The following morning, Lin Ran rose early. After exchanging greetings with his family, he hastily consumed a morsel of food, donned his tattered cotton coat, and grabbed the scarf his mother had knitted for him 2 years prior as he prepared to venture out. As I was about to step out, I noticed my sister sweeping the yard, wrapped in a thin, tattered cotton coat, her nose flushed red from the cold, occasionally huffing into her hands to fend off the chill. Observing her selflessness stirred a pang of emotion within me. I quietly approached her and draped a scarf around her neck, smiling as I stepped out before she could refuse. The biting wind whipped across my face, the howling gusts rising and falling, causing me to rub my reddened nose, trembling from the cold. Yet, despite the chill, thoughts of my mother at home and my father, still lying in the hospital, filled me with an unwavering resolve, fueled by the infinite aspirations and hopes of a renewed life. After deducting the 600 yuan in expenses for rice and meat I had given my mother yesterday, I found myself with only a few dozen yuan as startup capital. While this amount was not insignificant, it would hardly suffice for ventures in the field. I shook my head in resignation. The crisp air did awaken my senses somewhat. At this moment in the capital, the Lilikang area had developed into a considerable antique street. Yet this locale was merely a trap for naive dreamers seeking instant wealth. Truly valuable items rarely found their way to the streets. Even if a few genuine pieces occasionally surfaced, they were mostly trivial trinkets. With a profit margins of several dozen yuan came with risks of over 100. Clearly, such gambles were unwise. Yet if I were to engage with true connoisseurs, my meager capital would become a laughingstock. Contemplating my options, I realized the only feasible strategy was encapsulated in two words: free collection. I resolved to actively seek out undervalued treasures, purchasing them at low prices and selling them at a premium. I refused to believe that, with my skills, I could not uncover remarkable finds in the villages and towns of 1980s Beijing. The only question remained how I could approach the villages without arousing suspicion. Just as I was pondering this, a shout broke through my thoughts. Collecting scrap. Bring your old newspapers and medals. I turned to see an elderly man, shouting as he pushed his tricycle filled with an assortment of discarded items. Collecting scrap? Suddenly, the phrase struck me like thunder, and a wave of clarity washed over me. If I were to impulsively approach people for their old belongings, I would either be chased off as a fraud or confronted by a shrewd negotiator demanding exorbitant prices. However, if I posed as a scrap collector, it would be much easier. Roaming the streets and interacting with numerous individuals would lessen the chances of raising suspicion. As a former expert from the National Museum, I held absolute confidence in the quantity of historical artifacts left in rural areas. These old items were often regarded as worthless junk, long gathering dust, rather than letting them fall into the hands of opportunists. It would be far better for me to seize the opportunity first, ensuring that the treasures of our Chinese heritage would not be lost to foreign lands. Relying on memory and braving the cold wind, Lin Ran meandered through the alley for over half an hour before finally arriving at the entrance of a courtyard, where he beheld the object of his longing, a rusty old tricycle of the Chunfeng brand. "Excuse me, is anyone there?" In this era, traditional courtyard residences typically accommodated more than one household, which is why the outer gate was often left ajar. Upon hearing Lin Ran's voice, an elderly man, stooped and leaning on a cane, slowly emerged from within. "Young man, who are you looking for?" This gentleman, surnamed Su, was a senior citizen living alone. He had no children of his own, having once taken a young boy who, regrettably, turned out to be an ne'er-do-well, bringing much distress to the old couple. 7 years prior, the wayward son had committed a crime and was still imprisoned. This misfortune had ultimately claimed the life of Su's wife, leaving him to fend for himself. As far as Lin Ran knew, when Su passed away, even his adopted son had failed to pay his last respects, with only kind-hearted neighbors stepping in to arrange the funeral. Misery tends to seek out the already burdened. Observing the frail figure before him, Lin Ran couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. "Sir, I'm from the Lin Jijun household next door. I would like to inquire whether that tricycle outside is for sale." "Ah, so you're from Xiao Jun's family. How you've grown." The old man's eyes momentarily reflected a hint of melancholy, perhaps recalling his disobedient foster son or the memories of his late wife. "What would a young man like you want with that contraption?" He moved a couple of steps closer, as if fearing his hearing might fail him. "My father injured his leg and is currently in the hospital. I thought perhaps I could collect scrap to earn a little money to ease my mother's burden." Lin Ran explained. "If it's convenient, I'd be willing to pay something for it." Lin Ran's words evidently struck a chord with the elderly gentleman, who appeared to hunch over even more, resembling a flickering candle before the wind, evoking a sense of compassion. "It's commendable to help your parents. You're truly fortunate to have them," Su murmured softly. "If you desire the tricycle, take it. In my youth, it was this old companion that supported my family." He continued, "However, the right brake is somewhat rusty, and the bell no longer rings. Do exercise caution while riding." Upon hearing this, Lin Ran hastily waved his hands in protest. "Sir, I cannot accept this tricycle without offering something in return. There are customs to observe. You've had your share of hardships, so how about 3 yuan for the tricycle? What do you think?" To Lin Ran's surprise, the stubborn old man grew somewhat impatient at the offer. "Nonsense. You're just a child. What money do you have?" he retorted, brandishing his cane as if to shoo Lin Ran away. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Ran felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head, aware that Su was extending this kindness out of sympathy for him. Despite his own misfortunes, he found it difficult to bear the sight of another's suffering. The pure love of the common folk knows no bounds. Dusting off the remnants of neglect and cobwebs from the tricycle, I checked the brakes and tires. Though a little rusted, it was still fit for transporting goods. Gripping the handlebars, I lifted the antiquated handbrake, and with the cacophony of my dilapidated tricycle, which aside from the silent bell emitted various other sounds, I embarked on the journey of my heart's design. Chapter 9. Do you use this to start a fire? Collecting discarded items, beer bottles, soy sauce bottles, and various glass containers that could be exchanged for money. Black leather shoes, white sandals, and old cloth shoes that no longer fit. Downriver Village, aptly named for its proximity to the river, lies adjacent to Lin Ran's village. In ancient times, Agriculture constituted the primary source of income for villagers, making irrigation sources particularly vital. Villages like downriver often suffered during droughts, as the river had been largely depleted by upstream users, leaving insufficient water for irrigation. As I called out while riding the tricycle, aside from the silent bell, it rattled with sounds at every turn. Of course, my intent was not truly to collect glass bottles or old shoes. That was merely a facade. Having spent the better part of my previous life in the antique circle, I was well aware of the baseness of human nature in the face of profit. Self-control is a rare commodity. Thus, to find a hidden treasure, one must not only recognize the opportunity, but also conceal it from others. Continuing my calls, I entered Downriver Village. Fortunately, in recent years, there had been no significant natural disasters, so the harvests across villages had been commendable. A good harvest means that everyone can enjoy a lively year. The village was adorned with festive decorations, and children played merrily with firecrackers. Witnessing the jubilance of the village reminded me of the desolation that marked my own family's New Year celebrations. Young man, collecting scraps? Cool me. I parked the tricycle outside a kind aunt's home and followed her inside. Come, collecting scraps during the New Year? Have a drink. Upon entering, she promptly served me a bowl of hot water. I drank eagerly, for my lengthy ride in the winter chill had left me cold, and I did not wish to disregard the aunt's warm hospitality. Thanking her, I felt revitalized. Sometimes, the unspoken warmth and respect shared among the laboring masses are a rare grace that many educated individuals lack, though one can also encounter those who indulge in gossip. Regardless of social strata, all types of people exist. Aunt, what do you have to sell? Everything is piled up in the back. Take a look for yourself. Upon reaching the aunt's collection of discarded items, I felt a wave of disappointment, as it was merely a heap of worn-out paper and glass bottles. I knew that among these items lay nothing of interest, yet I accepted them nonetheless. After all, as a collector of scraps, it would seem disingenuous to have an empty tricycle. After counting the scraps, I paid the aunt 36 cents at the market rate of 5 cents per pound. The next stop was a hunter's home, where the farming tools appeared notably fewer than those in other households, yet a bow hung on the wall, a rarity among the others. Some hunters are aware of the value of certain items and deliberately keep them, waiting for the right moment to sell, often at prices exceeding the worth of ordinary scrap. However, the majority of hunters have not received much formal education. They only understand that these items can be exchanged for money and are largely oblivious to the nuances of antiques, leaving ample opportunity for fortunate finds. Sir, where do you keep your scrap? The elderly gentleman casually gestured towards his backyard. Upon entering, Lin Ran discovered an array of glass bottles, many of which were wine bottles. Let me weigh these first. Do you have anything else? I collect various items, and even those found in the mountains can yield some cash. Lin Ran, still hopeful for something of value, inquired further. Those who venture into the mountains are typically focused on hunting game, not on collecting scrap, the old man replied. All right, sir, that totals 4 dimes and 5 cents. I collect scrap, beer bottles, soy sauce bottles, all sorts of glass containers that can be exchanged for money, black leather shoes, white sandals, and even old cloth shoes that no one can wear anymore. This way for scrap collection. The voice calling out to Lin Ran belonged to a young child, which was quite common in rural areas, where small tasks often fell to the younger generation, especially for relaying messages. When Lin Ran followed the sound inside, the adults were busy with their chores, diligently toiling away. The scrap was piled in a corner of the house, and the family, preoccupied with their work, merely pointed for Lin Ran to attend to it himself. 5 cents per pound. This weighs 5 pounds and 6 ounces, totaling 2 dimes and 8 cents. Upon hearing Lin Ran speak, a woman, presumably the child's mother, approached and took the money from Lin Ran before returning to her tasks. In those times, scrap collection was conducted in such a manner, with little attention paid to the scales, as there were generally no deceptive practices involved in weighing scrap. Lin Ran organized the scrap, then packed it all onto his dilapidated 3-wheeled cart. After a busy round, he did not manage to find any hidden treasures, but he did accumulate a significant amount of scrap. Nevertheless, Lin Ran remained confident in his instincts and judgment, acknowledging that serendipitous finds were not easily achieved. They required time, patience, and a sprinkle of luck. As he walked along, calling out for business, he reached a crossroads where he spotted an older man tending a fire, uncertain whether he was smoking meat or preparing something else. Beside him lay a pile of wood, which he was continuously adding to the flames. Behind the woodpile, a lattice door caught Lin Ran's attention. It appeared aged yet bore a subtle sheen, suggesting it was an antique. The intricate carvings on the door astonished Lin Ran. The design depicted fish frolicking among lotus flowers, a motif that is quite prevalent. Both the lotus and the fish symbolize longevity and prosperity, given their aquatic existence, with flowing water representing wealth. The word for lotus sounds like connected, while fish sounds like surplus, together inferring an abundance year after year. Thus, the imagery of fish playing among lotus flowers is frequently employed in carvings. However, the craftsmanship of this particular carving was exceptional. While typical carvings focus solely on the shape of the design, achieving a semblance of expression can be a challenge. Some artisans skillfully follow the natural grain of the material, striving for a harmonious integration of design and substance. The style and quality of the lattice door suggested it was from the Ming Dynasty, a period renowned for its master carver, Kong Mao, celebrated for such exquisite techniques. Based on the intricate patterns carved along the wood grain and the seamless harmony between the design and the material, Lin Ran could ascertain that this was undoubtedly a masterpiece of the renowned Ming Dynasty artist, Kong Mao. A complex array of emotions surged within him, akin to the exhilaration of a withered tree blossoming anew. Meanwhile, the elder brother, seemingly unfazed, continued to stoke the fire. And as the legendary artifact was poised to be consumed by the flames, Lin Ran hurriedly sprinted toward him. To witness such a precious relic being so recklessly destroyed would be a gross misappropriation. Chapter 10. The Ming Dynasty Grid Door, an imposing artifact indeed. Hearing hurried footsteps behind him, the elder brother instinctively turned his head. To avoid raising suspicion, Lin Ran rubbed his hands together, feigning the demeanor of a mere passerby. Although a sense of dread gripped him at the thought of the grid door being incinerated, he forced himself to slow his pace. My brother is tending to the fire. Lin Ran exhaled warm breath into his hands to initiate conversation. The elder brother looked up with a welcoming smile. What is it, brother? To conceal his true intentions, Lin Ran continued the dialogue. The weather is unbearably cold. Indeed, come warm yourself by the fire. The elder brother's warmth made Lin Ran feel that the situation was becoming more manageable. He squatted beside him, sharing the warmth, while his eyes discreetly scanned the pile of firewood, landing on the grid door. Brother, it's so cold, and I'm too lazy to chop wood. Could you sell me a bit? Upon hearing Lin Ran's request, the elder brother's expression suddenly turned serious, leading Lin Ran to believe he had misspoken. Brother, why speak of selling just a bit of firewood? Just take it. Lin Ran then realized that the elder brother was a man of genuine character, not one to concern himself with trivial monetary exchanges. However, Lin Ran felt a twinge of guilt. He intended to profit from the door, fully aware of its value, and it felt inappropriate to accept such a generous offer without compensation. Let me pay you. It's not easy in this cold. As he spoke, Lin Ran opened his pouch of coins, intending to offer the elder brother a fair price. You see, brother, you are being too formal. Neighbors do not charge one another for a bit of firewood. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Lin Ran believed that acquiring the door at a fraction of its worth was already a tremendous gain. Yet he felt it would be remiss not to offer some form of compensation for the elder brother's kindness. Brother, how about you sell it to me at a price fit for scrap? Lin Ran proposed, reaching for his scale for weighing scrap, only to be stopped by the elder brother. Absolutely not. Your scrap price is already nearly a penny above market rate. If word gets out, people will think our village is stingy. Noticing the elder brother's growing irritation, Lin Ran refrained from further discussion. Such a man possessed a sincere nature, unencumbered by the superficial niceties that often plague interactions. Lin Ran held a deep appreciation for the elder brother. Reflecting on his previous life, marked by poverty and the scorn of others, he had grown weary of the myriad facades people wore. His experiences in the antique trade revealed even more of humanity's baseness. Even after achieving some success, he was met only with insincere flattery. In his previous life, although Lin Ran harbored dissatisfaction towards these matters, he still needed to establish his footing in society. Thus, he often maintained a semblance of politeness, even in times of discontent. Despite having seen through the veil of hypocrisy that others wore, he would still engage in amiable conversation with a cheerful demeanor. Individuals as genuine as his elder brother were few and far between. Perhaps more existed in that era, but in later times, when greed became rampant, such sincerity became even rarer. Since his elder brother had spoken of friendship, Lin Ran accepted this bond wholeheartedly, appreciating the man's character in that moment. Regardless of what the future might hold, to hesitate at this juncture would only seem contrived. Expressing his gratitude to his elder brother, Lin Ran took hold of some firewood and the lattice door before departing. He loaded his belongings onto a tricycle and eagerly pedaled away from the village of Shah. Once outside the village, he could hardly contain his excitement as he halted to examine the lattice door. Its patina was rich and substantial, indicative of Ming Dynasty craftsmanship. The carving depicted fish frolicking among lotus flowers, seamlessly integrated with the wood grain, creating an organic harmony. Having witnessed Kong Mo's works in his previous life, Lin Ran recognized the alignment of technique and artistic intention without a doubt. Thus, he confidently concluded that this was indeed a Ming Dynasty lattice door adorned with the motif of fish and lotus. Regrettably, the door bore some damage, which would likely affect its value, but remained a splendid artifact nonetheless. Contemplating the broken lattice door, Lin Ran couldn't help but lament that if people had possessed a greater awareness of cultural relics earlier, perhaps more artifacts would have been preserved for posterity. Much like this lattice door, if Lin Ran had not discovered it today and taken measures to salvage it, it might have turned to ashes. Many artifacts have suffered due to poor preservation, particularly those made of paper and wood. This thought brought a tinge of sadness to Lin Ran. Yet he quickly regained his spirits. With this lattice door, he was certain he could reap substantial profits, enhancing his family's living conditions. Though others might not comprehend the importance of preservation, as long as these treasures remained in Lin Ran's possession, he would ensure their protection, entrusting them to those who truly appreciate their worth, preventing them from gathering dust. He carefully placed the old clothes and newspapers he had collected snugly in the corners of the tricycle's storage compartment. He then filled any excess space with firewood to secure the cargo, for the wooden door had aged significantly over the years, with many parts already decayed, making it vulnerable to jolts, friction, or impacts. Lin Ran meticulously arranged the wooden door and covered it with a layer of scrap paper. Once all was complete, he resumed pedaling the creaky tricycle, his heart brimming with hope. The biting winter wind sliced through the air like a blade, yet Lin Ran, braving the elements along the rural path, felt an exhilarating fervor coursing through him. Collecting scrap, beer bottles, soy sauce bottles, all sorts of glass bottles that could be exchanged for money, black leather shoes, white sandals, and old cloth shoes that can no longer be worn. On the country road, apart from the howling north wind, only Lin Ran's enthusiastic cries echoed. Chapter 11. The Fool from the City. Once Lin Ran departed from Xia village, a crowd began to gather, discussing him animatedly. Can you believe it? Even during the new year, he's out collecting scrap, and he's offering prices higher than usual. What a rarity. As Aunt Yang spoke, she had just finished collecting scrap from Lin Ran, eager to gather any discarded items from her home due to the higher price he offered. A small fortune in her eyes. Indeed, he appeared to be a youthful lad, a newcomer to this trade. The community buzzed with curiosity about this young man collecting scrap, drawing a crowd as it was the festive season. With many already gathered, the presence of this young collector only intensified the interest, and the crowd swelled. That young man must be a fool from the city. Otherwise, how could he be so oblivious? As the chatter grew, various speculations arose. Indeed, the price was quite generous. Who cared where he came from, as long as he paid? Laughter echoed among the crowd, their excitement palpable. I was tea home today, but next time I'll have him come to my house. Right, we'll save our scrap for him. Their enthusiasm for the next encounter with Lin Ran became a delightful topic of conversation, perhaps a trivial amusement to pass the time. Meanwhile, Lin Ran felt no sense of loss. He had acquired a beautifully carved lattice door from the Ming Dynasty, a truly lucrative transaction. Come on, let's gather at 9-8. ISNT that Lin S. University student? What brings him to scrap collecting? Widow Wang cast a disdainful glance at Lin Ran, refusing to meet his eyes directly. Uninterested in engaging with Wang Yingju, Lin Ran rode his dilapidated tricycle toward the yard. Sensing his disregard, Wang Yingju quickly positioned herself in front of the tricycle. What's the matter? Can't Aunt Wang say a word to you? With growing fervor, she stood with her hands on her hips, casting sidelong glances. If only you had recognized your fate as a scrap collector sooner, you wouldn't have needed to borrow so much money for your university education. Nor would there be so many troubles. Wang Yingju, what is wrong with my son collecting scrap? His mother burst forth from the yard, glaring fiercely at Wang Yingju. How is it that I'm the one with nothing to do? I'm merely helping you educate Xiao Ran. I know how to raise my own son. There is nothing shameful about earning money through hard work. Who are you to offer guidance? Wang Yingju was taken aback by Yuan Xiufang's unexpected assertiveness, momentarily at a loss for words. What do you mean by that? When you have nothing to do, why not dig a few plots of land? Labor is the most honorable pursuit. What skill is gossiping? After a long day, Lin Ran parked his tricycle in the yard and headed inside to warm himself by the fire. Understanding his mother-s nature, Lin Ran knew she rarely displayed such fortitude in front of outsiders. He recognized her protective instincts. Indeed, a woman may be delicate, but a mother's strength is unparalleled. By the time Lin Ran parked his tricycle in the yard, Wang Ingjiu had already stormed off, her complaints trailing behind her. Yuan Xiaofeng gently pulled Lin Ran into the house and turned to the inner room, calling out, "Wanjun, could you please bring some hot water for your brother?" "Understood." In a short while, Lin Wanjun appeared, carrying a kettle of hot water and a large bowl. "Xiaoran, why have you taken up the task of collecting scraps? Our family still has so many debts. I thought perhaps I could find something to do that would earn us a little. All of this is because I, as your mother, have been inadequate. I couldn't even ensure you received a proper education, and now you are forced to scour the streets for refuse." As she spoke, the memories of Lin Ran's previous life flooded back to him. He could never blame his mother for her perceived shortcomings. Rather, he felt a deep sense of indebtedness towards her. "Mother, please do not say such things. It is I who have been unworthy as a son. Rest assured, I will support this family in the future. Xiaoran, the debts we owe cannot be settled overnight. Do not overburden yourself. Look at how your face is frostbitten." Yuan Xiaofeng tenderly caressed Lin Ran's face, tears streaming down her cheeks, and Lin Ran found himself unable to contain his own sorrow. The warmth of a mother's love was something he had not experienced in a long time. After her passing in his previous life, he could only recall fleeting glimpses of her in dreams. "Mother, you need not worry, I understand." "Good, as long as you understand. You must be hungry. I will prepare dinner." Once his mother retreated to the kitchen, it took Lin Ran some time to compose himself. "Sister, do we have any fabric at home?" Lin Ran was aware that to sell the lattice door for a good price, it needed some tidying up, so he sought tools from his sister. Soon, Lin Wanjun returned with a piece of coarse cloth, but Lin Ran could tell it was inadequate. "Sister, do you have something finer? There are only rags left." "Anything even finer? I have a face towel, or there's a piece of cloth I can spare. I also have a skirt. Would you like me to fetch it?" Lin Ran recalled that skirt vividly. It was Lin Wanjun's favorite since childhood and the only adornment in their impoverished home. "That won't be necessary. Just a face towel will suffice." As Lin Ran unloaded the lattice door from the dilapidated tricycle and set it in the courtyard, Lin Wanjun watched her brother's peculiar actions with bewilderment. Lin Ran dampened the towel and meticulously wiped away the dust from the door, revealing its original luster and the vitality of its carvings. After cleaning, Lin Ran retrieved the lard he had boiled the day before and applied a light coat to the lattice door. If allowed to dry overnight, the door would exhibit a more pleasing patina the following day, potentially fetching a higher price. As he beheld the revitalized lattice door, Lin Ran couldn't help but sigh at the losses. The wear and tear were significant. Some of the carvings had suffered severe damage. Otherwise, it could have easily doubled in value. Nevertheless, he estimated that with his efforts and the inherent quality of the door, selling it for 300 to 400 yuan would certainly be achievable. Chapter 12. A Return to the Spoon and Kin Studio, The Legacy of Kong Mao. The cold wind howled, and the sky shimmered with golden edges. Early in the morning, Lin Ran rose. It is often said that the early bird catches the worm. In his previous life, he had cultivated the habit of rising early for many years. Many dismiss the importance of waking up early, believing that as long as one awakens later and sleeps later without affecting their work, it suffices. Thus, those who rise early often exhibit exceptional work attitudes and efficiency. Times have changed, and Lin Ran is no longer relying on mere luck. Rather, he is determined to sell the lattice door at a commendable price through his own skills. After meticulously wrapping the door and securing it on the rickety tricycle, he has taken greater care than the previous day. Following his efforts to clean and restore it, the lattice door now appears rejuvenated. The value of a fine object is contingent upon its handling. The same item may fetch only a few cents in the hands of a scrap collector, yet could command several dimes or even a few dollars when displayed at a market stall. In a shop, its worth might escalate to dozens of dollars. And in an auction or among connoisseurs, it could soar to hundreds or even thousands. Lin Ran intends to approach the Spoon and Jar Studio, recognizing the proprietor, Fong Dehai, as a discerning individual, thus hoping to strike a deal there. In the realm of antiques, it is often more challenging to find a good buyer than a good item, which elucidates why conducting business in this field is particularly arduous. If one deems a proprietor inadequate, resulting in a lack of clientele and unwillingness from vendors to deliver goods, the enterprise becomes untenable. After all, antiques are not mass-produced. Their limited availability and the prevalence of imitations complicate matters further. Having prepared everything, Lin Ran pedaled his rickety tricycle toward the town. It is said that water nourishes all life, and that gatherings of people attract wealth. The bustle of the town far surpasses that of the village, especially during the festive season, when visitors and shoppers converge, creating a lively atmosphere. After a while, the facade of the Spoon and Jar studio finally came into view. Lin Ran parked his tricycle beside the shop and, cradling the lattice door, entered the establishment. There are unwritten rules regarding parking. One typically avoids blocking the entrance of another shop since it disrupts business flow and is believed to hinder positive feng shui. Although delivering a fine item usually incurs little ire from shopkeepers, Lin Ran, noticing a clear space nearby, preferred not to cause inconvenience. Upon entering the Spoon and Jar studio, Fong Dehai immediately recognized Lin Ran. "Ah, Brother Lin, what brings you here for tea?" Fong Dehai's greeting was notably cordial. Typically, shopkeepers refrain from inquiring about a customer's intentions until after they have assessed the goods, as focusing too intently on items can appear lacking in grace. The term brother signifies Fong Dehai's respect for Lin Ran. By stating that Lin Ran is there for tea, he indicates his readiness to entertain, as discussions in the antique trade often occur over tea. This warm reception is likely due to the lasting impression Lin Ran left during their previous encounter involving Ruware. However, Fong Dehai is somewhat puzzled by the large object Lin Ran has brought along. Why carry such a sizable item? "Come, let me assist you." He beckoned to his assistant, eager to help Lin Ran while scrutinizing the elongated, flat object. "My dear friend, this is undoubtedly a remarkable piece," Lin Ran assured him. "I have complete faith in your judgment. To think you would bring me such a fine item on this chilly winter day. Come, let's share a cup of hot tea." It is not that Fong Dehai does not anticipate the treasures that Lin Ran will bring. After all, Lin Ran previously delivered exceptional items. Moreover, it is not that Fong Dehai is impervious to exquisite artifacts. In this line of work, whether driven by monetary gain or personal passion, one cannot remain unmoved by remarkable objects. However, Fong Dehai is a businessman, and as such, he adheres to the practices of his trade. When it comes to personal relations, Lin Ran has traveled a considerable distance bearing a substantial item. It is only proper to establish rapport before discussing prices, for many matters hinge upon human connections. Fong Dehai, unable to suppress his eagerness, welcomed Lin Ran to the tea table. "Ah, Brother Lin, your efficiency is commendable. You have scarcely delivered the Ru kiln piece when you arrive with yet another fine item. What splendid treasure do you bring this time?" "Thanks to my esteemed elder brother, I have obtained this lattice door." After a few rounds of tea, Fong Dehai could no longer contain his curiosity. "Pray, lend me your discerning eye." Without hesitation, he set down the teapot and approached the lattice door for a closer inspection. Having previously interacted with Lin Ran, Fong Dehai was well aware of the young man's capabilities and would never underestimate him. After a thorough examination, Fong Dehai had already drawn his conclusions. A magnificent piece indeed. He had not anticipated that Brother Lin would possess such valuable items. The term magnificent piece is industry jargon, signifying an object that can be readily identified as a treasure. Its patina is rich, and the Ming Dynasty style aligns perfectly. Regrettably, its preservation leaves much to be desired. It is quite rare for artifact from the Ming era to survive in any form. Had it been a repaired item, I would not have brought it to your attention. Fong Dehai contemplated acquiring this door, naturally intending to negotiate its price. Thus he sought to identify any flaws. Lin Ran's mention of repaired items was industry slang, implying that antiquities, once damaged, are restored and then presented as complete. He intended to convey to Fong Dehai that this artifact was entirely unaltered, a veritable treasure. That is indeed true. However, if Brother Lin does not clarify, I shall consider it an ordinary Ming Dynasty lattice door. After just one previous encounter, Fong Dehai had recognized Lin Ran's prowess. If Lin Ran claimed it was a fine item, it certainly surpassed a mere ordinary Ming Dynasty lattice door. Do take a closer look at the carved patterns. Fong Dehai scrutinized the piece once more, but discerned nothing extraordinary. The fish frolic among the lotus flowers, such auspicious imagery. Brother, observe the wood grain. At Lin Ran's urging, Fong Dehai examined it with renewed focus. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The wood grain and the patterns are seamlessly integrated. A masterpiece of craftsmanship. Upon hearing Fong Dehai's admiration, Lin Ran prepared to elaborate on the origin of the lattice door, hoping to elevate its value further. This was also the reason Lin Ran asserted that this lattice door was indeed an exceptional find. Are you aware of which Ming Dynasty carving master possessed such extraordinary skill? After a moment's contemplation, Fong Dehai replied, Kong Mao. Chapter 13. A noble, this is undoubtedly a noble piece. Indeed, you are a connoisseur. The two exchanged knowing smiles. sharing a moment of camaraderie. After a thorough discussion, the provenance of the lattice door was clarified. Lin Ran's claims were substantiated, and Fong Dehai, as a seasoned veteran in the antiquities realm, possessed the capacity for discernment and analysis. Having clarified the origins of the object, the next step involves the matter of pricing. Both parties are acutely aware that Lin Ran is not merely here to discuss with Fong Dehai, but rather to make a decisive move. What a remarkable item. Yet, one cannot help but wonder how much Brother Lin intends to offer. Fong Dehai, being a seasoned veteran in the trade, seeks to gauge Lin Ran's psychological price point, fully cognizant of the nuances involved in commerce. Since you've been in business for quite some time, how about you set a price? Lin Ran, while possessing his own thoughts, is not merely probing Fong Dehai's estimation. He wishes to discern the character of Fong Dehai, with the provenance of the item now established. The onus is on Fong Dehai to make an offer. Let us bring out some fine tea. Fong Dehai called out to his attendant, who promptly returned with a selection of tea. As Fong Dehai meticulously prepared the tea, Lin Ran remained unperturbed beside him. This trade often unfolds in a leisurely manner, with conversations flitting between pleasantries and business, maintaining a delicate balance. Historically, antiques have been the domain of scholars and dignitaries, and engaging in commerce with such individuals transcends mere monetary valuation. It invariably involved an intricate dance of social etiquette. With so many fine pieces, may I inquire about your source, Brother Lin? Are these treasures inherited from your ancestors? Fong Dehai's curiosity about Lin Ran's collection is twofold. He wishes to satisfy his own curiosity and to ascertain a valuation for the items. The provenance of an antique significantly influences its price. If it is indeed a family heirloom, the seller often lacks extensive experience in the antique trade. Thus, the valuation may be lower. My brother, Lin Ran replied with a hint of humor, I arrived on a tricycle, just a humble trader, and I hope to receive your guidance as I navigate this field. In the realm of antiques, various professions and item origins are designated by specialized terms. And Lin Ran's reference to himself as a humble trader indicates that he acquires items from rural areas for resale. This assertion serves a dual purpose: to assure Fong Dehai of the legitimacy of his items and to assert his position as a serious businessman, indicating that he cannot accept an unreasonably low price. Brother Lin, I jest not. My little shop eagerly awaits skilled individuals like yourself to bring forth quality goods. How's this price sound for the door? As he spoke, Fong Dehai raised 3 fingers, indicating his offer. Both Lin Ran and Fong Dehai are well aware of the door's worth, so this gesture signifies not 3 yuan or 30, but 300 yuan. It is noteworthy that during that period, the monthly salary for urban workers was around 40 yuan, making this offer quite substantial, equivalent to more than half a year's salary. However, this still falls short of Lin Ran's anticipated price, as he believes the door should fetch at least 400 to 500 yuan. Yet, in the mercantile world, the ideal transaction price is not merely a matter of desire. It necessitates negotiation between both parties. Thus, persuading Fong Dehai to accept this price becomes a matter of negotiation skills, although Lin Ran's deeper understanding of antiques plays a more significant role. The price set by the elder brother is indeed reasonable, yet the rarity of the item suggests that the price may still rise. Fong Dehai remains unfazed. For Lin Ran is no novice. He anticipated that Lin Ran would likely increase the bid. What do you think is a fair amount, young Brother Lin? Lin Ran savored a sip of tea before placing the cup down, feigning to inspect the lattice door. It seems, dear brother, you are quite forthright. 500. And this masterpiece by the esteemed Kong Mo shall belong to you. In the realm of commerce, there is a give and take, and Lin Ran awaited Fong Dehai's response. With you, my brother Lin, I shall not beat around the bush. Following the customary practices of trade, let us each concede a step. 400, and this transaction shall be settled. Fong Dehai did not deceive Lin Ran. During a time when antiques had yet to skyrocket in value, such a lattice door, though somewhat damaged, could not possibly command this price were it not for its provenance. Very well, consider it a friendship forged with you, dear brother. After some courteous exchanges, the deal was sealed. 400 yuan was already a substantial sum in that era, especially with Lin Ran's family in dire need of funds. After counting, the transaction was completed with clarity. Fong Dehai personally escorted Lin Ran to the door, demonstrating his respect and regard. After a few pleasantries, Lin Ran managed to contain his excitement, riding away joyfully on his dilapidated 3-wheeler. This is precisely why so many are captivated by antiques. Lin Ran effortlessly earned what would take others a year of labor. While it may seem effortless, it is not. It requires keen insight, luck, and knowledge, all of which are deeply significant. Once Lin Ran departed, Fong Dehai examined the lattice door once more, confirming it as a work of the Ming dynasty's Kong Mo, and began to ponder Lin Ran. The antique trade relies heavily on experience, both in terms of objects and people, which is why the words of seasoned experts carry more weight than those of the youth. Yet, Lin Ran appeared quite young, in an ordinary household. He would be regarded as an apprentice. Nevertheless, his discernment and experience surpassed that of Fong Dehai. This prompted Fong Dehai to wonder if Lin Ran had received guidance from a master, for how else could a youth possess such remarkable items and knowledge? Apart from a prestigious background or the influence of a mentor, Fong Dehai could conceive no other explanation, if indeed there is a master guiding him. Could Lin Ran's visits to the Shaogan Zhai be to present treasures to Fong Dehai? This thought startled him. In terms of finances, Fong Dehai acquired these items at market value, and even if slightly higher, they were worth the price. Regarding reputation, he had not yet reached the point of needing to test the waters with any major figures. Suddenly, Fong Dehai recalled the stark contrast between the items Lin Ran had brought on 2 occasions. The first was porcelain, and this time it was wood. The first was from the Song dynasty, while this was from the Ming dynasty. The first was from an imperial kiln, while the latter was crafted by a master. Could it be that this esteemed figure has specifically sent Lin Ran to assess Fong Dehai's expertise? After Lin Ran's suggestion for increased collaboration, it became evident that further challenges lay ahead, likely of a significantly different nature from the current ones. Contemplating this, Fong Dehai could not help but set aside his teacup to delve into research. In the antiquities industry, where experience is highly regarded, being noticed by such a prominent figure would indeed be a stroke of fortune. In summary, this enigmatic younger brother Lin must not be underestimated. He is undoubtedly a person of great potential. Chapter 14. A fortune comes to hand. 400 yuan represented a considerable sum for Lin Ran's family at that time. This time, he refrained from purchasing anything frivolous, for having lived 2 lives, he understood the folly of flaunting a little money. The priority was clear: settling debts and sustaining the family. Gazing at the empty, dilapidated tricycle, Lin Ran's heart brimmed with hope. Upon returning home, he found his mother and sister engaged in household chores. Observing the 2 hard-working women, Lin Ran felt a pang of emotion. With a loud thud, he placed the 400 yuan on the table, startling Yuan Xiaofeng and Lin Wanjun, who turned in surprise, puzzled by Lin Ran's sudden outburst. Where did this money come from? Have you received more antiques? Little Ran, you must confess. What have you been up to? They exclaimed, bewildered by the sudden influx of cash. In just a few days, Lin Ran had brought home nearly 1,000 yuan, a rate of earning that astonished both women. Mother, sister, rest assured, I have earned every penny legitimately, Lin Ran explained, keen to dispel any misinterpretations. Given past experiences, he wanted to preempt any concerns from his mother. Little Ran, what exactly are you doing? Collecting scrap and dealing with antique vases? You need to clarify this. It worries me, Yuan Xiaofeng insisted. Although she held faith in her son's character, yet she required a reasonable explanation, for in those simpler times, wealth was indeed a blessing, but an excess could induce anxiety. Mother, you must trust little Ran. He would never engage in anything dubious, Lin Wanjun interjected, attempting to alleviate their mother's worries. Despite her faith in her brother, Lin Ran sensed his sister's unease regarding the money on the table, even as she steadfastly believed in him. Mother, I am collecting scrap while also apprenticing at a pawn shop, earning from both avenues. Sometimes, I find items that the pawn shop needs, which I can exchange for cash. Thus earning swiftly, he clarified. While Yuan Xiaofeng was familiar with scrap collection, her knowledge of pawn shops was limited. However, she had heard that they could be quite lucrative, and thus she was somewhat reassured. Little Ran is making progress. He is working at a pawn shop where valuable items are sold. How wonderful it is to study. Education truly makes a difference, Yuan Xiaofeng thought, feeling a mix of guilt and admiration for her son, who was now juggling studies, scrap collection, and his new pawn shop endeavors. The notion that pursuing education was already a formidable challenge resonated deeply, especially into Lu Town, which had produced very few university graduates, an achievement that would bring honor to the Lin family. However, the home could not provide Lin Ran with a conducive environment for his studies. Yuan Xiaofeng had previously heard that beyond university, there existed even higher levels of education, far more challenging to attain. Observing Lin Ran's current brilliance, she pondered that, had domestic troubles not distracted him, he might indeed have achieved what no one from Daliu Town had ever accomplished. It was said that those who emerged from such prestigious institutions often became doctors, engaging in research on advanced technologies like aircraft and tanks. Mother, It is precisely because the pawnshop sells items at a premium that it is profitable. Now you can rest assured to spend the money. If it is insufficient, there will be more. As he spoke, Lin Ran pressed the money into Yuan Xiaofang's hands. That is enough, enough. Mother believes in you, but I feel it has burdened you. While speaking, tears streamed down Yuan Xiaofang's cheeks, landing on the money she held. The sight of his mother's distress only deepened Lin Ran's shame. What suffering had he endured? In his past life, his family had sacrificed so much for him, all while they wished for him to focus on his studies. This was why, despite achieving great success later on, Lin Ran would never become arrogant. He understood that such accomplishments were the fruits of a family's lifelong dedication. Yet, no amount of success could ever compensate for the debt he owed to his family. The trees yearn for tranquility, but the winds do not cease. A son wishes to care for his parents, yet they are no longer present. This torment had haunted Lin Ran day and night in his previous life. Now that he had the chance to atone for all of this, he would not shirk from any hardship, even if it meant traversing mountains of knives and seas of fire. Mother, do not cry. I am not suffering. You have borne the true hardships. A family cannot rely solely on my protection. I must also shoulder the responsibilities. While he urged his mother not to weep, his own tears fell uncontrollably. Is my inadequacy? You are a clever child. If only our home could provide a better environment for you. You would not have to struggle so much. Just focus on your studies. Rest assured, Mother, I will continue my studies and excel, while also supporting our family. Lin Wanjun, standing nearby, remained silent, but was already in tears, rubbing her eyes with her sleeves in a futile attempt to stem the flow. Sister, do not cry. We have money now, and we should be happy. Collecting scraps is not hard at all. It is all for our family to live a little better, so that everyone does not have to suffer so much. Upon hearing Lin Ran's words, Lin Wanjun's sobs grew louder. If only father could see all this. How I miss him. The first word out of Lin Wanjun's mouth after a long silence was father, which made Lin Ran's heart ache even more. Since his rebirth, he had been preoccupied with family matters and had yet to visit his father. Lin Ran recalled that although his father had never earned much money in his life, he had devoted his entire youth to the family. It was also his father's resolute decision that allowed the family to send Lin Ran to university. Sister, father will be fine. Tomorrow we shall visit him. Our family will surely reunite. In Yuan Xiaofang and Lin Wanjun's hearts, Lin Ran's notion of reunion merely meant a brief encounter, while for Lin Ran, this reunion represented a dream that could not be realized in his past life. Yes, we must see your father tomorrow, so he knows that Xiao Ran has succeeded and that sending you to university was indeed the right choice. Upon mentioning this, Yuan Xiaofang's face finally broke into a smile as she tucked the money into her clothing and turned to head towards the kitchen. Our son is doing well. Tomorrow, we must prepare some delicious food to take to your father. Mother, that is a matter for tomorrow. There is no need to start now. Is there? Aren't you two siblings going to eat? Just then, the sounds of weeping gradually subsided, replaced by the joyful laughter of the family and the wafting aromas from the kitchen. Indeed, is there anything that evokes a sense of home quite like a mother's cooking? In his previous life, Lin Ran often caught glimpses of his mother's figure in the kitchen and longed for the taste of her meals. Chapter 15, Visiting Father. Our son has made us proud. It was the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, a market day in Xiaolin Village. In the past, rural areas lacked supermarkets. Most goods were procured from local markets. Due to limited purchasing power, vendors did not operate daily. Most appeared only during market days in their respective villages or towns, providing an opportunity for people to gather and socialize. However, Lin Ran and his companions did not indulge in the market's festive atmosphere. Instead, they stood by the roadside, awaiting a rickshaw. At that time, rickshaw pullers aimed to maximize their earnings by filling their carts with passengers before departing. Consequently, they often had to wait a while longer. Is anyone going to the town? Come on, we need a few more to set off. Hurry up, or we'll have to wait a long time. The three of them, a mother and her 2 children, grew increasingly anxious as they sat in the rickshaw. Yuan Xiaofang even called out, hoping for more passengers to hasten their departure. Come quickly. Is there anyone else going to the town? Before long, Lin Wanjun stood up as well, joining in the calls. In truth, the pace of filling the rickshaw was already significantly faster than usual. It was merely the family's eagerness to see their father that made it feel insufficiently swift. The rickshaw swayed and jolted, accompanied by the songs and chatter of the road, slowly making its way to the town. After a quarter of an hour of walking, they finally arrived at the health clinic in Delu town. Steeling herself, Yuan Xiaofang embraced the prepared soup and led her 2 children inside. Though it was a hospital, it was, after all, just a small clinic in town, A four-story building with rusty railings, worn tiles, and several dim lights swaying above, all reflecting the characteristics of the era. Yuan Xiaofang was familiar with the route and, after a few turns, found her father's ward. Jijun, Dad, Dad. Lin Jijun, who had been lying on the bed, sat up abruptly upon seeing his wife and children. What brings you here? Yuan Xiaofang gazed at her injured husband, tears streaming down her cheeks. Meanwhile, Lin Ran stood dumbfounded at the side, staring at his long-missed father, struggling to process the moment. What's wrong, Xiaoran? Yuan Xiaofang, noticing Lin Ran's unusual demeanor, felt a wave of concern. I'm fine. It's just seeing Dad like this makes me feel upset. Oh dear. It's perfectly normal for a man to sustain some injuries. Remember the time I fell down the mountain? That was far worse. Don't worry about your old man. Lin Jijun forced a smile, aware that he was the pillar of this family and must remain strong. If he faltered, the entire household could very well collapse. Xiaoran, focus on your studies and bring honor to the family. Wanjun is growing up well too. Observing the anguish of the three individuals, Lin Jijun yearned to utter something to alleviate the tense atmosphere. Yet his attempts proved futile. It was not long before Yuan Xiaofang remembered the soup she had prepared. Jijun, I made this soup for you. Please drink it while it's hot. However, upon glancing at the soup she brought, Lin Jijun's smile faded. What chicken soup? I don't drink chicken soup. The chickens at home are kept for laying eggs. Besides, if you must prepare it, it should be for Xiaoran to nourish his health. He is a university student. Do you understand how arduous it is to attend university? He recognized that Yuan Xiaofang meant well. But with debts looming outside and Lin Ran still pursuing his studies, Lin Jijun felt it inappropriate to indulge himself in such comforts. Dad, please don't scold Mom. Just drink it, we have money now. Observing his father reprimanding his mother, Lin Ran quickly interjected with a smile, hoping to soothe his father's emotions. Money? Where did this money come from? Dad, don't worry. I found a job. Upon hearing Lin Ran's words, Lin Jijun shifted his focus to him. A job? What kind of job? You should not be seeking distractions. I expect you to focus on your studies, to read and learn, so that you can achieve something in life. I know our family is facing difficulties, but no hardship should fall upon you. I would sell my blood before I let you suffer. If you dare to let this interfere with your education, just wait and see. Lin Jijun was evidently agitated, rambling on in frustration, even feigning a gesture of reprimand. Dad, my brother's job is legitimate. Silence. What do you know? Attending university is your brother's legitimate pursuit. Everything else is frivolous. Faced with Lin Jijun's fervor, both Yuan Xiaofang and Lin Wanjun were at a loss for words. After all, it was well understood that Lin Ran's job would undoubtedly distract him from his studies. Dad, what I'm doing is related to my university studies. Don't try to deceive me. Just because your father hasn't attended school doesn't mean he is unaware. Those who study are in classrooms, not out working. Lin Ran sought to provide a reasonable explanation to Lin Jijun, yet the latter was convinced he was being misled. Dad, do you remember I'm studying history? Specifically, I'm learning about historical artifacts. The antique business I'm involved in at the pawn shop directly relates to what I'm studying. Our teacher encourages us to apply our knowledge practically, to integrate theory with practice. Upon hearing Lin Ran's words, Lin Jijun fell into silence. He had worked tirelessly to support Lin Ran's university education, hoping he would excel academically. In Lin Jijun's eyes, Lin Ran's future should be that of a professor or a scholarly figure within an institution, rather than a merchant scavenging for scraps on the streets. Lin Jijun felt that his inadequacies had led to Lin Ran's inability to focus on his studies, a reality that left him feeling helpless in the face of fate. Dad, I'm not dropping out. I'm simply balancing my studies with work. It won't interfere with anything. Observing his father's silence, Lin Ran understood his thoughts. Xiaoran is now capable. A single vase can sell for hundreds. We have just finished repaying Uncle's debts and have even purchased a substantial amount of grain. Listening to the words of Yuan Xiaofang and Lin Wanjun, Lin Jijun firmly believed that the circumstances at home had indeed improved significantly, and he was convinced of his son's true capabilities. The father and son exchanged glances, silently understanding each other, which was perhaps the essence of their bond. The aged hand of the father gently brushed against the youthful face of his son, and everything was conveyed without utterance. Observing the profound affection between Lin Jijun and Lin Ran, Yuan Xiaofang and Lin Wanjun smiled contentedly, with Yuan Xiaofang patting Lin Jijun and exclaiming, "Your son is truly impressive." Chapter 16. Provide me with the finest medicine. In a hospital room, the Lin family's atmosphere was filled with warmth and joy. However, the world outside remained indifferent to their familial bliss. Shortly thereafter, a young nurse barged in, casting a cold gaze upon the entire Lin family. "Oh, what a large gathering we have here," she remarked, hands on her hips, surveying the family. Lin Jijun felt a twinge of embarrassment under her scrutiny, evidently recalling a prior incident at the hospital. Lin Ran looked at his father in confusion. Yet Lin Jijun remained silent. It was the nurse who broke the tension with her scathing remarks. "Oh, so you're drinking chicken soup now? It seems you're not entirely destitute. How long do you plan to delay paying the 23 yuan medical fee?" It appeared that the family had been burdened with debts, which explained the delay in settling his father's medical expenses. No wonder his father had refrained from offering an explanation. Lin Jijun wished to shoulder all responsibilities, striving to protect the livelihood of his entire family. Yet, fate had dealt a cruel hand. Borrowing some money seemed feasible to support Lin Ran's university education. But an unforeseen incident at the construction site had disrupted their plans. Lin Ran initially believed the matter to be grave, only to discover it pertained to medical expenses, a considerable burden for an average family, let alone the debt-ridden Lin family. However, times had changed. Lin Ran had acquired wealth, and the family need no longer suffer from financial woes. Just as he prepared to clarify the situation, the nurse persisted with her relentless tirade. "What is this? You can afford soup but not the fees? Do you think our hospital is a charity? The medication, the doctors, even the bed you lie on, all incur costs." The nurse's harshness darkened Lin Ran's expression. Although they had erred initially, the nurse was undoubtedly aware of their previous circumstances. Given his father's demeanor, it was evident that this was not the first occasion they had been pressed for payment, and the words exchanged were likely far from pleasant. Contemplating his father's solitary struggle in the hospital, enduring both physical pain and such relentless harassment, Lin Ran felt increasingly remorseful. "Where do I pay? Take me there." Lin Ran gestured dismissively at the nurse. While it is often said that healers possess a compassionate heart, it is indeed rare for one to treat the impoverished without charge. Now that Lin Ran had some financial means, he chose not to dwell on such matters. After all, the societal rules remained unchanged, unaffected by the plight of a few individuals. "All right, I'll take you, but you must settle the payment once you arrive. If you're merely going to plead for leniency, I won't bother taking you." The nurse continued to look down upon Lin Ran, doubting his ability to settle the expenses. In her eyes, Lin Ran was merely seeking out some authority figure to plead his case, a scenario she had witnessed numerous times before. Lin Ran, indifferent to her skepticism, followed her to the payment office. Upon arriving, the nurse casually greeted the staff inside, all the while anticipating Lin Ran's embarrassment. She had encountered many like him, young individuals unable to maintain their composure when faced with challenges, yet lacking the capability to rise above them. When confronted with harsh realities, they often displayed a woeful demeanor. "Lin Jijun's family has arrived to make the payment," exclaimed the nurse. Lin Jijun, finally willing to settle the bill, 23 yuan. The response from the staff within the payment office revealed that Lin Ran was not the only one who had faced disdain at the hospital due to his father's condition. "Please hand me the bill," Lin Ran requested, to which the nurse responded with blatant disdain, as if she believed he would be unable to afford the payment upon seeing the bill. "Just because you see the bill, does that mean you can pay it?" Lin Ran glanced at the bill, his understanding of medical matters being limited. He merely wished to ensure that the hospital was not overcharging. "Is this the best medication available?" he inquired. "The best medication? It's all just standard drugs. You've delayed payment for so long. If we were to use the finest medicine, wouldn't that be a significant loss for us?" The nurse misunderstood Lin Ran's concerns, assuming he was questioning the high prices due to the quality of the medication. However, that was implausible. The hospital was aware of his circumstances. After Lin Jijun's injury, his employer had fled, leaving no one willing to cover the costs. Lin Jijun, being an ordinary laborer, could not afford the expenses. It was only through the fundamental humanitarian principles upheld by the hospital's senior staff that basic medications were administered to stabilize Lin Jijun's condition. Lin Ran placed all 38 yuan in cash he had on the table, realizing that even the additional 15 yuan was a considerable sum at that moment. "Sir, you've given too much money," the nurse remarked. "It's not too much. From now on, my father will receive the best medication. If funds fall short, I will make up the difference," he declared, observing Lin Ran's nonchalant demeanor, which starkly contrasted with Lin Jijun's earlier impoverished appearance. The nurse was puzzled by the emergence of such a wealthy son. Nonetheless, she recognized that this young man possessed the means to fulfill his promises. "Money is indeed the courage of heroes," she conceded. "Rest assured, we will use the finest medication. From this moment on, I will personally attend to your father's care, ensuring he experiences no discomfort." Witnessing the nurse's abrupt change in attitude, Lin Ran felt no sense of triumph. His intent was not to showcase himself, but rather to shield his father from derision. Family was his greatest regret and an unassailable vulnerability. In his previous life, he and his family had endured scorn until the passing of his parents, and in this life, Lin Ran was determined to elevate them to a position of respect. By the way, how is my father's condition at present? Lin Ran inquired, choosing to focus on matters of greater significance rather than the opinions of those who were inconsequential. Your father has suffered from a dislocated bone along with a slight fracture. Fortunately, our physician's timely intervention has ensured that he is no longer in critical condition. He should be able to be discharged after a few more days of recuperation. Rest assured, we will provide the finest medications and treatment plans. Father, I have already settled the expenses, and the doctor has assured me that you're not facing any serious issues. A few more days of care, and you'll be free to go. Is that true? Thank the heavens. It is such a relief to hear that. Listening to Lin Ran's words, Yuan Xiaofang excitedly patted Lin Jijun. Lin Wanjun also joyfully echoed her mother's sentiments. Chapter 17. The new dress of the elder sister. Since he is almost well, why linger in the hospital? Upon hearing Lin Ran's words, Lin Jijun began to rise from the bed. In truth, Lin Ran understood that his father was not averse to staying in the hospital. Rather, he was concerned about the expenses. Father, I've already paid all the fees required for discharge. There is no refund. Having witnessed the family's past losses, Lin Ran held his father's health in utmost regard, fearing the emergence of any lingering ailments. Why are you being like this, child? We have yet to utilize the medications they provided. How could you have paid them already? Although Lin Jijun scolded Lin Ran for his actions, their mutual understanding allowed him to grasp Lin Ran's intentions. He recognized that Lin Ran wished for him to recuperate properly in the hospital. However, the exorbitant medical fees were a burden he did not wish to impose on his son. Observing the family's somber demeanor, Lin Ran felt that during this festive season, other families were filled with joy, and he did not want his loved ones to be weighed down by worries. Thus, he proposed a shopping excursion, hoping to procure some treats for the family to enjoy during the new year. It's a festive occasion. We should venture into the city and bring back some delightful food to help nourish father. Nourish what? I am quite well, Xiaoran. We must not squander money. Lin Ran's suggestion was met with his father's immediate disapproval, as their humble beginnings made it difficult for Lin Jijun to allow any frivolous spending. Father, it's all right. I have money. I earned some just yesterday. Lin Ran, undeterred by his father's objections, took Yuan Xiaofang and Lin Wanjun by the hand and ventured out, leaving Lin Jijun to lie helplessly in bed. Not long after Lin Ran led Yuan Xiaofang and Lin Wanjun away, they arrived at a long-anticipated shopping mall. It had been ages since the family had visited such a place, and both Yuan Xiaofang and Lin Wanjun were uncertain of where to go. During the festive season, let us first weigh out some candy. Lin Ran approached the candy store and filled his bag to the brim, causing the shopkeeper to eagerly attend to them. Recognizing a generous customer, young man, this candy is unique to our shop. It is delightful for both gifting and personal enjoyment. Yuan Xiaofang, witnessing Lin Ran's unrestrained spending, quickly intervened as the bag became increasingly full. Xiaoran, you cannot buy so much candy. It will go to waste. It's fine. We can enjoy it slowly, and we must have enough to entertain our relatives during the new year. Yuan Xiaofang struggled to comprehend Lin Ran's mindset. Ever since he entered university, the Lin family had accrued more debts, and the relatives who visited were often there to demand repayment. Those who were not in debt preferred to keep their distance, fearing Lin Jijun might ask to borrow money. However, within Lin Ran's heart, a different sentiment brewed. He yearned for the entire world to witness the Lin family. In that era, being able to indulge in sugar was a mark of a prosperous household. Indeed, our family's confections are particularly delightful. The candy vendor recognized Lin Ran as a person of keen insight and hastily continued to promote his wares. If you say it's good, then it must be. It's not a cumbersome item. A mere taste will reveal its worth. As he spoke, Lin Ran deftly placed a piece of candy into the mouths of Yuan Xiaofang and Lin Wanjun, before handing over the remaining sweets to the vendor. After concluding their candy purchases, Lin Ran strolled through the marketplace with his mother and sister, having already noticed Lin Wanjun's furtive glances at the exquisite dresses. Indeed, what woman could resist the allure of a beautiful gown? In his previous life, his sister rarely donned such garments, primarily due to their family's financial constraints and the incessant demands of labor that left little room for such luxuries. How much is this dress? Lin Ran inquired as he approached to ask about the price, leaving Yuan Xiaofang astonished. She felt that even if Lin Ran were to spend frivolously, these superfluous items should be avoided. Why would a man buy a dress? Is it for you and your sister? Upon hearing Lin Ran's words, Lin Wanjuan's face brightened momentarily, only to be quickly masked, a detail Lin Ran keenly observed. This one is 1.6. The vendor insisted, this dress is a new style with quality fabric. Lin Ran pressed on, what is the total? You have a discerning eye, young man. They are all made of fine materials. The total comes to 4.3. Seeing Lin Ran with bags brimming, Yuan Xiaofang's irritation grew. No matter what, you shouldn't purchase so much. You can't wear them all. Lin Ran was aware that their wardrobe contained but a few garments, and the notion of not being able to wear them was unfounded. We can certainly wear them. Let's wear them all. Noticing his mother's rising frustration, he refrained from further purchases and led Lin Wanjun and Yuan Xiaofang into a restaurant. Upon entering, Lin Ran swiftly seized the menu, knowing that if his mother were to order, it would consist of several inexpensive vegetable dishes. Thus, he confidently selected several dishes to present to the waiter. When the dishes arrived, Yuan Xiaofang was utterly taken aback. Shredded pork and garlic sauce, braised pork, mapo tofu. These are all substantial dishes. Little Ran, we cannot consume so much. Ordering all this is wasteful. It is not wasteful. Father is still in the hospital. He has been unwell and hasn't had anything nourishing. We can pack some for him. Upon hearing Lin Ran's rationale, Yuan Xiaofang chose not to protest further. After all, Lin Jijun had endured considerable hardship, and during the new year, she naturally wished for him to enjoy better nourishment to aid in his recovery. Chapter 18. Father does not like meat. Rusty railings, weathered floors, and flickering dim lights. Elder brother Lin, try moving your feet a bit. How does it feel? All right. Just remain still. If you need anything, call for the nurses. Your medication has been upgraded to the finest available. Please inform us immediately if you feel any discomfort. As Lin Jijun observed the attentive nurse, he found himself flustered, for in his half a lifetime, no one had ever treated him with such courtesy. Why had the nurse, Lin Ran, suddenly changed her demeanor? He pondered, but reassured himself that it was merely her duty to care for patients. It's nothing to worry about, Lin Ran said, as she neatly arranged the items beside him. Dad, there are several new outfits here for you to wear when you're discharged. Why should I buy new clothes? You, your mother, and your sister can take care of that. Lin Jijun felt a touch of wastefulness as he watched Lin Ran carry multiple bags. After working hard for most of his life, he believed there was no need to pursue such trivial matters. To him, as long as the family was happy, with Lin Ran completing her university studies and Yuan Xiaofang and Lin Wanjun having enough to eat at home, that was sufficient. Once the clothes were set aside, Lin Ran opened the packaged meals and placed them on the bedside table. Dad, let's eat. I don't care for meat. You and your sister should eat it. I will have the patient meal later. It was not that Lin Jijun truly disliked meat. In that era, being able to eat meat was a luxury. Besides, he engaged in labor that required strength, necessitating a hearty diet. His claim of disliking meat was, in fact, a fib akin to when Yuan Xiaofang and Lin Wanjun saved the meat for Lin Ran. Lin Jijun, too, wished to reserve the delicious morsels for his children, for such treats were rare and hard to come by. Dad, we've already eaten. You should eat now, Lin Ran insisted, seeing her father reluctant to pick up his chopsticks. Yes, Jijun, we have eaten. You are being stubborn, Yuan Xiaofang chimed in, prompting Lin Jijun to accept their words. His stomach growled, and the sight of the appetizing food made him ravenous. However, his protective instincts for his children had him feigning disinterest in eating. Since the children had already eaten, he could not let the food go to waste. Lin Jijun began to shovel food into his mouth, grease coating his lips, reminiscent of a child enjoying a feast. This meat is truly delicious, he exclaimed with delight. As he savored each bite, his praises were not merely for himself, but intended for Lin Ran's ears. Knowing that his son's hard work had brought about some improvement in their lives, Lin Jijun felt compelled to display a cheerful demeanor. This was, after all, the only contribution he could make as a father to cultivate a positive atmosphere at home. Your son has truly made something of himself. Lin Jijun could not resist voicing his admiration for Lin Ran, though he tried to be subtle about it. Yet, being unlettered, he ended up expressing it plainly. It's all thanks to Heaven's blessings. Fortunately, you've come to no serious harm, and Lin Ran has shown such resilience. While Lin Jijun beamed with joy, Yuan Xiaofang also joined in praising Lin Ran, yet it only deepened Lin Jijun's feelings of guilt. He believed that it was because of his own misfortunes that Lin Ran had to disrupt her studies and take on responsibilities. Father, please do not harbor such thoughts. I assure you that my current endeavors will not impede my studies. Upon returning home, Yuan Xiaofang and Lin Wanjun immediately set about tidying the house. Observing the two women, who had grown accustomed to labor, Lin Ran felt a pang of compassion in her heart. After a considerable time spent organizing, Lin Wanjun could no longer contain herself and took out the dress she had purchased earlier that day to try on in front of the mirror. "What do you think? Do you like it?" Lin Ran inquired, as Lin Wanjun had been rather silent during the shopping trip. Lin Ran had chosen based on her sister's expressions and her own sense of aesthetics. "I love it. It looks beautiful," she replied. Lin Ran then offered candies to both her sister and mother, knowing they were reluctant to indulge in such treats. However, she wished for them to enjoy life a little more and to have better things to eat and use. As they munched on candies and tried on clothes, Lin Ran urged her mother, "Mom, why don't you try on the new dress?" Yuan Xiaofang, though somewhat shy, was hesitant. While claiming disinterest would be untrue, it felt awkward for her, at her age, to join her younger daughter in admiring her appearance before the mirror. Nonetheless, Lin Ran insisted on bringing her mother to try on the dress, wanting to create a joyful family atmosphere. Watching her sister and mother happily savoring the candies and trying on clothes brought Lin Ran immense joy. Perhaps this was her true motivation for working hard. In her past life, Lin Ran had become a prominent figure in her field, earning a substantial income, yet her family had long since departed from her life. No matter how much she earned, it felt hollow without them. Now, even though she was merely taking her first steps, witnessing her family thrive due to her efforts filled Lin Ran with satisfaction. Whether collecting scrap or selling antiques, as long as she could earn money to provide for her family, she felt fulfilled. On that long winter night, the cold wind outside was biting. Yet within Lin Ran's home, an atmosphere of happiness prevailed. Like the warmth of the home, Lin Ran shielded her family from the harshness of the outside world. The thought that she could enhance her family's well-being warmed her heart. Chapter 19. First, return the money to my uncle. Filled with excitement and joy, and under the cozy glow of the lights, Lin Ran enjoyed a beautiful evening, watching her family gradually improve. The next morning, Yuan Xiaofang prepared breakfast and called Lin Ran to the table. "Xiao Ran, later we will go and repay Uncle." Lin Ran nodded while enjoying her noodles. "All right, it's time to settle Uncle's debt. That will be one less thing to worry about." After breakfast, the family tidied up a bit, and Lin Ran packed some candies she had bought the previous day to take to her uncle's house. Although it was indeed the new year and they were going to collect a debt, every family has its struggles. Uncle's family was not well off either. Lending 400 yuan to Lin Jijun was a significant act of goodwill. Firstly, it was to celebrate Lin Ran's academic success in gaining admission to university, which was a source of pride for both families. Secondly, their relationship was strong. As for the reason behind the debt collection, that 400 yuan was a considerable sum for Uncle's family. Upon hearing of Lin Jijun's misfortune, anyone would be concerned about losing that money. Thus, Lin Ran did not harbor any resentment towards her uncle. After all, in order to support their college student, the family had troubled all the relatives around them. Holding the bag of candy that also contained Uncle Air's money, the trio had not walked far when they spotted Uncle Air's home. From a distance, Uncle Air noticed Yuan Xiaofang's figure and felt puzzled. It was usually they who went to Lin Jijun's house to collect debts. Never had they come to visit uninvited. Perhaps they had simply passed by last year. However, as the figures drew closer, Lin Ran and the others soon appeared at the doorstep. "Uncle Air, Happy New Year. We came to see you and brought you a little something." Uncle Air took the bag of candy from Lin Ran's hands, utterly bewildered. In those times, candy was a rare commodity. It was uncommon for impoverished families to buy candy, even on special occasions, let alone to casually give it away. As the saying goes, guests are to be welcomed. With Lin Ran and his companions visiting, Uncle Air felt obliged to entertain them, considering they were family. Yet, Lin Ran's actions left him somewhat perplexed. "Xiaofang, why did you bring something? You could have simply come to visit." With Uncle Air's invitation, they entered the courtyard. Observing the dilapidated state of the house, it was evident that it had been a while since anything new had been added. One could only surmise that life had not been easy for Uncle Air. Despite this, he had lent 400 yuan to Lin Jijun to support Lin Ran's university education, which was a monumental kindness in Lin Ran's eyes. In truth, it was no small feat for someone to lend you money, especially when they themselves were not well off. Lin Ran had never aspired to be a saint nor wished to act as a benefactor regarding borrowed funds. Had it not been for these relatives, his father would have likely had to resort to extreme measures just to ensure Lin Ran could complete his education. "Brother, here is 400 yuan. Please take a moment to count it." Now, contemplating the consequences of forcing Lin Ran to drop out of university, he would become the villain of the Lin family. Xiaofang, I was caught up in the moment, visiting your home during the new year to demand repayment and pressuring young Ran to quit school to work. Everyone is facing difficulties, but Ji-jun was right. Is it so easy to send a student to university? You should keep this money for now and let young Ran finish his studies first. Don't worry, Uncle Air, I have not dropped out. You can keep this money with peace of mind. Although Uncle Air was understanding, Lin Ran could see that life was quite tight for him as well. One could not indefinitely rely on the kindness of others without repaying debts. Indeed, brother, your willingness to lend us money back then was a significant kindness. Something that Ji-jun and I will remember for a lifetime. However, as we have promised to repay, we must do so. As Yuan Xiufang spoke, she pushed the money back toward Uncle Air. Ven Yun Xiuang, blank you uncle. Following their mother's words, Lin Ran and Lin Wanjun respectfully bowed to express their gratitude. In the end, Uncle Air accepted the money and, in front of Lin Ran and the others, burned the IOU. He did not inquire where the money had come from, perhaps believing that Yuan Xiufang had somehow managed to scrape together 400 yuan. Yet, Uncle Air had faith in this family. The Lin family would never engage in unreasonable actions. It was this trust that had led Uncle Air to lend such a substantial amount to Lin Ji-jun in the first place. Mom, sister, I'm heading out to collect scrap. Lin Ran shouted into the house before tidying up his dilapidated tricycle and setting off. Yuan Xiufang hurriedly emerged with a water bottle for him. I understand, Mom. With that, Lin Ran rode off on his rickety three-wheeler, calling out as he went, collecting scrap. Beerbates, soy saucebates. All kinds of glass bottles that could be exchanged for money, black leather shoes, white sandals, and any old cloth shoes you can no longer wear. As he pedaled along, Lin Ran's voice echoed. For in the past, when communication was poor, people relied heavily on their voices, especially vendors. Such calls were crucial for attracting business. After wandering about, he found himself back at Xia Village, the same place where he had previously collected items from the checkered door, hoping for a stroke of luck once more. However, before he could even enter the village, the sound of drums and gongs reached his ears, and soon, a funeral procession appeared before him. How unfortunate! Lin Ran muttered to himself. As a small business owner, he was acutely aware of the significance of fortune and feng shui in trade. Having previously found valuable items in Xia Village, he had returned to bask in that good fortune, but encountering a funeral was hardly a promising sign. To avoid bad luck, Lin Ran decided to wait for the procession to pass before continuing. He parked his tricycle aside and noticed an elderly woman selling ginger tea by the roadside. Since he had to wait, he figured he might as well enjoy a bowl of ginger tea. The funeral procession moved slowly, as was customary, and Lin Ran approached the elderly woman's tea stall. The stall was quite simple, consisting of a makeshift shelter with a few wooden tables and chairs beneath it, devoid of any signage. In the countryside, such arrangements were understood by all, and no sign was necessary. Beside the stall was a pot on a stove, steam occasionally escaping from under the lid. Typically, stalls like this sold little more than ginger tea in winter and herbal tea in summer to quench the thirst of passersby. As Lin Ran walked towards the elderly woman, he contemplated whether he should change his location for collecting scrap today. After all, luck played a significant role in finding hidden treasures. And observing the funeral procession emerging from Xia Village made him feel that it was not the right day to scavenge there. Often, such sentiments are not rooted in superstition, but reflect an unspoken understanding within a shared cultural context. Just as Lin Ran had intended to collect items in Xia Village, but felt deterred by the funeral, many villagers might also hesitate to welcome visitors into their homes during a time of mourning, thereby affecting his chances of finding treasures. Since Lin Ran sought not just ordinary scrap, but potential antiques, the somber atmosphere surrounding a funeral could dampen spirits and reduce the likelihood of uncovering hidden gems. Thus, he pondered whether he should seek a different place to collect scrap. Old lady, may I have a bowl of ginger tea? Of course. Lin Ran would only set off after the funeral procession had departed. Whether heading to Xia Village or any other destination, Lin Ran was reluctant to ride too closely to the mourners. This was partly due to his personal reservations, and partly out of concern for the bereaved families, who often preferred to avoid encounters with large crowds, fearing it might disturb the serenity of their departed loved ones. This is why, in rural areas, people tend to steer clear of funerals when they occur. Just a moment, it will be ready soon. It seemed the old woman's tea stall had only just opened, and the ginger tea had yet to be brewed. However, preparing ginger tea does not take long, and since the old woman assured him it would be ready shortly, he decided to be patient. Turning away from the funeral procession, Lin Ran directed his attention to the bowl held by the old woman. The tea bowls at her stall were not comparable to those in tea houses. Instead, they were large bowls akin to those used for serving soup. Most patrons at the stall were weary travelers seeking refreshment, and smaller portions would not quench their thirst and might even give the impression of stinginess. Thus, larger and deeper bowls were typically employed, lending an air of generosity to the stall. The size and quality of the bowl were of great significance to the vendor, as bowls in that era were considerably more expensive than the tea sold at roadside stalls. The large bowl in the old woman's hands was quite extraordinary, adorned with beautifully intricate designs, perfectly embodying the style of Ming Dynasty large bowls. When she set the bowl filled with tea on the table, Lin Ran could finally discern the patterns, depicting the themes of woodcutting, fishing, farming, and studying. These motifs were common in ancient art, reflecting the various states of human existence: the woodcutter, the fisherman, the diligent farmer, and the scholar absorbed in his studies, oblivious to the world outside. The inscription of made in the Jiajing period was also accurately rendered, with a translucent glaze and a beautifully formed bowl, exemplifying the classic Ming Dynasty Jiajing imperial porcelain. A well-preserved, multicolored large bowl from the Jiajing era was indeed a rare find. Lin Ran recalled a similar Ming Dynasty Jiajing multicolored jar that had fetched more than 40 million in a previous auction. He felt a surge of delight, contemplating how effortlessly he had stumbled upon this treasure, sparing him the trouble of scouring for discarded items elsewhere. His immediate priority was to secure this magnificent bowl. As before, Lin Ran knew that directly expressing his desire to purchase the bowl would likely arouse the old woman's suspicion. She might not be inclined to sell it to him, and raising the price could prove counterproductive. Moreover, the mindset of people from that era tended to be quite rigid, necessitating a more acceptable approach to convince her to part with the bowl. While Lin Ran was deep in thought, the sound of drums and gongs from behind him jolted him to a brilliant idea. "Old lady, how much would you sell this entire bowl of tea for?" The old woman paused, taken aback, for after years of running her stall, she had never encountered anyone wishing to purchase such a large bowl. "Young man, if you're thirsty, just drink a few cups. You won't finish such a big bowl. It's not just me. We're part of the funeral procession, and everyone is parched and feeling cold. In the depths of winter, one yearns for a soothing cup of ginger tea to warm the body. Thus I inquire, how much would it cost for you to sell me both the tea and the bowl?" Upon hearing Lin Ran's request to purchase the bowl, the elderly woman displayed a hesitant expression. It was akin to go to a butcher's shop to buy a knife. While it was feasible, it felt inherently awkward. Nowadays, acquiring a new bowl is quite costly, and one must venture to the town to find a bowl of this size. Lin Ran understood that, to persuade the old woman to accept his proposal, he needed not only to provide ample justification, but also to offer a fair price. "Madam, I shall offer 80 cents, which covers both the tea and the bowl, as well as compensation for your time. Would that be agreeable?" Hearing Lin Ran's reasonable offer, the old woman felt a pang of reluctance, having used her bowl for many years. Suddenly selling it felt unsettling. "Please, help me out. It is exceedingly cold, and even attending a funeral requires effort," Lin Ran continued, exhaling warmth into his hands while negotiating with the elderly woman. All right. Seeing as you young fellows have it tough, go ahead and quench your thirst." Upon learning that the old woman was willing to part with the bowl, Lin Ran's joy was palpable. "You young man, is a sip of ginger tea enough to make you this ecstatic?" Lin Ran's laughter even amused the old woman, though it was unclear what she found so amusing. "Madam, it truly brings me joy to have a warm cup of ginger tea on such a frigid day." "Very well. Then hurry and take it to warm your companions." Lin Ran eagerly handed over 80 cents to the old woman and, brimming with excitement, departed from the tea stall holding the large bowl. Chapter 21. The naive youth from a city once away from the tea stall, Lin Ran jubilantly cradled the large bowl, taking small, hurried steps toward his dilapidated tricycle. Once he felt he had distanced himself enough from the stall, he quickly took a few sips of the tea, discarding the excess. This large bowl, filled to the brim with tea, was no lightweight. By the time he reached his destination, his hands had grown weary. He carefully placed the empty, colorful bowl onto the vehicle, encircling it with soft materials for protection. Satisfied with his precautions, Lin Ran excitedly pedaled away on his rickety tricycle. What a treasure! What a delightful find! He murmured to himself, with no one else around to hear. The bowl he held was approximately a foot in width. A substantial item indeed. Its surface, likely soaked in tea over the years, had rendered the originally intricate colorful glaze even more translucent. The bowl's design depicted scenes of lumberjacks, fishermen, farming, and scholars, rendered with an elegant yet complete delicacy. The interplay between detailed elements and negative space enhanced the overall clarity of the imagery. The characters, each distinct, vividly portrayed individuals from various professions. While cradling the bowl, Lin Ran dared not lift it too high, fearing a slip might cause damage. Such a bowl, whether for collection or trade, was a rare gem. Lin Ran observed it closely, unable to contain his delight. Even in this era, he believed the bowl held immense value, provided he could find a discerning buyer. Given the favorable turn of events in recent days, Lin Ran felt optimistic about his prospects for further fortunate discoveries. In high spirits, Lin Ran cast aside any concerns about bad luck, carefully wrapped the vibrant sea bowl, and placed it in the corner of his dilapidated tricycle before happily riding towards the village of Xia. Collecting scraps, beervates, soy saucevates. All sorts of glass bottles that could be exchanged for money, black leather shoes, white sandals, and old cloth shoes that can no longer be worn. As he called out along the way, Lin Ran arrived at Xia village, a place he held in fond regard due to the warm welcome he had previously received, even acquiring a Ming Dynasty lattice door without cost. However, upon entering the village this time, he was unexpectedly approached by many locals. Lin Ran was taken aback. How had he become the center of attention for merely collecting scrap? Hey, over here for scrap collection. The scrap collector is here. Come this way first. We have plenty of items. Start with our house. The villager's enthusiasm left Lin Ran feeling somewhat helpless, as he was enveloped by the cacophony surrounding him. Why should he be first? It should be our turn. Why can't it be our turn? I was the first to shout. Who heard you first? The villagers began to bicker, and the argument soon escalated, with some even stepping out of their homes to join the fray. Often, such trivial matters spiral out of control, where what began as a minor dispute transforms into a fierce conflict. You want me to collect from your house first? What if I fill up? If it's full, don't you know you'll have to wait for the next time? Next time? Who knows when that will be? Do these people use it every day? It dawned on Lin Ran that, due to his previous offers being higher than those from others, the women were eager for him to visit their homes first, fearing that he might fill his tricycle and leave without collecting from them, especially since he was riding an old, worn-out vehicle. Rather than feeling angered at being perceived as a naive newcomer, Lin Ran chuckled at the irony. Reflecting on his earlier good fortune in Xia village, he now realized that these individuals were also hoping to benefit from him, since they were all engaged in business. He felt a sense of relief and was prepared to seize the opportunity. As long as there is scrap, I will come. No need to worry. With Lin Ran's declaration, the crowd quieted down. His words only reinforced their belief that he was an inexperienced novice eager to offer them an advantage. I'll visit each household in turn. There is no need to panic. With that, Lin Ran parked his tricycle at the entrance of a home. Everything is here. Upon entering, the homeowner wasted no time, guiding Lin Ran directly to the scales to weigh the scrap. Observing the array of glass bottles and cardboard boxes strewn across the floor, Lin Ran didn't need to search meticulously, knowing that little of value would emerge. Yet, aware that finding hidden treasures was no simple task, he smiled as he took their offerings. Still 5 cents per pound. This weighs 3.5 pounds, totaling 18 cents. The family did not bother checking the scale, believing that a novice like Lin Ran could not possibly manipulate the weights. Do you have anything else to sell? No, that is all, just these. Come back next time. The rag and bone man was quite pleased, thinking how truly foolish Lin Ran was. Not only offering a high price, but also inquiring if there were more items available. Unfortunately, the meager scraps at home were all he had. Had he known that someone like Lin Ran would come to collect, he would have saved an entire year's worth of refuse for him. Lin Ran, unimpressed by the slightly elevated prices for the junk, felt let down by the lack of anything of value beyond the scraps. And so he turned and walked toward another household. Do you have any junk? Yes, indeed, just waiting for you to collect it. Upon entering the house, Lin Ran was greeted with warm enthusiasm. He realized it was not out of genuine kindness. Rather, they all sought to sell their refuse at a premium to him. However, this was of little concern to Lin Ran, as his primary income did not stem from collecting junk. If he could remain inconspicuous while doing so, why not indulge? The homeowner led Lin Ran to the backyard, where he discovered a pile of old glass bottles and some paper products. As he weighed the items, he scanned the surroundings for any antique treasures that might be collected. After surveying the area, he found nothing of worth and settled for the scraps. The total was 7 jin and 8 liang, costing 39 cents. The family receiving the money was quite cheerful, believing they had outsmarted him, but Lin Ran found it inconsequential. After all, it was beneficial that more households were willing to allow him to collect their refuse. The opportunity to gather junk also presented a chance to encounter their old possessions. If they were unwilling to let him collect, that would indeed be a lost opportunity. Chapter 22. The cunning old man Lin Ran, who had been collecting junk for a while, began to feel that this approach was not sustainable. When people thought of junk collection, They primarily envisioned glass bottles, which diminished his chances of finding antiques. He needed to redirect their thoughts toward other items, enabling him to discover more valuable treasures. Collecting junk? Beer bottles, soy sauce bottles, all sorts of glass that could be exchanged for money. Old tables, old chairs, broken wooden doors, old trunks, metal pieces, unwanted pots and pans. To guide the villagers' thoughts, Lin Ran altered his calls, listing items likely to yield antiques. The villagers were eager to sell their belongings to him, and anything he mentioned would likely prompt them to bring forth items they no longer needed. As he continued to call out, he noticed a household where an ant stood at the door shouting, "All right, I'm coming right over." Riding his dilapidated tricycle, Lin Ran arrived at the entrance, then followed the ant into the yard. "You collect all sorts of peculiar things, don't you?" The ant regarded Lin Ran with skepticism, as if she might produce something that would astonish him. This only excited Lin Ran further. The more incomprehensible the items were to these villagers, the greater the potential for finding valuable goods. He recalled from his past life a player in the antique industry who, while in the countryside, noticed several children playing with a clay figurine. Instantly recognizing it as something extraordinary, he learned from the children's parents that it had been picked up from the mountain, deemed odd and curious, and given to the children as a toy. However, such rare items, if indeed put up for sale, often command a hefty price. For rarity begets value. Indeed, dear aunt, I collect all manner of peculiar treasures. Observing Lin Ran's resolute gaze, it seemed he was not speaking falsely. The villagers often refer to this young man as a naive city boy, offering prices for items that exceeded the norm. The aunt, not dwelling on these thoughts, concluded that items merely gathering dust in her home were better exchanged for a bit of cash. For her, as long as payment was rendered, it mattered little whether Lin Ran truly hailed from the city. Upon entering the courtyard, Lin Ran noticed a large wooden box beneath the shed, albeit in a dilapidated state. A cursory glance revealed it to be of poor craftsmanship, likely several decades old, though its frequent use had rendered it quite worn. What about the contents of that box? Are you interested? Although Lin Ran had discerned that the box itself held little value, he had yet to examine its contents. With a heart full of anticipation, he approached and opened the box. Yet, as the lid creaked open, his excitement plummeted, for inside lay merely a collection of tattered household items, clearly beyond use. This was likely why the ant had deemed them curious relics. Among the contents were moldy fabric dolls, which perhaps the ant had wished to discard along with the box. Nevertheless, upon hearing Lin Ran's willingness to collect many items, she thought it a means to earn a little something. "These I can take for 3 pennies, Lin Ran stated. The ant accepted the money, her satisfaction tempered by the knowledge that these items were destined for the trash. After leaving the ant's home, Lin Ran placed the discarded items onto his rickety tricycle, only to be intercepted by an elderly man approaching from the opposite direction. "Young fellow, are you in search of antiques?" The man's words sparked excitement in Lin Ran, who thought this might lead to further fortunate encounters. While a majority of people in that era lacked an awareness of cultural relics, there remained those who recognized the value of old items, given the millennia-long tradition of antique culture. "Come along, I'll show you something worthwhile," the elder continued, igniting Lin Ran's enthusiasm further. It appeared his instincts were correct. He ought to guide some villagers, as they would come to understand that his interests extended beyond mere glass bottles. Of course, since the elder had already proclaimed the items to be of good quality, it was evident that in his eyes, these treasures were not mere scraps. However, Lin Ran was able to discern the true worth of objects, even if the prices were slightly higher, as long as they were genuinely valuable. There was no fear of failing to make a profit. "Is this the treasure you speak of?" Lin Ran queried as he followed the elder to his home. After rummaging through his belongings for quite some time, the elder finally produced an iron bowl. "Indeed, this is an authentic gem. Do not be misled by the rust. The presence of rust indicates its age." The elder rambled on, but Lin Ran absorbed little beyond the assertion about the rust. "Do not underestimate this item. It possesses history. I have heard it dates back to the Western Zhou dynasty, and perhaps many renowned figures have used it. It was a lesson learned from a lack of knowledge." What connection did the Western Zhou have with an iron bowl? The old man, without a hint of embarrassment, engaged in a serious yet nonsensical discourse with Lin Ran. Lin Ran had no intention of indulging the old man's ramblings. If he were to absorb such nonsensical information, he would soon be inundated with absurd tales reminiscent of the Han Dynasty's radio broadcasts. "Old man," Lin Ran remarked, "I can still accept this as scrap metal, but as an antique, I must decline." The old man's expression darkened upon hearing Lin Ran's words. "Ah, you are still too young and lack discernment. I shall reserve my treasures for those who truly appreciate them." Lin Ran pondered the kind of discerning individual who would consider this a Western Joe iron bowl. Naturally, he could not indiscriminately accept items. Even scrap must be carefully selected, lest he become a mere refuse station for villagers exchanging rubbish for coins, a complete folly. After being sent off by the old man, Lin Ran rode his dilapidated tricycle deeper into the village by the river. Not far along, a dilapidated residence caught his attention. Though it appeared quite run down now, the scale and layout of the courtyard suggested it once belonged to a wealthy family. It was uncommon for ordinary folk to construct such a 3-entry, 5-room courtyard. The so-called 3-entry courtyard is a square-shaped Sahyuan, while the 5 rooms refer to the 5 types of chambers that comprise this architectural form: the gatehouse, main hall, side rooms, ear rooms, and rear rooms. The gatehouse is situated at the front. The main hall, facing south and backing north, occupies the center of the courtyard. The eastern and western side rooms flank the main hall. The rear rooms, also a type of main hall, but with a different designation, are found at the back. And the ear rooms, often leading to the rear courtyard, are monitored by caretakers since the latter serves as the residence for the unmarried female members of the family. One must understand that families capable of constructing such residences were, in earlier times, either affluent or noble. Chapter 23. The Boudoir. This was indeed a grand estate. Observing the meticulously built courtyard, Lin Ran was struck by an idea. Daliu town was nearby the capital, and in that era, only the wealthy or noble could afford such a home. Furthermore, being situated beneath the emperor's feet implied that this household enjoyed great prominence during its heyday. Antiques do not simply appear from thin air. Items deemed worthy of being classified as antiques in later generations were, at the time, at least of superior quality. Thus, the proportion of antiques that could be obtained from the laboring masses was exceedingly small. These relics often emerged through serendipity. In contrast, the affluent families of your possessed inherently superior items due to their wealth, and with the added legacy of family heirlooms, the likelihood of encountering antiques significantly increased. However, observing the dilapidation of the residence before him, Lin Ran's greatest concern was whether the decline in fortune had led the family to part with their valuable possessions or if the prolonged neglect had rendered the place entirely uninhabited. He parked his rickety tricycle at the entrance and proceeded to knock on the door. Regardless of the outcome, Lin Ran was eager to test his luck. After all, acquiring a few valuable antiques could drastically alter his circumstances, and he was willing to take the chance. After knocking several times without a response, he surveyed the surroundings but found no other entrances. He knocked again and waited at the door for a while, yet there was still no sign of movement from within. It appears that this family has already moved away, and with that thought, Lin Ran felt a wave of disappointment wash over him as he prepared to leave. "Who are you looking for, young man?" At that moment, an elderly lady emerged from the adjacent courtyard building, gazing curiously at Lin Ran, who stood at the entrance of a grand residence. This courtyard building was a mark of distinction for affluent families in ancient times. Unmarried daughters of prominent households typically resided separately in such quarters rather than within the main courtyard. This not only indicated that the family must possess considerable standing, but also suggested that the elderly lady shared an inseparable bond with the estate, likely being its matriarch. However, given her advanced age, one might wonder why she chose to live in the side building instead of within the main house. "Good day, ma'am. I'm here to collect any discarded items," Lin Ran called out as he jogged up to her. Despite her advanced years, the lady exuded an extraordinary demeanor that distinguished her from the common folk. Her attire was markedly different from that of typical laboring women, clearly indicating that she was not accustomed to manual work. The elderly lady smiled gently at Lin Ran, her features revealing kindness and warmth, with a hint of lingering grace. Her every gesture was imbued with refinement. "Do you have any items to dispose of? I can assist in taking them away," Lin Ran offered, noticing that the lady seemed different from the usual country children. Her calmness while waiting for his response, unlike the impatient demeanor often displayed by others, further confirmed this impression. "We have no discarded items here. As for the main house, do not bother knocking. No one will answer," she replied. The elderly lady held a favorable impression of Lin Ran, yet she was aware that the grand house had been uninhabited for quite some time. Upon hearing that he was there to collect discarded items, she likely assumed the mansion would harbor many such treasures. "Do you know the family that lived in this estate?" Lin Ran inquired, pondering the lady's identity. Her comportment suggested she hailed from a noble background, and her emergence from the courtyard building, which belonged to the old residence, reinforced his speculation. Logically, those residing in such quarters would have a close connection to the main household. Observing the dilapidated and desolate state of the mansion, Lin Ran even entertained the notion that the elderly lady might be its owner, having retreated to the adjacent building due to the decline of her family. "This estate is ours," she suddenly declared. Lin Ran reflected on his past life, where he ultimately became a titan in the industry and a luminary in the antiques world. Yet he still suffered due to the fractures within his family. Moreover, given the elderly lady's frail appearance, it was evident that her financial situation was not robust. If she truly found herself alone and destitute, it would be an unfortunate plight. At that moment, the lady's gaze shifted away from Lin Ran, focusing instead on the crumbling mansion. In truth, her concern was not about wealth or poverty. At her age, how much could one truly spend? Rather, it was the solitude that accompanied aging that weighed heavily on her heart, as she reminisced about the once thriving family that had surrounded her, evoking a profound sense of melancholy. Just moments ago, the elderly lady gazed at Lin Ran, wishing she had a grandson like him, obedient, sensible, and self-reliant. It mattered not how grand his abilities might be. Even if he merely collected scrap, her heart would swell with contentment at the thought of his occasional companionship. "Why are you so young, yet already scavenging?" she pondered, reflecting on the shared plight of those who wander in life's misfortunes, suggesting that familiarity is unnecessary in such encounters. With a face full of kindness, she regarded Lin Ran, sensing that he too bore the weight of hardship. Her intuition was not misplaced. According to the course of his previous life, Lin Ran indeed faced profound struggles in his early years. Fortunately, through diligence, he ultimately achieved success, finding his footing in middle age. However, this life bore a different narrative. Despite a similar background, Lin Ran's vast knowledge had the potential to alter his family's fate. Alas, the children of impoverished families mature swiftly. Although Lin Ran was no longer the child of his past life, subject to the whims of fate, he chose to remain humble, perhaps a habit formed from previous experiences. He never fancied himself of lofty status. After all, he was merely a country boy collecting scrap, speaking nothing but the truth. Moreover, the other children from the countryside, regardless of their education, invariably participated in family labor from a young age. Many might find it peculiar to take leave from school for agricultural seasons, but in rural areas, such occurrences were commonplace. In some towns, schools would see a significant drop in attendance during harvest times. This was, indeed, an ordinary reality. What a wonderful child! The elderly lady's eyes sparkled with affection for Lin Ran. Perhaps it had been far too long since anyone had engaged her in conversation, leading her to seek the company of this young scrap collector for a few words of companionship, oblivious to his own dreams and aspirations for the grand residence. Chapter 24. The influence of policy in the dilapidated warehouse. Upon learning that the elderly lady was the owner of the estate, Lin Ran's suspicions were confirmed. Yet he pondered why she resided in the side building rather than the main house. This conundrum piqued his curiosity. Watching her gaze filled with concern for the old residents, Lin Ran initially approached with the intent of scavenging, but as a student of history, he felt a profound connection to the passage of time and the inevitable changes it wrought. Now, he was eager to keep her company and delve into the stories hidden within the walls of the old estate. "Madam, this house seems to have stood the test of time. It is exquisitely maintained and remarkably upright." Lin Ran's praise elicited a smile of gratification from the elderly lady. "The history of this estate stretches far back, surpassing even my own years many times over. Our ancestors produced many pillars of society. The most esteemed among them attained a position as a third-rank official in the court, not only in Shaha village, but throughout the entire Daliu town. Our family has enjoyed a reputation of grandeur." Coming back to herself, the elderly lady noticed Lin Ran's eyes also turned towards the old house. She watched intently, though unaware of what Lin Ran was observing. It had been a long time since anyone had engaged the elderly lady in such conversation, particularly about the old residence, which brought her immense joy and prompted her to jest with Lin Ran. "Dear boy, do not think me boastful. These tales are chronicled in the local annals. I do not perceive you as boastful. I was merely captivated by the old house," he replied. "Alas, I am now the sole occupant." When the conversation turned to subsequent events, a sigh escaped the elderly woman's lips. "Due to the policies post-establishment, my family has dispersed, leaving me all alone. The house has been divided, and I am left with only the ladies' quarters and a dilapidated storage room. Though spacious, it serves little purpose. I reside here merely for nostalgia's sake." Lin Ran felt a profound sympathy upon hearing her words, fully aware of the anguish that accompanies familial separation. Observing Lin Ran's contemplative demeanor, the elderly lady found herself increasingly fond of him. He had listened attentively to her reminiscences, neither impatient nor interrupting, earning her respect as someone from a distinguished background. She thought to herself how wonderful it would be to have a grandson like Lin Ran, yet lamented that such musings were futile. She was destined to live out her days in solitude. Despite the melancholy, the elderly woman discerned Lin Ran's interest in the residence and contemplated showing him inside. "If you wish, you may accompany me to see the storage room." Though it is merely a run-down space with little to behold, Lin Ran eagerly accepted, wishing to keep her company and driven by curiosity about what lay within. The elderly lady guided Lin Ran to the dilapidated storage area, contemplating what treasures might appeal to him, as they were of no use to her. Although the structure was in disrepair, its craftsmanship surpassed that of ordinary homes, having once been quite exquisite. The eaves and beams were crafted from quality hardwood, and while the doors and windows had fallen into disrepair, Lin Ran could discern the finesse of their original construction. The steps outside were meticulously paved with large slabs of blue stone, and though the flower beds were devoid of blooms at that moment, Lin Ran could appreciate the thoughtfulness that had gone into their design. This was merely the storage room adjacent to the grand residence. He imagined that the main house might astound him even more. However, the elderly lady did not extend an invitation to the main house. Perhaps it was because, following the division of the family estate, she could no longer access it, or perhaps she simply wished to spare Lin Ran the sight of it. Regardless of the reason, Lin Ran was reluctant to impose upon her, understanding the pity of her situation. To him, the warmth of human connection outweighed all else in life, and he certainly did not wish to bring discomfort or embarrassment to the elderly lady simply for the sake of his own curiosity. Several trees have been planted outside, likely during the time when the old woman's family was still present. The remaining trees are merely ornamental, with only one being a fruit-bearing tree, which Lin Ran recognizes as a peach tree. Given the rural circumstances, it seems improbable that the elderly lady will ever enjoy the peaches it bears. Firstly, due to her inability to pick them, and secondly, the village children would likely harvest them before she had the chance. As spring approaches, one wonders if the sight of the blossoming peach flowers will lift the old woman's spirits or evoke bittersweet memories of the past. The entrance of the warehouse is cluttered with a hodgepodge of items, remnants from either long ago or brought in by the wind after the house fell into disrepair. The snow at the entrance has accumulated considerably, suggesting no one has been there to clear it. Lin Ran feels a deep sense of awe, despite years of neglect. The remnants of a structure still exude a sense of former grandeur. "Dear lady, do you often visit this warehouse?" Lin Ran inquires. "I haven't frequented it much myself. I ventured inside a few times years ago, but now my belongings are stored in the other building. Everything here likely belonged to the past." Listening to the old woman, Lin Ran's interest is piqued. This is precisely what he has been searching for, old artifact from a distinguished family. He is certain that valuable items must be hidden within, yet he hesitates to ask the old woman to open the warehouse for him to select items. Even offering to pay seems inappropriate. Thus, he resolves to make a significant decision to purchase the warehouse. "Dear lady, would you consider selling me this warehouse?" Upon hearing Lin Ran's words, the elderly woman is taken aback. Initially, she perceived him merely as a child scavenging for scrap, intrigued by his interest in the old residence. Now, his sudden proposal to buy the warehouse leaves her bewildered. Chapter 25, A Leap of Faith, a Reckless Gamble. "Dear child, why would you want this dilapidated building?" Over the course of their acquaintance, the old woman has grown increasingly fond of Lin Ran, treating him almost as her own grandson, unwilling to see him taken advantage of. "Dear lady, I have accumulated so many items with no place to store them. This warehouse is perfect for that purpose." Lin Ran understands her skepticism. The warehouse appears rundown and is not in a desirable location. It is clear that the old woman cherishes this place as a memory, which is why she has kept it. While one might consider purchasing a quality dwelling, this is merely a warehouse devoid of essential living amenities such as a kitchen or restroom. Thus, Lin Ran explains that his intention is simply to use it for storage. "If you wish to store your items, I can give you the key, and you may use it freely without any payment." The old woman genuinely desires to care for Lin Ran, finding him a thoughtful child, yet also feeling pity for him, as he is so young and already out collecting refuse. Observing his rickety tricycle, which makes a cacophony of noise except for the bell, she adds, "If you lack a place to stay, I am alone here. I could clear a room for you, providing you with a place to rest." Upon Lin Ran's declaration of his intention to purchase a warehouse, the elderly lady began to ponder. She perceived Lin Ran as a pitiable orphan, subsisting on scavenging and drifting aimlessly without a stable abode. Thus, She assumed he sought to acquire the warehouse as a means to store his belongings and secure a place to rest at night. "Thank you," he said. "I am from Xiaolin Village and merely wish to utilize this warehouse for storage." Hearing Lin Ran's words, the elderly lady felt a twinge of disappointment. Had he truly been an orphan, she would have gladly bestowed her possessions upon him, allowing him to enjoy a better life and ensuring she had someone to rely on in her twilight years. Nevertheless, she felt genuinely happy for Lin Ran. For having a family was undoubtedly preferable to being under the care of an old woman like herself. "Since you hail from Xiaolin Village, why purchase a warehouse in Xia Village?" she inquired. "I frequently come to Xia Village to collect scraps. It is far too cumbersome to transport everything back to Xiaolin Village each time, so I thought it best to establish a warehouse here." In truth, Lin Ran himself harbored uncertainties about the purchase. After giving his mother money, he was left with a mere 40 yuan, his entire fortune. Acquiring the warehouse would undoubtedly require more than a handful of coins. Should he find valuable items within, Lin Ran would be confident in his gamble. However, the prospect was perilous, relying solely on speculation regarding the treasures contained within the warehouse. Should there be none, Lin Ran would find himself at a loss, having made a futile investment. After all, it was inconceivable that his rebirth was solely to wait decades for an increase in property value. Even though he was aware that real estate prices would soar in the coming decades, his ambition was to provide a better life for his family without such a lengthy wait. "Very well, if you insist on purchasing, I shall part with it for 25 yuan, she conceded. In truth, the elderly lady was reluctant to sell, despite never having utilized the warehouse. It represented her connection to home. Had it been anyone else expressing interest, she would have readily declined without a second thought. However, she had come to regard Lin Ran as a grandson, contemplating her uncertain future and wishing to ensure that the warehouse would be passed on to someone. Additionally, she considered that Lin Ran's occasional visits, should he acquire the warehouse, would provide her with companionship and conversation. "How about this, dear lady? If I offer 25 yuan, can I take the warehouse?" In truth, the price she proposed was relatively high, considering the dilapidated state of the long-abandoned building in the countryside. Others might hesitate to purchase it, let alone for over 20 yuan. Lin Ran, moved by the elderly lady's solitary plight, resolved to offer a bit more to ease her circumstances. Thus, he accepted the price without much contention, thinking that 25 yuan was a fair deal. The elderly lady, however, did not intentionally set a high price. In her eyes, the old house, despite its decrepit condition, was an integral part of her ancestral home. Older generations placed great value on their ancestral properties, viewing them as the foundation of their identity. Although she had faced some decline in fortune over the years, her valuation of significant possessions remained elevated. "Very well, dear lady, I shall adhere to your proposal of 25 yuan. However, I must insist on acquiring the contents of the warehouse as well, for I am, after all, a scavenger and prefer to handle everything in one go." For Lin Ran, accepting this warehouse at 25 yuan carried significant risk, yet he had faith in his judgment. "Those items are of no use to me. They are merely remnants left behind from long ago. If you wish to take them, you may." With the elderly woman's affirmation, Lin Ran felt reassured. Truly purchasing just a warehouse would have been a considerable loss. He drafted an agreement using the lady's pen and paper, and once both parties affixed their signatures, Lin Ran handed over the 25 yuan. He subsequently secured the property deed and land certificate for the warehouse. "Take care of yourself, dear lady. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call upon me." This gesture further endeared Lin Ran to the elderly woman, solidifying her belief that entrusting the warehouse to him was a wise decision. She hoped that he would thrive within its confines, even if it meant merely collecting refuse, as long as he remained grounded and safe. Standing at the warehouse entrance, Lin Ran found himself captivated by his surroundings. The realization that this place now belonged to him ignited a surge of excitement within him, further amplified by the prospect of the old artifacts stored within. Based on the lady's description and his own assessment of the property, he mused that if there were indeed a few valuable items left behind by previous occupants, it could lead to his remarkable rise. Conversely, if it turned out to be merely a collection of junk, he would be utterly doomed. With mounting anticipation, Lin Ran disregarded his apprehensions and hastily unlocked the warehouse door with the key provided by the elderly woman. A cloud of swirling dust greeted him. The dim light, coupled with the airborne particles, obscured his view of the contents, though he could discern a haphazard arrangement of items within. As long as there were things inside, he would be content. The last thing he wanted was to find a warehouse devoid of substance. Gazing into the shadowy interior, Lin Ran grew increasingly exhilarated. This was akin to unboxing a mystery box, albeit a considerably larger one, since he had already made the purchase. It was akin to gambling with a mystery box. What a thrill! With a heart full of excitement and expectation, Lin Ran dashed into the warehouse, ready to uncover its secrets. Chapter 26. Secrets of the Cellar. A brush with the supernatural. Once the swirling dust began to settle, Lin Ran utilized the ambient light to gain a clearer understanding of the warehouse's layout. The space was quite simple, lacking partitions, as it was primarily intended for storage. Too many dividers would hinder the accommodation and movement of larger items. The neglected furniture lay in disarray, having not been used for many years nor cleaned. Lin Ran had anticipated such a state of affairs. Cobwebs adorned the corners, yet it was fortunate that it was daytime. Venturing here alone at night would have transformed it into a ghostly adventure. However, the daylight was insufficient for a thorough inspection. So Lin Ran retrieved a flashlight from a dilapidated tricycle, preparing to delve deeper into the warehouse. Upon entering, he noticed several bags piled in a corner, the contents of which had remained a mystery for years. Lin Ran refrained from rummaging through them, as such bags were typically not used to store anything of value. Gazing upward at the ceiling, from which dust occasionally descends, Lin Ran found solace in the knowledge that the eaves were constructed from high-quality materials. Even after a century, they remained trustworthy, albeit appearing somewhat antiquated. The tiles on the roof seemed rather loose, prompting Lin Ran to contemplate addressing the issue at some point. For this warehouse was now his possession. While he did not aspire to perfection, it was essential that it at least appeared presentable and posed no safety hazards. The cabinets within were no longer functional, with various iron components rusted beyond recognition. A casual touch caused one of the cabinet doors to crash to the ground. As he surveyed his surroundings, Lin Ran's attention was drawn to a peculiar cabinet nestled in a corner. Unlike typical cabinets, which would generally stand over a meter tall, this one was a mere 60 centimeters in height. While such a dimension would not be surprising if fashioned into a box, its form as a cabinet was indeed curious. Looking closely at this diminutive cabinet, it was evident that it had been crafted as an ornamental piece from utilitarian materials. Lin Ran could grasp this notion, yet he found himself puzzled. Why, if it served as a decorative object, was it fashioned into a cabinet and placed in a warehouse? Generally, one would expect an ornamental cabinet to be constructed from luxurious woods or precious metals, crafted into an exquisitely small size, and certainly not hidden amongst mundane goods in a warehouse. If one were to argue that it was indeed a utilitarian object, that reasoning faltered as well. A cabinet of such modest dimensions could hardly accommodate much, and its practical use would necessitate crouching down, which was exceedingly inconvenient. With his curiosity piqued, Lin Ran began to explore around the cabinet. Before long, he uncovered its secret. Beneath the warehouse lay a cellar, and the small cabinet concealed the entrance. This revelation provided a coherent explanation for the cabinet's existence. In days of yore, affluent households often sought to conceal their valuables, be it cherished possessions, undisclosed secrets, or prized artifacts, due to the tumultuous nature of the times, which necessitated safeguarding one's wealth. Lin Ran recalled tales of a prominent merchant from Shaanxi during the Qing dynasty, who, fearing the loss of his treasures, converted them into gold and buried them beneath the floor, covering it with tiles to thwart discovery. Even if bandits did stumble upon the hidden riches, the urgency of their plundering would hinder their ability to abscond with much before the authorities arrived. Thus, the entrance to the cellar within the warehouse required some form of concealment. A standard cabinet would be too cumbersome to move aside, while an object too small would be easily pilfered. Hence, the creation of this diminutive cabinet. Knowing this secret, Lin Ran could not resist moving aside the cabinet to unveil the cellar entrance. At that moment, a wave of elation washed over him. Initially disheartened by the lack of appealing items in the warehouse, he now recognized that this cellar was a hidden sanctuary, a place where the owner had concealed their treasures. It is essential to recognize that the previous proprietor of this abode hailed from a family of considerable wealth, which suggests that any hidden treasures within might hold significant importance. However, if the concealed items pertain to the secrets of the owner, or if this is merely a wine cellar, Lin Ran would find himself in tears. Yet, should this indeed be a repository of treasures, it would be a remarkable windfall for him. Upon opening the entrance, he was greeted not by a staircase, but rather by a rickety little ladder. The thick and uniform layer of dust accumulating around indicated that no one had ventured down for quite some time, while the cobwebs at the entrance sent a shiver down Lin Ran's spine. At that moment, he gazed into the inky darkness of the cellar, and even with his flashlight, he could only discern vague shapes, as the quality of the torch was rather poor. This unnerved him greatly. After all, a cellar abandoned for so many years could harbor untold dangers. What if he descended only to encounter a venomous snake? That would spell disaster. Steeling himself, Lin Ran resolved that fortune favors the bold, and he would not let fear dictate his actions. Without further delay, he hastily moved the ladder into place, clenched the flashlight between his teeth, and began to descend the ladder cautiously. Halfway down, the precarious ladder began to sway even more violently, prompting Lin Ran to grip it firmly and remain motionless. At that moment, he realized the folly of his impulsiveness. This ladder could very well be a relic of time, and if it had become brittle, a fall would be the least of his concerns. How would he manage to climb back up? As he contemplated the possibility of being trapped in this lightless cellar, in such a remote location, with the adjacent old house in ruins, he felt a sense of despair wash over him. If he were truly ensnared within the depths of the cellar, he would find himself utterly forsaken. However, glancing upwards, he noted that he had already descended halfway. The risks of ascending and descending were equally daunting. Resolving to take the plunge, he gathered his courage and continued his descent. At last, he reached the ground. Shining his flashlight around, he discovered the area was cloaked in cobwebs and dust, with the occasional scurrying sound of mice echoing in the silence. With the flashlight guiding him, Lin Ran began to explore the walls, his heart pounding with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. As the beam of light illuminated the surroundings, he was astonished to find the walls adorned with a series of neatly hung scrolls. Containing his excitement, he cautiously approached, his eyes widening as he beheld 7 or 8 exquisite scrolls on display. Just as Lin Ran marveled at this remarkable discovery, a horrifying visage suddenly materialized before him. It was ghastly. Startled, he stumbled back a few steps, regaining his composure. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was merely a painting. However, the artistry was so lifelike that it nearly convinced him of a supernatural encounter. Chapter 27. A masterpiece discovered? A fortuitous windfall. Witnessing all this, Lin Ran's heart raced with exhilaration. Such artistry represented the very treasure he had long awaited. A hasty glance at the signatures revealed that the paintings spanned the Tang, Song, and Yuan dynasties, each displaying exceptional craftsmanship. Some depicted breathtaking landscapes, others chronicled human experiences, while still more recounted tales of legend. At this moment, uncertainty lingered regarding the authenticity of these artworks. Should they all prove to be genuine, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous windfall for him. After calming his excitement, Lin Ran began to meticulously authenticate the paintings before him. The first to capture his attention was the one that had startled him moments earlier. Upon closer inspection, he realized it depicted the journey of Zhong Kuei. The signature made his heart race. It was none other than the revered Wu Daozi from the Tang dynasty. Wu Daozi's paintings, alongside Li Bai's poetry and Zhang Su's calligraphy, are celebrated as the 3 unparalleled treasures of the Tang era, underscoring their rarity. Wu Daozi is renowned for his exceptional mastery in the art of painting, earning him the title of the Sage of Painting. He was a pioneering artist of his time, known for his innovative spirit. His technique emphasized distilling the essence of forms while capturing the character of objects, akin to how the Western artist Picasso achieved fame through his distinct portrayal of a bull by embracing this very principle. Wu Daozi was adept at rendering the nuances of traditional Chinese painting, skillfully summarizing the interplay of light and shadow with exquisite lines. He delineated the intrinsic movements of the subjects, capturing the grace of fabric through strokes that depicted height, side, depth, slant, roll, fold, drift, and lift, effectively conveying the personality of the objects through his line work. A hallmark of Wu Daozi's figures is their clothing. His depiction of garments possesses a unique quality, as if they are dancing in the wind, thus creating a dynamic beauty that later generations have termed the distinctive style of Wu's garments in the breeze. Additionally, the paper used for this scroll is Tang Dynasty raw paper, which was exclusively employed for mounting and calligraphy. This type of paper is highly absorbent, possesses excellent ink-absorbing qualities, and is ideal for splashed ink paintings, freehand brushwork, and cursive scripts, showcasing clear layers of strokes in varying shades, rich, pale, dry, wet, and crisp, allowing for an infinite array of expressions when using a strong brush with dense ink. Undoubtedly, this is the genuine journey of Zhong Kuei by the Sage of Painting. Wu Daozi, an authentic masterpiece that has withstood the test of time. At that moment, a wave of exhilaration surged within Lin Ran. besides Wu Daozi's journey of Zhong Kui. Another piece titled Autumn River and Cold Forest also drew Lin Ran's gaze. This artwork exhibited an exquisite blending of ink. The mountains and rocks were rendered with swift strokes of ink, their textures accurately depicted through subtle lines, capturing the essence of the landscape with remarkable economy and precision. Each stroke, imbued with vitality, conveyed an energetic spirit. Determining the era of a painting hinges significantly on the material of the silk used. Bamboo paper, mulberry paper, and various types of leather paper gained immense popularity after the Tang dynasty, with extensive usage. These papers were often crafted from finely processed bamboo strips, achieving an exceptionally high standard of pulp density, resulting in paper that was both finely textured and uniform. The stylistic elements and the choice of paper aligned perfectly. Lin Ran ultimately confirmed his intuition. This Autumn River and Cold Forest was indeed the work of the renowned northern song artist, Su Downing. As Lin Ran cautiously followed the wall, illuminating the surroundings with his flashlight, he remained vigilant. The haunting image of the Zhong Kui's departure had startled him moments ago, and the incessant chattering of mice sent shivers down his spine, making him feel as though unseen eyes were watching him. Although his flashlight revealed no peculiarities, an unsettling fear lingered that something might emerge from the shadows. Having discerned the authenticity of the two paintings, Lin Ran realized that the original owner of this residence must have been a lover of art. After all, works by Wu Daozi are coveted treasures, regardless of the era. It was evident that collecting such pieces would not have been an easy task for the previous proprietor. As he continued his exploration, Lin Ran encountered a work from the Yuan dynasty by Gao Kegong, depicting a floral and avian scene. Another piece from the same period, a lady portrait attributed to Ni Yunlin, briefly caught his eye. However, in the dimly lit chamber, he had little time to analyze each piece in detail. He resolved to examine them more thoroughly when he would eventually relocate them. Nevertheless, based on his experience, even a cursory glance could yield nearly accurate conclusions. Yet, out of an abundance of caution, he planned to conduct a meticulous evaluation later. There were two additional paintings that appeared to be from the Song dynasty, as Lin Ran inferred from the silk material used. Upon closer inspection, he identified a meticulous work by Fan Quan, a renowned court painter of the Song era, celebrated for his intricate craftsmanship. The other piece, Five Sons Competing for Success, was by Xia Ge, another court artist of the same dynasty. However, the lack of royal essence in this depiction suggested it was commissioned by a high-ranking official, someone of notable status who could afford to engage a court painter. Five Sons Competing for Success is a grand theme that has been depicted across various dynasties. Yet ancient customs dictated that the social standing of the subject dictated the style and embellishments used, though it was evident that the patron was of considerable rank. The children's adornments depicted were rather ordinary, lacking the exclusive motifs associated with royalty. Thus, Lin Ran surmised that the painting likely belonged to the offspring of a distinguished official. Having completed his assessment, Lin Ran concluded that, aside from Wu Daozi's Zhong Kui's departure and Su Downing's Autumn River's Cold Forest, the remaining artworks were undoubtedly authentic pieces from the Tang, Song, and Yuan dynasties. In his previous life, Tang paintings could fetch prices upwards of 60 to 70 million, while those from the Song dynasty might reach 20 to 30 million, and Yuan paintings typically hovered around 10 million. Of course, these figures pertained to ordinary artworks. Masterpieces were considered priceless treasures. For instance, the Zhong Kui's departure he currently possessed could easily command 2 or 3 small fortunes if placed on the market in his former life. Su Downing's painting might garner 60 to 70 million as well. While these values were reflective of the past, in this era, their purchasing power would undoubtedly be less. Yet they still represented a significant worth. Contemplating his unexpected windfall, Lin Ran couldn't help but chuckle in the cellar, no longer daunted by the eerie atmosphere that surrounded him. He had indeed made the right gamble this time. Lin Ran decided to reserve the words of Wu Daozi and Su Downing for a time of dire financial need, recognizing that the current market was unlikely to provide a satisfactory price. As for the other artworks, he planned to sell them off to generate cash, which would alleviate the pressing financial burdens at home. Most importantly, by unveiling such a significant collection, Fang Dehai would surely regard his abilities and status with greater esteem, making it easier to leverage opportunities in the future. In Chapter 28, Sister, Let Me Find You a Good Husband, Lin Ran gazed at the paintings before him, increasingly lost in exhilaration, entirely forgetting the fears that lurked in the shadows, his mind consumed with thoughts of how to sell these works. Economic foundations dictate the superstructure, Typically, affluent households possess a certain leisure for the arts, suggesting that the owner of this residence was undoubtedly a connoisseur of painting. After all, it was unlikely to amass such a collection of exquisite artworks without a profound appreciation for their value, particularly that of Wu Daozi's Zhong Kuei's departure. Even during the Tang dynasty, Wu Daozi's works were treasures, let alone in the present day, a millennium later. With utmost caution, Lin Ran carefully removed the paintings, intending to transport them outside. Given the precariousness of a rickety ladder, he feared damaging these rare treasures, thus opting to carry them one by one. Naturally, he could not afford to be careless with such invaluable ancient art. This also afforded him the opportunity to closely appreciate the remaining masterpieces. The first was a Yuan dynasty painting of orchids, characterized by delicate hues, an ethereal charm, harmonious composition, and profound artistic conception. It epitomized the style of literati painting, where ancient scholars often employed metaphors to convey their aspirations, a subtle mode of expression that endowed various objects with special significance. For instance, the lotus, said to emerge untainted from a mud, symbolizes purity. The bamboo, described as steadfast against the mountains, signifies integrity and resilience. Orchids, in particular, represent the tranquil and lofty qualities of ancient scholars. As noted in the Huainanzi, the orchid grows in hidden valleys, not fragrant for lack of attention. A boat on the river does not float for lack of passengers. A gentleman acts righteously, not deterred by lack of recognition. This painting simply depicted several blooming orchids, with colorful butterflies dancing above, accompanied by the inscription "Butterflies play among orchids." Lin Ran, cradling the Yuan dynasty's "Butterflies play among orchids," gingerly ascended the small ladder. Although the painting was less fragile than jade or stone, any scuff or liquid exposure could lead to severe damage. Once atop the warehouse, he gently blew away the dust from the scroll, momentarily neglecting the dust covering himself. He placed the painting in a corner, secured the warehouse door, and then descended into the cellar. The second piece was a Song dynasty painting titled "Five Sons Achieving the Top," depicting 5 children with small braids playing beneath an osmanthus tree, subtly alluding to the concept of all 5 sons passing the imperial examination. It appeared that this artwork was not a self-creation of the artist, but commissioned by someone else. In ancient times, affluent families would invite painters to create portraits of their family members, often selecting auspicious symbols to convey positive meanings. In such artworks, alongside the figures, various objects would be depicted to express good fortune. For instance, when portraying a couple, one might include mandarin ducks as a motif for a family head. Clouds of good fortune might embellish the scene. The painting in question features 5 children, each donned in distinct attire, yet similar in appearance and stature, suggesting it was commissioned for a single child. The parents likely hoped for a prosperous future for their beloved offspring. In that moment, Lin Ran couldn't help but be moved by the poignant sentiment that resonates in every parent's heart, vowing never to let his own family endure any hardship. These scrolls have withstood the passage of a millennium, and their frames have aged considerably, necessitating Lin Ran to handle them with utmost care to avoid any damage. The third painting is a depiction of noble women from the Yuan dynasty, a style that has evolved significantly over time, influenced not only by the prevailing standards of beauty, but also by the economic and cultural climate of the era. For example, during the Wei, Jin, and northern and southern dynasties, the aesthetic ideal emphasized a delicate, ethereal grace. Conversely, the Tang dynasty, known for its openness, celebrated fuller figures and opulence. By the time of the Republic, beauty was often defined by slender shoulders, narrow waists, and modest busts. The Yuan painting of the maidservant shifts focus from her appearance to her act of gathering flowers, reminiscent of Lin Dayu mourning over fallen petals. It seems the artist, a melancholic scholar, projected his own sentiments onto the figure of the maidservant. Indeed, many artworks inadvertently reveal the creator's inner thoughts and emotions, which is one of the most fascinating aspects of art. With a deep respect for the masters of the past, Lin Ran carefully folded the scroll and exited the dusty storeroom. Laying a burlap sack on the ground, he placed the painting upon it. Next, he approached the 4th scroll, a meticulous work from the Song dynasty illustrating a bustling street. The Song era was marked by unparalleled economic prosperity, with many large cities boasting vibrant commercial districts akin to today's city centers. Such paintings were typically crafted by court artists to document urban flourishing and serve as a means for local officials to report to the throne. These pieces possess immense collectible value, embodying not only cultural and artistic heritage, but also reflecting the societal structure and economic conditions of the time. After securing the scroll, Lin Ran ascended a precarious ladder, clutching the painting tightly against his chest, resolved to protect it even at the risk of his own fall. With a landscape painting from the Yuan dynasty in hand, he was now approaching the most exhilarating moment. Wu Daozi's Zhong Kuei's departure and Su Downing's Autumn River and Cold Forest. Upon beholding these two scrolls, Lin Ran felt a surge of exhilaration. These treasures are indeed rare finds. The reason for saving them for last is known only to Lin Ran. He continued to carry each painting out one by one, carefully wrapping them before placing them in the burlap sack and loading them onto his dilapidated tricycle. Let the journey commence. Let the rendezvous at 98 unfold. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Ran found herself irresistibly drawn to sing a particular song whenever joy enveloped her. Perhaps it was due to the profound resonance it held in her memories. Upon returning home, she spotted her sister, Lin Wan, diligently tidying up the courtyard. "Sister, where has mother gone?" Hearing her voice, Lin Wan glanced at Lin Ran, who had entered the yard riding an old tricycle. "Mother has gone to the fields to gather vegetables." Observing her sister's industriousness, Lin Ran was reminded that Lin Wan was no longer a child. She recalled how, in her previous life, her actions had plunged their family into dire straits, forcing her sister to toil incessantly without ever finding a suitable husband. "Sister, once we earn a bit more and improve our circumstances, I shall find you a good match." Upon hearing Lin Ran's words, a flush crept upon Lin Wan's cheeks as she brandished the broom, poised to swat Lin Ran playfully. "You rascal, do you dare jest with your sister?" Chapter 29, Wu Daisong, poised to take action. In this era, women were notably shy and reserved, particularly regarding matters of romance, which were treated with utmost sensitivity. Thus, when her brother suddenly broached the subject, Lin Wan was overwhelmed with embarrassment. To mask her discomfort, she seized the broom and chased after Lin Ran. The joyous laughter of the siblings soon filled the entire courtyard. "What's the matter? Aren't you old enough to marry?" Lin Ran teased, evading Lin Wan while fanning the flames of their playful banter. "You scoundrel, if you persist, I'll make you regret it." "Ven Yun, why are you striking your brother?" Their mother, Yuan Xiaofang, interjected. "I merely suggested finding sister a suitor, and she retaliates." Lin Ran feigned innocence as he explained to their mother, who quickly grasped the situation. "Shu, why should you concern yourself with such matters regarding your sister's prospects?" Yuan Xiaofang sent Lin Ran into the house, leaving Lin Wan blushing in place. "Mother, look at Xiao Ran. He delights in teasing me." She pouted, though not truly blaming Lin Ran. "What he said isn't entirely unfounded. It is indeed time for you to consider a match," Yuan Xiaofang remarked earnestly, causing Lin Wan to feel even more bashful. Witnessing this exchange, Lin Ran was secretly pleased. In his previous life, his actions had led their family into peril. It was a time when not only were good days scarce, but even a semblance of peace was fleeting and moments of family joy were rare. However, since his rebirth, the Lin family had flourished, and the atmosphere at home had lightened, with daily frolics bringing Lin Ran immense happiness. To ensure the continued warmth of their household, he felt compelled to earn even more money. Presently, his utmost priority was to sell the paintings he possessed. Unable to resist, Lin Ran unfurled a scroll. Captivated by the striking Zhong Kuei sets out by Wu Daozi, it had once frightened him for an entire day in the cellar, a testament to the formidable presence depicted in the artwork. Truly, Wu Daisong was unmatched. As he admired the strokes of the ancient masterpiece, Lin Ran marveled at how the vividness of the imagery still pierced his senses, even after a millennium of oxidation had altered the colors and textures of the pigments on the scroll. The original pigments used in painting were not chemical in nature, but rather derived from minerals. In essence, these colored minerals were ground into a fine powder and combined with a specific type of oil to create paint. Such pigments are remarkably durable, capable of enduring the passage of millennia, though they do succumb to oxidation over time, obscuring the appearance of the artwork as it was when created by the illustrious Wu Daozi. Nevertheless, their longevity is truly commendable. The preservation of the scrolls can be attributed not only to the pigments, but also significantly to the paper used. The ancients invested considerable effort into the production of paper for their paintings, incorporating certain herbal remedies into the pulp to deter insects from feasting upon their masterpieces. Observing the scroll, one is struck by the imposing and solemn figure of Zhong Kuei, with his wide sleeves gracefully dancing. The mischievous spirit accompanying him displays a myriad of expressions, while in the distance, several celestial beings can be seen. Conversely, a scene of conflict unfolds on the other side. This scroll artfully weaves together the realms of mortals, deities, and spirits, as if encapsulating the entirety of the world as phenomena. For a history enthusiast like Lin Ran, such a scroll is undoubtedly a priceless treasure. Given the current economic climate, which has seen a decline in the appreciation for antiques, Lin Ran has no intention of selling Wu Daozi's Zhong Kuei's departure or Su Downing's cold forest by the autumn river. After all, Lin Ran is not in dire straits and wishes to retain some valuable possessions for future security. Consequently, Lin Ran has resolved to part with 3 out of 5 other scrolls to improve his current circumstances, although these works may not rival the masterpieces in value. Selling each for 700 or 800 should be feasible in the current market. For Lin Ran, this warehouse venture is proving to be exceedingly lucrative. Yuan Xiaofang intended to bring Lin Ran a glass of water, but, noticing his silly grin while gazing at the paintings, hurriedly summoned Lin Wanjun. Xiao Ran, what are you laughing at? Upon hearing the question, Lin Ran realized that Yuan Xiaofang and Lin Wanjun were standing behind him. He had become so engrossed in the artwork that he overlooked their presence. I'm laughing because our family is about to strike it rich. Yuan Xiaofang, initially just intending to tease, was taken aback by Lin Ran's enthusiasm. Xiao Ran, I know you can make money now, but let us not rush. Do not chase after dreams of instant wealth. Let us proceed steadily, step by step. A mother's grounded nature is something Lin Ran understands well. Yet he feels compelled to elucidate for the family's peace of mind, especially considering the shock from previous unexpected financial windfalls from antiques. Mom, do you know why I was able to make so much money before? At Lin Ran's question, Yuan Xiaofang instantly abandoned her playful demeanor, sensing that he was serious. Wasn't it because you sold some antiques? Indeed, these paintings are my latest acquisitions. I plan to sell them in town first thing tomorrow. Upon examining the scrolls in the room, Yuan Xiaofang was left in disbelief. Initially, she thought Lin Ran's ability to acquire a few antiques was a stroke of luck, but to discover he had procured even more was astonishing. How much could these possibly be worth? More than the previous antiques, I believe. As dawn broke on the second day, Lin Ran meticulously packed 3 scrolls of paintings and, cradling them carefully, made his way to the village entrance to await a rickshaw. Given that these scrolls were made of paper, Lin Ran felt an overwhelming sense of protectiveness and resolved to transport them to the town himself. After a brief wait, a rickshaw appeared in the distance, slowly approaching. With a flourish, Lin Ran produced 2 banknotes, waving his hand grandly. Master, to the town, please. Chapter 30. 3 ancient paintings, 1,000 yuan fortune. The rickshaw driver, initially incredulous as he accepted the banknotes from Lin Ran and inspected them closely, soon donned an expression of enthusiasm. All right, sir, please take a seat. I am renowned for my skills in pushing a rickshaw across 10 miles and 8 villages. The driver inquired, Young man, what do you intend to do with these scrolls? What treasures lie within? Lin Ran, wishing to keep his explanations brief, managed a faint smile and replied, They are merely a few paintings. I wish to see if anyone in the town might be willing to purchase them. Upon hearing this, the driver erupted into laughter. You wish to sell paintings? Have you considered the times we live in? People struggle just to put food on the table. Who has the leisure to buy art? Lin Ran shook his head, his resolve unwavering. Master, please take me there. I assure you, I will not shortchange you. With that, he pointed to the driver's fare box, making his intentions clear. The driver nodded, refraining from further chatter. Typically, he charged a mere 5 cents for a trip to the town, but today, this young man was willing to pay 20 cents, a considerable sum. Although he felt somewhat uneasy about profiting from someone who appeared less affluent, he had to prioritize his livelihood. After about half an hour, the rickshaw driver delivered Lin Ran to the town. In a secluded corner, Lin Ran disembarked and took a black bag from the rickshaw, wrapping his precious scrolls within it. He quickly navigated his way to the familiar location of the Shao Kanjai. Having established a rapport with Fong Dehai, upon entering, the attendant called out to the back. Boss, Brother Lin has returned. Upon hearing this, Fong Dehai, seated with a cup of tea, immediately approached with warm greetings. Brother Lin, what delightful treasures have you brought this time for my perusal? Fong Dehai's attention was instantly drawn to the tattered black plastic bag that Lin Ran carried. It appeared rather dilapidated. Had it not been for Lin Ran's association, he might have mistaken it for refuse. My friend, you jest. I merely stopped by for a cup of tea, Lin Ran replied. Today, I came to see if Brother Fong might be interested in acquiring these paintings. As Lin Ran unveiled the scrolls, Fong Dehai's eyes widened in astonishment. He quickly beckoned for a magnifying glass, eager to examine the artworks closely. Indeed, these are remarkable pieces. If I am not mistaken, This parchment appears to be a painting from the Ming or Qing dynasty, though the technique employed is indeed quite rare. Observing Fong Dehai's teasing demeanor, Lin Ran couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Fong, this is not our first encounter. There is no need for such theatrics. With your discerning eye, how could you possibly fail to recognize the origin of these exquisite pieces? Fong Dehai chuckled, merely testing the waters to ascertain Lin Ran's true expertise. To his surprise, Lin Ran possessed a wealth of knowledge for someone so young, showcasing remarkable insight and character. Brother Lin, your words inspire curiosity. Perhaps you could enlighten me further. Fong Dehai suggested. Lin Ran graciously accepted, pointing to the artworks and beginning his explanation. The painting titled Crane, Celebrating Longevity by Yuanzi is both robust and elegant, with the cranes appearing almost lifelike. The water shimmering on the screen captures the bustling atmosphere of the marketplace of that era. The plum blossom painting by Song Dai is equally rare, with its waxen snow and solitary, cold beauty, embodying a distinctive style that undoubtedly qualifies as a masterpiece. It is indeed a rarity to find works that have survived in such pristine condition over the millennia. The imagery is vividly rendered, with pigments derived from minerals. And even the paper has undergone special treatment to ensure its longevity. Fong Dehai nodded in agreement. Well said, Brother Lin. You truly are well-versed and impressive for your age. However, he inquired about Lin Ran's asking price, curious if it would fall within his means. Fong Dehai estimated the worth of the paintings and recognized their potential profitability, envisioning a substantial gain upon resale. Through their recent collaborations, he had discerned that Lin Ran was a person of fair pricing, straightforward and concise, an ideal client for any businessman. When Fong Dehai passed the ball back to Lin Ran, he found himself momentarily perplexed. If he quoted a high price, he risked appearing greedy. Yet, if he offered too low, he would face harsh negotiations in the future. Noticing Lin Ran's hesitation, Fong Dehai understood his dilemma and promptly invited him to sit down, pouring him a cup of tea. Since we find pricing challenging, let us sit and discuss this leisurely. We have ample time today. Fong Dehai gestured toward the sun outside, beaming as he served Lin Ran the warm tea. Feeling the warmth of Fong Dehai's hospitality, Lin Ran couldn't help but let out a wry smile. He needed to secure a high price for these paintings, otherwise his efforts would have been in vain. He gestured toward the artworks, letting out a heavy sigh. In matters of price, you are the expert, dear brother. If I were to hastily propose a figure, it might jeopardize our amicable relationship, wouldn't it? Since we have a good rapport, I kindly ask you to propose a price. After all, business is a matter of negotiation. With that, Lin Ran took a sip of tea, embodying the shrewdness of a clever fox. Fong Dehai, upon hearing this, eagerly nodded, realizing that he needed to amass quality items to solidify his position, extending 5 fingers in response. The Lin brothers were indeed swift in their dealings, proposing 500 for a piece. However, Lin Ran simply shook his head. Brother, you jest. Preserving such a well-maintained, millennium-old painting, especially as a complete set, cannot possibly be so inexpensive. The younger brother, not wishing to let him suffer a loss, countered 700 for one painting. For the 3, you need only part with 2,000. Let's consider this a gesture of friendship. Fong Dehai's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. Lin Ran's pricing was remarkably astute, allowing for a reasonable profit margin without being excessive. Given the risks and costs of turnover, he found himself momentarily perplexed. Little brother, while 700 for one painting does seem rather steep, I appreciate the 100 yuan discount you've offered. However, as a businessman, I too face my own challenges. How about this? I propose 600 for each painting, totaling 1,800 for the 3. If you can accept this, we can conclude our deal right now. You know I prefer straightforwardness. We are both forthright individuals. After contemplating, Lin Ran deemed the price fair and aligned with his expectations. Considering the pressing needs at home, he decided against further hesitation, raising his teacup and sharing a smile with Fong Dehai. Let it be as you say, brother. To haggle further would be ungracious of me as a younger brother. Chapter 31. Lilikang, Haidao Porcelain. Fong Dehai promptly instructed his subordinates to fetch his box from the back, counting the contents before Lin Ran. My young brother, please verify. Here is 1,800 yuan. Do ensure there are no mistakes. Yet, Lin Ran maintained a demeanor of serene composure, displaying neither shock nor excitement at the substantial sum, simply accepting it calmly and placing it in his inner pocket. Having engaged in previous transactions, he didn't even bother to count it, thereby granting Fong Dehai ample respect. Simultaneously, this calmness only deepened Fong Dehai's admiration and respect for him. He was indeed, as he had anticipated, a young man, so unflappable at such a tender age, coupled with profound knowledge and a remarkable collection, could only have emerged from a distinguished lineage. His smile instantly grew warmer as he pulled Lin Ran to sit down at the back, presenting the fine tea he had prepared, personally pouring a cup for Lin Ran. Today we have the rare opportunity to sit down and converse. This tea is not something one can casually purchase in the market. I specially had a friend bring it from Hangzhou, Westlake Longjing. Do give it a taste. Does it suit your palate? Lin Ran lowered his gaze to the cup, noting the tea's fresh and elegant hue. It was indeed a premium brew. After savoring a sip, he nodded thoughtfully. It was indeed excellent tea. Yet he pondered what business Fong Dehai wished to discuss with him. With a hint of jest, Lin Ran displayed a keen acumen. Observing Lin Ran's directness, Fong Dehai could not help but feel a wave of emotion, letting out a heavy sigh. Dear brother Lin, during our last encounter, you astutely pointed out the issues with the teapot I held, and I must confess I was rather pleased with myself. Had it not been for your keen eye, I might have found myself in quite a predicament, amusingly unaware of the teapot's flaws. To be candid, brother Lin, I have recently laid my eyes upon a certain item at the Lilliking antique market. However, I find myself uncertain and apprehensive about making a misjudgment, which is why I thought to seek your assistance. Rest assured, should I indeed unearth something of value, I will ensure that you are duly rewarded. In Fong Dehai's perspective, Lin Ran's profound knowledge of renowned paintings and antiques surpasses even the most seasoned experts within the circle. If he could persuade Lin Ran to accompany him in exploring the treasures at Lilliking, it would undoubtedly lead to a substantial profit. Lin Ran simply smiled, having already sensed that Fong Dehai had a request, as such politeness was uncharacteristic otherwise. The renowned Lilliking was familiar to him, much like Beijing's Panjiayuan, a well-known antique market replete with both genuine artifacts and counterfeit wares. Calmly sipping his tea, Lin Ran eventually spoke. This matter requires careful consideration. Brother Fong, why not first share what you wish to seek? If I possess the confidence, I shall accompany you. However, if I lack familiarity with those items, my presence would be of no assistance, and I would feel remiss should any errors arise. Despite his words, Lin Ran had long been enchanted by the Lilliking and Panjiayuan of this era. Unlike the future, where a significant portion of items is counterfeit, his skills might indeed allow him to discover genuine treasures in this period's antique market. I have heard that a new batch of sea salvage porcelain has recently arrived at Lilliking. This porcelain, reputed from the late Ming dynasty, has piqued my interest, especially since a few pieces have reached my friend. I perceive this as a splendid opportunity. Should I acquire authentic sea salvage porcelain, it would certainly enhance my reputation. Nevertheless, the prevalence of forgeries is overwhelming, and lacking confidence in distinguishing the authentic from the fake, I sought your guidance, brother Lin. Fong Dehai spoke with sincerity, for sea salvage porcelain has gained considerable popularity in recent years. He was no stranger to its esteemed reputation. This porcelain, originating from the late Ming dynasty, was exported overseas, passing through the Strait of Malacca, where natural disasters caused several merchant ships to sink. Consequently, these porcelain pieces have slumbered beneath the sea for millennia, and upon their recovery, they have been aptly named sea salvage porcelain. It was only a few years ago that this porcelain was introduced in the domestic market, and due to its origins from shipwrecks, it possesses immense historical value, with auction prices steadily rising. This very allure has led many to replicate sea salvaged porcelain in pursuit of commercial gain, resulting in a plethora of imitations that can easily deceive even the most astute experts. If it were not for the discerning eye, one could easily fall into a trap. No wonder Fong Dehai would dare to solicit my assistance. It all makes sense now. Observing Lin Ran's silence, Fong Dehai felt a twinge of anxiety. He could not ascertain what thoughts occupied Lin Ran's mind. In truth, Fong Dehai was aware that the conditions he had proposed earlier were somewhat inappropriate, considering their relationship was merely one of commercial collaboration. To engage in such a thankless endeavor was indeed rather abrupt. He tentatively ventured to speak again. Dear brother Lin, if you find my request presumptuous, feel free to dismiss it as mere jest. However, it is truly rare to encounter someone as knowledgeable as you. It would be a pity not to explore this opportunity. Fong Dehai's words were intended to gauge whether Lin Ran possessed genuine skill or if their previous encounters had merely been serendipitous. A visit to the Liuli factory would reveal everything, allowing him to determine how best to continue their partnership. Should he truly manage to ally himself with such a formidable figure, his future business endeavors would undoubtedly flourish. Moreover, he genuinely wished to acquire the coveted Hai Lao porcelain. With Lin Ran at his side, he would at least have an informed perspective, thus increasing his chances of success. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran gradually smiled and nodded, flipping the teacup in his hand onto the table. Since Brother Fong had already broached the subject, declining would seem rather ungracious. Given that Brother Fong considered them friends, it was only fitting to assist one another in such matters. However, in this line of work, I can only offer my perspective. The finer details must be navigated by Brother Fong himself. Ultimately, Lin Ran also sought to seize this opportunity to visit the antique haven, benefiting from the guidance of someone within the circle. After all, having an insider would surely make the experience more accessible. Seeing Lin Ran agree, Fong Dahai finally breathed a sigh of relief and eagerly nodded. Indeed, my brother is a true local. How commendable. In that case, let us not tarry any longer. As Fong Dahai's eagerness became palpable, Lin Ran rose slowly. Please lead the way, my friend. The two exited the Shaoguanzhai, making their way towards the Liuli factory. Chapter 32. Shipwreck Relics, Official Kiln Masterpieces. Before long, the pair arrived at the Liuli factory, located outside the Peace Gate in Beijing, a renowned cultural street. It is said to have originated during the Qing dynasty, as the majority of candidates for the imperial examinations congregated here, fostering a rich cultural atmosphere. It was not until the Yuan dynasty that the official kiln was established, initiating the production of glazed tiles. Thus, the name Liuli Factory has been passed down through the ages. However, the environment surprised him somewhat. It had remarkably preserved its integrity after so many years. The Liuli Factory is divided into East and West Liuli Factory, separated only by a single street, making exploration a straightforward endeavor. This place is a veritable treasure trove of calligraphy and paintings, antiques, and the four treasures of the study. Renowned as a cultural sanctuary, it is said to house the portrait of the Master Qi Baishe. Lin Ran smiled as he gazed at the antiquated sign at the entrance. Having heard of several prominent shops here that have stood the test of time, the streets are lined with shops, and alongside Fong Dahai, Lin Ran stepped inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by an array of plaques displayed at the entrance, prompting him to inquire, Brother Fong, from where did those exquisite Haisho porcelain originate? Lin Ran, having only cast a cursory glance at the surroundings, was not particularly invested. After all, most antique markets bear a striking resemblance to one another, albeit with a more pronounced cultural ambience here. Having lived two lives, Lin Ran was not naive enough to recklessly seek connections. It is well known that the depths of this circle are far more profound than that of a moat. In the same market, the items accessible to insiders and outsiders are worlds apart. Fong Dahai pointed toward a nearby shop, chuckling, "This is the place. Its reputation precedes it. The owner is an old acquaintance of mine, and he possesses a wealth of precious antiques. We might as well seize this opportunity to broaden our horizons." Lin Ran glanced up to see the illustrious characters of Rongbozai before him, the plaque gleaming with a resplendent luster. Nodding in acknowledgement, he followed Fong Dahai inside, where the decor exuded an air of sophistication. Surrounded by an array of antiques, jade artifacts, unique stones, calligraphy and paintings, as well as various ceramics. There were even rare redwood items of considerable value. It was evident that Rongbozai held significant stature in the realm of antiques, and Lin Ran, intrigued, examined the items with keen interest. The security measures were stringent. Although the treasures were displayed on counters, each was securely locked, and the locks themselves appeared far more robust than those typically found in street markets. As they ventured further, a massive plaque came into view, inscribed with the characters Rongbozai, rendered in an exquisite script. Beneath it, the phrase, "By literature, one makes friends, by reputation, one treasures." Upon closer inspection, Lin Ran was astonished to discover that the inscription was penned by the esteemed calligrapher Lu Ziming. This revelation underscored Rongbozai's considerable influence on this street. Upon their arrival, Wu Laolu promptly approached, inquiring, "Dahai, you've finally graced us with your presence. If you had delayed any longer, I would have had to relinquish that batch of goods." The shopkeeper, lean and sharp, embodied the essence of a shrewd merchant, his gaze fixed intently on Fong Dahai, seemingly indifferent to Lin Ran's presence. In Wu Laoyu's eyes, Lin Ran was merely an apprentice, unworthy of engaging in conversation. Lin Ran discreetly shook his head, choosing not to take offense, as Fong Dahai finally spoke up, "Sixth brother, spare us the suspense. Do unveil the Haisho porcelain so my younger brother may feast his eyes upon it. Indeed, this is Brother Shaolin. Today, I specifically invited him to accompany me, hoping to broaden my horizons." Fong Dahai cheerfully introduced Lin Ran to Wu Laolu, yet in Wu Laolu's eyes, A young man of merely 20 could hardly be regarded as possessing keen insight. It seemed that he was only brought along due to his family's acquaintance with Fong Dehai, a mere opportunity to witness the world beyond. Please, take a seat. I shall retrieve the items momentarily. With a glance at Lin Ran, Wu Laolu turned and departed without further ado. Watching his retreating figure, Fong Dehai sighed with a bitter smile. Brother Lin, please don't take offense. That is simply his temperament. Though his words may sometimes be ungracious, the items he possesses are undoubtedly genuine. Lin Ran graciously waved his hand, responding, no need for concern. Brother Fong, judging solely by the reputation of this Rongbo Zai, is indeed commendable. Eccentricities in character can be understood. Let us wait here for a moment and see what treasures he may present. Despite his words, Lin Ran found himself quite intrigued by Wu Laoyu's batch of maritime porcelain. Fong Dehai finally exhaled in relief, and soon enough, Wu Laolu returned, cautiously bearing a piece of maritime porcelain, meticulously wrapped in several layers of cloth. As he slowly unveiled it on the table, Lin Ran leaned in with curiosity. The white glaze was distinctly visible, and the rounded base was truly extraordinary. Indeed, this was a remarkable export piece, living up to its esteemed reputation. This maritime porcelain could certainly be classified as a paragon among imperial kiln wares. At first glance, the porcelain appeared free of significant flaws, with some markings attributed to the soaking and erosion by seawater, and even remnants of dried shellfish clung to its sides. Upon seeing the piece, Fong Dehai was captivated, eagerly reaching out to grasp it, inspecting it from every angle, his admiration evident in his eyes. What a splendid find! I commend you as kunikuns. Naturally, Wu Laolu replied, a flush of pride coloring his face. I have procured this batch of maritime porcelain through considerable effort and the assistance of numerous contacts. It has only recently been salvaged from the depths, and you can still see the patterns left by the ocean's embrace. Truly a masterpiece. Were it not for you, I would be reluctant to display it to anyone else. As Wu Laolu observed Fong Dehai's enthusiasm, his face glowed with satisfaction, feeling quite esteemed. The more Fong Dehai spoke, the more he found merit in the porcelain, almost unable to part with it. Yet, Lin Ran, who had remained silent for some time, sensed something amiss and began to discern a hint of peculiarity. Brother, could you assist me in evaluating the quality of this maritime porcelain? Should I consider acquiring it? Lin Ran, from a distance, could not initially detect any issues with the porcelain. However, his intuition hinted that maritime porcelain from the late Ming period should not be preserved in such pristine condition. Thus, he took the porcelain from Fong Dehai's hands and began to scrutinize it meticulously. The craftsmanship of this maritime porcelain was indeed commendable. Authentic maritime porcelain is categorized into two distinct types. The first type is that which has been buried beneath the sediment of the sea, while the second type consists of ceramics neatly packaged within crates. The latter can be restored to a pristine condition with a simple wash, thus commanding no exorbitant price. Most notably, the first type, having been dislodged and scattered across the seabed, is often adorned with marine life. After enduring prolonged immersion in seawater, such ceramics acquire residues from various seabed organisms and marks from the relentless surf. This is precisely what renders salvaged ceramics unique. The piece before him exemplifies this distinction remarkably. Were it not for his years of experience, he could easily have been deceived. However, Lin Ran, after a meticulous examination, felt the shells on the surface and scrutinized it closely, ultimately confirming that the salvaged ceramic in his possession was indeed a counterfeit. These fakes are produced through relatively simple techniques, wherein ceramics are submerged in nets within seawater for several months to develop such patterns. Moreover, forgers often scatter bait atop the water to entice fish and shellfish to attach themselves to the ceramics, leaving behind their waste. After approximately 6 months of immersion in the abrasive action of the sea, such counterfeits can be created. Nevertheless, these salvaged ceramics exhibit subtle differences. One can easily discern them by observing the coloration of the shells, a detail that many tend to overlook. In this regard, Lin Ran is quite the connoisseur. Perhaps due to the limitations of contemporary understanding, others like Fong Dehai might not perceive the discrepancies, but for Lin Ran, it was merely a trivial ruse. With a dismissive gesture, Lin Ran set aside the salvaged ceramic, prompting Fong Dehai to sense something amiss and ask with a hint of unease, "How does it look? Brother Lin, should I purchase this salvaged ceramic?" In truth, Fong Dehai had scrutinized the piece for quite some time without noticing any issues. Upon examining a few details, he found them consistent with the authentic salvaged ceramics he had previously observed, which stirred his interest. "Brother Fong," Lin Ran replied, While the aesthetics of this salvaged ceramic are indeed commendable, I believe it warrants careful consideration. After all, the value of such ceramics is significant, and one cannot make a hasty decision. I sense that the hue is somewhat incongruous. His implication was unmistakable, subtly indicating that there were indeed issues with this piece. Fong Daki, somewhat bewildered, pondered how he could have overlooked any faults after his extensive examination. Yet, he held Lin Ran's opinion in high regard. To act impulsively and acquire this piece could lead to minor losses, but repeated misjudgments could tarnish his reputation, an outcome far more detrimental. Observing Lin Ran's audacity to speak so boldly, Wu Laolu could no longer contain his irritation. You are merely a young novice, flaunting your skills before me. Do you think this is a trivial matter? Go and inquire about the true nature of our esteemed Rongbo Ozai. How could we ever deal in fakes? If word of your claims were to spread, how would we conduct business in the future? Wu Laolu showed no regard for Lin Ran's feelings. He already harbored little fondness for him, and upon hearing Lin Ran undermine him, his anger surged. After all, he had painstakingly found a buyer capable of meeting the price. And if Lin Ran's interference led to a loss of reputation, it would be a significant blow. Witnessing the discord between the two, Fong Dahai felt a tinge of awkwardness and cautiously intervened. Lu Gu, there's no need for such fury. My young brother merely spoke without thought, but he possesses a remarkable talent for antiques. I wish to hear how he perceives the issues with this maritime porcelain. Wu Laolu let out a cold laugh, looking at Lin Ran with a mocking expression. I am eager to hear your explanation. If you cannot provide clarity, don't blame me for being unreasonable. I have run this shop for so long and have never encountered such disparagement of our wares. It would be nothing short of a farce. Lin Ran, upon hearing these words, nodded with an air of composure. Since my elder wishes to listen, I shall offer my humble insights. If I am mistaken, I welcome your corrections. Wu Laolu scoffed, remaining silent, his gaze fixed on Lin Ran in dissatisfaction. Lin Ran then picked up the maritime porcelain and pointed to the shells behind it, beginning his explanation. Genuine maritime porcelain, due to prolonged immersion in seawater, often bears fish and shells that become fossilized. While this piece also exhibits such features and shows signs of wear from seawater, it is not authentic maritime porcelain. The marine life attached to this piece appears remarkably new and feels somewhat damp to the touch. Upon closer inspection, the shells are vibrantly colored. I ask you all, if a porcelain artifact had been submerged in cold water for a millennium, would the shells retain such vivid hues? Moreover, the clay used in the late Ming dynasty was predominantly rich in iron. Thus, if this were indeed maritime porcelain, even if remarkably preserved, it could not possibly exhibit this coloration after 1,000 years. Lin Ran's professional analysis left the audience in stunned silence, particularly Wu Laolu, whose mind was engulfed in tumultuous waves. It was as if a dream had been shattered. Such an elementary truth had eluded him. Had Fong Dahai purchased this item, even if he profited from the difference in price, the damage to his reputation in the industry would have been catastrophic. Fortunately, this young brother had enlightened him. Otherwise, the legacy of 3 generations of his family business could have been jeopardized. Chapter 34. A twist in the tale. No one ever suggested that it lacked value. Everyone was taken aback, rendered speechless by the profound analysis. Such astute observations could only be articulated by someone with years of expertise. Moreover, Lin Ran elucidated his points with remarkable clarity and a keen insight that seemed almost seasoned. Could it be that the Haijiao porcelain in his possession was indeed genuine? Wu Laolu wore a look of astonishment, his heart a tumult of emotions, unsure of how to respond. Lin Ran smiled at the proprietor, humbly offering his superficial insights, hoping his elder brother would not take offense. Fong Dahai, unhurried, approached Lin Ran, patting him on the shoulder with a grin as he began to explain. So, you've encountered a worthy opponent, have you? Sixth brother, this young lad is my friend. Do not be deceived by his youth. He is indeed an expert. I was worried about misjudging the item, which is why I sought his assistance. Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? The proprietor, caught between laughter and exasperation, managed a strained smile. Indeed, he recognized Lin Ran as a true connoisseur, and today he had learned something profound. The younger generation is truly formidable. Lin Ran, feeling slightly bashful from Fong Dahai's praise, quickly waved his hands. Brother Fong, you exaggerate. I am merely a novice, and in comparison to all of you, I am but a fledgling among giants. Despite his modesty, his genuine expertise had not gone unnoticed by those present. Such a young expert with an astute eye was indeed rare. Most commendable was his humble demeanor, which garnered further respect. The proprietor was astonished and felt a surge of respect for Lin Ran, who managed to identify and articulate issues with such precision in a brief span. Truly, he was a master. Reflecting on his earlier actions, the proprietor felt a touch of embarrassment, realizing he had misjudged the situation. My surname is Wu, and in the circles I frequent, I am known as Lao Lu. May I inquire how to address you, young brother? I was rather rash earlier and spoke out of turn. I hope you will forgive me. He apologized earnestly, bowing slightly to Lin Ran. Seeing this, Lin Ran quickly helped him up, gesturing politely. Brother, you may simply call me Lin Ran. There's no need to dwell on the past. We were merely exchanging ideas, after all. Wu Laolu, a man of stature capable of wielding considerable influence in the capital, was not one to shy away from admitting his mistakes. Lin Ran, too, was not one to harbor grudges, and thus he let it go. From now on, I shall call you Lin, brother, and consider us friends. Wu Laolu said with a smile, though the disappointment in his eyes was palpable as he mourned the loss of that batch of Haijiao porcelain. With the misunderstanding between them resolved, Fong Dehai laughed heartily. It was all a misunderstanding. What do you think, young man? The future is boundless. We, the older generation, cannot hope to compare with you. Wu Laolu sighed, a hint of resignation in his tone. Indeed, it is just a pity about those Haijiao porcelains. He felt a sense of regret, having believed he had stumbled upon a treasure, only to realize he was facing a significant loss. Fong Dehai sighed deeply, lamenting the faux Haijiao porcelain. Despite his fondness for it, the realization of its counterfeit nature rendered it unworthy of acceptance. Observing the disheartened expressions of the two men, Lin Ran could not help but chuckle and shake his head. Is it not a tad premature for you to be so downcast? You see, my dear brother, the money I spent here feels like a grievous waste, Wu Laolu replied, seemingly oblivious to the nuance in Lin Ran's words, remaining despondent. Lin Ran picked up the Haijiao porcelain once more, scrutinizing it closely, and abruptly shifted his tone. I may assert that it is a counterfeit, not of the Ming dynasty. Yet I did not imply that it is devoid of value. As he spoke, Lin Ran squinted, meticulously studying the piece in his hand, the patterns unmistakably mirroring those etched in his memory. What did you say? Wu Laolu instantly perked up, rushing forward even before Fong Dehai could respond. Could these counterfeit Haijiao porcelain pieces still hold worth? My dear brother, while losses are trivial, we must adhere to certain principles. Wu Laolu, having absorbed Lin Ran's earlier analysis, felt his spirits plummet, convinced he had misjudged and been deceived. Yet, did the situation harbor a glimmer of hope? Fong Dehai hurriedly approached as well. Brother Lin, such statements should not be made lightly. You are well aware of the value of this batch. Lin Ran's words piqued the curiosity of all present. He remained silent, opting instead to lower his gaze and continue his examination. Brother Fong, you know I never speak without reason. However, I require further study of this item. Might there be a magnifying glass available, Mr. Wu? Yes, I shall fetch it at once. Wu Laolu eagerly nodded, instructing his assistant to bring forth his magnifying glass. Lin Ran, now equipped with a magnifying glass, illuminated the porcelain for a meticulous examination. Many Haijiao porcelain pieces have reached a level of craftsmanship that blurs the lines of authenticity. Although years of experience have endowed him with discerning vision, caution remains prudent. The patterns adorning the porcelain appear to have been skillfully weathered by the sea, displaying a delicate intricacy that harmonizes with nature's unique aesthetics. The central shell gleamed as if new, its vibrant hues hinting at the life once teeming within, though the attached organisms had lost their defining characteristics. The surrounding white patterns bore witness to their existence. These shells and creatures presented a slightly coarse texture, and upon closer inspection, one could detect the distinct briny scent of seawater, the bitterness of salt, and the tang of the ocean breeze. He carefully retrieved a cloth, gently wiping away the dust from the porcelain surface, only to find that it remained steadfast, a testament to the elements that had solidified upon it over time. Most crucially, the minuscule greenish particles within unmistakably indicated the aftermath of seawater oxidation. Anyone familiar with chemistry knows that the oxidation of iron does not yield a green hue, but rather a reddish-brown. This suggests that the clay body of these porcelain pieces contains a low iron content, likely disqualifying it from the standards of official kills of the late Ming dynasty. This is indeed the crucial aspect that requires authentication. Its value hinges upon this very point. It appears that my earlier conjectures were not in vain. This batch of items is indeed maritime porcelain, albeit not a product of the Ming dynasty. With a newfound resolve, Lin Ran lifted his gaze. The two individuals beside him had been holding their breath, intently observing his findings. As Lin Ran raised his head, they immediately began to inquire. Well, young brother, Have you discerned its worth? Is it valuable? Wu Laolu asked, his voice tinged with anxiety, almost faltering. He had possessed this maritime porcelain for quite some time, yet had discerned nothing, which was indeed a source of embarrassment. Certainly, it holds great value. Lin Ran responded with a smile, carefully placing the item on the table and speaking with a tone of congratulation. Upon hearing this, Fong Dehai and Wu Laolu eagerly gathered closer, clasping their hands in anticipation. We implore you, young brother, to enlighten us. Chapter 35, A Further Mystery. Observing Wu Laolu's change in demeanor, Lin Ran chose not to take offense and began to explain at a measured pace. During the early Qing dynasty, in the reign of Emperor Kangxi, diplomatic relations with the western regions flourished, facilitating trade between the two parties, which often included the transportation of porcelain from the west. It is said that during this porcelain transport, a fleet belonging to a merchant caravan encountered a shipwreck while carrying tribute to Emperor Kangxi, featuring exquisite quality and unparalleled designs. Such artistry could not possibly be achieved by ordinary craftsmen. This merchant fleet was the largest maritime transport group of its time. Yet an unforeseen calamity befell them during this voyage. In the Ganges River basin, due to structural flaws, the ships began to leak. The vessels of that era lacked advanced drainage systems, resulting in the entire fleet sinking to the ocean floor. However, the cargo was remarkably preserved, sealed within crates. And after exposure to seawater, the outer wooden boxes rotted away, revealing the porcelain within. Thus, this batch is deemed to be of greater value than the Ming Dynasty's maritime porcelain. Lin Ran spoke with utmost confidence, leaving those around him momentarily speechless. This was not mere conjecture. In a later auction in New Zealand, a piece from this salvaged porcelain collection fetched an astonishing price of 20 million. He had the fortune to personally attend that auction and witness the splendor of this maritime porcelain. Little did Lin Ran expect to encounter this very collection today. Feeling a sense of serendipity. Is what you say truly the case? Wu Laolu appeared somewhat unsettled by such a significant revelation. Indeed, it is true. If you have doubts, observe here, Lin Ran replied, gesturing towards the patterns of the maritime porcelain as he began to elucidate. You must be well aware of the quality of items presented as tribute to Emperor Kangxi. This particular pattern, the unique spruce motif from the West, is unattainable by common households. Moreover, there are traces of long-term storage within the wooden box. These patterns, although not particularly clear, can be discerned by the naked eye. Thus, the luster of this batch of marine salvaged porcelain surpasses that of the Ming Dynasty collection, as the intricate designs of marine salvage porcelain are notoriously difficult to replicate, rendering the market virtually devoid of forgeries. Wu Laolu and Fong Dehai nodded thoughtfully in understanding. So, what price might this batch command in the marketplace? This inquiry was of utmost concern to Wu Laolu. Although Lin Ran had elucidated the value clearly, the critical question remained, how much is it truly worth? Observing the apprehensive expression on his companion's face, Lin Ran couldn't help but chuckle. The price for a piece of Ming Dynasty marine salvage porcelain is 700 yuan. Thus, this would be worth at least double that. Over 1,000 yuan. Over 1,000 yuan? Wu Laolu's eyes widened in astonishment. Fong Dehai gazed enviously at the marine salvaged porcelain. Indeed, it is a masterpiece, and a price exceeding 1,000 yuan is certainly justified. Lin Ran's analysis instilled a sense of renewed hope in both men, leaving them in deep admiration for him. Fong Dehai, reluctant to part with it, gently touched the marine salvaged porcelain. Good things come at good prices. I must have it. While he had some money with him, the price of this batch felt somewhat excessive. Nevertheless, after a moment of resolute determination, he decided to proceed with the purchase. He reached into his pocket to retrieve the money. However, Wu Laolu shook his head. Dehai, what are you doing? Rest assured, as I mentioned earlier, it is 700 yuan. In business, the utmost principle is integrity. 700 is 700. Whether it is a loss or a gain is your fortune. We are old friends, and such matters need not concern us. Yet, Fong Dehai shook his head in protest. Friendship is one thing, but business is another. The price is the price. There is no need for such discussions. He was a stubborn man, and watching the two of them push back and forth was quite amusing. Wu Laolu grew somewhat irritated. Dehai, if you continue like this, I shall not sell it to you. Were it not for Brother Lin's assistance, I would still be in the dark. How could I possibly ask for more of your money? His reasoning was sound, and seeing this, Fong Dehai ceased to press the matter. Very well, I shall consider this a stroke of luck. Thanks to Brother Lin. Lin Ran felt a greater appreciation for Wu Laolu, recognizing him as a man of principle, for he had adhered to their originally agreed price in transferring the porcelain to Fong Dehai. Curiously, Fong Dehai inquired, "Is this the only piece of marine salvage porcelain? Are there any other treasures?" Wu Laolu, in a generous spirit, disclosed without reservation, "I have a total of 3 pieces of marine salvage porcelain. However, these 3 are quite similar. After selling you this one, I still have 2 remaining. What say you? Are you still interested? I could bring them out for you to inspect." Fong Dehai quickly shook his head. "That won't be necessary. Since they are all alike, there is no need for me to see them. It suffices to have one." He is not a greedy individual. Moreover, just moments ago, Wu Laolu sold him one at such a low price. How could he possibly bid for another? Upon hearing this, Wu Laolu burst in a hearty laughter, aware that Fong Dehai was not one to take advantage of others. Today, having the rare opportunity to forge a new friendship, why not invite them in for a cup of tea and engage in a meaningful conversation? There are several matters I wish to consult Brother Lin about. With that, he gestured invitingly. Lin Ran nodded with a smile. "Then, it will be a pleasure to oblige. Please do lead the way." Wu Laolu graciously invited them to sit down, personally preparing tea to host them. His admiration for Lin Ran deepened further. He wondered where this young man had acquired such knowledge at such a tender age. Truly remarkable. "Today has been quite fruitful. Dehai, you have indeed stumbled upon a treasure." Fong Dehai chuckled, not uttering a word, thereby tacitly agreeing with his statement. He had not anticipated Lin Ran's considerable talents and was pleased to have not misjudged him. Lin Ran felt a slight blush, even in his previous life. He had never received such praise directly. "Mr. Wu, you're far too kind. I merely peruse a few more books and learn a little, showcasing it before esteemed seniors like you. This is no mere display. You possess genuine skill, which we cannot compare to." Wu Laolu laughed, recognizing Lin Ran's humility and feeling even more respect for him. This person is truly amiable. Chapter 36, The Young Talents. My father will soon be discharged from the hospital. In the coming days, I expect to receive some goods, and I would like to invite Brother Lin to help me assess them thoroughly. Wu Laolu, somewhat uncertain, was eager to seek Lin Ran's expertise now that he had encountered such a connoisseur. "Mr. Wu, there is no need for formality. Feel free to instruct me. I am eager to broaden my horizons with the fine items you possess." As soon as Lin Ran finished speaking, Wu Laolu's eyes widened in realization. "Now that you mention it, I have a bracelet that I would like you to evaluate. The carvings on it are exquisite, the patterns clear, the color lustrous with a subtle sheen. If I am not mistaken, it should be made from golden silk anew. Most prayer beads are crafted from rosewood. It is indeed rare to find those made from golden silk anew. This wood is exceptionally precious, consequently elevating the price of the beads." Observing Lin Ran's keen interest in the beads in his hand, Wu Laolu's pride shone through. "Young brother, this is a string of prayer beads I acquired recently. Please have a look and assess their quality." Saying this, he removed the beads from his wrist and placed them before Lin Ran. He had meticulously selected this set, having consulted several experts for authentication. Lin Ran accepted the beads and examined them closely, feeling their texture before slowly speaking. "You are correct. This string of prayer beads is indeed a rare find. It likely dates back to the Qing dynasty, and it is intricately carved from golden silk anew. If I am not mistaken, these patterned beads are indeed the exquisite Linglong Yobeo Buddha beads." Lin Ran calmly articulated his analysis, which greatly excited Wu Laolu. "You are absolutely correct. This is precisely the Linglong Yobeo Buddha beads. This time, I must not have misjudged, right?" He felt a surge of excitement, accompanied by a sense of pride. The previous events had brought Lin Ran considerable attention, allowing him to lift his head high as well. "Boss Wu, you flatter me. After all these years in the antique industry, your discerning eye is undoubtedly keen. My previous identification was merely due to luck." Upon hearing Lin Ran's compliment, Fong Dehai finally revealed a smile. The two engaged in a graceful exchange of mutual praise, akin to a Tai Chi performance. Lin Ran realized that remaining seated would yield no different outcome. Thus he stood up and addressed him. "Very well, I shall accompany you." Fong Dehai also rose, preparing to leave together, but Lin Ran stopped him. Lin Ran had noticed that they seemed to have something to discuss. Fong Dehai did not refuse and nodded. "Take care on your journey. Rest assured, it is not far." With that, he turned to leave, and the two personally saw him off, expressing their gratitude once more. "This time, I owe much to you, young brother." However, Lin Ran simply accepted the acknowledgement with a smile. "Brother Fong, you overstated. Until we meet again. If you come across anything good, do not forget me." Wu Laolu waved his hand, and only then did Lin Ran take his leave. Feeling quite pleased, Lin Ran relished his newfound wealth, knowing that he could now purchase whatever he desired without hesitation. Most importantly, his father, who was hospitalized, would no longer be financially burdened. He specifically visited the hospital and inquired with the doctor about his father's condition. "Doctor, when can my father recover?" The doctor glanced at the case file in his hands. "Your father's condition is improving remarkably. If he continues to recuperate, he should be able to be discharged soon. The primary concern is ensuring your finances are in order." The doctor had developed a far more favorable impression of Lin Ran and his family. Previously, they had struggled to provide funds, but now they appeared quite affluent, exuding an air of financial robustness. Lin Ran looked at him with deep gratitude. "Rest assured, money is not an issue. Please ensure my father receives the best treatment." The doctor nodded. "Do not worry. Healing is our duty, and we will do our utmost." After discussing a few matters with the doctor, Lin Ran entered the hospital room. His father's complexion was rosy, indicating a good recovery. Having just taken his medication, he had fallen into a deep sleep. Lin Ran gently wiped his father's face, exchanged a few words, and then turned to leave. Breathing in the fresh air, he felt a sense of comfort wash over him, unable to resist humming a little tune as he envisioned the future. No wonder the elderly often say that knowledge is power and wealth. Indeed, they were not mistaken. If it were not for the true skills I acquired in my past life, I would not have achieved such significant gains now. In my previous life, I failed to provide a good life for my family, but in this life, I have the chance to start anew, and I shall make every effort to compensate for it. Lin Ran felt the thick stack of cash in his pocket, unable to resist the urge to take it out and examine it. Not only had he earned a substantial sum of money this time, but he had also made the acquaintance of Fong Dehai and Wu Laolu. In the future, when he sought to sell valuable items, it would undoubtedly be much easier. After Lin Ran departed, Wu Laolu and Fong Dehai were finally able to speak freely. As they sipped tea, they engaged in a discussion about Lin Ran. Wu Laolu spoke first. "Dehai, where did you find this young brother? He possesses remarkable skills. I met him in the shop. This young brother has brought me quite a few treasures," Fong Dehai replied with a smile, taking a sip of his tea. "It seems to be a fortuitous connection. Indeed a good thing." Wu Laolu waved his hand dismissively. "In my opinion, this Lin Ran is a rare talent, undoubtedly someone of great significance. How could an ordinary person of his age possess such insight? Moreover, did you notice his demeanor during our conversation? He was neither servile nor arrogant, exuding a calm and mature composure. He is destined for greatness." Not only did Wu Laolu hold Lin Ran in high regard, but Fong Dehai also felt the same. He had previously speculated about Lin Ran's background and wished to investigate further, but found himself at a loss. Bringing him along this time was an opportunity to discern whether he truly possessed genuine capabilities, and indeed, they were left in awe. Regardless of his background, we must befriend him. He is truly a talented young man, and our future business will undoubtedly benefit from his support. Wu Laolu nodded in agreement. Indeed, he affirmed, although he and Fong Dehai had been entrenched in the antique industry for many years, they could not help but admit that their knowledge paled in comparison to Lin Ran's. As the saying goes, the more friends, the more paths to success. Encountering such a promising young talent is indeed a delightful surprise. Chapter 37. One is beholden to those who give. Before long, Lin Ran arrived home, passing by a shop where he decided to purchase some fruit candies. In this era, such treats were not affordable for everyone. "Boss, I would like 2 pounds of fruit candies." The shopkeeper, upon hearing this, emerged from behind the counter and glanced at Lin Ran, curling his lip. "You want 2 pounds of fruit candies? Do you have the money for that? Just so you know, it's 5 cents a pound, and I do not extend credit." He regarded Lin Ran skeptically, doubting his financial capability. "I do have it. Here you go," Lin Ran replied promptly, producing a dime and placing it before the shopkeeper. "All right then, 2 pounds of fruit candies it is." The shopkeeper accepted the payment and began to pack the candies. A large bag of sweets appeared, enticingly appealing. "Here you go. Take care and come again." The shopkeeper's demeanor transformed, radiating warmth. Lin Ran, unconcerned, took the candies and hurried home. Upon reaching the village entrance, he disembarked from his vehicle, only to find a group of gossiping women chattering incessantly. "Oh, still in debt, yet you can afford a ride?" Their words dripped with sarcasm. Soon, several other women joined in the mockery. Who doesn't know the young master of the Lin family? He is indeed a prized possession. His elderly parents are quite protective of him. The young lady is a university student destined for success. However, she muses that studying may be of little value, and that at least ordinary folk like us are unburdened by debts. As her words grew increasingly harsh, Lin Ran remained unfazed. With a squint and a smile, he approached them, producing sweets and inviting them to indulge. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Observing Lin Ran's lack of resentment and his unexpectedly gracious demeanor, they exchanged cautious glances. Not only had Lin Ran purchased treats, but he had acquired an impressive quantity. Wang Yingju cast a glance, but feigned an air of superiority. Very well, I shall partake. Seemingly indifferent, she nonetheless grabbed a handful with fervor. Witnessing her action, those around her hesitated no longer, eagerly filling their hands. Lin Ran, unperturbed, reached into the bag again, offering a generous handful to the leading Wang Yingju. Auntie, do enjoy. Do not hold back. Seeing his generosity, their attitude softened considerably. Thank you. Lin Ran was not one to possess a thick skin or lack shame. His serenity stemmed from a belief that anger was unwarranted. Having lived 2 lives, he possessed the maturity to recognize that these women posed no real threat to him. A few candies sufficed to placate them. Why engage in conflict? Having received the sweets, it was likely that the women would quiet down. Upon entering the home, Lin Wanjun and Lin's mother were busily engaged in their tasks. The large bag of candies Lin Ran carried was conspicuously bright. Lin Wanjun, eyeing the treats with longing, could not resist swallowing hard. Xiao Ran, where did you acquire the funds to buy so many fruit candies? I picked them up along the way. Enjoy. With that, he placed the vibrant assortment of candies onto the table, their colorful appearance striking. Then I shall not be polite, Lin Wanjun declared as she reached for a piece. For such delightful sweets were not easily come by. Yet before she could savor one, their mother seized the candies. What do you think you're doing? Explain clearly where these candies came from. No one is permitted to indulge. Chastised, Lin Wanjun promptly relinquished the sweets. Lin's mother turned her gaze to Lin Ran, gently admonishing him. We must learn to live within our means. We cannot spend extravagantly. Earning money is not easy. Undeterred, Lin Ran pressed the candies into his mother-s and sister-s hands. Mother, we need not worry about finances. Eat freely, for I purchased these. With a heavy sigh, Lin's mother gazed at the candies, reluctant to indulge, and set them down again. You know our family situation all too well. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, clearly reminded of their father still lying in the hospital. Disturbed by his mother's distress over finances, Lin Ran promptly presented her with a thick stack of money. Mother, do not fret. This sum is sufficient to clear our debts. It amounted to 1,500 yuan, with a few hundred left over for future expenses. This. Lin's mother stared in astonishment, hesitating to reach out, while Lin Ran offered her an encouraging smile. The family still bears considerable debt, and the foremost priority is to repay it. He said this while gripping Lin's mother's hand. Rest assured, this family has me. Together, we will surely thrive. However, upon seeing such a sum of money, Lin's mother shook her head, hesitant to accept it. Even if Lin Ran were to resort to theft, it wouldn't happen so swiftly. This amount equates to several years' worth of the family's income. She hurriedly inquired, Xiao Ran, where on earth did you acquire such a fortune? I have always told you that no matter how poor we are, we must never engage in unlawful activities. She feared that Lin Ran, in a moment of desperation regarding their family's plight, might make a regrettable decision. Lin Ran, somewhat helpless, began to explain. Those few paintings sold for 600 each. Lin's mother appeared astonished, her eyes wide. In her view, those were merely worthless rags, lacking any apparent value. Yet Lin Ran insisted they fetched 600 apiece. Indeed, those paintings are masterpieces, he affirmed. This is all thanks to you and Dad. Your support for my education has empowered me. Knowledge is power, and look, I have exchanged knowledge for this wealth. I neither stole nor robbed. Earning through knowledge is nothing to be ashamed of. Lin's mother and Lin Wanjun were visibly shocked, and Lin's mother began to murmur, education is truly valuable. Our ancestors have blessed us, for at last, the Lin family has produced a talent. This honors our forebears. Tears of joy streamed down her face, prompting Lin Ran and Lin Wanjun to comfort her. After Lin Ran's heartfelt reassurances, Lin's mother finally set aside her burdens. All right. You must be starving after a long day. Let us prepare for dinner. Lin Ran promptly agreed, washed his hands, and took a seat. Observing the dishes laid out on the table, he was relieved to see meat, albeit in modest portions. Nevertheless, it was a welcome change from the previous meals of boiled greens. He served his mother and sister each a piece of meat before indulging himself. Mom, your culinary skills are unmatched. The meat you prepare is simply delectable. I could easily devour 2 large bowls of rice on my own. He couldn't resist giving his mother a thumbs up. Amused, Lin's mother gently tapped Lin Ran with her chopsticks. Enough of your playful banter. Eat up. for food cannot silence your chatter. The meat was delicious, albeit scarce. Lin Ran feigned exasperation, shaking his head. Lin Wanjun immediately raised her hand in agreement. I concur. Mom, please buy more meat next time, will you? Seeing her two children charmingly plead with her, Lin's mother smiled. Very well, I shall purchase more next time. So both of you can eat your fill. The family gathered together, embodying a scene of warmth and harmony. Lin Ran had not experienced such familial warmth in quite some time. Reflecting on the hardships endured by his mother and sister in previous years, his heart ached with empathy. In this lifetime, he was determined to work diligently so that his family could enjoy a better life. After dinner, as night fell, Lin Ran, exhausted from the day's endeavors, bid his family good night and retired to bed. He had meticulously planned to continue collecting scrap early the next morning. Having previously tasted success, Lin Ran intended to explore other villages in search of more treasures. Seizing the opportunity, he was determined to earn money swiftly, promising himself that he would never allow his family to suffer again in this lifetime, vowing to safeguard their happiness with his knowledge. At the break of dawn the following day, Lin Ran awoke to find that his mother had already prepared breakfast. Get up, come eat, she called. Mother, why didn't you sleep a bit longer? Lin Ran replied, washing his face and taking a seat at the table. The simple meal was unexpectedly delightful. As one ages, sleep becomes elusive. Why are you up so early? She asked. I'm preparing to collect some old items, he explained. He devoured his meal hastily, tidied up his belongings, and said, Mother, I'm off now. Waving goodbye, he pedaled his rickety three-wheeler out the door. He arrived at the neighboring Xia village, a place where the residents were even poorer due to its location downstream. Collecting scrap, beer bottles, plastic bottles, any pots and pans that could be exchanged for money, he called out. Old kitchen knives, scissors, chopping boards, anything unwanted. Lin Ran rode slowly, shouting as he went. His voice strained. He realized that he needed to purchase a loudspeaker for future use. As he meandered through Xia village, he made a full circuit but found nothing of value. Disheartened, he thought it strange that even scrap seemed elusive here. Suddenly, a voice called out from a distance. Young man, are you collecting scrap? Come here. Instantly invigorated, Lin Ran turned to see an elderly woman waving him over. Coming, he replied, quickly parking his rickshaw outside her home and following her inside. What scrap do you have to sell? He inquired as he entered a small courtyard typical of rural homes, where chickens and ducks were kept in a cage. Wait here a moment. I'll go fetch some items for you, she said as she moved into the house. Lin Ran quickly offered, do you need any help? Perhaps I should assist? No need. There isn't much. She waved her hand dismissively, and Lin Ran understood her hesitation, likely fearing he might be a thief with sticky fingers. Respecting her concern, he refrained from insisting. As the woman remained inside for a while, Lin Ran, feeling bored, began to wander around. He then noticed a copper basin where the chickens and ducks were feeding. His eyes brightened at the sight. This could be a valuable find. He approached it, examining it closely. The basin bore intricate patterns, albeit rusty, and the material appeared to be bronze. Intrigued, he reached out to touch it, just as he heard the woman returning. All right, I have the items ready, she announced. You've raised your chickens and ducks quite well. It seems you have a knack for it, Lin Ran complimented. The woman's eyes glistened with a hint of pride at his words. Indeed, it is not a matter of false modesty. Ask around in these 10 miles. Who possesses the skill in poultry rearing that I do? If I claim to be second, none would dare to assert they are first. Lin Ran nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed. Nowadays, the townsfolk are increasingly mindful of their health. Surely, these free-range chickens will fetch a handsome price. Annie, this time it promises to be a bountiful harvest. Engaged in a topic of mutual interest, the aunt eagerly opened up. Whether it truly will be a bountiful harvest remains uncertain. Yet I have heard that a single free-range chicken in town has sold for over $1. With the quality of your chickens and ducks, $1 is far too meager, Lin Ran complimented, gradually bridging the gap between them. Once the aunt lowered her guard, his objective would be within reach. You young man, you truly know how to flatter. My chickens and ducks are indeed superior to others. Just look at this old hen. It is so plump. When stewed, it is immensely nourishing. She gestured towards a small rooster beside her. Do not be deceived by its slight frame. Its meat is remarkably tender and flavorful. When stir-fried, it is simply mouth-watering. Lin Ran maintained a serious demeanor, nodding attentively. There is so much to consider. Auntie, your knowledge is truly impressive. I have gained much insight today. As he spoke, he moved closer, eyeing the copper basin intently. He was increasingly convinced that this was an ancient bronze artifact. The basin, with its flared rim, rounded belly, and flat bottom, bore vertical mold marks all over. Its condition was pristine, with a patina that suggested great age and exquisite craftsmanship. 4 dragon heads were intricately carved at each corner, complemented by 4 handles. This was truly a rare masterpiece of copper basin. The patterns and inscriptions on its surface were finely carved, showcasing sharp and smooth lines, likely dating back to the Wei and Jin dynasties. It was astonishing to discover such a treasure in this dilapidated village. Chapter 39. Auntie, I shall take all these chickens. Observing Lin Ran's eagerness, the aunt harbored no doubts and provided a detailed explanation. She had previously heard whispers of a young man from the city, collecting scrap at generous rates. After waiting several days without a sighting, she was fortunate to encounter him today. Otherwise, she would have had to sell the heap of junk to some unfortunate soul. Well then, time is of the essence. Let's see what scrap I have and how much you're willing to pay. The aunt urged Lin Ran to enter her home to inspect her goods. Inside, he found an assortment of items scattered across the floor. Wine bottles, oil jars, soy sauce containers, and a pile of old newspapers mixed with battered bowls. However, these bowls were the commonplace variety, lacking any significant value. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Did you not say you would take all old items? The aunt appeared anxious. Lin Ran helplessly nodded. I will take them all. Just wait while I weigh them. He proceeded to weigh the items. In total, it's 3 pounds. I can offer you 15 cents. The elderly woman's eyes sparkled with mirth, nearly squinting shut with delight. Indeed, she was correct. It was 5 portions per pound. Typically, these scrap materials would yield no more than 3 or 4 portions, and even then, they would be subject to meticulous selection. Yet now, there was no need for such scrutiny, and she had provided him with an abundance. I've heard you have an affinity for antiques. I happen to possess something of considerable weight. Would you care to take a look? What did you say? A heavy item? Lin Ran, feeling somewhat disheartened, had thought these goods would fetch little. If the copper basin were not accepted, he was certain to incur a loss this time. As he contemplated how to negotiate for the basin, her words instantly rekindled his interest. Besides the copper basin, could there be other treasures? Please, bring it forth for me to examine. Seeing Lin Ran's enthusiasm, the woman eagerly scurried to retrieve it. Before long, she approached him, holding a rectangular block covered in a layer of dirt, appearing quite unsightly. Young man, take a look at this. It's a remarkable item. Her face radiated excitement as she placed it before him. Lin Ran leaned closer, only to furrow his brow in confusion. Auntie, this is merely a brick. Is this your so-called heavy treasure? He shook his head, utterly uninterested. However, the woman persisted, tugging at him with fervor. You must examine it closely. This is no ordinary brick. The villagers say it's a tomb brick from the Qing dynasty, from the reign of Emperor Kangxi, and it holds great value. I presented it to you because I see your sincerity. Feigning astonishment, Lin Ran replied, What? From the Qing dynasty? Where did you acquire this, Auntie? She lowered her voice conspiratorially. To speak frankly, it's a family heirloom. Our ancestors even engaged in tomb raiding. Lin Ran nearly burst into laughter, but managed to suppress it. Auntie, I truly cannot accept this brick. Who claims it to be a tomb brick from the Qing dynasty? And besides, I sense something amiss. He sniffed at it and promptly covered his nose. Did you retrieve this from a latrine? The woman chuckled sheepishly. Previously, I was unaware and simply discarded it in the corner. Brother, I would never deceive you. Undeterred, she urged, take another good look. Seeing her stubbornness, Lin Ran decided to be forthright. This is an ordinary brick of no value whatsoever. There are plenty of them lying by the roadside. Auntie, have you been duped? If it were truly valuable, would it remain in your possession? It would have been stolen long ago. With a crestfallen expression, the woman gazed at him. Not valuable. Yet they deceived me into believing it was a Qing dynasty artifact. Bah, I have suffered from a lack of education. Her demeanor was now one of disappointment, and she seemed disinclined to engage further with Lin Ran. He cast a lingering glance at the copper basin, feeling a sense of reluctance. Yet he could not muster a suitable excuse. If he were to be too blunt, suspicion would surely arise, making it difficult to negotiate a fair price. He could only push the tricycle away for the time being, planning to devise a strategy later. Once outside, he could not help but let out a heavy sigh. As he gazed at the disarray within the vehicle, a mix of amusement and exasperation washed over him. The day was nearing its twilight, and it was evident that financial losses were unavoidable. His thoughts were consumed by that coveted bronze artifact, just as he was about to mount his bicycle and depart. A sudden inspiration struck him. Dear Aunt, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. Upon seeing Lin Ran return, she assumed he had come back to collect stones and promptly rose to her feet. What is it? Have you changed your mind? she inquired, reaching for a brick. No, it pertains to something else. My mother is interested in raising chickens. I noticed, Aunt, that your poultry is thriving splendidly. I am quite enamored with them. He feigned a bashful demeanor, cautiously broaching the subject. Would you consider selling all of these chickens and ducks to me? I would take them all. What? You wish to purchase all 11 chickens and ducks? The aunt's spirits lifted, her surprise palpable. She had been fretting over the lack of transportation to sell them at the market, so this unexpected approach was a welcome relief. You have seen the quality of my birds. My pricing is not modest, she reflected, momentarily regretting not having quoted a higher price during their earlier conversation. Lin Ran, however, was quite forthright, readily agreeing. As we discussed earlier, 1 yuan each. How about this, Aunt? Let's negotiate. This time, I shall offer you a bit more. I will give you 1 yuan and 20 cents for each, and take them all away. What do you think? He was acutely aware that the price he proposed was significantly higher than the market rate, leaving little room for refusal. The aunt, taken aback by the generous offer, quickly acquiesced. Very well, 7 yuan will suffice. Young man, you seem to be a straightforward individual. I shall give you a little discount. She waved her hand with a flourish, as if to prevent Lin Ran from reconsidering. Yet, her heart brimmed with joy, a smile dancing at the corners of her mouth. Truly, it was a case of a fool with too much money. This arrangement spared her the hassle of selling at the market. Even if she had gone, she might not have received such a favorable price or sold them all. As she prepared to catch the chickens and ducks, Lin Ran interjected. Aunt, considering the number of birds, it would be quite inconvenient for me to transport them on my tricycle. Might you also sell me the cage? We lack one at home, and having them contained would make it much easier to carry. With a grand gesture, the aunt dismissed his concerns. You are purchasing so many from me. I should be thanking you. There is no need to discuss payment. Just take it all. Chapter 40. The bronze artifact acquired. A case of stealth? Lin Ran felt a surge of elation. She had indeed failed to discern his true intentions. Was this not a real-life rendition of the proverb about buying the case, but leaving the gem behind? Thank you, dear aunt, he said, moving to gather the cage. The aunt, being kind-hearted, became notably more sprightly after receiving the payment and began assisting him. As she reached for the bronze basin, Lin Ran hastily intervened. Aunt, isn't that basin one of the items in the cage? Why are you taking it out? Not wishing to appear unkempt, I prepared to present my offerings. Do you desire them? The aunt spoke sweetly, yet her intentions were clearly to seize a small advantage. Lin Ran, feeling a sense of resignation, nodded affirmatively. Of course, I need them. Just look at this heap of chickens and ducks. I lack the necessary tools. If you take the basin away, I would still have to trouble myself to find something to feed them. Just observe how filthy this basin has become. Please, allow me to have it. With such words spoken, the aunt found it difficult to refuse. She nodded and busily assisted him in placing the chickens and ducks into the cage, subsequently loading the chicken coop onto the tricycle. Lin Ran handled everything with utmost care, fearful of inadvertently damaging the copper basin. Since the basin was nestled within the cage, he could no longer observe it closely. Before departing, the aunt, believing she had secured a deal, took a moment to impart her wisdom on how to raise these chickens and ducks. Lin Ran feigned humility, listening intently. Before he left, he made sure to express his gratitude once more. Thank you, aunt. Your words are invaluable. A single conversation with you is worth 10 years of study. Truly, you are an expert in poultry raising with unparalleled methods. I shall take my leave now. Thank you once again. With that, he hopped onto the tricycle, eager to depart. Throughout his journey, his spirits soared, and he could not resist whistling a tune. Indeed, hard work pays off, for this day had not been in vain. From a distance, the tricycle appeared quite striking. Many onlookers pointed and whispered as Lin Ran past by, for in these times, few families could afford to dine on meat daily, let alone purchase an entire load of chickens and ducks. Most local farmers raised such livestock merely for monetary exchange. Lin Ran remained unfazed, silently calculating the potential value of the copper basin. Upon arriving at his doorstep, as anticipated, he found a gathering of ants engaged in idle chatter. Their eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of so many chickens and ducks, casting envious glances towards the back of the tricycle. Noticing this group of gossipers, Lin Ran felt a twinge of annoyance. He was well aware that this gaggle of chatterboxes was led by Wang Yingju. Just yesterday, he had bestowed upon them a generous supply of fruit candies. Yet today, it seemed futile. The ants continued their banter, and although Lin Ran greeted them with a smile, they showed no signs of letting him be. Wang Yingju, taking the lead, stepped directly into his path. What is this? Have your eyes grown to the top of your head? You see us and don't even stop for a moment. And it's not that. I simply thought the scent from all these chickens and ducks was rather unpleasant, dirty, and foul, and I wish to leave quickly so as not to offend your senses. Yet, they persisted mercilessly. Oh, how intriguing. Collecting scrap has led you to acquire chickens and ducks. It's the first time I've heard of someone selling poultry as if it were refuse. Such oddities occur every year, but this year seems particularly rife with them, and you're the lucky one to encounter it. Lin Ran waved his hand, attempting to clarify, no, I purchased these. Purchased? Wang Yingjiu feigned pinching her nose, leaning in closer with a furrowed brow. Observing the fine quality of these chickens and ducks, one might wonder where this young man acquired such wealth. I have sensed something amiss with him for some time. There must be something suspicious at play. This truckload of poultry must be worth quite a bit. And given the meager amount of money in his pocket, it remains uncertain whether these birds were purchased legitimately. Upon hearing the derisive tone of his interlocutor, Lin Ran could not help but clench his fists. Yet, he remained composed, refraining from losing his temper. Auntie, surely you jest. If they weren't bought, how else would they have come into my possession? What kind of person do you think I am to engage in disreputable activities? One may indulge in reckless consumption, but one must not speak recklessly. The more he endured, the bolder his accuser became. The gossips in the village, with their idle chatter and penchant for scandal, were perpetually insufferable. Oh, you audacious boy. Now you're trying to lecture me? You've certainly grown bold. At your tender age, why not engage in more respectable work instead of scavenging for scraps? As she spoke, her eyes were fixated on the chickens and ducks, as if anticipating that Lin Ran would relent and offer her a couple for her own enjoyment. Lin Ran, suppressing his indignation, retorted, what exactly do you wish to convey? Seeing Lin Ran's irritation, Wang Yingjiu placed her hands on her hips, adopting a quarrelsome stance. What do I wish to say? Are you genuinely unaware? Or are you merely pretending? I suspect these fowls were not purchased, but rather stolen. I have watched you grow up, and, given the current strife in your family, I advise you to spare your parents the worry. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lin Ran protested. Aunt Wang, your concerns are unfounded. I purchased all of these with my own money. Money? Where could you possibly have acquired such a sum? Don't tell me you earned it scavenging for scraps. Do you expect me to believe that? She scoffed, her disdain evident in her expression. After years of studying, and this is how you choose to conduct yourself, engaging in petty theft? Wang Yingjiu's words became increasingly excessive, and Lin Ran recognized that continuing this argument was futile. She simply could not bear to see others live well. Amused by Wang Yingjiu's ugly demeanor, Lin Ran found it somewhat laughable. Why should he, a time traveler of great stature, stoop to her level? It would only diminish his worth. Choosing to ignore her, he mounted his tricycle and maneuvered past her. I neither stole nor robbed, believe it or not, he declared, pedaling away swiftly. Behind him, the sharp laughter of Wang Yingjiu and her companions echoed. See, I told you he was guilty. How could I have been wrong? Indeed, Wang Jia has an astute eye, one of them chimed in. Though I must admit, those fruit candies of his are quite delectable. Their crude remarks grew increasingly vile, and Lin Ran felt a surge of anger, wishing to silence them. Yet, considering his parents at home and the treasures he cherished, he shook his head in resignation. After living 2 lives, to lack such composure would indeed be a source of shame. As he neared home, Lin Ran made a point to pause, taking a moment to steady his breath and tidy his attire and hair. A smile finally graced his lips as he leisurely made his way toward the threshold of his home. He wished to conceal the troubles he had encountered from his mother and sister. As a man, if he could not resolve such trifles, how could he bear the weight of the household? Chapter 41. Sima Yin's Calligraphy. Western Jin Bronze Artifacts. Having adjusted his demeanor, Lin Ran pushed the tricycle into the yard. A call echoed as Lin's mother and Lin Wanjun emerged from the inner rooms. Upon seeing Lin Ran drenched in perspiration, Lin Venyun quickly opposed. He smiled and waved his hand, accepting the towel she offered, vigorously wiping his brow. Excitement flickered in Lin Ran's eyes. Exchanging glances, Lin's mother and Lin Wanjun hastened to join him in the courtyard. The tricycle was filled with a cacophony of clucking and quacking from a load of chickens and ducks. Lin's mother widened her eyes in astonishment. In recent days, Lin Ran had indeed brought her a series of delightful surprises. With a serious demeanor, Lin Wanjun meticulously counted. Mother, there are quite a few. I just counted 11 in total. Judging by their plumpness, they must be worth a considerable sum. Her words and expressions radiated palpable excitement. A hint of pride adorned Lin Ran's face. Of course, I purchased them. Today's haul is quite fruitful. Help me unload them, for there is something even more valuable within. Lin's mother and Lin Ran exchanged perplexed looks, but complied and assisted in unloading. As soon as they set the load on the ground, Lin Ran eagerly dove into the cage and retrieved a copper basin. I bought these chickens and ducks for this. What? For a basin? Lin's mother and Lin Ran exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of Lin Ran's intentions. Young man, clarify your thoughts. This basin is an antique, valuable indeed. The vendor selling the chickens and ducks was unaware of its worth and mistook it for a feeding vessel, Lin Ran explained, tapping it gently. Had I not noticed it, it might have been lost. To let such an ancient artifact be neglected or destroyed would be a travesty. My actions serve to preserve it. Lin's mother and Lin Ran recognized that he had been dabbling in antiques recently. Though they did not fully comprehend, they trusted Lin Ran's judgment regarding its authenticity. All right, my education is limited. I do not grasp the intricacies of what you've shared. You must be exhausted. Come inside and rest. Lin's mother, noticing his flushed face, gently pulled him into the house and handed him a glass of water. Drink this. You must be weary. Wanjun, please prepare the meal. Lin Ran promptly interjected, Sister, go catch a chicken. They look particularly plump today. Lin hesitated, glancing at their mother, who nodded in approval. All right, I shall catch a chicken. Today, we shall indulge. I'll assist with the chicken. You begin boiling water for the meal. Lin Ran stood to help, and soon the family was bustling about, his sister cooking, his mother preparing to slaughter the chicken. Lin's mother also shared the good news she had received that day. The hospital reported that your father's health has improved significantly. He will soon be discharged. He nodded with a smile. Mother, as I previously expressed, I mentioned that as long as our family unites in effort, all will eventually improve. After handling the chicken, Lin's mother entered the kitchen. Lin Ran finally found himself with a moment of leisure, prompting him to delve into the study of this bronze vessel. Previously utilized for feeding, the vessel was adorned with a multitude of grime. Over time, some of the filth had hardened, obscuring the true visage of the bronze basin. The odor it emitted was quite repugnant, leading him to stuff cotton into his nostrils while he meticulously began to clean it with a small brush. During the Wei and Jin dynasties, bronze basins became highly fashionable, admired for the unique yellow hue of the copper metal. Many noble families began to invest significant sums to commission artisans to engrave distinctive patterns onto their bronze basins. In an era marked by rigid social hierarchies and limited productivity, possessing an artistically crafted bronze basin symbolized one's social standing. Numerous artisans seized this opportunity to showcase their skills. Historical records indicate the emergence of a plethora of bronze basin artifacts during the Wei and Jin dynasties, with an astonishing variety of designs. However, due to the delicate nature of bronze, which is prone to oxidation when exposed to air, very few well-preserved examples have survived to the present day. The bronze basin in Lin Ran's possession was birthed amidst the flourishing prosperity of the Wei and Jin periods, a time rich in talent and creativity. As he leaned closer, discerning the patterns upon the basin, a surge of excitement coursed through him. Lin Ran was certain he was not mistaken. This was indeed the gold dragon pattern bronze basin crafted by Emperor Sima Yin of the Western Jin dynasty. Of course, it referred to a cast of the emperor's original work rather than a piece personally polished by the sovereign himself. This basin, made of yellow copper, boasted a heavy, ancient wall, its surface smooth and rounded, adorned with exquisite patterns that emitted a subtle luster, delicate yet warm. Each engraving showcased the noble status and refined taste of its owner. The wall of the basin featured a flying dragon motif, skillfully chiseled, and after careful cleaning, the dragon's form appeared intact, captured in a moment of soaring through the clouds, its feet resting upon auspicious clouds. The entire depiction was robust and vivid, a clear testament to masterful artistry. Suppressing his exhilaration, Lin Ran gingerly turned the basin over, revealing an inscription on the bottom that indicated it was produced during the reign of Jin Wu. It appeared that this bronze basin dated back to the Western Jin era. Upon careful cleaning, he discovered further engravings at the base. The basin's surface displayed the traditional double dragon playing with a pearl motif, surrounded by auspicious floral patterns symbolizing wealth and prosperity, exuding an air of opulence. If he was not mistaken, it appeared to be royal property, likely a wash basin used by the emperor or a prince within the palace. The intricate patterns were engraved rather than painted, and, as Lin Ran reached out to touch them, he found the surface remarkably smooth, a testament to craftsmanship that, even by today's standards, will be challenging to replicate. It was hard to imagine the dedication and effort that artisans of that era poured into the creation of such bronze basins. In the ancient Wei Jin period, The technology was far less advanced, and the availability of copper was limited. Crafting a copper basin, such as this one, would require no less than 6 months to complete. Currently, similar copper basins are exceedingly rare, making this gold dragon pattern copper basin an exceptionally precious artifact, its historical significance and collectible value immeasurable. Lin Ran made a rough estimation. If placed on a market, it would likely fetch at least 1,000 yuan given today as prices. Although he had been meticulous in his cleaning, some patterns still displayed signs of wear. Regrettably, due to the previous owner's ignorance of the basin's worth and improper preservation, it suffered considerable corrosion. Otherwise, its value would undoubtedly have been greater. Chapter 42. Mom, this requires skill. Just as Lin Ran lamented over the gold dragon pattern copper basin, he heard his mother calling from behind him. Ran, stop your work and come eat first. We can deal with things after dinner. He promptly acknowledged her and hurried to wash his hands thoroughly, scrubbing with soap multiple times. After all, the odor from the copper basin was quite unpleasant, and he did not wish for it to affect his appetite. Speaking of which, it had been ages since they had chicken at home. Upon entering the inner room, he was greeted by a delightful aroma that he could not resist inhaling deeply. He rushed to the table and was greeted by a large plate of stir-fried chicken alongside a bowl of chicken soup. The soup was fragrant, with a glistening layer of golden fat floating atop, making his mouth water. Mom, your cooking skills have truly improved. It smells divine. Lin Ran eagerly picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. The savory flavor exploded in his mouth, filling his palate with exquisite delight. Look at you, you little glutton. There is plenty of meat. You have enough to eat. I cooked a whole chicken today. Lin Wanjun, also enticed by the meal, said little and began to eat. Yet she did not forget to serve Lin Mu some vegetables. The family shared a warm and cheerful atmosphere, and Lin Ran cherished this familial warmth, having not experienced it for many years. After finishing his meal, Lin Ran intended to rise and clear the dishes, but was stopped by Lin Wanjun. Let me handle it. Don't you have other matters to attend to? He did not insist, smiled, and returned to the task of cleaning the bronze artifact. All of Lin Ran's thoughts were now focused solely on the copper basin. He resumed his place on the small stool and continued to cleanse it. Given the basin's age, it was quite dirty, and he spent some time ensuring it was cleaner, as this would facilitate its eventual sale. Lin Mu and Lin Wanjun finished tidying up and approached him with curiosity. Ran, what exactly are you working on? You've been at it for quite some time. Hearing their voices, Lin Ran looked up and pointed to the still grimy copper basin in his hands. I'm just cleaning this basin. Look how filthy it is, and the smell is overwhelming. He gestured dismissively in front of his nose, displaying a look of distaste. Seeing him in such a comical state, Lin's mother and Lin Wanjun could not help but burst into laughter. Lin Wanjun crouched down, peering into the copper basin with curiosity. What kind of antique is this, and what could it possibly be worth? To me, it resembles the basin that Aunt Zhang next door uses to feed her pigs. Lin Ran retorted with discontent. How could this possibly be a pig feeding basin? This is an antique, a copper basin. Just look at this intricate pattern. It is a Jin-long copper basin from the Western Jin dynasty. It is royal property, highly valuable and quite rare to encounter. He chuckled. Were it not for your brother's keen and discerning eye, I doubt I would have recognized this treasure. Lin's mother and Lin Wanjun nodded thoughtfully, as Lin Ran's explanation provided a gradual psychological acceptance for the family. During my studies, I developed a keen interest in history. As you know, my history grades have always been exemplary. Seeing him so self-satisfied, Lin's mother and Lin Wanjun couldn't help but laugh again. You truly lack humility. Lin Ran, however, responded nonchalantly. What is there to be humble about? I speak only the truth. My grades certainly do not lie. Lin's mother and Lin Wanjun were amused by Lin Ran's words. So, when you went out, you were merely visiting the town? But in the town, you know no one. How could you possibly turn these antiques into money? You must be cautious. Do not let others underestimate you and take advantage of you. Lin Wanjun nodded in agreement. Indeed, even if your historical knowledge is vast, your eyes are not all-seeing. How can you be certain that what you possess is an antique? Lin Ran had long anticipated this day would come. Once or twice, perhaps his mother and sister would not harbor suspicions, but with repeated occurrences, doubts would surely arise. Thus, he had already prepared a set of explanations. This was also a way to gently guide his family towards acceptance and adaptation. To tell you the truth, I actually went to the pawn shop in town. I thought I would give it a try, as I roam around collecting scrap every day anyway. Lin Ran's words were seamless, and Lin's mother and Lin Wanjun appeared completely convinced. Little Ran, we must not forget our roots. If others hold you in esteem, you must remain grounded and not disappoint them. Do you understand? and your studies must not be neglected. Lin Ran nodded earnestly. It is all thanks to my parents for supporting my education. Without that solid foundation, I would not have been able to receive such teachings. Upon hearing Lin Ran's explanation, Lin's mother and Lin Wanjun exchanged relieved glances and nodded in approval. Little Ran, you are truly promising. Knowledge is power. Education transforms destiny. With the blessings of our ancestors, my son shall earn his keep through knowledge and culture. Excellent. This is truly wonderful. Lin Ran smiled with pride. Lin's mother, elated by the praise, offered to help with the cleaning. Little Ran, I am particularly skilled at tasks like washing. You sit back and relax. I shall take care of this. With that, she rolled up her sleeves, ready to begin. Lin Ran hastily extended his hand to stop her. Mother, these items are not merely for laundry. Strength alone will not suffice. He jested, gazing at her with a playful smile. This is a skilled endeavor. If you ruin them, their value diminishes. Just imagine, if they are impeccably cleaned yet deemed undesirable, all my efforts would be in vain, wouldn't they? I am well aware of your capabilities. Anything old in your hands will certainly appear as new. Both Lin Mu and Lin Wanjun chuckled at his remarks. Transforming the old into the new would render them not antiques? Very well. You may wash them yourself. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Once his mother and sister departed, Lin Ran resumed his task with unwavering focus. He intended to visit the pawn shop at dawn the following day. Now that he had some funds at his disposal, it was time to settle his debts. Upon awakening, he would take his daughter to repay what was owed. After all, as the saying goes, a life free of debts is a light one. Chapter 43. The sixth brother is particular. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Lin Ran wrapped the golden dragon pattern copper basin in cloth and boarded a rickshaw towards the town. However, this time he did not plan to seek out Fong Dehai. This was not to imply that Fong Dehai was unreliable. He had interacted with him on several occasions and knew him to be trustworthy. Rather, he had recently met Wu Laolu. Lin Ran had yet to engage in any transactions with Wu Laolu. The golden dragon pattern copper basin was of significant value, and he saw this as an opportunity to gauge Wu Laolu's character. Previously, he had assisted Wu Laolu with a major endeavor concerning the sea salvage porcelain, and he was curious to see if Wu Laolu would show gratitude. If Wu Laolu proved to be dependable, Lin Ran could proceed with future dealings without concern. In both of his lifetimes, he understood the importance of cultivating connections. After all, having more friends opens more paths, does it not? Moreover, antiques are peculiar. No one can guarantee they won't misjudge an item at least once. Upon arriving at Liuli Factory, Lin Ran retraced his steps in memory and found himself once again at Rongbuozai. Boss Wu, it has been a while, he called out. Wu Laolu, seated and sipping tea, immediately rose upon hearing Lin Ran's voice. Ah, Brother Lin, you have finally arrived. Please, take a seat, he exclaimed, swiftly pouring Lin Ran a cup of tea. What brings you here today? That sea-salvaged porcelain you assisted me with was a godsend. I managed to sell it for an excellent price. The remaining 2 pieces of sea-salvaged porcelain had sold for a handsome profit. Thus Wu Laolu eagerly anticipated Lin Ran's return for more valuable items. Such a talented young man was worth befriending. Observing Wu Laolu's warmth, Lin Ran felt no need for formality and presented the item he had brought. Sixth brother, I have come today to part with an item through you. Though wrapped in cloth, its substantial size suggested it was indeed a valuable piece. What is it? Let me see. Wu Laolu's eyes brightened with anticipation. Since Lin Ran's departure, he had been pondering when Lin Ran would return to engage in trade with him. It was hardly acceptable for all the fine goods to be monopolized by Fong Dehai. It was a copper basin. Observing the other party's keen interest, Lin Ran hesitated no longer. He unwrapped the cloth bag and revealed the item. Although it had undergone a thorough cleaning, it still appeared somewhat unkempt. Take a look and assess its condition, Lin Ran suggested. Wu Laolu did not hesitate, lifting the basin and examining it closely from various angles. Nodding thoughtfully as he scrutinized it. Bring me my magnifying glass, he commanded. A nearby assistant quickly fetched the magnifying glass and presented it respectfully. Wu Laolu held the magnifying glass, meticulously inspecting the engraved inscriptions and patterns. At times his pupils would constrict and his brow would furrow, reflecting his seriousness as he left no detail overlooked, as if fearing to make a fool of himself in front of Lin Ran. Lin Ran remained silent, understanding that Wu Laolu's meticulousness was justified. After all, distinguishing the authenticity of the Jinlongwen copper basin was no simple task. Despite Wu Laolu's seniority, many within the industry had faltered due to inexperience when evaluating antiques. Lin Ran recognized that speaking now would only disrupt the concentration of his companion. So he patiently sipped his tea, awaiting Wu Lao's findings. Suddenly, Wu Lao's expression tightened, his breathing noticeably slowing as he leaned in closer, nearly pressing himself against the copper basin. He wiped the magnifying glass and inquired of Lin Ran, having examined the item, "It is indeed remarkable. However, young brother, do you know the provenance of this piece?" Upon hearing this, Lin Ran understood Wu Laolu was testing his knowledge. Since they were discussing price, there was no need for false modesty. He proceeded to recount the history of the Jinlongwen copper basin with eloquence. This basin dates back to the Wei and Jin dynasties, and the engravings are attributed to Emperor Sima Yin of the Jin dynasty. It was used as royal tableware, a basin reserved for the emperor or princes within the palace. As he spoke, he lifted the basin, gesturing towards the intricate designs. "Observe the craftsmanship. It is exceptionally refined, and even modern techniques might struggle to replicate it. The patterns are chiseled into the surface." Wu Laolu smiled and nodded, encouraging Lin Ran to continue. "This basin is crafted from yellow copper with a folded edge, imparting a certain heft. The walls of the basin are ancient and robust, yet the surface is smooth and rounded, adorned with exquisite engravings that exhibit a resplendent sheen. On the basin's wall, 3 four-clawed dragons soar amidst the clouds, their powerful strokes of engraving lending them a lifelike presence. Thus, the name Jinlongwen Copper Basin. The basin's surface features the phrase year after year. There are fish, depicting a child cradling a large carp amidst a lotus pond, surrounded by lotus leaves and flowers, with auspicious clouds drifting overhead, symbolizing blessings of peace and prosperity. Lin Ran had meticulously examined the Jinlongwen Copper Basin at home, so he recounted these details with the familiarity of one who treasures a cherished heirloom. It is merely a bronze basin adorned with a golden dragon motif. Yet due to improper preservation, some of the intricate designs have succumbed to corrosion, which is rather regrettable. However, overall, it remains in commendable condition, a feat in itself. After listening to Lin Ran's elaborate explanation, Wu Laolu chuckled, wearing an expression of admiration while clasping his hands together. "Young brother, I did not expect you to possess such extensive knowledge at such a tender age. Indeed, this basin is a fine example from the Wei and Jin dynasties. Despite its minor imperfections, it is undeniably a remarkable artifact. Young brother, you are truly fortunate to have come across such a rare item. In their profession, there are certain unspoken rules. One does not inquire about the origin or destination of items." Although Lin Ran's curiosity about the provenance of the Golden Dragon Basin lingered, he refrained from probing further. With a smile, Lin Ran waved his hand dismissively. "You yist, Vulaoyu. I am merely performing before the master, showcasing only a fraction of my understanding. It pales in comparison to your expertise." Wu Laolu, aware that Lin Ran was engaging in polite banter, shook his head with a grin. The longer one labors in this field, the more one adheres to established customs and taboos. Wu Laolu then instructed the attendant behind him, "Go, fetch a basin of hot water in the golden basin." After this, he retrieved a box of vermilion from the cabinet behind him, donned gloves, and carefully extracted a few pieces. Upon witnessing this, Lin Ran instantly comprehended his intent, and a sense of amusement washed over him. "Well done, old Six. Who would have thought that you are such a discerning individual?" Chapter 44. Goodness, am I being mistaken for a Tomb Raider? Soon, the attendant brought a basin of hot water and placed it before Wu Laolu. "Master, your water." Remarkably, the attendant's face was partially veiled, indicating that this was not his first encounter with such matters. Lin Ran had long recognized Wu Lao's significant background, yet he was surprised by the extent of his lineage. He remained silent, observing the unfolding actions. Wu Laolu carefully dripped the vermilion into the water and began to stir gently. The attendant had already prepared a cloth for drying hands, placing it aside. Lin Ran could not help but find the situation rather amusing. Goodness, he truly considers himself a Tomb Raider. Vermilion is known for its protective properties against malevolent spirits, often employed by Taoists and sorcerers in their rituals. Nonetheless, Wu Laolu exhibited caution. Even the cloth for drying hands was inscribed with protective symbols. "Young brother, do join me in washing your hands to dispel any misfortune." While he framed it as a means of warding off ill luck, both men were acutely aware of the underlying significance. Noticing Lin Ran's lack of action, Wu Laolu chuckled. "I initially presumed you only understood trivial artifact from centuries past, but it appears you are a true connoisseur. However, we are on the lower end of the spectrum, while you reside above. We, the humble souls, adhere to certain protocols. Upon handling such items, we must treat them with care. When traversing the light and the dark, One must remember to avoid direct contact when circling a black coffin or navigating a shadowy abode. One must draw symbols to repel the dead, marking their foreheads. As the living walk, the spirits may obstruct their path. A millennium of darkness, a millennium of light. In our line of work, there are certain unspoken rules that we all understand regarding what is acceptable to accept and what is not. As he spoke, he raised his hand. My young friend, please do not take offense. My actions are merely to ensure a sense of peace of mind. After all, this profession is fraught with taboos, and I seek nothing more than safety and good fortune. Lin Ran offered a resigned smile. I fully comprehend this matter. It is only appropriate. Wu Laolu glanced at Lin Ran's hand, and his meaning was abundantly clear. Boss Wu, you truly are a cautious individual. Rest assured, I understand the customs. He was acutely aware that failing to comply with such practices could prolong their negotiations. After following Wu Lao's protocol by washing his hands and drying them with a yellow cloth, he sat down once more. Boss Wu, to return to the matter at hand. What are your thoughts on this copper basin adorned with a golden dragon pattern? If it suits you, would you be willing to accept it? Lin Ran, wishing to avoid any further circumlocution, expressed his intentions directly. Wu Laolu nodded, took a sip of tea, and then spoke slowly. My young friend, there is no need for such haste. Since you have gone to the trouble of bringing this item to me, I have no reason to decline. It is evident that you hold me in high regard by presenting such a fine piece. The golden dragon copper basin indeed appears to be in good condition. Why don't you propose a price? Lin Ran had already made a mental calculation and boldly stated a figure. Boss Wu, we are familiar enough now, so I shall offer you a fair price. Let us see if you find it acceptable. How much? Wu Laolu inquired, displaying keen interest. Lin Ran raised his hand. 1,200. What do you think? My young friend, we cannot commence negotiations in such a manner, Wu Laolu replied with a smile, his tone unhurried. If this golden dragon copper basin were in perfect condition, not only would I consider paying you 1,200, but I would even be willing to offer 3,000. He picked up the basin and pointed to the areas of corrosion. However, as you can see, the extent of the corrosion makes your proposed price somewhat excessive. Whether I can resell it in the future remains uncertain. Lin Ran had anticipated this response and frowned slightly. Then, Boss Wu, what price do you believe you could offer? Please be forthright. Wu Laolu lowered his head, contemplating for a moment before responding. 900. That is the highest price I can offer. Lin Ran could not help but chuckle. Wu Laolu was indeed shrewd, pressing the price down to such a low figure while feigning the pain of a loss. However, Lin Ran was not one to be easily shortchanged. Boss, in our first dealings, you must not be so unyielding. 900 is far too low. This is a golden dragon copper basin. Lin Ran recognized that his counterpart was merely testing the waters and that there was room for negotiation. As expected, Wu Laolu countered. 1,100. He paused. This is my bottom line. If it goes lower, I shall have to consult Brother Fong for his pricing. As he spoke, he pretended to gather his belongings, prompting Wu Laolu to hastily extend his hand to stop him. My young friend, what kind of relationship do we share? Why the rush? Is there anything I cannot obtain from Rambo Ozai? Lin Ran merely feigned curiosity as he posed the question. Boss Wu, in matters of business, integrity prevails when deals falter. I have come with sincerity, so please offer me your best. All right, I shall take it for 1,060. How does that sound? Without allowing Lin Ran to finish, the other party eagerly interrupted him. For good fortune's sake, is that acceptable? Wu Laolu was genuinely interested in this item. Otherwise, he would not have sought to retain Lin Ran's company. After all, it was indeed the first time he had encountered such a treasure. Finally, Lin Ran placed the item he had been holding onto the table. Since we have reached this point in our discussion, how could I possibly refuse? Excellent. You are indeed a person of character. Fearing that Lin Ran might retract his agreement, Wu Laolu hastily accepted the gilded dragon-patterned bronze basin. Please wait here a moment while I fetch your payment. With that, he turned and retreated into the inner room. Before long, he emerged with a thick stack of notes, meticulously counting them in Lin Ran's presence before placing the sum into his hands. Just right, 1,060. Please verify. However, Lin Ran shook his head and directly tucked the money into his pocket. Boss Wu is a man of substantial dealings. I trust that your credibility is intact. There is no need to count it. Based on the camaraderie between us, I have faith in you. Seeing Lin Ran's generous demeanor, Wu Laolu felt an even deeper fondness for him. Once Lin Ran had gathered his belongings, he prepared to take his leave. Wu Laolu, understanding the implication behind his words, waved dismissively. No need for such formality. We are like family. Should you come across any valuable items in the future, do not forget your older brother. Lin Ran smiled and nodded. Rest assured, I will not. Wu Laolu had facilitated a pathway for Lin Ran's future endeavors, making his sales much more convenient. Watching Lin Ran's retreating figure, Wu Laolu nodded with conviction. Indeed, a talented youth. His insight is remarkable. This swift vessel sails the seas, and I, Wu Laolu, shall not be left behind. Chapter 45. Has something happened at home? With a substantial gain in hand, Lin Ran joyfully made his way home. One must admit, Wu Laolu is indeed worthy of deepening ties. He is efficient, straightforward, and principled, a reliable partner for collaboration. As he passed by the hospital, a sense of unease tugged at him, prompting him to check on his father. His father's condition had improved significantly, now nearing a state of recovery. Father, you are awake. Lin Ran's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy upon seeing his father. Lin father nodded, gazing at him with affection as he grasped Lin Ran's hand. The unspoken guilt palpable in the air. Lin father had long believed himself to be the family's pillar. Only now did he realize the weight of his misconception. His illness had imposed a heavy burden on his family, a truth he was acutely aware of. Lin Ran firmly held his father's hand. Do not worry, father. I will take care of everything at home. I can earn money now. You shall not suffer. Seeing Lin Ran's maturity brought even greater sorrow to Lin father's heart. What parent, after all, does not wish to shield their children from life's storms for a lifetime? Lin Ran quickly offered words of comfort. Father, the doctor has assured me that your illness is resolved, and you will soon be discharged from the hospital. As long as you recover, and our family can be together in peace, I shall be utterly content. These words were spoken from the depths of my heart. Ah, my good child, you are right. Being together as a family is all that matters. Father Lin nodded, remaining silent. Lin Ran offered a few more words of comfort, calculating the time for the rickshaw, before reluctantly departing from the ward. Upon leaving, a sense of unease still lingered in his heart. He sought out the doctor to inquire about his father's condition and to confirm the approximate date of discharge. Lin Ran nodded eagerly, expressing his gratitude to the doctor. With this definitive news, the burden that had weighed heavily on his heart was finally lifted. Upon exiting the hospital, his spirits soared, and he could not help but ponder that the more than 1,000 yuan he had previously given to his mother was sufficient to clear their debts. With his father soon to be discharged and still possessing a fair amount of money himself, the household was now in surplus. Everything was on the mend. In this lifetime, he had finally managed to alter his family's previously strained existence through his own efforts. Unable to contain his joy, he began to whistle, feeling grateful that his parents were safe, their needs met, devoid of illness or misfortune. Was this not the life he had always yearned for? Lin Ran felt a wave of gratitude. Having been granted a second chance by fate, he vowed never to let any tragedy repeat itself. Skillfully boarding the rickshaw, he swayed with the rhythm of the bumpy ride, his heart brimming with joy. Upon arriving at Dalu town, he walked home with an exuberant spirit, eager to share the good news with his family. However, as he entered the door, he was taken aback to find his mother and sister seated with somber expressions, the atmosphere heavy with tension. There was no trace of the warmth and affection that had once filled their home. Mother, sister, what has happened? Sensing the sudden gloom enveloping the household, Lin Ran felt a pang of anxiety. Is misfortune drawn to the unfortunate? Hearing his words, Lin Wanjun's eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears. She appeared as if she were on the verge of speaking, but faltered, causing Lin Ran to feel even more anxious. Sister, what is wrong? Please tell me. Lin Wanjun struggled to find the right words, fearful that voicing their troubles would only add to her brother's worries. Not only had she been unable to assist, but she felt she had only compounded the issue. The more she thought about it, the more guilty she felt towards Lin Ran, rendering her even more incapable of speaking out. Seeing that he could not elicit any information from Lin Wanjun, Lin Ran grew increasingly anxious and turned to his mother. If something is troubling you, please share it. We shall face it together. Upon witnessing her son's concerned expression, Lin mother felt a pang of sorrow and reached out to grasp his hand. My dear, do not concern yourself with this matter. We shall handle it as a family. You focus on your studies and do not let your mother worry, all right? Lin mother was determined to keep Lin Ran out of this predicament. Having a university student in the family was a rare blessing, and if those ruffians took notice, the family could be in grave peril. Moreover, who understands a child better than their mother? Lin Ran, possessing an inherently tenacious spirit, might impulsively confront that gang of ruffians. And what then? Those scoundrels are known for their brutality. Was it not the case that the young son of old Wang from village 8 met a tragic end at their hands? Lin Ran is still young. He must not endure such suffering. Yet, the more his mother expressed these concerns, the more anxious he became. Mother, How can I attend school properly with you acting this way? If you truly care for me, you should confide in me. However, Lin's mother stubbornly shook her head. I've said it before, these matters do not concern you. What? Do you no longer wish to heed your mother's words? Lin Ran stepped forward to intervene. Little Ran, please listen to mother and refrain from further questioning. Despite her soothing words, her eyes were reddened, revealing her deep concern. You are the only university student in our family. It is no small feat you embody the hopes of our entire family. There are brighter days ahead for you. We cannot be a burden to you. Lin Ran had already been persuaded by their mother earlier. She recognized Lin Ran's efforts. He was kind-hearted, and if he were to learn the truth, he would undoubtedly not let the matter rest for his own sake. As the saying goes, the arm cannot twist the thigh. No matter how knowledgeable Lin Ran may be, some issues in this world cannot be resolved through intellect alone. The dark and violent aspects of the city persist alongside the human condition. Hearing this, Lin Ran felt a surge of indignation. Sister, how can you say such a thing? How could you be a burden to me? Without you, I would not be who I am today. He understood that his mother and sister were concealing the truth out of fear for his safety. Did you not say that as long as we are united as a family, no obstacle is insurmountable? Now, while dealing with family issues, you choose to keep me in the dark, as if I am not part of this family. Lin's mother resolutely shook her head. This matter, under no circumstances, will we disclose to you. Go inside. Do not interfere. Lin Ran pleaded for a considerable time, yet his mother and sister showed no signs of yielding, intensifying his urgency. Just then, an odious visage emerged in his mind. Wang Yingju, if memory serves at this hour, that gossipy woman would be finishing her meal and gathering with others under the old willow tree at the village entrance to exchange idle chatter. If he wished to glean information, seeking her out was surely the right course. These women, with nothing better to do, revel in prying into the affairs of others. If he could extract any information from them, it would make his efforts worthwhile. Casting a glance at his mother, who wore a troubled expression, Lin Ran felt a pang of anguish. Without uttering another word, he burst through the door, heading straight for the old willow tree at the village's edge. Chapter 46. A breach of contract fee of 20,000? A person who plays both sides. Before departing, Lin Ran made sure to grab a handful of fruit candies. After all, this group of gossips was notorious for taking advantage. Upon seeing Lin Ran hastily leave, Lin's mother and Lin Ran grew anxious about his safety and hurriedly attempted to call him back. However, Lin Ran was oblivious to their voices, casting their concerns aside. A true man, faced with uncertainty, does not lament beneath the heavens. Rather than languish at home in despair, it is far better to actively seek a resolution. Having lived two lives, passivity is not in Lin Ran's nature. Lin's mother and Lin Ran exchanged glances, letting out a heavy sigh. At this juncture, altering the outcome seemed an arduous task. Despite Lin Ran's extensive knowledge, he remained but a child. What could he truly accomplish? Should he confront that scoundrel, Zhang Mazi, his future would be irrevocably ruined. Lin Ran hastened toward the village entrance, and indeed, he soon spotted a large crowd gathered, engaged in fervent discussion. Upon noticing Lin Ran, Wang Yingju, unusually eager, called out to him without delay. Xiaoran, come quickly, I have something to discuss with you. The rare warmth in Wang Yingju's demeanor only intensified Lin Ran's unease. He approached swiftly, greeted her, and inquired urgently, Aunt, what is it? Seeing that Lin Ran was unaware of the situation, Wang Yingju's spirits lifted as if she had found purpose. Xiaoran, it is fortunate to see you. You must persuade your mother to comply with Zhang Mazi's demands. Persuade my mother? Why? Lin Ran furrowed his brow, and it was through Wang Yingju that he began to grasp the truth of the matter. Convince your mother to adhere strictly to Zhang Mazi's terms. We are merely ordinary folk, utterly incapable of contesting with him. If we stubbornly refuse, it will ultimately be you who suffers. Zhang Mazi, Lin Ran recognized this individual, a creditor of the Lin family. The man's true name was Zhang Lijin, notorious in the surrounding areas as a ruffian whom no one wished to provoke. Had it not been for dire circumstances, the family would not have resorted to borrowing money from him. However, they had already gathered the funds to repay Zhang Mazi. Could this scoundrel truly seek to create trouble? There must be some hidden agenda. Wang Yingju let out a deep sigh, seemingly expressing concern for the Lin family, yet inwardly reveling in the unfolding drama. Your sister is unfortunate, but it is of little consequence. Once she follows him, she may find comfort. Do not forget, Zhang Mazi holds considerable sway in our village. The surrounding women began to chime in with their own comments. After gathering the facts, Lin Ran finally comprehended the situation. It appeared that, in a moment of desperation, the family had borrowed 150 yuan from the village bully, Zhang Mazi. They had initially agreed upon a monthly interest of 30 yuan, which at that time was already exorbitant. Yet now, when his mother went to repay the debt, he adamantly denied the agreement, claiming that he had stipulated a daily interest of 30 yuan. Lin's mother was accused of attempting to default. It is worth noting that during this era, the monthly salary of urban workers barely reached 30 yuan. A daily interest of 30 yuan amounted to nothing less than extortion. Lin Ran understood clearly that Zhang Mazi was demanding an exorbitant sum simply because he believed that her family could now repay their debts. Not only that, but this scoundrel audaciously proclaimed that either the Lin family would return both the principal and interest as agreed, along with an additional 20,000 yuan in breach of contract penalties, or he would marry her sister. He even granted the Lin family a fortnight to comply, threatening to come and claim his bride if they failed to pay. Wang Yingjiu, observing Lin Ran's sullen demeanor, took the opportunity to stoke the flames of discontent. It was an unfortunate situation. Sometimes one had to think positively, didn't they? After all, given Zhang Mazi's influence in the village, the Lin family would undoubtedly face no further bullying in the future, and her parents could finally hold their heads high. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran felt a surge of indignation. Such flowery words about enjoying life and holding one's head high were utterly ludicrous. If things were truly so favorable, why didn't Wang Yingjiu marry her own daughter to him? Aunt, how can you say such things? My sister is not an object to be used as collateral for debts. Moreover, you know very well the kind of person Zhang Mazi is, a notorious bully in the village. My sister is delicate and fragile. If she were to marry him, who knows what hardships she would endure, with resentment boiling within her. Lin Ran's words lacked any semblance of politeness. Zhang Mazi was indeed a tyrant, wielding considerable power in the village, and everyone feared him. He surrounded himself with a gang of idle ruffians who indulged in gambling, vice, and extortion. Furthermore, his uncle, Zhang Xueli, was the deputy mayor of Daliu town. Thus, the Zhang family operated with impunity in their territory. This was precisely why Wang Yingjiu dared to speak so boldly. Lin Ran felt an overwhelming anger. How could Zhang Mazi dare to bully her family? If she could not protect her loved ones, what was the point of her rebirth? Wang Yingjiu, undeterred by Lin Ran's scorn, merely smiled and advised, "Young man, you are still naive and unaware of the harsh realities of adulthood. Look at where we live now. Zhang Mazi has already moved into a 2-story villa. Besides, even if your sister doesn't marry him, given your family's current situation, what kind of respectable match could she possibly hope for?" Lin Ran could scarcely tolerate Wang Yingjiu's hypocritical demeanor, reveling in the misfortune of others. It was a talent she possessed in abundance. Were it not for the need to maintain appearances, he would not have held his tongue. "Aunt, things are not as absolute as you suggest. Even if my sister were to marry Zhang Mazi, who can guarantee her happiness, no matter how wealthy he is? We have no desire for his riches. Furthermore, who says my sister must marry Zhang Mazi?" Seeing Lin Ran's stubborn refusal to heed her advice, Wang Yingjiu retorted with a mocking tone, "It's easy to speak grandly, but in just half a month, Zhang Mazi is demanding 20,000 yuan. What do you intend to procure that sum? 20,000 yuan is certainly no trifling amount." Lin Ran was burdened with heavy thoughts. Although Wang Yingjiu's words were harsh, they were nonetheless grounded in reality. No matter how capable one might be, certain things remain unattainable. Had he agreed sooner, he could have spared himself the torment. Wang Yingjiu's every utterance struck him like a hammer to the heart. Unable to contain his frustration, Lin Ran clenched his fists. Her words, though coarse, bore truth. In the eyes of this era, 20,000 yuan was indeed a staggering sum. "Aunt, regardless of circumstances, I thank you for revealing the truth to me. Now that I understand the entire situation, it will be much easier for me to address it." Witnessing Lin Ran's resolute demeanor, those around him were taken aback. As fellow members of the struggling lower class, why must they add salt to the wounds? Well, since we've come this far in our conversation, whether you choose to heed it or not is entirely up to you. We have spoken both kind and unkind words. Wang Yingjiu advised him, "Do not foolishly confront Zhang Mazi alone. That scoundrel is utterly unreasonable." Chapter 47. Such scum must be subdued decisively. With merely half a month remaining, the responsibility now rested on him. While Wang Yingjiu watched with a sense of morbid curiosity, a wave of melancholy washed over her. Were not the common folk of this era all in the same plight? Lin Ran understood that this group of gossipers relished idle chatter. but they harbored no ill intentions, just the quintessential image of rural women. He forced a smile and nodded. Aunt, you are right. There's still half a month left. The outcome remains uncertain. After expressing his gratitude once more and handing them some candy, he turned to leave. Behind him, the murmurs of the crowd echoed, but Lin Ran paid them no mind. As he walked, his emotions grew increasingly complex. His sister and mother had refrained from disclosing the situation to him, fearing it would burden him further. Yet, as the man of the Lin family, how could he hide away and do nothing? That was his own sister. Regardless of the challenges, he must devise a solution to this predicament. Having lived 2 lives, if he could not even handle a local ruffian, how could he aspire to be an antique master or a business magnate? He feared that his mother and sister might become despondent and do something foolish. Upon returning home, Lin's mother and Lin Wanjun immediately stood up, rushing to Lin Ran's side. Xiao Ran, where have you been? Please do not do anything rash. As she spoke, her eyes began to redden. Lin Ran reached out to support her, but shook his head. Mother, I already know the truth. Zhang Matzi is indeed unscrupulous. This is an obvious case of bullying. Regardless, I will never allow my sister to marry that scoundrel. Lin's mother sighed deeply. I do not wish for this either. But where can we procure such a large sum of money in just half a month? I truly have no options. I cannot bear to see your sister suffer. Before she could finish, she broke down in tears. Lin Wanjun, upon witnessing her mother's distressing state, found the tears she had so painstakingly restrained flowing anew. She was acutely aware of the fate that awaited her. Mother, it's all right. I'm a part of this family, and I'm willing to marry Zhang Matzi. As long as you're safe and sound, that is all that matters. Lin Ran abruptly interrupted Lin Wanjun's words with a wave of his hand. Sister, do you trust me? Taken aback by his resolute demeanor, Lin Wanjun replied, I do. Then, since you trust me, please refrain from interfering in this matter. I will find a way to resolve it. Lin Ran had made up his mind. He was determined not to let his sister's happiness be buried by that scoundrel. He understood all too well that in this era, even basic sustenance and clothing were challenges, and facing such a rogue often left the common folk at their mercy. After all, having an uncle who was the deputy town chief was no trivial matter. Those of them who were unarmed and defenseless had no choice but to endure in silence. Offending the other party could lead to dire consequences. Mother, do not worry. I will handle this. A scoundrel like Zhang Matzi is utterly unworthy of marrying my sister. Seeing his furious expression, Lin mother quickly reached out to restrain him. Please, do not act foolishly. Lin Wanjun nodded in agreement. You are our family's hope. You cannot sacrifice your bright future for me. Lin Ran understood their concerns. Having lived once more, his maturity had already developed. Even if it meant confronting challenges directly, he would not do so recklessly. He knew that not only would such an approach yield no benefits, but it would also inevitably implicate his family. He smiled gently, reassuring his family. Rest assured, Mother. I have it under control. Do you remember what I told you before? I am quite familiar with the owner of the shop. He is someone who navigates both the light and the dark. I will think of a solution for this matter. Do not be too disheartened until the final moment. One cannot predict the outcome. Lin mother and Lin Wanjun nodded, finding some sense in his words. As Lin Ran departed, Lin Wanjun gazed at Lin mother with concern. Mother, do you think what Xiao Ran said is true? Lin mother shook her head heavily. In half a month's time, gathering over 20,000 yuan is merely a dream. For now, the only one we can rely on is Xiao Ran. In Lin mother's perspective, earning 20,000 yuan in half a month was nothing short of a pipe dream, unbeknownst to Lin Ran, who lay in bed contemplating his next course of action to tackle the present issue. As the saying goes, money is the courage of heroes. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Ran would not be foolish enough to confront a village bully from the 80s head-on, especially when that bully had connections to a deputy town chief. He had heard whispers about Zhang Matzi before. Villager Wang had a granddaughter who, while tending to the fields, was dragged into a cornfield and violated by Zhang Matzi. The girl, tearfully sharing her plight with Wang and her parents, prompted the family to seek an explanation from Zhang Matzi. However, upon entering his abode, they were met with violence, forcibly expelled by Zhang Matzi and his associates, with unclean words still lingering on his lips. The accusations against Wang, De Ye's granddaughter, were nothing short of inhuman. The elderly Wang De Ye, feeling the weight of age, was deeply aggrieved by the assault on his character, resulting in a debilitating illness. Unable to bear witnessing the indignities suffered by both father and daughter, Wang's family resorted to filing a complaint at the local police station. However, after several inquiries, the matter was left unresolved. With no other recourse, they sought to escalate their grievances. During this time, Zhang Matsi relentlessly intimidated and coerced Wang's family, ensuring their unrest. He also spread various slanders about the young woman throughout the village. Unable to endure such vile slander, the girl tragically took her own life by hanging herself at night. With a life lost, the police turned a blind eye, and her parents' pleas reached the town, only to be intercepted by Zhang Matsi's uncle. After numerous suppressions, Wang's family, succumbing to pressure, ultimately had to yield. Zhang Matsi continued to reign tyrannically in the village, oppressing the villagers. From that point onward, no one dared to oppose him. Such occurrences were countless. Lin Ran understood that his sister refrained from involving him due to her knowledge of the Wang family's plight. Yet, the thought of his beloved sister being tormented by the scoundrel Zhang Matsi kept him awake at night, consumed by fury. He contemplated that the best course of action was to leverage his connections and seek out more formidable allies to deliver a crushing blow to this scoundrel. Against such a base individual, it was imperative to subdue him decisively, ideally to the point of death, to eradicate any future threats. Otherwise, the Lin family would be doomed to an unending cycle of distress. With this realization, a rare glint of resolve and ferocity flashed across Lin Ran's face. In Chapter 48, The Gilded Bronze Buddha, Lin Ran recognized the necessity of preparing for dual contingencies. On one hand, he sought ways to utilize his connections, while on the other, he focused on the paramount importance of generating wealth, for it is money that emboldens the hero. Concerned for his family, he spent a restless night, anxious that any misstep could lead to further calamity. His hatred for Zhang Matsi intensified. Family was his Achilles heel. Although he had previously reassured his mother and sister by claiming connections with antiquities dealers and figures from both the underworld and the legitimate world, those were merely comforting fabrications. To resolve the matter thoroughly, he needed to address the root cause. Whenever he closed his eyes, the haunting images of his sister and mother's despair fueled his determination. At dawn the following day, before his mother and sister had risen, Lin Ran donned his clothes and stepped outside. Hearing the commotion, Lin Wanjun hurriedly put on her robe and rushed downstairs, only to find him already departing. "Xiaoran, were you off to so early? Let me prepare breakfast for you." After offering a few words of comfort to his sister, Lin Ran waved his hand and vanished through the door. The task of gathering 20,000 yuan within a fortnight was undeniably daunting. His only option was to leverage the knowledge he had previously acquired and swiftly trade some antiques. Specialization is key if one wishes to discover hidden treasures on a grand scale. The antique market is undoubtedly the most promising venue. Thus, Lin Ran decided to venture to the bustling Relic, a place teeming with both the genuine and the counterfeit, in hopes of striking it rich. It is well known that today's affluent individuals often take pride in their interest in cultural artifacts, reveling in the sophistication they represent. With the demand surging, the market has experienced remarkable growth. Moreover, being situated at the heart of the capital, antique markets, auction houses, and cultural goods markets have flourished. Lilikang and Panjiayuan, in particular, have transformed into favored locales for many online merchants. Although the atmosphere is a veritable mix of chaos, for Lin Ran, it resembles a high-level player entering a novice village. As he alighted from the rickshaw and beheld the bustling stalls before him, Lin Ran's heart brimmed with hope. The streets were lined with an array of vendors selling everything imaginable. There was nothing one could conceive that was not on display. These small merchants had neatly arranged their wares, akin to neatly cut blocks of tofu, each squatting or sitting, guarding their modest territories. Each stall was brimming with a mix of the ancient and the modern. From relics of the ancient Huaxia civilization to bronze artifacts freshly produced just the week prior. Remarkably, even legendary treasures like the Xianyuan sword and the Shinnong Ding were prominently showcased, awaiting a discerning buyer. Indeed, it was a fascinating place. As Lin Ran surveyed the dazzling assortment surrounding him, a sense of joy welled within him. The very disorder of this locale deterred many distinguished individuals, and therein lay the opportunity for genuine finds to go unnoticed. Most of the vendors here were not specialists. They relied on their persuasive tongues to entice customers. Lin Ran had recognized this very aspect, prompting his visit in search of fortune. The sounds of vendors calling out filled the air. "Come look at my stall. I have only the finest goods. Limited Qing Dynasty pieces. First come, first served. One-of-a-kind Ming Dynasty ceramics." The absurdity of their claims brought a smile to Lin Ran's lips. They seemed utterly oblivious to the historical significance of the items they peddled, audaciously shouting their boasts. Any knowledgeable individual would likely find themselves stifling a laugh upon hearing their proclamations. Approaching one stall, Lin Ran casually picked up a jade finger ring. It was a deep green, almost black, and far too smooth, yet its weight felt off. A proper jade ring of this size should possess a certain heft, a tangible quality. Instead, this one felt as if it were filled with glass. What do you think? Interested? The price is negotiable, the vendor exclaimed, mistaking Lin Ran for a potential easy mark. However, Lin Ran merely shook his head and set it back down. Not for me at the moment. Thank you, he replied, placing it down nonchalantly. The vendor, scrutinizing Lin Ran's youthful appearance, registered a hint of discontent. Unable to afford it, one dares to claim my quality is lacking. How absurd. It is evident that he is merely a naive youth, utterly ignorant. Listening to the vendor's scorn, Lin Ran felt no inclination to engage in debate with such a person, and merely shook his head before continuing on his way. After all, antiques are not as common as cabbages on the street. To stumble upon a treasure requires both fortune and skill, each indispensable. Throughout his journey, his eyes remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings in fear of inadvertently missing something precious. This was, after all, his sole avenue for breaking through his current predicament. However, as he progressed, he encountered either counterfeit items or inconsequential trinkets from the late Qing dynasty, leaving little room for profit. Approaching the end of his search, Lin Ran felt a tinge of despondency. Was it truly the case that he would return empty-handed today? Just then, a spark of excitement ignited within him. His instincts told him that this particular item was promising. Suppressing his exhilaration, he approached the stall, and upon closer inspection, a profound clarity washed over him. The statue before him featured a square face, serene expression, straight hair, and a seated posture, relatively small in size. If his eyes did not deceive him, this statue was indeed from the Han and 16 Kingdoms period. It possessed an oval halo behind its head, a fleshy topknot, slightly downcast eyes, prominent ears, a mustache on the upper lip, and donned a robe that flowed over the shoulders. The right hand displayed the Abyamadra, while the left formed a fist, with the robes draping in a U-shape, wrapping around the wrists and cascading before the feet. It is worth noting that during the Eastern Han period, 5 such statues were unearthed, all crafted from gilded bronze. This statue was one of them. Known as the gilded bronze Buddha of Huagai, such statues were used in palaces and temples. Their creation began in the Han dynasty, flourished during the Sui and Tang dynasties, and continued into the Ming and Qing dynasties. Cast in bronze or copper, with a gilded surface, these movable Buddha statues are colloquially referred to as gilded bronze Buddhas. Presently, one often encounters expertly crafted replicas of gilded bronze Buddhas at antique stalls, making it challenging for collectors to discern authenticity. Only with considerable experience or specialized tools can one make a distinction. Cradling the statue in his hands, Lin Ran felt a jolt of realization. This was undeniably a genuine gilded bronze Buddha of Huagai. Chapter 49. A lesson for the vendor. Once he had calmed his excitement, Lin Ran composed himself and began inquiring about the price. Good sir, how much do you intend to part with this piece for? After scrutinizing Lin Ran's attire, the vendor hastily categorized him as a typical young novice in the antique market. Oh, young man, you truly possess an eye for beauty, having immediately chosen our prized treasure. Since fate has brought us together, I shall let this Buddha go for 500. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The vendor was clearly asking an exorbitant price. 500 yuan. Why not just rob a bank? It was evident that he perceived Lin Ran as an inexperienced buyer, eager to exploit the opportunity to profit handsomely. Frowning slightly, Lin Ran picked up the statue. 500 yuan was indeed rather steep. What era did this piece belong to? And what was its material that warranted such a price? He casually inquired, hoping to gauge the vendor's genuine understanding of the item. Indeed, upon observing that Lin Ran was a novice, the other party began to boast extravagantly. To be frank, this statue of Buddha is a treasured heirloom passed down through generations. It is crafted from bronze, at least a millennium old. Just look at the craftsmanship. The benevolent expression on this Buddha figure clearly indicates its value. People say that possessing a Buddha statue ensures a smooth journey through life. Lin Ran couldn't help but scoff internally. The individual seemed to think he could deceive others despite his own ignorance. Did he truly believe the Buddha would thank him for his presence in this world? Warming the seasons? And what a bronze material. How could he not notice the gilded traces upon it? A millennium old, such audacity in his claims. Since this is indeed a family heirloom, surely he must be familiar with its name, wouldn't he? The vendor hesitated momentarily before fabricating a name. What else could this statue be called? It is Methria Buddha. Just look at his kind smile. Lin Ran nearly burst into laughter. Mithriya Buddha, how absurdly unrelated. Given the vendor's utter lack of knowledge regarding this gilded bronze statue, acquiring it would not prove challenging. The item itself was decent, but the price was exorbitant. This statue was certainly not worth such a sum. As Lin Ran set the statue down, the vendor, desperate not to lose a potential customer, hastily interjected, "Young man, do not speak carelessly. Who says my statue is not worth 500? Do you understand? This is an antique, over 1,000 years old. You appear to be an outsider. Good treasures in your hands would go unrecognized." Lin Ran had anticipated such a response, and with calm composure, he replied, "What you possess does not align with your claims. Just look at the golden traces upon it. How can you assert it is a bronze artifact? Furthermore, can you name the dynasty from 1,000 years ago?" The vendor, sensing Lin Ran's confidence, felt a twinge of insecurity. "I mentioned earlier that after so many years, the bronze has oxidized, resulting in some golden hues. This is perfectly normal. How can bronze oxidize to become golden?" Lin Ran chuckled softly and shook his head. "In that case, you have benefited from this. The golden hue indicates it is indeed gold." The vendor's mind worked quickly, leaving Lin Ran at a loss for words. How utterly preposterous. "You seem to be someone with discernment, so I'll 1T increase the price," the vendor remarked, handing the item to Lin Ran. Upon receiving it, Lin Ran pointed out the discrepancies. "Do you know what this golden hue signifies? It is gilding, which is not valuable and rather diminishes its worth." He paused, gesturing toward the face of the statue, and countered, "Was the sculpting technique truly so advanced a millennium ago? This statue is not Mithriya Buddha. It is Shakyamuni, seated upon a lotus pedestal. These features only emerged in more recent times." The street vendor could no longer contain himself and interrupted. "How can I trust that what you say is true? What if you were just trying to deceive me? You might just take my valuable items away." The vendor's vigilance was quite high. Lin Ran smiled, seemingly nonchalantly returning the item in his hand to the vendor. The vendor hesitated as he examined the object. "This Buddha statue certainly does not appear to be a cheap trinket. You may doubt its worth, but consider this. The points I just mentioned, do they not align with what you see? If they do correspond, it substantiates the truth of my words." By highlighting the vendor's errors, he rendered the vendor speechless. The vendor tightly shut his mouth, not anticipating that he had encountered an expert this time. "Then tell me, what do you think this is worth? Is 500 too much?" Lin Ran shook his head decisively. "It's worth not a single coin. If you can sell it for 500, I will take your surname," he boldly proclaimed, and it was precisely this audacity that compelled the vendor to believe in the veracity of Lin Ran's statements. The vendor, now bewildered by the twists and turns of the conversation, could not help but respond. "What do you think is a fair price? Go ahead and name it. I'm all ears. In business, there should be give and take." The vendor, already feeling guilty, was utterly unaware of the true origins of the item in his possession. Otherwise, he would not have fallen so completely under Lin Ran's influence. In his mind, as long as he could sell the Buddha statue for a high price, he deemed it a success. Lin Ran, with a hint of disdain, observed as the vendor extended 3 fingers. 30, that is all I can offer." The vendor's heart leaped with joy, yet he feigned an expression of deep sorrow. "Young man, your bargaining is rather ruthless. You offer me 30 for something worth 500? If I sold it to you at that price, I would truly be at a loss." Lin Ran, however, shook his head dismissively. "If you are unwilling to sell, then let us end this conversation. I shall look elsewhere." Upon hearing this, the vendor became anxious and immediately grasped Lin Ran's arm. "Why are you so eager? I see you are a straightforward person, so let this Buddha statue serve as a token of friendship. 30 it is, I'll accept it. It's a deal." The vendor's eyes gleamed with a barely concealed delight. Could this young man truly possess an eye for valuable objects? It should be noted that this Buddha statue was a mere trinket he had acquired during a rural shopping trip, half given, half sold. It hardly held any true value. Otherwise, it would not have languished on his stall for over 6 months without a single inquiry. Now, it was fortunate to have found a naive buyer willing to part with $30. He felt he had struck gold, with the exchange of money for goods imminent. Lin Ran sensed immense satisfaction. This time, he was poised to reap substantial rewards. "All right, I will fetch the money," he replied, both harboring ulterior motives. Lin Ran exhibited no hesitation as he promptly extracted 30 yuan from his pocket, ready to hand it to the vendor. Just then, a commanding voice emerged from behind him, declaring with audacity, "This Buddha statue is 300. I want it." The assertive tone resonated loudly, cutting through the clamor of the bustling market. Upon hearing this proclamation, nearby patrons and stall owners paused in their activities and the previously raucous market fell into an unexpected silence. Lin Ran ceased his motion of retrieving money, turning to discern the identity of the individual audacious enough to disrupt the established order of the trade. After all, this industry had thrived for millennia on its principles. As he turned, he beheld a corpulent, bald man in his 30s, his countenance marked by a fierce demeanor. Dressed in a fashionable blue dragon pattern jacket, he adorned himself with a gold chain around his neck, from which dangled a jade pendant, and a celestial bead hung prominently on his chest. His thick fingers sported a ring of amber jade, and his left hand bore a bracelet of celestial beads, creating a rather garish ensemble. Listening to the murmurs of those around him, Lin Ran began to form a preliminary impression of this man. It was said he was quite notorious in the vicinity, known as Yang Jianlong, a native of the capital and one of its first affluent youths, hailing from a family with deep connections in both the legitimate and underworld realms. His influence was vast. A few years prior, he had married into a family of antique dealers, embarking on a flamboyant journey into the world of antiquities. Despite his utter lack of knowledge in the field, Lin Ran could easily envision him several years ago, adorned with ostentatious gold chains, a quintessential nouveau riche, both gaudy and extravagant. Upon recognizing Yang Jianlong, the vendor's demeanor shifted dramatically, akin to encountering a benevolent deity, and he greeted him with exaggerated enthusiasm. "Ah, isn't this Boss Yang? It's been a while. I recently procured some items from abroad." Yang Jianlong, in response, deliberately showcased his accessories, prompting the vendor to flatter. "Indeed, what you wear, Brother Yang, is undoubtedly of fine quality." With a dismissive grunt, the man's beady eyes scrutinized the Buddha statue. "Bring it to me. Let me have a look," he commanded, gesturing for the vendor to present the copper statue. "If it suits my fancy, I shall take it for 300. As he spoke, Yang Jianlong cast a contemptuous glance at Lin Ran, exuding an air of arrogance that suggested his wealth was boundless. The vendor, quick to flatter, remarked, "Boss Yang, this statue is—" He suddenly recalled the man's formidable reputation, refraining from embellishments, and instead humbly replied, "I acquired this statue from the blind man Li's family in Xiaohu. They once served as tailors for officials during the Qing dynasty, so it may indeed be a palace artifact. You, being an expert, could discern its true value." "Very well, I shall indulge you and take a look," Yang Jianlong declared, clearly relishing the title of expert, his demeanor buoyed by the attention as he disregarded Lin Ran entirely, moving to the stall to inspect the copper statue with feigned seriousness. Wang Xiaoxi. This esteemed figure is a bronze Mithra Buddha statue from the Qing dynasty. Its characteristics are distinctly apparent. Observe the ample belly, which symbolizes an open and generous heart. Furthermore, the countenance exudes a sense of joy, inviting a feeling of familiarity. However, the quality of the material is somewhat lacking, as it is crafted from bronze, suggesting it may have resided in the household of a lesser official. It is well known that the preceding dynasty held a profound reverence for Buddhist culture, and officials typically adorned their homes with such statues. The authenticity has been verified. As Yang Jianlong confidently proclaimed his appraisal, the street vendor nodded vigorously in agreement, yet internally, he harbored profound disdain. This individual relished in feigning knowledge. However, as long as you managed to appease him, he would undoubtedly be an easy mark. Lin Ran, on the other hand, rolled his eyes at the lackluster expertise of this so-called treasure appraisal master. What distinguished his assessment from the earlier fabrications of the petty vendor? Both were merely spouting off nonsensical claims, and yet, Yang's pretentious display was no more sophisticated than that of the vendor, which was rather disappointing. Ironically, some onlookers nodded in agreement, seemingly oblivious. Yet Yang Jianlong swiftly altered his tone, remarking that such an inferior Buddha statue was hardly remarkable. It was not a masterpiece, nor was it of considerable age. By the late period, the production of Buddha statues had devolved into an assembly line industry, resulting in statues that, while grand in stature and intricate in craftsmanship, were ultimately rigid and formulaic, lacking artistic merit. "Wrap it up for me," he declared. 300 yuan, a price tenfold what Lin Ran had initially suggested. "Very well, please accept this." The vendor beamed, rubbing his hands together in anticipation of the payment. Just as Yang Jianlong prepared to hand over the money for the Buddha statue, Lin Ran raised a hand, interjecting with an air of calm authority. "Hold on. It appears you are not new to the marketplace. Surely you are aware of the unspoken rules that govern these transactions? In this line of business, there exist several accepted unwritten rules, such as the importance of diligence, the necessity of accepting losses, and the need for transparency. These are the foundational principles of marketplace dealings. Among these, the most critical tenet is the principle of first come, first served. Whether noble or commoner, whoever identifies the genuine article first, as long as they have not relinquished it, others are not permitted to bid on it. Otherwise, chaos ensues. The feudal code must be upheld by all. This is the very foundation upon which the treasure appraisal industry stands. Both vendors and customers are bound by this principle, with no exceptions whatsoever, especially for vendors. If they have reached a verbal agreement with a buyer and are preparing to finalize the transaction, yet a wealthy individual suddenly appears with a higher offer, snatching the item away, that vendor will find it exceedingly difficult to conduct business in the future. After all, no one wishes to engage with someone who is untrustworthy. And this is particularly true in the realm of treasure appraisal. Upon hearing Lin Ran invoke the code of conduct, the street vendor blinked his tiny eyes, attempting to evade accountability. Nonsense. We have not yet finalized the sale. We had agreed upon a price of 30 yuan for this statue, Lin Ran declared, deliberately raising his voice so that those around them could hear. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Ran's demeanor was naturally astute. He understood that only by drawing greater attention could he safeguard his acquisition. The vendor clutched a Buddha statue, his expression revealing inner conflict. Moments ago, he denied its origin as scrap, yet now he candidly admitted it and even divulged the source of his goods, indicating a lack of cleverness, a true simpleton. However, Lin Ran recalled the gilded bronze Buddha statue in his possession, worth a fortune. At this moment, he was in dire need of funds. How could he relinquish it so easily, especially to a short-sighted amateur? As a prominent figure at the National Museum, any concession would be a disrespect to the historical significance of antiques. He scrutinized the accessories adorning Yang Jianlong, which appeared opulent yet incongruent with his demeanor, revealing the superficiality of his pretentious elegance. Indeed, he was merely a poseur attempting to feign sophistication. Regrettably, in Yang Jianlong's eyes, the acquisition of the Buddha statue was already a foregone conclusion. After all, this was not his first time engaging in such dealings. He stifled a yawn, his gaze inadvertently falling upon a jade Buddha at the neighboring stall. His pupils constricted, a glimmer of greed flashing across his face. Before anyone could react, Yang Jianlong bellowed once more, "Wait, I want that jade Buddha as well, 500. Chapter 51. In this Lulikang, I am the law. Lin Ran frowned. This man was truly shameless. He had not even finished his own meal, yet was eyeing someone else's pot. The vendor next door was negotiating a price with a customer, but Yang Jianlong's shout startled the buyer, who hesitated briefly before vacating the stall. At that moment, Lin Ran noticed the buyer at the adjacent stall, a girl of similar age to himself. In some respects, Lin Ran shared a common viewpoint with Feng Dehai and Wu Laolu. Those who appreciate antiques and engage in their trade are typically of a certain age. It was rare to encounter a seller as young as her. If there were any, they were often children of treasure hunters, inevitably tainted by worldly influences. Yet this girl before him had fair skin and slender, graceful fingers, showing no signs of having spent years in the wild. Clad in a pink and white dress, she radiated a fresh, youthful aura, her long, black hair neatly tied back in a practical ponytail cascading down her back. Her exceptional poise momentarily captivated even Lin Ran. A seasoned connoisseur, he couldn't help but recall Ouyang Xiu's poem, Ruan Lang Gue, with its gentle beauty and elegance. Yet a hint of unease lingered on her delicate features. It was understandable. Anyone observing their treasures closely would feel disconcerted in the presence of someone like Yang Jianlong. A harbinger of bad luck, Lin Ran found himself entranced, lost in thought. As if sensing his gaze, the girl's eyes inadvertently met his. They held each other's stare for a brief moment before she, reacting first, lowered her head, a flush blooming on her cheeks. Yang Jianlong evidently recognized the girl, his eyes gleaming with an insidious glint. "Oh, who do we have here? Miss Yuan, what brings you to this place alone? If you're looking for treasures, just let me know." The girl awkwardly shook her head, making no further indication. She clearly wished to avoid any interaction with Yang Jianlong. Considering the identity of the other party, Yang Jianlong refrained from being overly bold. He reluctantly averted his gaze, redirecting his attention towards the jade Buddha, and spoke loudly to the vendor. "There is hardly anything of quality in this batch, but this jade Buddha seems rather decent. Bring it over. Let me take a look." Yang Jianlong swiftly approached, picking up the jade Buddha to examine it closely. Standing at approximately 20 centimeters tall, it was crafted from a lustrous white material, smooth and rich, made of natural sheep fat jade, which was evidently of considerable value. The jade itself was precious, and the fact that such a large piece had been polished into a jade Buddha only heightened its worth. Most importantly, this artifact was associated with good fortune. Noticing Yang Jianlong's avaricious gaze, it was clear he was intent on acquiring the jade Buddha. As he caressed the figure, he murmured to himself, "A Tibetan jade Buddha, a genuine piece, quite remarkable." While speaking, he intentionally cast a proud glance towards Lin Ran, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. The vendor, eager to curry favor, flattered him, saying, "Boss Yang, you are young and accomplished, truly worthy of being Elder Zheng's esteemed son-in-law." Receiving the vendor's compliments, Yang Jianlong appeared quite pleased, seemingly eager to show off further. He turned towards the girl, stating, "Let me tell you, this jade Buddha carries some value. Its natural luster and age patina signify it as top-quality merchandise, likely dating from the late Ming to early Qing era." Upon hearing Yang Jianlong's seemingly serious remarks, the onlookers were also intrigued. Indeed, artifacts from the late Ming to early Qing dynasties could be considered antiques, and with such quality, their value was substantial. The girl blinked, unsure of how to respond. Instead, she instinctively leaned closer to Lin Ran, as if seeking solace in a shared sense of being outcasts. She felt a wave of misfortune encountering such a scoundrel. Yang Jianlong hailed from a wealthy family with ties to the Paogu faction, and his background was already affluent. Later, he married into an esteemed antique family, where merely relying on his father-in-law's antique shop would suffice for a lifetime of ease. Despite his comfortable life, he often felt out of place among his in-laws. To ingratiate himself, he begrudgingly entered the world of cultural and antique appreciation. Ostensibly, he maintained a group of so-called appraisers, but in reality, they were merely a band of sycophants, indulging in extravagant travels and gatherings under the guise of treasure hunting, living a life of lavish excess. In the marketplace, Yang Jianlong was known by the moniker Boss Yang. Among the vendors at Lilikang, many were knowledgeable, and some could easily see through Yang Jianlong's lack of true expertise. Yet, his willingness to spend lavishly meant that even if he purchased fakes, as long as he took a liking to them, he would buy at inflated prices. Only the sellers were aware of his gullibility. Thus, among the traders at Lilikang, he had no shortage of supporters. Indeed, from his previous statements, it was evident that Yang Jianlong lacked true capability but possessed a knack for boasting. After all, his father-in-law owned an antique shop, granting him familiarity with terminologies related to antiques. He was akin to a dog pushing through a curtain, speaking at will. With such vocabulary, he could easily impress and intimidate others. Hearing these words, the young vendor beamed with delight, nodding vigorously. "All right, Boss Yang, please wait a moment." Yang Jianlong, appearing quite genuine, opened his wallet and began counting his money. The humble stall owner addressed Lin Ran with a hint of embarrassment. "Apologies, handsome, but this statue has already been purchased by Boss Yang. Perhaps you could." Lin Ran, with a sardonic smile, interjected, "Boss, are you suggesting that this statue of Buddha is meant to be sold to two people?" The stall owner laughed awkwardly. No. It has indeed been sold to Boss Yang." Lin Ran continued, "In business, one must uphold integrity. Such remarks may lead to significant losses in the long run." "Wang Xiaoxi, isn't it? I did not expect someone as innovative as you to emerge from the glass factory. The ancestral rules are not to be altered so lightly. I commend your courage. Please refrain from making unfounded statements." The stall owner grew visibly anxious, internally blaming Yang Jianlong for revealing his name. If his reputation were tarnished, he would face scorn not only from the glass factory, but throughout the nation's industry. Meanwhile, Yang Jianlong, impatiently waiting for Wang Xiaoxi to produce the statue, queried, "What is the matter? Is this statue made of lead?" At that moment, Wang Xiaoxi's countenance turned troubled. After much contemplation, he deemed it unwise to jeopardize his future over a few hundred yuan. After all, what if he stumbled upon a genuine artifact one day and reaped substantial profits? Why risk offending all his peers in such a public setting? Yet, he dared not cross Yang Jianlong, a man known for his arrogance. Moreover, his father-in-law was a prominent figure in the antiques world. Offending him could lead to rumors of counterfeit goods, resulting in a similar fate of ostracism. Wang Xiaoxi felt as though he had reached a dead end. Yang Jianlong, visibly displeased, took a few steps forward, feigning an intention to seize the statue. "If I cannot handle a mere rookie, how shall I continue in the glass factory?" However, while others might grant him leniency, Lin Ran would not indulge his whims. "Really? Must we abandon our principles for a mere statue?" The onlookers nodded in silent agreement. If everyone behaved as Yang Jianlong did, business would become untenable. Taken aback by Lin Ran's challenge, Yang Jinlong scrutinized his attire, concluding that he was not a wealthy scion from Beijing, one to be feared. With a condescending glare, he declared, "Rules? Let me enlighten you. In this glass factory, I am the rule." Chapter 52, A Body of Taboos? The Trappings of the Dead. Yang Jianlong, with an air of superiority, proclaimed his notion of fairness, ostentatiously showcasing his treasures. Although a crowd had gathered, those who had previously nodded dared not acknowledge him. Fearing his wrath, the merchants remained silent. Many among them were knowledgeable and could discern Yang Jianlong's pretentiousness. However, his vicious demeanor and the backing of a notable antiques magnate rendered him a dangerous adversary. Provoking him could lead to being branded a purveyor of fakes, not just in the glass factory, but anywhere he chose to set up shop. Yang Jianlong reveled in the crowd's reaction, fixing his triangular gaze on Lin Ran, taunting, "Do you see this? This is what we call the rules." Yet, Lin Ran remained unfazed, resolutely asserting, "Since I was the first to lay eyes on this item, no one shall take it away." His eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. Yang Jianlong's expression darkened. "I have set my sights on this item as well. Today, it shall be mine." Upon uttering this, he commanded the vendor, "Xiaoxi, I will take the bronze statue." The street vendor suddenly realized how difficult it was to navigate this line of work. Caught in the middle, he found himself in a precarious position. Cold sweat trickled down Wang Xiaoxi's forehead as he spoke with a tremor in his voice. "Boss Yang, this gentleman is correct. In our circle, as long as one party has not relinquished the goods, other buyers must not interfere." Yang Jianlong shot him a glare. Wang Xiaoxi was paralyzed with fear, unsure of whether to advance or retreat. Ignoring the unwritten rules of the trade would lead to ostracism from both peers and customers, making survival impossible. Offending Yang Jianlong was tantamount to offending a powerful authority, thus jeopardizing one's standing in the community. What was once a prized statue now felt like a hot potato in his hands. At last, a spark of ingenuity flickered in Wang Xiaoxi's mind. "Boss Yang, if you can persuade this young gentleman to yield it to you, I will hand over the statue immediately." This way, he could shift the responsibility onto Lin Ran while still adhering to the industry's unwritten rules. As for how Yang Jianlong would convince Lin Ran, that was beyond his concern. Casting a sympathetic glance at Lin Ran, Wang Xiaoxi felt a twinge of guilt. If brute force would not suffice, then subtle coercion would have to be employed. What weight could a mere fledgling in society possibly carry? Yang Jianlong glanced at Lin Ran, sneering, "You think you can afford this bronze Buddha? Allow me to show you. You penniless wretch." He lifted the celestial bead from his chest, waving it before Lin Ran. "This is an 8-eyed heavenly bead. There are fewer than 10 in the entire world." The onlookers displayed expressions of envy. The celestial bead had transcended from being a rarity in select regions to becoming a global phenomenon, and high-quality specimens were exceedingly hard to come by. Yang Jianlong was adorned not just with this treasure, but his entire ensemble radiated opulence and was worth a fortune. In stark contrast, Lin Ran appeared utterly ordinary, lacking the essence of a true collector. Yang Jianlong further showcased his entire adornments: the jade around his neck, the jade ring on his fourth finger, and the emerald on his wrist, all glimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Lin Ran merely glanced at them and let out a chuckle. The craftsmanship is indeed commendable, but individuals as reckless as you are a rarity. Preposterous. What do you know? Yang Jianlong erupted in a tirade. Lin Ran expressed his disdain. "Let us first discuss the jade around your neck. It is a brilliant white with a rosy hue, translucent and uniquely shaped. It is indeed a relic from the Ming Dynasty royal family." You do have an eye for quality. This is indeed the auspicious jade I purchased. Ever since I donned it, I have been free from nasal congestion, Yang Jianlong boasted with pride. However, during the Ming Dynasty, the royal lifestyle was exceedingly lavish. It was said that some royals even fashioned jade into chamber pots, using them for personal relief before cleaning them. Judging by its form, it appears your necklace fits that description perfectly. Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but chuckle, as if they could sense an unpleasant odor, and some even pinched their noses. Yang Jianlong's expression turned icy in an instant. The mention of the competition struck a chord only he understood. Furthermore, regarding the 6-eyed, celestial bead adorning your wrist, do you know why it remains unadorned by others? Heavenly beads are regarded by the Tibetan people as divine creations, also known as heavenly stones. The 8-eyed heavenly bead is particularly esteemed as a gem of prosperity, bestowing boundless wealth upon its bearer. Yet, only those crafted from fossilized seashells possess such extraordinary power. The ones made from sedimentary rocks are also deemed acceptable. What you wear is merely a counterfeit made from agate, marked by traces of herbal residues. Furthermore, adorning both a Buddha and a deity alongside the heavenly bead is a profound disrespect towards its sanctity. Yang Jianlong, momentarily taken aback, was confronted by Lin Ran, who stepped forward and sternly proclaimed, "You seem utterly oblivious to the danger you invite. The heavenly bead around your neck is undoubtedly an eight-eyed variety, yet its surface bears a discoloration indicative of prolonged wear. I have observed bloodstains on several of its eyes. It is evident that your bead is genuine. However, it was pilfered from a corpse by grave robbers." Yang Jianlong stood agape, momentarily speechless. Lin Ran continued with a chilling smile. "A deceased person has worn that bead around their neck for centuries. Once unearthed by grave robbers, it was sold to you. The grievances contained within it are beyond measure. And even from afar, one can detect the stench of decay. You dare to adorn yourself with such a cursed relic?" Yang Jianlong fell silent, his face reddening, as he pointed at Lin Ran and retorted, "Are there no antiques that haven't been touched by the dead?" Noting Yang Jianlong's flushed visage, Lin Ran discerned a fitting descriptor, desperation. Observing the man floundering, Lin Ran pressed on with a cold, penetrating tone. "Picture a decayed corpse, fluids seeping forth. One day, it is excavated from its coffin, the heavenly bead wrenched from its neck, and carelessly discarded in the wilderness. Do you honestly believe it bears no resentment? If fate permits, that resentment has gradually transferred to you, first eroding your fortune, then your very being." The chilling tone, accentuated by Lin Ran's final emphatic words, sent shivers through not only Yang Jianlong, but all onlookers present. After all, heavenly beads are unlike jade. They cannot withstand water. This signifies that whatever condition the deceased wore it in, so too must you. Yang Jianlong trembled visibly, his complexion turning ashen as he hastily removed the bead and stuffed it into his pocket, repeatedly wiping his neck with his clothing, presenting an absurd spectacle. Lin Ran continued, "Your aura is laden with malevolence. It would be wise to cease provoking the divine, lest you invite calamity." He pressed forward, each word a dagger to the heart. The man who had intended to mock Lin Ran now stood speechless, as each utterance pierced deeply within him. Recent misfortunes flooded his mind, reinforcing the belief that Lin Ran spoke the truth. The antique he had purchased at a high price, instead of offering him protection, had become a source of malevolence. Seeing Yang Jianlong's silence, Lin Ran felt emboldened and decided to deliver a final blow to his psychological defenses. "You dare to wear that heavenly bead? Truly, you are blind to its significance. Had fortune not favored you, you would have long since met your demise in the streets. It is best that you cease your ventures in the antique realm, as your ignorance of the sacred rules will inevitably lead you to an untimely end." Chapter 53. We must adhere to the ancestral rules. Lin Ran's voice resonated throughout the alley, akin to a thunderous bell, causing the countenances of all present at the market to shift dramatically. At this moment, Lin Ran's figure appeared as imposing and formidable as a mountain in the eyes of the onlookers. The girl at the adjacent stall gazed at him with a profound admiration. The boy before them had, in mere minutes, discerned all of Yang Jianlong's hidden cards. In the face of Yang's arrogance, Lin Ran stood unflinchingly, his rebuttals well-reasoned and resonant, leaving Yang with no room for counterargument. A sense of reverence stirred within those who witnessed the encounter. Surrounding pedestrians engaged in hushed discussions. "Who is this individual? He seems quite knowledgeable, speaking of jade and celestial beads. He appears quite youthful. Could he be the son of a collector?" Recently, due to his relentless early mornings and late nights scavenging, Lin Ran's skin had become somewhat dry, and he donned inexpensive attire. Altogether, his possessions scarcely equaled the worth of even one of Yang Jianlong's collectibles. Yet, in confronting Yang, he exhibited no signs of retreat, his gaze brimming with determination. Truly, he was a gem within the realm of appraisers. Yang Jianlong was visibly shaken, his mouth opening to retort, but finding no words. He noticed that even those who typically flattered him were now laughing at his expense, including vendors who had previously catered to him. Anger surged within him. His expertise in appraisal had always been acknowledged by the vendors, yet now, a nameless youth had stripped away his facade. For someone who valued reputation above all else, this humiliation was more painful than death itself. In a fit of rage, he lost his composure, his eyes blazing with indignation. Observing Yang's reaction, Lin Ran shook his head and sighed. As the saying goes, a gentleman nurtures jade, while jade nurtures the gentleman. Celestial beads guard one's destiny. Such treasures in your possession are truly squandered. Yet, it is not entirely your fault. Only someone of your ilk would deem worthless trinkets as treasures. Young Jianlong, enraged yet unable to counter, retorted, "Stop rambling. Even if you conjure a flower today, I am determined to acquire both this copper Buddha and that jade Buddha." He dared not confront Lin Ran directly, instead moving to the adjacent stall, tossing down a stack of bills, seizing the jade Buddha, and preparing to depart. The girl looked on helplessly, her eyes revealing a special bond with the jade Buddha. Just as she was about to confront Yang Jianlong, she caught Lin Ran's nod from afar. Their eyes met in unspoken understanding. She comprehended his intent. Let him have it. The stall owner attempted to argue, but the girl quietly urged, "It's fine, let him have it." The stall owner, apologetic, said, "I'm sorry, miss. Perhaps you could look at something else?" "No need," the girl replied, stepping away from the adjacent stall and silently approaching Lin Ran. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt an inexplicable trust and reliance on this unfamiliar boy. Yang Jianlong faced no obstruction as he cradled the jade Buddha and approached Wang Xiaoxi's stall. With the jade Buddha now in his possession, Yang's demeanor grew even more arrogant. Intent on humiliating the impoverished boy before him, he brandished a wad of cash, slamming it onto Wang Xiaoxi's stall, and bellowed, "Xiaoxi, here are 300 yuan. I want this statue. Will you give it to me or not?" Wang Xiaoxi had never encountered such a sum of money. His eyes blurred, and a foolish grin involuntarily graced his face as he prepared to nod. Yet, he heard Lin Ran's voice once again, echoing like a specter. "I ask you, do we still need to adhere to this rule?" Xiaoxi's smile instantly froze. He appeared to be at a difficult crossroads in life. A step forward promised wealth, while a step back meant adhering to the rules. He wavered between desire and apprehension, at times gazing at the money with a silly smile, and at others, contemplating the regulations with a pained expression. Money could be earned again, but violating the rules would compel a change of profession. A lavish banquet could not cloud his judgment. Without Wang Xiaoxi's consent, Yang Jianlong dared not rashly seize the Buddha statue. On one hand, he feared the powerful forces behind the Lioli factory. On the other, he was concerned about Lin Ran's ominous warning that engaging in too many dubious dealings could lead to an untimely demise. He resolved that as soon as Wang Xiaoxi nodded, he would abscond with the statue. The onlookers were keenly observing the unfolding drama, and those familiar with Wang Xiaoxi believed Lin Ran was destined to lose. However, Lin Ran remained remarkably composed. He understood well that Wang Xiaoxi was a clever individual capable of making the right choice. Yang Jianlong pointed at Wang Xiaoxi and shouted, "Are you selling or not? Just give a nod." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoxi furrowed his brow even tighter, as Yang Jianlong's subsequent insults were particularly sharp and scathing, treating him as though he were merely an employee. Today he had indeed clashed with Lin Ran, determined to acquire the bronze Buddha. Otherwise, if tales of his antiquated practices and the presence of funerary items were spread, he would be humiliated beyond measure. Observing Yang Jianlong's furious embarrassment, Lin Ran felt a sense of relief. Human emotions are intricate. Those who seem compliant on the surface may harbor rebellious sentiments within. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Ran sensed the presence of someone by his side. Turning his gaze, he found the girl from the adjacent stall. She was intrigued by Lin Ran and, displaying a hint of concern, had temporarily left her booth to assess the situation. Gently, she nudged Lin Ran's hand with her palm, her pretty face etched with worry. Unbeknownst to them, Yang Jianlong had shifted his focus from opposing Lin Ran to bullying the stall owner, Wang Xiaoxi. Unable to best Lin Ran, could he truly outmaneuver a vendor he had manipulated for 4 or 5 years? Yet, Yang Jianlong remained an outsider, ignorant of the significance of industry rules. In the realm of antiques, there exists an unwritten rule. During a transaction, one buyer cannot intervene until the other has relinquished the item. This guideline, lacking explicit legal codification, has been passed down over millennia. True tradition mirrors the very artifacts they trade. To survive in the antique world, one must adhere to such rules. Otherwise, they risk being ostracized by the community. Every gaze and expression from the surrounding crowd was meticulously noted by Wang Xiaoxi. He was indeed greedy, wishing to sell the bronze Buddha at a premium. However, he had already negotiated a price with Lin Ran and was prepared to finalize the transaction. 2 other clients had been eavesdropping nearby, leaving him with no possibility of reneging. Yang Jianlong, exhausted from his tirade, stood there, panting heavily. Wang Xiaoxi ultimately gritted his teeth, let out a cold snort, and reluctantly stated, "Boss Yang, I sincerely apologize. While we may not be virtuous individuals, we must adhere to the traditions of our ancestors. This bronze Buddha can only be sold to this young man. He made his choice, and for reasons unknown, the onlookers erupted into applause. Lin Ran appeared entirely unfazed, having already anticipated this outcome. Yang Jianlong, however, was indignant and contemplated resorting to violence. Just then, a group of individuals emerged around the corner. A man in his 50s or 60s led the procession. Yang Jianlong, his face flushed with anger, was haunted by the derisive laughter of those mocking him for his blood-stained jade and malevolent treasures, a humiliation he could not shake off. His facade as an antiquities expert had been utterly shattered. In a fit of rage, he raised his hand to strike Wang Xiaoxi, but was abruptly halted by a sharp reprimand. Chapter 54. The First Encounter with Zhang Xuanming. Upon hearing the voice, Yang Jianlong instinctively rejoiced. The newcomer wasted no time and delivered a resounding slap to the back of Yang Jianlong's head. "You scoundrel, inciting others to break the rules." Yang Jianlong felt a surge of indignation, gasping in disbelief. Yet, recognizing the disparity in their statuses, he forced a smile. "Father, what brings you here?" The elder's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his chest heaving, breath heavy and labored, hands trembling uncontrollably. "How can you even be worthy of being a son-in-law of the Zhang family? I could almost wish to strike you dead. You rogue, you worthless fool." Yang Jianlong was instantly thrown into a state of panic, kneeling on the ground and grasping at the elder's garments, repeatedly apologizing. "Father, I'm sorry. I won't dare to do it again." Hearing the murmurs from the crowd, Lin Ran also appeared to have an epiphany, whispering, "So it is Zhang Lao." The girl standing beside him was taken aback, astonished that Lin Ran recognized this prominent figure. In his previous life, Lin Ran had served at the National Museum, and thus he was well acquainted with him. This man was Zhang Xuanming, a renowned collector in the capital. Tales of his extraordinary exploits circulated widely in the antiquities community. He was famously known as the gentleman collector, unlike some collectors who held themselves in high regard. Zhang Xuanming, despite possessing valuable and numerous collections, maintained a humble apprentice's heart. He was genteel, adhered to etiquette and propriety, a trait that was often discussed with admiration in the cultural artifacts circle. More significantly, he was the elusive proprietor of Tianla Trading, a well-known antiquities establishment in the capital. Yet, this was their first meeting in this lifetime. In comparison, he could still be considered a senior to Lin Ran. Contemplating this, Lin Ran clasped his hands together and said, "I have long heard of Mr. Zhang's esteemed reputation. It is indeed a pleasure to finally meet you." Zhang Xuanming then took notice of the young man before him. Despite his youth, the lad displayed a sense of decorum that truly earned his respect. Thus, Zhang Xuanming bowed slightly and remarked, "Young brother, this fellow is rather ignorant. I ask for your understanding." Following this, he turned to reprimand Yang Jianlong. "Look at him. Younger than you by a decade, yet he understands how to conduct himself far better than you do. I could train a dog to behave better than you. Now, apologize to the young brother." Zhang Xuanming chastised sternly. Yang Jianlong fell silent, murmuring, "Father, I was wrong, but I have not wronged him." "Not wronged him, father?" He claimed that this heavenly bead necklace harbors malevolent energy and asserted that the eight-eyed heavenly bead I wear is counterfeit. With a hushed tone, Yang Jianlong relayed Lin Ran's words to Zhang Xuanming. To his astonishment, Zhang Xuanming glanced at the blood jade and displayed a look of disdain. Consequently, Yang Jianlong's expression became increasingly despondent, for it was evident that he had received yet another confirmation from his father-in-law. He cast a resentful glare at Lin Ran, his teeth clenched, as if attributing all his anger over the erroneous purchase to him. "I warned you against wearing this dubious heavenly bead, yet you refused to listen. Were it not for this master's caution, you would undoubtedly meet an untimely demise before reaching 40. He is your savior. You ought to apologize and express your gratitude." Yang Jianlong retorted defiantly, "What savior? After all these years of marriage to Zheng Wan, every pregnancy has been fraught with misfortune. Have you never questioned that? What is the issue?" Yang Jianlong reminded oblivious. "I consulted a fortune teller, and it is your fate that is too rigid. It only brings calamity to those around you. The reason lies in this very string of heavenly beads." Zhang Xuanming spoke with precision. "What?" Yang Jianlong gasped, retreating 2 steps in shock. Since their marriage, they had not been blessed with children. Each time his wife conceived, unforeseen tragedies led to miscarriage. Now, with yet another pregnancy, he was consumed with worry about potential misfortunes. He would do anything to ensure the safe birth of child. Despite his flaws, Yang Jianlong possessed a sense of filial piety, which had enabled him to cross the threshold of the Zheng family. With this in mind, he reluctantly approached Lin Ran and said, I apologize, master, I was wrong. Lin Ran chose to ignore him. If it weren't for Yang Jianlong's prior theft of his goods, he wouldn't have deigned to acknowledge such a scoundrel. Yang Jianlong then noticed a girl standing beside Lin Ran. He hesitated, contemplating something, before bowing slightly, causing the girl to retreat behind Lin Ran in fright. I apologize. Madam Master, I should not have been so rude to you. At this, laughter erupted from the crowd. They had not anticipated that Yang Jianlong possessed a talent for comedic performance. Witnessing this scene made the day worthwhile. Just then, Zhang Xueming pulled Yang Jianlong up from behind, expressing his disdain. Get up, stop embarrassing yourself. After Yang Jianlong departed, Zhang Xueming approached Lin Ran with a serious demeanor, clasping his hands in respect. Young brother, it is my failure in guidance. If I have offended you, please forgive me. The earlier scene had struck like lightning, and now it felt surreal. The local bigwig from Lilikang was humbly apologizing to Lin Ran. Even a renowned appraiser from the antique world, Mr. Zheng, was treating Lin Ran with such deference. Those who had already regarded Lin Ran as a figure of immense stature now felt he was even more unattainable. Even the girl beside Lin Ran unconsciously distanced herself, wary of being misinterpreted by others. In truth, Lin Ran noticed this and felt a tinge of disappointment. However, of paramount importance at present is the relationship with Zhang Xueming. This individual is the proprietor of Tian Lexing and one of the most renowned antique dealers in the nation. If this connection can be leveraged, substantial funding could be secured during the nascent stages of the venture. What? A mere youth, seemingly in his early 20s, expecting a man over 50 to address him as brother? It is utterly perplexing. Yang Jianlong was vehemently unwilling. If Zhang Xueming were to truly call him brother, it would place him beneath Lin Ran in terms of seniority. Little did he know, Zhang Xueming stroked his chin, seemingly contemplating something profound. He does not place significance on the age of his acquaintances, prioritizing instead their capabilities and character. Judging by Lin Ran's demeanor, he evidently possesses the qualities of a commendable companion. Thus, Zhang Xueming straightened his posture and said with a smile, "Then, I must thank Brother Lin for his efforts." He then sighed and continued, "My son-in-law tends to rely on his family's wealth to stir trouble. Thankfully, with young Brother Lin keeping an eye on him, who knows what chaos he might have otherwise caused. Moreover, Brother Lin's demonstrated expertise in appraising antiques is truly commendable. I am in admiration." From the moment he appeared, Zhang Xueming exhibited utmost respect towards Lin Ran, addressing him as a master without exerting any pressure as an elder. This not only commanded respect, but also left many in awe. What manner of individual could compel a master appraiser to bestow such a title? If he were of a similar age to Zhang Xueming, it might be understandable, yet the youth before them appeared to be scarcely out of his teens. The antique world values experience and knowledge. How could such a young master exist? Unless he too hails from a prestigious lineage. Chapter 55. The girl's background? A radiant presence. Zhang Xueming gazed intently at the youth before him, eager to glean more from his eyes, yet hindered by his son-in-law's impetuousness, uncertain of how to begin. Lin Ran, naturally perceptive to Zhang Xueming's hesitation, spoke first. "Old song, you flatter me. I am merely an enthusiast of antiques. Today, by chance, I encountered this exquisite gilded bronze Buddha statue, which led to a minor incident. However, since he is the son-in-law of Elder Zhang, let us consider this matter resolved." Zhang Xueming and Yang Jianlong exchanged astonished glances at Lin Ran's articulate response, delivered with an impressive composure for one so young. The onlookers began to murmur, discussing the Lin family collector, yet none could match the name. The girl standing behind Lin Ran revealed a look of realization, smiling slightly as she committed the name to memory. Gilded bronze Buddha statue? Zhang Xueming was more intrigued by the cultural artifact Lin Ran mentioned and eagerly inquired, "Brother Lin, might I have the pleasure of examining it?" "Over there." Lin Ran gestured toward Wang Xiaoxi's stall. Zhang Xueming nearly jogged to the stall, picking up the bronze Buddha for a meticulous inspection. After careful examination, he exclaimed, "This statue possesses delicate features, with long brows and large, drooping ears, exuding both solemnity and gentleness. The Bodhisattva has broad shoulders and a slender waist, with the lotus petals symmetrically arranged. It is a Ming Dynasty Xuanda period bronze Buddha. Brother Lin, your discernment is indeed remarkable." Zhang Xueming is renowned for his impeccable judgment in the antique realm. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd was immediately taken aback. At first glance, the statue bore a striking resemblance to an industrial product. After enduring the arduous entrepreneurial endeavors of the 1970s, The fervent belief in deities among the populace has waned, to the point where some merchants have crafted incense burners in the form of Buddhist statues for sale. Most buyers who pass by Wang Xiaoxi's stall, upon noticing the copper Buddha, dismiss it as mere junk. Yang Jinlong's heart swells with joy as he whispers to Zheng Xueming, "Father, I did not misjudge. This truly is a remarkable piece." Silence. Zheng Xueming retorts, his anger dissipating somewhat. Is it truly possible for a youth to possess such discernment? Brother Lin, your keen eye is commendable. This Buddhist statue, amidst the market, is easily mistaken for refuse due to its appearance as a mere imitation. How did you discern its true value? Were it not for Lin Ran's prompting, Zheng Xueming would have merely cast a fleeting glance at the copper Buddha. The ease and prevalence of forging such statues, particularly those from the late Qing dynasty, render them of little collectible value, not to mention the replicas from the industrial era. Lin Ran elucidates. At first glance, both Mr. Song and I noted the impeccable preservation of the statue, with only minor flaking of the gilded surface, leading us to believe it was a modern reproduction. However, the form of the statue diverges significantly from Qing imitations. Since the late Qing period, Buddhist sculptures have adopted techniques to prevent the gilding from turning reddish, yet this statue bears no such indications. Thus, I surmise it predates the Qing dynasty, and the seal at its base corroborates my hypothesis. This is indeed a copper gilded statue of Shakyamuni from the Xuande period of the Ming dynasty. As his words resonate, the crowd falls into stunned silence, not solely due to the value of the treasure, but also in awe of the young man's expertise. Zheng Xueming furrows his brow, clearly having underestimated the statue's worth, realizing it to be a far more precious artifact than he had anticipated. Regrettably, since his son-in-law had offended him first, he felt it inappropriate to make an immediate offer. Yet he found himself inclined to cultivate a relationship with this remarkable youth. The girl beside Lin Ran, having listened to his explanation, holds him in even greater esteem. Her family possesses numerous collectibles, and despite her upbringing, she finds herself unable to discern their intricacies. Listening to Lin Ran's articulate discourse reveals his profound knowledge and insight, just as Zheng Xueming grapples with how to alleviate the awkwardness of the moment. He notices the girl beside Lin Ran. Curiously, he inquires, "Brother Lin, Miss Yuan, did you both come to the antique market together?" If she hails from the Yuan family, it becomes more comprehensible. The aristocratic families were among the first to settle in the capital post-liberation, and the Yuan family stands out amongst them. The patriarch of the Yuan family held a significant military position, earning accolades during wartime, rendering the phrase read throughout half the sky a fitting description of their prominence. The old aristocracy has long since faded with the end of the land distribution era. As the saying goes, 3 generations nurture nobility. Coincidentally, Miss Yuan is the 3rd-generation heir of her family, her noble aura subtly concealed. However, this immediately prompts a simultaneous denial from both parties. "No, that's not it," they exclaim in unison. The girl suddenly blushes, waving her hand as she explains, "I have just met him." "Oh." Zheng Xueming recalls that Yang Jianlong had just apologized to Miss Yuan, casting a disapproving glance at him. Fortunately, the esteemed gentleman possesses considerable resources. Otherwise, the circumstances surrounding Yang Jianlong's demise would remain a mystery. Yang Jianlong, being well acquainted with the inner circle, had an intimate knowledge of the elite in the capital. Upon discovering that the stolen jade Buddha was a treasure possession of the Yuan family's esteemed daughter, he felt a tightening in his chest. Initially intending to converse further with Lin Ran, Zheng Xueming opted to take his leave to avoid any prolonged complications. "Brother Lin, I have opened an antique shop called Tianlixing. Should you find the time, you're always welcome to visit for tea." Tianlixing is renowned in the capital as a prominent marketplace for cultural relics, a domain not easily entered by ordinary merchants. However, few are aware of Zheng Xueming's role within it. Could he possibly be the master of Tianlixing? After all, those who operate antique shops in the capital typically have at least 1 or 2 skilled appraisers on hand. Zheng Xueming is equally esteemed and competent in this circle, fully capable of fulfilling such a role. Furthermore, being invited to Tianlixing for tea is a matter of pride among insiders. Whether one is a collector or merely possesses a passing interest in antiques, the opportunity to visit Tianlixing for enlightenment is invariably welcomed. The shop boasts an array of peculiar and precious treasures, with countless valuable collections on display. For Lin Ran, the most significant aspect is their substantial financial backing. He firmly believes that any treasures he discovers in the future will only appreciate in value, making only grand establishments like Tianlixing capable of accommodating his wares. As he establishes his own shop in the future, exchanges and transactions with them will be inevitable. To receive an invitation to Tianlixing is a privilege that would elate many, yet the young man before them exhibited no discernible emotional response, earning the admiration of those around him for his composure. Very well, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again, Zhang Xueming declared, and the crowd followed in his wake. The once arrogant Yang Jianlong now trailed behind, clutching the jade Buddha, stripped of his earlier bravado. Chapter 56, Thunderous Applause. The luminary of Lilikang. As Zhang Xueming departed, onlookers followed their retreating figures with keen interest. As they vanished from sight, attention shifted to Lin Ran and Miss Yuan. Young brother, your discernment is truly remarkable. Yang Jianlong, in his usual arrogance, even attempted to coerce others into violating industry norms. Such behavior is reprehensible. I am deeply grateful for your timely intervention. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss for how to navigate the antique world in the future, expressly ergo, conveying his heartfelt appreciation to Lin Ran. Truly impressive, your poise in the face of a local tyrant like Yang Jianlong, coupled with your ability to uphold the rules, serves as a model for us all. Passers-by raised their thumbs in admiration for Lin Ran, denouncing Yang Jianlong's earlier coercive tactics while hesitating to voice their discontent openly. Fortunately, a capable and confident young man like Lin Ran had safeguarded the integrity of their community. At that moment, the pressure shifted to Wang Xiaoxi. With a smile, Lin Ran inquired, "Boss, what are your plans for that Buddha statue?" Wang Xiaoxi cast a wary glance at Lin Ran. In truth, he had overheard the conversation between Lin Ran and Zhang Xueming. The copper Buddha in his possession was not a mere imitation, but a genuine artifact of immense value. Initially, everyone assumed Wang Xiaoxi might once again renege on his promise, considering that after this substantial transaction, he might never need to set up shop again. Who knows? Wang Xiaoxi said solemnly, "Did we not clarify our agreement earlier? I will sell it to you for 30 yuan, and it's a done deal. Do you want it?" Upon hearing Wang Xiaoxi's words, Lin Ran let out a chuckle. It seemed that after the incident with Yang Jianlong, Wang Xiaoxi had gained a newfound clarity. Although Wang Xiaoxi was somewhat of a scoundrel, his family had always been engaged in the antique trade. While they hadn't amassed great wealth, they lived comfortably. The lineage nearly ended with him, which would surely earn him a scolding from his late father. Moreover, as an antique dealer, he genuinely admired Lin Ran, a person of capability who stood up to defend the rules against power. With a sense of rejuvenation, the money in his hand suddenly felt trivial. "Of course I want it." Lin Ran smiled knowingly. He handed 30 yuan to Wang Xiaoxi and took the statue of the Buddha from his grasp. Suddenly, a thunderous applause erupted spontaneously from the crowd, though it was unclear who initiated it. Wang Xiaoxi smiled somewhat awkwardly, feeling a sense of embarrassment, and prepared to close up his stall and leave. However, Lin Ran patted him on the shoulder. "Wang Xiaoxi, you did well. You ultimately upheld the integrity of the industry." Having recognized Lin Ran as a significant figure, Wang Xiaoxi felt a bit shy upon receiving Lin Ran's acknowledgement. "This is merely my duty," he nodded, warmed by the compliment. After all, he was at fault initially, and if Lin Ran chose to pursue it, he would find it difficult to navigate the antique circle henceforth. "Your approach to acquiring treasures is sound. I believe you will soon come across more valuable items." Lin Ran recalled what he had mentioned to Yang Jianlong regarding the importance of clarity of thought for small vendors seeking success. Though receiving praise was one thing, being acknowledged by Lin Ran for his thought process brought Wang Xiaoxi great joy. "Indeed, Xiaoxi, if you have goods tomorrow, be sure to show them to me." One buyer jested, expressing the collective sentiment of the crowd in a light-hearted manner. Wang Xiaoxi's recent offering had garnered the approval of both Lin Ran and Zhang Xueming, two masters, and was a genuine treasure of immense value. It was akin to winning the lottery. Once the big prize was drawn, more people flocked to the ticket booth. Furthermore, he demonstrated a commendable adherence to the rules, recognizing the immense worth of the treasure in Lin Ran's possession, yet still selling it for a mere 30 yuan without any deceit. With these two commendable qualities, he would undoubtedly be spoken of fondly among the vendors and buyers in Lilikang. All right then, his earlier despondency vanished, and although he lost the gilded bronze Buddha, he gained a reputation, making a name for himself in Lilikang. He jokingly addressed the crowd. "This stall will conclude for today. We shall meet again tomorrow." With that, he quickly packed up his belongings and vanished, still unaccustomed to the feeling of being praised openly by others. However, his mindset had undergone a subtle transformation. After Wang Xiaoxi departed, the onlookers gradually dispersed, as they had come to Lilikang for business and to seek hidden treasures. Buyers began to browse the stalls, haggling with the vendors. It appears that due to the treasure discovered today, both buyers and vendors are in exceptionally high spirits, with the sounds of haggling resonating in harmonious waves. The sun gradually descends, casting its warm, golden rays upon Lin Ran's face. Alas, it seems that everyone is in joyous celebration, while I, the young lady, have become the sole victim of this event. A sweet voice from behind interrupts Lin Ran's reverie. Gone is the shy demeanor she exhibited before Zhang Xueming. Her cheeks puffed in indignation, she mutters, "You managed to acquire what you desired. Yet you compel me to relinquish my goods to that insufferable rogue. How do you intend to compensate for my loss?" Lin Ran's expression is somewhat dazed. Is this truly the same girl who appeared so bashful moments ago? The girl sticks out her tongue and smiles, saying, "If you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation, I shall demand compensation for my losses." Lin Ran smiles back. He recalls a concept from psychology, the extroverted introvert, who may display shyness in the presence of strangers, yet reveals a carefree, humorous nature among acquaintances. Just as this girl jested with him, it indicates she has already regarded Lin Ran as a friend. Lin Ran is well acquainted with the Yuan family, a prominent household in the capital, far more influential than Yang Jianlong or Song Wenming. The fact that she considers someone of his modest attire as a friend speaks volumes of her amiable nature. Initially, from a distance, he found her features exquisite, but now, standing close, she resembles a porcelain doll, her skin delicate and flawless, and her large, sparkling eyes brimming with intelligence. Most importantly, her smile possesses an enchanting allure that captivates the soul. Noticing Lin Ran's gaze upon her, the girl becomes slightly bashful and clarifies, "Oh, never mind. I was merely teasing you. Why do you keep staring at me?" "It's not that," Lin Ran responds, only realizing his impolite behavior when her gaze shifts away. He hastily clears his throat and explains, "In truth, the item I urged you to give to Yang Jianlong was not genuine." Chapter 57. The Birthday, Star Jade Buddha. This is not merely a burial artifact. "Oh, from such a distance, you could discern it was a counterfeit?" The girl inquires with curiosity, puzzled as to why she accepted Lin Ran's counsel during Yang Jianlong's treasure acquisition, despite having only met him once. Upon Lin Ran's reminder, she suddenly recalls the incident. Liu, having sold the Jade Buddha, sits beside his stall, puffing on a pipe. He has evidently overheard the conversation between Lin Ran and Miss Yuan, and a flicker of unusual expression crosses his eyes. Pretending to be indifferent, he turns away, yet his ears are attuned to Lin Ran's explanation. "My grandmother is a devout Buddhist and enjoys collecting statues. The vendor informed me that his Jade Buddha was from the Yongle period of the Ming Dynasty, consecrated by a monk, and is said to possess the power to focus the mind and enlighten the spirit. I was quite fond of that Jade Buddha. It could have been acquired for merely 500 yuan. What a shame." The girl's face is filled with regret. Lin Ran smiled, yet upon raising his gaze, he found the other party looking at him with dissatisfaction. He swiftly adopted a serious expression and remarked, "If you purchased that Jade Buddha for 500 yuan, you would be at a significant loss." Liu, overhearing Lin Ran's words, immediately turned away in displeasure and regarded them. Lin Ran chuckled nonchalantly, "Because it is merely a modern counterfeit. Not only is it unblessed, but it is likely just a mass-produced item from an ordinary jade factory. Letting Yang Jianlong spend 500 yuan on it, making him a fool, would be a far better lesson." The girl then inquired, "You haven't seen the Jade Buddha? How can you ascertain that it is a fake? Did you not notice that the statue of Shakyamuni appeared to be made of mutton fat jade, with a strong grain and overly pure color?" Lin Ran explained, "In reality, if it were genuine mutton fat jade, it would exhibit excellent translucence. Unlike the Jade Buddha we just observed, with the sun shining brightly today, I could not see any points of light shining through from distance. Furthermore, the Jade Buddha appeared excessively white, resembling a modern industrial product. Additionally, the figure is overly voluminous. If it were a true Ming Dynasty Jade Buddha, the craftsmanship would be intricate, yet it would not have such a three-dimensional feel. It would be a straightforward representation. Therefore, I conclude that the Shakyamuni statue we saw was a replica made from Qinghai jade. Its value is undeniably low, and gifting such a counterfeit to your grandmother would be a profound disrespect to the Buddha." Lin Ran articulated smoothly. "However, I recall seeing a signature from the Yongle period of the Ming Dynasty beneath the lotus pedestal." The girl was clearly no novice. She possessed some fundamental knowledge of gem appraisal. "That is merely the reverse writing format of the Ming Dynasty," Lin Ran chuckled, noting that this was a common mistake made by forgers of Ming artifacts. In fact, to accommodate the reading habits of Buddhist collectors, even during the Ming Dynasty. Inscriptions would often be written in the left-to-right format. Originally, she contemplated teaching Yang Jianlong a lesson if he was too unreasonable. Yet, for reasons unknown, influenced by Lin Ran's subtle gesture, she relinquished the Jade Buddha to Yang Jianlong. After his explanation, the girl was struck with realization, feeling an increased admiration for Lin Ran. While it appeared that Yang Jianlong had profited, he had been subtly deceived. She felt relieved that she had not presented a fake to her grandmother for her birthday celebration. As Lin Ran stated, gifting a counterfeit would be the utmost disrespect to the Buddha, and her grandmother would undoubtedly be heartbroken upon discovering the truth. After all, her family consists of numerous collectors who are quite knowledgeable about appraising treasures and are not known for their leniency. Being publicly exposed would leave her with no face to show. All right, I understand now. The girl smiled sweetly, her demeanor slightly bashful as she gazed at Lin Ran and asked, could you help me find a genuine Jade Buddha? I wish to gift it to my grandmother. She has been unwell since my grandfather passed away and seldom leaves the house. Now, on her 80th birthday, our entire family hopes to bring her joy by inviting all relatives to celebrate. If she receives a fine gift, it may lift her spirits, and perhaps the power of faith could bring her some happiness. She blinked her bright, expressive eyes at Lin Ran, who could only perceive her earnest request. How could he refuse the plea of such a lovely young lady? Well, I have nothing to do at the moment. Lin Ran placed the copper Buddha into a black cloth bag, lifting it in his hand. Follow me, he said, preparing to lead the girl deeper into the market to hunt for treasures. The Lulikang vendors numbered in the hundreds, surely abundant with valuable items. The girl walked alongside Lin Ran, keeping pace with him. Suddenly, Lin Ran recalled something and asked, Miss Yuan, I have yet to inquire about your name. Oh dear, why speak so formally? Just call me Yuan Qianyan, she replied. Floating clouds, sea, flowing water for 1,000 years. Lin Ran smiled, appreciating the beauty of her name. Hearing his compliment, she blushed momentarily, though her embarrassment quickly faded, and she chuckled, no wonder you are a cultured person. Others merely flatter me about my name. After exchanging a few casual words, they arrived at stall. The vendor, a bespectacled rotund man, was polishing his wares. Upon seeing the young pair, he simply greeted them with, feel free to look, but do not touch. Lin Ran immediately set his sights on a jade sculpture. This jade Buddha stood about 8 centimeters tall, meticulously carved from white jade. The figure depicted a seated posture, one leg bent, the other crossed, with the left hand holding a lingji mushroom resting upon the knee and the right hand grasping a tranquil vase. Dressed in ornate garments, the Buddha sat serenely upon a lotus pedestal. As Lin Ran picked up the statue, the vendor expressed his displeasure, saying, young man, if you break it, you won't be able to afford the damages. Does this jade Buddha have a story? Lin Ran inquired. The vendor nodded, of course. It is he suddenly hesitated and added, but discussing it with you would be futile. You wouldn't understand. Lin Ran continued, what is the market price for this piece? Adjusting his glasses and sizing up the duo, the vendor finally stated, 170, no negotiations. Upon hearing the quote, Lin Ran thoughtfully nodded. The price seemed fair, yet the notion of bargaining for steel felt unrealistic. After all, how many bargains truly existed in this world? If we can get it for 150, we will take it. If not, then so be it. Despite recognizing that the girl before him was affluent, it remained essential to strive for a reasonable price. Noticing Lin Ran's composed demeanor, the vendor refrained from further chatter, waving his hand dismissively. All right then, congratulations to you both. Upon hearing this, Yuan Qianyan promptly retrieved a stack of bills, counting them before handing them directly to the vendor. Her face exhibited no hesitation or regret, only a profound trust in Lin Ran. The vendor greedily counted the money, feeling a twinge of regret for not pricing higher, yet the transaction was settled. He had no grounds to voice further objections. Contentedly gazing at the Buddha statue in her hands, Yuan Qianyan appeared as joyful as a young deer and curiously asked Lin Ran, what is this statue? This is a longevity star carved from Hatian jade, he replied. What? Isn't this also somewhat green? She questioned. Indeed, that is the characteristic of Hatian jade, Lin Ran explained. This jade Buddha represents the longevity star, and it is an authentic piece. Given its age, could it not be a funerary object? Yuan Qianyan recalled the artifact hanging around Yang Jianlong's neck. Sometimes, genuine items seem unsuitable as gifts. Rest assured, no one would use a longevity star as a burial artifact, Lin Ran reassured her. Lin Ran smiled and remarked, this is indeed a splendid gift for a birthday celebration. Chapter 58. The capital's magnate? The allure of a man. I see. The Jade Buddha carries such profound significance. Yuan Qinyun expressed, her face radiating satisfaction as she carefully placed the Jade Buddha into her handbag. Only then did Lin Ran notice that her handbag appeared to be a creation from a renowned Italian designer, adorned with dazzling rubies. In this era, unlike the 21st century, dressing too ostentatiously can easily attract unwanted attention. Especially for Yuan Qinyun, with her petite frame, she was more susceptible to becoming a target. He felt compelled to caution her. Do you often dress like this when you go out? Lin Ran inquired cautiously. Is there an issue? Yuan Qinyun was taken aback by the question. Turning her gaze towards Lin Ran, their eyes met once again. Initially, she felt a bit shy and averted her gaze, but the sensation was rather pleasant. Her cheeks flushed slightly, yet she did not look away. Lin Ran, in contrast, appeared quite composed. Having lived 2 lives, he was indifferent to such matters. However, as a girl from the 1980s, she still retained a unique timidity characteristic of her generation. You look stunning, like a movie star, Lin Ran genuinely praised. However, your handbag is exceedingly valuable. A girl dressed so elegantly, strolling alone, could not be perilous? Yuan Qinyun burst into laughter at this. What danger could there be in Lilikang? The people here are all from the antique circle, generally of higher social standing and education, so there's indeed no risk. But what about outside of Lilikang? Lin Ran countered. This reminded him of his sister and the purpose of his visit to Lilikang. Acquiring a bronze Buddha should yield a substantial sum. Yet, possessing wealth does not guarantee resolution with Zhang Matzi. Alternative strategies must be devised. While Yuan Qinyun had her methods for handling crises, she expressed gratitude for Lin Ran's concern. I will be cautious. Thank you. The two then walked in silence side by side towards the exit of Lilikang. The previous conversation had nearly extinguished the topic, as they inhabited different worlds and faced disparate dangers. Lin Ran, regaining his focus as they walked, realized he had more pressing matters to attend to. His sister's predicament remained unresolved, leaving him no time for others' affairs. They arrived at the exit in silence. I shall take my leave, Lin Ran said, turning to depart. Wait a moment, Yuan Qinyun suddenly called out to him. I live at Wangjing Tower. If there is an opportunity, do come visit me. Wangjing Tower. Lin Ran was taken aback. That was a residence for significant figures, guarded by armed security at the entrance. While he was aware of Yuan Qinyun's influential background, he had still underestimated her power. Noticing the astonishment on Lin Ran's face, she smiled to ease the awkwardness. Xiaoyou Village? Yuan Qinyun was also somewhat taken aback. Although she recognized Lin Ran's modest attire, she had not anticipated that he resided in the area referred to as a slum. A child from the countryside, remarkably knowledgeable about antiques. This surpasses her understanding of life. However, the moment of astonishment quickly passed. Educated and refined, she did not consider her humble origins a disgrace. On the contrary, Lin Ran's ability to flourish in such an environment, becoming a person of remarkable intellect and an adept appraiser of treasures, was commendable. It reminded one of a poem. When heaven intends to bestow a great responsibility upon a person, it must first exhaust their muscles and bones and temper their will. She had encountered children from impoverished families before, yet despite their excellence, they often harbored a sense of inferiority. In Lin Ran, however, this trait was entirely absent. When facing Yang Jianlong, she maintained an air of dignity, steadfastly upholding her principles and boundaries. This unique charm possessed by men provided a sense of reassurance. Yuan Qinyun's admiration for Lin Ran deepened further. All right, I will seize the opportunity when it arises. Indeed, Lin Ran nodded. Then, at the entrance of Lilikang, she opened a Santana sedan parked by the roadside, its license plate beginning with the letter A. It dawned on Lin Ran that a young lady of such stature would undoubtedly have bodyguards nearby. Moreover, given the influence of her family in the capital, should she encounter trouble, one might not even know how they met their demise. In this era, imported sedans were subject to state regulation, not merely obtainable through wealth. It appeared her thoughts had been overly cautious. Lin Ran shrugged. Although today had not been fruitless, she had yet to find a solution for Zhang Matzi. It seemed she would have to return to Lilikang tomorrow for another chance. At the entrance, a cluster of rickshaws awaited to transport guests, each ride costing merely a few coins. After hailing one, several rickshaws came to a halt before Lin Ran. As the bumpy mountain road swayed her, her thoughts had already soared beyond the confines of the vehicle, dwelling on the events of the day, particularly Yuan Qinyun's figure. Despite her affluent background, her demeanor exuded a refined upbringing, a rare and commendable quality. Seeing Lin Ran disembark from the rickshaw, Widow Wang and her companions remarked with sharp tongues. Xiao Ran, your sister hasn't even married yet, and you're already squandering money. This is not good. Lin Ran, feeling somewhat disheartened, chose to ignore them and walk straight home. Paying no heed to the gossiping tongues behind her, she remained unfazed. Were it not for her experiences from 2 lifetimes, she might have been in turmoil at that moment. Upon returning home, her mother and sister sat on stools in the living room. Her sister's eyes were red-rimmed, evidently having just cried. Xiao Ran, what do you have in your hand? It was clear her sister was forcing a smile. The family was aware that Lin Ran worked at a pawn shop in town, so it was expected she had acquired some antiques. Lin Ran placed the bag on the ground, revealing a tarnished bronze Buddha statue inside. Her parents held a deep reverence for deities. They quickly placed the statue on the table. Xiao Ran, from where did you procure this statue? One must not treat a Buddha lightly. It deserves proper worship. Understood, mother. I am fully aware. As the son has grown up, you may rest assured. Chapter 59, The Pillar of the Family. After a brief conversation, the previously oppressive atmosphere in the household had eased somewhat. The specter of the scoundrel hung heavy over the hearts of both mother and sister. After placing the bronze Buddha down, Mother Lin rose and said, I shall prepare dinner. You must rest after a long day. Wait, Mom. Lin Ran could perceive the worry and melancholy in his mother's eyes. He and his father were the only 2 men in the family. However, with his father still hospitalized, he could not provide the emotional support that was so desperately needed. If he did not step up to stabilize the family's spirits, they might face an emotional breakdown. Mother Lin halted, and his sister, who had been looking down, lifted her gaze towards him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ran smiled and declared, Sister, I will never allow you to marry that scoundrel. Upon hearing him broach the subject again, a flicker of displeasure crossed Mother Lin's face. Xiao Ran, did I not ask you to let this matter go? Impossible. She is my dear sister. I will never permit her to wed such a wretched person. In his previous life, he had failed to provide his family with happiness. If he allowed such a scene to repeat itself in this lifetime, it would render his existence meaningless. With a sigh, Mother Lin spoke, her voice choked with emotion, alas. It is my fault. I should not have borrowed money from that scoundrel. Mom, Lin Ran interjected, halting the blame game, for this was not the time for mutual accusations. He reiterated, we are a family. We must protect one another. United, we can overcome the challenges that lie ahead. At his words, Mother Lin fell silent, and his sister began to reflect quietly. Observing Lin Ran's demeanor suddenly filled her with a sense of the steadfastness that a man should embody. Mother Lin, her voice trembling, placed a hand on Lin Ran's shoulder and said, Xiao Ran, you have grown up. Lin Ran had anticipated that his mother might scold him for meddling. Since childhood, the family had wished for him to focus solely on his studies, steering clear of other distractions. Consequently, he had never been allowed to involve himself in family matters. However, having lived 2 lives, he would no longer remain a coward hiding behind his family. Silently resolute, Lin Wanjun was already in tears, saying, Xiao Ran, thank you, sister. What are you doing? We are family. No need for such formalities. Mother Lin gathered the scallions in her hands and spoke slowly. Tomorrow, I will go and talk to that scoundrel again. Wanjun, do not be afraid, all right? Mom, there is no need to converse with such a wretch. I will find a solution to this matter. Lin Ran understood well that the scoundrel was not a reasonable man. The more one approached him, the more arrogant he became. Had Lin Ran made this statement a few months prior, his family would not have believed him, for they viewed him as the obedient child focused solely on his studies, oblivious to the ways of the world. Yet, over the past month, Lin Ran had continually surprised his family. Their debts were finally cleared, and life was gradually improving. All of this was the result of Lin Ran's singular efforts. Unbeknownst to him, he had already become the pillar of the family. Thus, when he uttered those words, both the parents and Lin Wanjun felt a certain trust blossom within their hearts. Lin Wanjun ceased her sobbing. She had been apprehensive that her younger brother might confront Zhang Matzi recklessly, an endeavor that would surely yield more losses than gains. Fortunately, Lin Ran was aware of the situation and refrained from making an impulsive decision. When he declared that he had a solution, there was an unshakable conviction that indeed he must have a way. For reasons unknown, this thought took root in their minds. I believe in you, my son, but you are still young. Some matters must not be approached with rashness. Do you understand? Now only Lin Wanjun remained silent, gazing vacantly at Lin Ran. He approached her side and gently patted her back. Sister, I promised that I would ensure your happiness. I believe you too. Lin Wanjun's tears streamed down her cheeks. They spent the entire afternoon enveloped in silence. making the predicament seem even more insurmountable. At times, emotions require an outlet. Suppressing them only allows negativity to fester. Lin Mother's eyes shimmered with a hint of redness, but she too perceived the positive shift in their home circumstances. Only by maintaining ample strength could they confront the challenges before them. "You are right, Mother. I crave your sautéed pork. All right, you all wait here. I will prepare the meal for you shortly." The family gathered joyfully for dinner, momentarily forgetting their nightmares. After the meal, Lin Ran ventured into the yard with the Buddha statue for cleansing, murmuring, "If the spirits indeed dwell above, O Buddha, please bless me. I shall ensure you are offered to a pious household, where you will be venerated properly." A twinge of anxiety lingered within him, despite having comforted his family. He had yet to discover a way to break through the impasse. With just 14 days remaining until his sister's marriage to Zhang Matzi, he needed to hasten his efforts. Lin Ran's journey to Liuli Factory was motivated by his awareness of the mingled crowd there, which included influential figures. Should he forge connections with those of power and prestige? Winning their favor with gifts of treasures might resolve their immediate dilemma. The realm of the underworld is steeped in human relationships and social intricacies. If all else fails, perhaps he could uncover some treasures within the Liuli Factory, potentially earning 20,000 in a short span to redeem his sister. No matter how arrogant Zhang Matzi might be, he would not dare to deny black and white in written contracts. As for the gilded bronze Buddha in his possession, it was a priceless artifact, already coveted by Song Wenming from Tianlifang. Lin Ran had noticed the glint of admiration in his eyes at that moment. However, he refrained from broaching the subject of selling the treasure, largely due to the embarrassment stemming from Yang Jinlong's earlier forceful acquisition of the bronze Buddha. This statue could undoubtedly fetch a handsome price in his hands. Thus, he was in no rush to trade it, opting instead to keep it at home along with a few ancient paintings, preserving them as cherished heirlooms. The following morning, when Lin Ran awoke, he found his mother and sister already bustling in the yard. Observing their restored vigor, he playfully remarked, "Mother, sister, please take good care of the treasures in my wardrobe. They're my lifeblood." Lin Wanjun regained her spirit and smiled, saying, "Rest assured, even if it is your elder sister who gets stolen, the Buddha statue will remain safe." "What are you talking about? Neither I nor the statue should be taken." After exchanging a few playful banters, Lin Ran slowly stepped outside. He resolved to once again visit Lilikang, hoping to discover some exquisite treasures. Upon seeing Lin Ran preparing to leave, his mother displayed a hint of concern, saying, "Xiaoran, are you going to work?" "Yes, I am heading to Lilikang to assist the shopkeeper in examining some goods." "All right, but do be cautious and avoid acting recklessly, understand?" She worried that her son might impulsively visit Zhang Matzi's house and stir up trouble. "Rest assured, Mom. Just wait for my good news at home." As she watched her son's retreating figure, Lin's mother couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Unbeknownst to her, her son had already become the new pillar of the family. Indeed, the knowledge gained from his studies was not in vain. Chapter 60. Zhang Xuanming's Speculations. The Warring States Human-Shaped Lantern. In the inner hall of Tianlifang, Yang Jinlong gazed at the jade Buddha in his hands. He had decisively chosen to purchase it after noticing the damning inscription on the base. It was only after his father-in-law's hint that he realized the genuine article should be inscribed correctly. Antiquities indeed hold many secrets, and Yang Jinlong had much to learn. However, he felt dissatisfied with the criticism and muttered, "Dad, I actually had my eye on that copper Buddha. It is a true antique." "How dare you say that?" Not wanting to dwell on the matter, Song Xuanming was still incensed. To have misidentified Shakyamuni as Maitreya Buddha in front of everyone revealed an appalling level of ignorance. Yet he had the audacity to call himself an industry insider. If you wish to navigate the world of antiques, you must diligently learn from the two masters. Until you are fully educated, you are forbidden from leaving. Song Xuanming issued a stern command. This time, he was genuinely angry with Yang Jinlong for leading the charge in undermining industry standards. Fortunately, Lin Ran had intervened. Otherwise, how would industry insiders view Tianlifang's practices of coercive buying and selling? Absurd. Reflecting on this matter, Song Xuanming thought of Lin Ran. Initially, he had perceived Lin Ran as merely a novice in the antiquities circle, someone who had approached him to apologize due to his son-in-law's reckless actions. However, after conversing with Lin Ran, he realized that he was truly knowledgeable and even possessed a broader perspective. Holding a celadone cup and sipping fragrant tea, the image of the gilded copper Buddha resurfaced in his mind. He genuinely desired to acquire the copper Buddha, as the shop lacked a centerpiece. Placing in the center of Mudu, accompanied by sandalwood incense, would be perfectly appropriate. Yet, He found it difficult to lower his pride and negotiate the price with Lin Ran. It was all Yang Jinlong's fault. Nonetheless, after calming down, Song Xueming began to ponder. I do not recall many collectors with the surname Lin. Could he be Lin Zhonggui from Shaanxi? No. How could he be in the capital to seek inspiration? If not a scion of a prominent family, perhaps he is a descendant of a renowned master. Indeed, he was seen with Miss Yuan. Although she vehemently denied knowing him, their intimate demeanor spoke volumes. I have never seen Miss Yuan so close to anyone. Could he belong to that faction? The more he thought, the deeper his intrigue grew. Antiques are an industry that thrives on age and experience. Possessing such discerning eyes at a tender age undoubtedly signifies countless encounters with treasures. One must at least have a collection of 1,000 precious items at home to cultivate such an appreciation. Furthermore, these must be authentic artifacts. Although itinerant merchants are well-traveled and knowledgeable, it is improbable that they would not occasionally falter in their judgment. Moreover, such individuals would lack the eloquence displayed here. It is worth noting that he introduced himself as a student from a prestigious university in the capital. This young man possesses remarkable character, despite his illustrious background. He wears simple attire. Such a composed young individual is indeed a rarity. Lin Ran's figure intertwined with Yang Jinlong's, prompting a shake of his head. How splendid it would be if his son-in-law were Lin Ran. The man before him lacks genuine talent and knowledge, is indolent, and consistently stirs up trouble. No, today you must accompany the master to appraise these 10 treasures. Though on the surface, Song Xueming's insistence seemed punitive, he genuinely sought to cultivate Yang Jinlong. After all, despite his son-in-law's shortcomings, he is undeniably devoted to his daughter and exhibits a degree of filial piety, which is why he was granted entry into the Zheng family. As Song Xueming ages, he intends to pass on Tian Lifeng to this son-in-law. Without a discerning eye, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Yang Jianlong Grumbled, dead. Silence. Have you even considered your age compared to Lin's? You are twice his age, yet your vision is less than half of his. How embarrassing. Song Xueming glared fiercely. Although Yang Jianlong felt intimidated, he could see that his father-in-law had, in fact, forgiven him. He murmured, Dad, while the merchandise I carry may have some issues, at least they are genuine. Moreover, the copper Buddha that Lin Ran is interested in was clearly my discovery first. Song Xueming, amused by the absurdity, retorted, If you discover it first, why covet another's? He then seized the jade Buddha and smashed it, startling Yang Jianlong into retreat. Picking up a piece of jade, Song Xueming inquired, Do you know what Qinghai jade is? Noting Yang Jianlong's silence, he gestured for the master to elaborate. Qinghai jade, a type of soft jade, is semi-transparent and slightly green, often used to imitate Hetian jade. Having just shattered a jade Buddha, he would only have done so if he was certain it was a counterfeit. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to the Buddha, a significant taboo in this profession. Although Yang Jianlong feigned submission, he was secretly plotting. You, Lin Ran, had it not been for your provocations, I would not have mixed up the correct and incorrect texts. You appear to be a pauper. How much knowledge could you possibly possess? You and Wang Xiaoxi are clearly in cahoots. I hope to not encounter you again, or you will certainly regret it. Despite these thoughts, the 2 ornaments around his neck had quietly vanished. After a tumultuous 30 minutes, standing before the Lilikang, Lin Ran felt a wave of nostalgia. Arriving in the morning granted him ample time to seek out those treasures long shrouded in dust. Shang Dynasty copper coins, a must-see. Do not miss out. Knife coins from the Zhao Kingdom. Come take a look. Celadon vase adorned with intricate carvings. Age uncertain. Genuine articles available for verification. Interested patrons, please step forward. Diligent vendors had already begun to set up their stalls, while eager bargain hunters continued to pour in. In this place, everyone harbors a singular aspiration to attain wealth overnight. Each day, Lilikang welcomes a myriad of new vendors. If a merchant consistently fails to sell their wares, it is evident that there is something amiss with their stall. Hence, each visit presents an entirely fresh experience. Lin Ran cast his gaze upon the so-called copper coins and genuine knife coins, noting that the metallic composition was amiss, clearly indicating they were counterfeit. He refrained from publicly exposing the deception, not wishing to disrupt others' business. After all, some vendors are genuinely uninformed, while others intentionally deceive. It is a matter of willing participants. After perusing for a while, Lin Ran was drawn to a stall specializing in bronze artifacts. There were 2 small figures kneeling on the ground, each adorned with a rounded cap. They were indeed the bronze figurine lamps that flourished during the Warring States period. Chapter 61. The Artifacts of Sanxingdui? Who has traversed through time? Upon approaching the stall, Lin Ran observed the proprietor engaged in discussion with other customers. A brief glance at Lin Ran, whose humble attire and youth suggested he was not a significant client, prompted the vendor to habitually murmur, "Young brother, feel free to look around." Lin Ran crouched down, meticulously examining the bronze figurine lamp. The origin of the bronze figurine lamp dates back to the Warring States period, though it is widely believed that such lamps began in the Qin and Han dynasties. It was not until the 1990s, with the advancement of archaeological methods pertaining to the Warring States period, that the truth began to surface through discoveries across the nation. If authentic, its value would be astronomical. The lamp in his hands boasted a unique design and possessed a distinct bronze feel. However, Lin Ran quickly identified it as a replica, as its style and inscriptions starkly contrasted with genuine artifacts. It was evidently a product of adept imitation, regrettably stunted by the limitations of documentation. Upon realizing the bronze lamp was a forgery, his interest waned, and he turned to inspect other items. This vendor's inventory was quite extensive, ranging from copper coins to bronze statues, likely sourced from a single supplier. Lin Ran then picked up a bronze guet, inspecting it with great care. Unfortunately, it was merely a bronze vessel. As he touched it, a chilling sensation coursed up his arm, imparting a sense of historical gravitas. Throughout history, a guet has served not only as a vessel for food, but also as a ceremonial item for feasts and sacrifices. The emperor possessed 9 ding and 8 guet, while feudal lords had 7 ding and 6 guet, with the quantity decreasing in accordance with rank. The guet was also used to describe individuals with exceptional talents bestowed upon them. Thus, the bronze guet holds a significant place in the annals of Chinese history. The earliest bronze guet can be traced back to the Western Zhou period, should a genuine piece from this era appear at a modern auction. It could effortlessly command tens of millions. Lin Ran crouched before the bronze guet, leaning in for a closer inspection. He noticed that the abdomen of the guet bore horizontal stripes, an inscription style prevalent during the mid to late Western Zhou period. The base exhibited flecks of rust. "Sir, may I lift it to examine it more closely?" he inquired. The proprietor, deeply engaged in haggling with the customer, clearly valued the bronze guet and replied, "You must use gloves. We cannot afford to tarnish it." Lin Ran retrieved a pair of appraisal gloves from his pocket, having come prepared. The moisture from his hands could lead to oxidation of the bronze artifact, and it was only natural to handle it with care. Seeing that Lin Ran was adequately equipped, the vendor did not hinder him, returning to negotiate with the surrounding customers. Lin Ran picked it up and scrutinized it closely. Its exterior was nearly indistinguishable from that of a genuine artifact. Upon turning it over, he discovered an inscription encircling the abdomen. However, the patina was evidently too vibrant, reminiscent of a modern craft. Further inspection revealed that the bronze vessel, cast by Fan Fa, possessed a surface that was relatively dense and polished. In contrast, this particular piece exhibited shrinkage holes, leading Lin Ran to conclude that it was a counterfeit, imitating ancient texts. A twinge of regret washed over him as he set it down. If it were an authentic bronze yen guet, its marketability would be unchallenged. He then turned his gaze to the other wares displayed on the vendor's stall, all of which had reached a level of deception that could easily confuse the untrained eye. Yet were all mere fakes. It seemed the small vendor had encountered a master forger, as this batch of goods must have come at a significant cost. Lin Ran felt little enthusiasm for replicas. Just as he was about to leave, he inadvertently caught sight of a bronze statue positioned at the back of the stall. Not long before his rebirth, he had seen news reports featuring artifacts unearthed from the Sangsingui site, which included several statues strikingly similar to this one. The vendor and a nearby customer had just concluded their haggling. The customer, evidently dissatisfied with the offered price, departed empty-handed. The vendor sighed, muttering under his breath about the ignorance of the customer. Lighting a cigarette, he finally noticed that Lin Ran had not yet departed. Quickly donning a merchant smile, he inquired, "Young brother, after observing for a while, have you found something to your liking?" From a distance, Lin Ran observed the statue, its expression solemn and austere. However, due to the passage of time, the significance of the headdress remained unclear. If it were indeed a counterfeit, it would be an astonishingly faithful imitation. Most importantly, according to historical timelines, the Sangsingui site would not be unearthed for at least another 2 decades. So how could it possibly be here? Currently, there were no documents indicating the existence of replicas. The very notion seemed absurd. After all, who would expend energy crafting a non-existent counterfeit? This left Lin Ran utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, an instinct within him suggested that this object held significant value. Eager to divest himself of the items in his possession, he began to feign knowledge, stating, "What you just observed are artifacts from the Qin and Han dynasties, household items of the literati from that era." Yet, from this statement, Lin Ran discerned the vendor's lack of understanding regarding antiques. He appeared to be only a novice in the field. However, given that the Sengxingdui site had yet to be excavated, the presence of such artifacts on his stall was perplexing. Thus, Lin Ran resolved to engage the vendor in further conversation, hoping to uncover some astonishing secrets. Turning to the vendor, an idea blossomed in his mind. "Brother, I have a friend who collects bronze wares, so I have encountered quite a few valuable pieces. However, your collection seems somewhat off." "Utter nonsense," the vendor retorted, tossing aside his cigarette but with an irritable expression. "What a young person like you know." He casually picked up a knife coin, stating, "Look at this, Qi knife." Then, he began to boast. The Qi state produced coins for the longest duration, widely circulated. "This is precisely a 3-character knife unearthed in Shandong." He continued, "Just look at this knife, how lifelike it is." As he spoke, he seemed to lose his train of thought and casually remarked, "Gift this to your friend. If he knows his stuff, he will surely appreciate it." Lin Ran nodded non-committally, revealing his indifference. Perceiving Lin Ran's lack of interest, the vendor picked up the bronze vessel once more and began to boast to himself. The vendor's enthusiasm stemmed from the recent difficulties in selling his wares. He feared being left with unsellable stock. The youth before him appeared inexperienced and likely knew nothing of antiquities. As someone from the streets, he could spin tales even from the dead. Regardless, he was determined to make a sale today. Otherwise, it would be unjust to have lugged this collection of scrap metal around. Listening to others, he had entered the world of antiques, spending a considerable sum to acquire a range of bronze artifacts, hoping for a significant profit. Unfortunately, due to the high value of bronze items, counterfeit craftsmanship had become rampant, and after several days, he had yet to sell anything. The market was filled with seasoned traders, and he had finally caught sight of a naive young man. He had to take advantage of this opportunity. Thus, he began to introduce the items at his stall, despite his own ignorance. Lin Ran feigned interest in the vendor's descriptions while discreetly observing the bronze head. He could not allow the vendor to discern his true intentions. Otherwise, attempting to unearth treasures in the presence of seasoned hawkers would result in little to no gain. Lin Ran frowned, pretending to be dissatisfied, and remarked, "These items do not seem particularly suitable for collection." He then shifted his focus, pointing directly at the bronze head behind the vendor with a feigned look of curiosity. "Could you bring that peculiar item over for me to examine?" Chapter 62, A Timeless Treasure Emerging from the Fields. The vendor politely brought the bronze statue closer to Lin Ran, feigning an air of mystery as he said, "Young brother, if you purchase this piece, you will have made a wise investment." Startled, Lin Ran asked, "Do you know the origins of this item?" Pleased by Lin Ran's astonished expression, the vendor continued, "Doesn't this resemble a hat-wearing missionary? In the early Ming dynasty, foreign missionaries ventured into the interior to promote their religion, often regarded as oddities due to their differing appearances. Thus, you see, this bronze statue is somewhat distinct from ordinary people. And that hat? It is the very hat worn during their missionary work. Despite its fierce visage, it conveys a sense of solemnity. Placed in a home, it serves a protective purpose." Listening to the vendor's words, Lin Ran could not help but smile. However, such fabrications would only fool those lacking knowledge. Anyone with even a modicum of expertise would see right through him. Seeing Lin Ran smile, the vendor decided to press his advantage, declaring, "Young brother, if you purchase it now, acquiring a new home in the future will be effortless." His voice grew louder, drawing the attention of those nearby. A crowd began to gather, and the vendor, believing his rhetoric was effective in attracting customers, began to extol the virtues of his merchandise even more. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Hey, isn't that Brother Lin?" Brother Lin was the name Lin Ran had introduced himself with the previous day in front of Song Xueming, and it was evident this person had been present. "It truly is him. Brother Lin made quite a fortune yesterday. I spoke with a friend who mentioned that statue is worth a fortune and even expressed interest in purchasing it from you. Could it be that he has stumbled upon another treasure today?" With his discerning eye and the accolades from Zheng Xueming, Lin Ran has undeniably become a prominent figure at Liuli Factory, a veritable celebrity in the marketplace. As more and more passersby recognized him, a crowd began to gather, eager to witness what gem he had unearthed this time. Perhaps they too could profit from this vendor's wares. The small vendor felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He had heard tales of Song Xueming's visit to Liuli Factory, and had been thoroughly instructed by a young lad whom he regarded highly. Little did he realize that this boy was none other than the very Lin Ran before him. Just moments ago, he had been boasting, and it was no wonder Lin Ran wore that enigmatic smile. It was as if he were watching a circus performance. Embarrassment flushed over the vendor as he reconsidered his bravado. No longer puffing himself up, he chuckled wryly and said, "Young sir, one must not speak recklessly. It is evident that you are not pleased with my goods just now. If you truly are an expert in appraisal, then the majority of this batch must be forgeries, thus lacking in value. They were already difficult to sell. I cannot allow you to ruin my business outright." Now that he had been recognized, Lin Ran dropped the pretense. The bronze head was indeed a replica. What he truly saw was the bronze mythical beast behind it. He gestured toward the statue and inquired, "May I take a closer look at this?" "Of course, please," the vendor replied, his earlier arrogance evaporating, replaced with a respectful demeanor as he handed the statue to Lin Ran. "Young sir, if you don't mind, could you also provide me with an appraisal?" His attitude had undergone a complete transformation. The onlookers burst into laughter, observing Lin Ran with the bronze statue. "You claim this is an artifact? Are you underestimating the craftsmanship of the Huaxia culture? This object is neither human nor spirit. How could the nobility of old ever consider placing such a thing in their homes? Just moments ago, you said it was a statue of a Western missionary. Are you assuming we have never seen a portrait?" The crowd at Lioli Factory was well acquainted with such matters. "How dare you present this shabby trinket to Brother Lin for appraisal?" One remarked with mirth. "This would only serve to deceive a 3-year-old, with its bizarre shape. Would it not be mistaken for a monster?" Lin Ran appeared unfazed, occasionally furrowing his brow, which led the crowd to believe he was disapproving of the item in hand. However, internally, he was awash with tumultuous thoughts. Though he had only seen the bronze mythical beast from the Sangsingui artifacts once, the texture before him was strikingly similar. It is essential to note that this is not the 21st century of the later ages, where concepts of robotics are commonplace. Such fantastical bronze objects could not have been conjured from thin air. Even in the digital age, when netizens first encountered the bronze mythical beasts, they likened them to robotic dogs. They appeared as products of extraterrestrial civilization. How could anyone replicate such forms? Having examined the patina and inscriptions for a considerable time, every aspect corroborated that this object could not possibly be a forgery. Even if it is a counterfeit, there must undoubtedly be some extraordinary secret from an era long past behind it. Not merely its market value, but its historical significance is sufficient to resonate throughout the universe. The more Lin Ran contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Yet he knew he must not reveal his excitement outwardly. Concealment is key. He must play the part of a pig to eat the tiger. Lin Ran set down the bronze statue. The proprietor, having observed Lin Ran's focused gaze and contemplative expression, had believed it to be genuine. After Lin Ran placed it down, he feigned regret and remarked, "This must be the work of some child, right?" The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter, leaving the owner in an awkward predicament. In truth, he too found the bronze statue's design exceedingly bizarre, resembling a peculiar toy crafted by a child from modeling clay. That was precisely why he had positioned it at the back of his stall, to avoid tarnishing his reputation. Now, facing public derision, the owner felt utterly humiliated and explained, "Young man, to be frank, these were indeed brought from my hometown." "Your hometown? May I inquire where that is?" Lin Ran asked nonchalantly. "My hometown is in Guanghan City, Sichuan Province. This piece was unearthed during a downpour while I was planting rice on the southern bank of the Duck River. I simply brought it along for display," he continued. "The rest were collected from the hands of my fellow villagers, with no deceit involved. In this trade, nothing is more feared than a tarnished reputation, and I must defend myself." Upon hearing the owner's explanation, Lin Ran was even more astonished. Was that not precisely the site where the Sangsingui artifacts were excavated? Such a coincidence! At this moment, the Sangsingui site had likely not even commenced excavation, and archaeologists were still unfamiliar with the local conditions. The notion that it could be washed out by rainfall can only be described as a serendipitous occurrence, perhaps even a manifestation of the butterfly effect. Lin Ran then smiled and said, "Though this piece may not hold much value, its design is quite unique. My 3-year-old nephew would surely adore it." He casually picked up 2 knife coins from the stall to divert attention. Pretending to examine the items, he inquired, "How much for these 3 pieces together?" Chapter 63. Fame is to a man what growth is to a pig. The proprietor had initially felt despondent, believing the goods in his possession were destined to languish unsold. To his surprise, Lin Ran proactively expressed his desire to purchase. Moreover, he sought to acquire 3 items at once. It is essential to note that with Lin Ran's current renown, The benefits he could derive extend far beyond mere profit from a few items. Nevertheless, gratitude aside, business is business, and money must ultimately be made. Young sir, I shall let you have them for 20. This is merely a small enterprise, and your discerning eye has recognized the gem, so we shall not make a profit. Upon hearing the proprietor demand 20 yuan, Lin Ran furrowed his brow. He murmured, "Boss, are these knife coins truly chi knives? Have you perhaps mistaken their craftsmanship and era?" He intentionally lowered his voice so that only the proprietor could hear. The owner's expression darkened. Lin Ran's implication was quite evident. The goods at his stall were nothing but inferior and counterfeit items, hardly worth a few coins. Lin Ran was merely being considerate of his business. If someone of his caliber did not purchase from his stall, others would naturally assume that his goods were worthless, making it even more challenging for him to earn a profit in the future. Upon this realization, the vendor felt a warmth in his heart and cast a grateful glance at Lin Ran. The youth before him, though appearing somewhat naive, possessed a remarkable acumen for social interaction. Purchasing his items was, in essence, a form of assistance. Thus, he mustered his spirits and declared loudly, "Very well. Since Brother Lin is quite renowned on this street, I shall consider this an advertisement for my humble offerings. I will sell these goods to you for 5 yuan. Lin Ran smiled, choosing to remain silent. The vendor pondered his thoughts. Could it be that 5 yuan was still too steep for this lad? Yet, observing Lin Ran's ambiguous expression only intensified his sense of pressure. He forced a smile and inquired, "Brother Lin, as you are a connoisseur, why not propose a price?" "I'm all ears." "Excellent." Lin Ran responded with a beaming smile. "These 2 knife coins, at 1 yuan 50 each, total 3 yuan. Why not sell them to me for just 5 mao each? In total, that will be 3 yuan 50. What do you think?" The vendor glanced at the knife coins on his stall, noting the substantial quantity remaining. If he could sell them at 1 yuan 50 each, it would be a significant profit. Moreover, Lin Ran was essentially promoting his wares for free, an opportunity he could scarcely wish for. Nevertheless, he feigned reluctance, adopting a sorrowful expression. "In truth, I had intended to sell the knife coins for 2 yuan each, but given your assistance in appraising them, I shall acquiesce to your proposed price." "Done!" Lin Ran exclaimed joyfully, producing 3 yuan 50 and handing it to the vendor, eager to avoid any further complications. Once he departed, curious passers-by quickly gathered around the stall. They trusted Lin Ran's expertise. His purchase of a knife coin suggested their inherent value. Consequently, they began to sift through the vendor's offerings, leaving the stall owner grinning from ear to ear as he eagerly introduced each item to the customers. After leaving Lioli factory, Lin Ran ensured that no one was tailing him before he allowed his joy to surface. He casually placed the knife coins in his pocket and examined the bronze mythical beast. Its form resembled a mechanical dog, with an exaggerated head akin to a pitcher plant. Such a peculiar creature, even in the early 1980s, would be perceived as an absurdity, let alone in the 21st century, when perceptions had significantly evolved. The bronze beast stood proudly, its limbs crouched upon the ground, though its hind legs were partially missing, and both ears and tail bore damage. Its overall appearance exuded strength, highlighting the ingenuity of ancient laborers. Furthermore, the time and place aligned perfectly. Judging by the vendor's demeanor and tone, he was clearly not fabricating a tale. Thus, Lin Ran was certain that the artifact in his possession was indeed an authentic relic from the Sangxingdui site. As for whether it had been unearthed by torrential rains, Lin Ran could not ascertain. However, he knew that this time he had struck gold. This artifact represented the coexistence of royal and divine authority in ancient Shu, underscoring the significant role of sun worship. It filled a historical void, serving as an indispensable artistic treasure of the Huaxia civilization. It was truly a monumental find of epoch-defining significance. The artifact in question, if offered for sale, would undoubtedly struggle to find a buyer due to its extraordinarily peculiar shape. However, in a few years, as archaeological methodologies advance and the relentless rains erode the landscape, the Sangxingdui site will emerge into the public consciousness, and its treasures will be gradually unearthed. At that juncture, the mechanical dog in one's possession, when showcased, is bound to attract the fervent interest of collectors, commanding an impressive auction price. Having lived 2 lives and possessing the expertise of a former National Museum curator, Lin Ran's attachment to artifacts transcends mere commercial value. Even if he were to selflessly donate them to the state to aid in deciphering the mysteries of the Sangxingdui civilization, it would indeed be a commendable choice. As for the 2 knife coins nestled in his pocket, Lin Ran casually retrieved them, examining them closely. Despite their high degree of realism, the engravings betrayed their counterfeit nature. While they might deceive the untrained eye, a knowledgeable individual would instantly recognize them as fakes. Their worth amounts to little more than scrap metal, unworthy of even 2 cents per pound. With this in mind, Lin Ran nonchalantly discarded them by the roadside, his heart brimming with joy at the prospect of possessing Sanxingdui artifacts. Yet, in undertaking these actions, he prudently steered clear of the crowd. As the saying goes, fame invites scrutiny. The Lulikang market is rather small, and frequent visitors quickly become familiar with one another. Having shone too brightly the previous day, coupled with his youth, he risked being easily recognized. This is hardly advantageous for someone navigating the antique trade, as excessive attention could hinder future acquisitions. Any display of interest would likely lead to exorbitant prices. He was acutely aware that once he purchased the knife coins, other patrons would eagerly follow suit. In a way, he inadvertently endorsed the unknown vendor, which likely accounted for the low price offered. When other customers eventually realized they had been duped, they would naturally place the blame on him, tarnishing his reputation over time. This thought elicited a chuckle from Lin Ran. Today was indeed a blend of joy and concern. On one hand, he had acquired an invaluable artifact at almost no cost, while on the other, he worried about the obstacles and negative repercussions that fame might bring. With a wry smile, he carefully concealed his precious find and deftly boarded a rickshaw, making his way home. Chapter 64. Amassing Wealth in Silence. Destination, Panjiayuan. The bumpy journey stirred a multitude of thoughts in Lin Ran's mind. Although he had yet to uncover a solution to his ongoing dilemma, the bronze divine beast in his possession filled him with elation. In his previous life, Lin Ran had been invited to conduct archaeological work at the Sanxingdui site. The site first captured public attention in 1986, and the Sanxingdui civilization remains shrouded in mystery, distinct from the conventional Central Plains cultures, with many netizens even speculating about extraterrestrial origins. Regrettably, this civilization has not been passed down through the ages. For various reasons, it abruptly vanished into the annals of history, fading away in an instant. Yet, is it not the profound richness and diversity of Chinese culture that has been forged through countless instances of fusion and collision? The excavation of the Sanxingdui site has, in a significant way, filled the void in our understanding of the sacrificial and religious culture of ancient Shu civilization. This holds monumental importance for the entire field of historical research. However, as of now, these artifacts have yet to be formally unearthed. Should they be taken to a pawn shop for sale, they would undoubtedly be dismissed as mere deception, much like the earlier street vendor. Thus, Lin Ran resolved to safeguard the bronze divine beast along with a collection of calligraphy and paintings as his trump card. One day, when the time is ripe, he shall make his decision. Upon returning home, after a day of busyness, Lin Ran reclined contentedly in a cool chair, savoring the rare moments of familial warmth. The unique form of the bronze divine beast captured the attention of Lin Wanjun's sister. "What do you think this resembles?" she inquired. Children's toys have become so diverse nowadays. This shape seems somewhat like a robot, yet also resembles a toy dog. Most people, upon seeing the bronze divine beast, would share a similar first impression. Could this object also hold significant value? After spending considerable time with her brother, Lin Wanjun had grown accustomed to his remarkable ability to transform the mundane into the extraordinary. She wondered how much he intended to sell this peculiar item for. Lin Ran smiled mysteriously. "This is something I would never sell, regardless of the price." He spoke as if it were of immense worth. "Of course, this is a priceless treasure." He chuckled. "Haha, little Ran, is it because you never had toys as a child that you feel such an affinity towards this object?" Lin Wanjun laughed. Their childhood was marked by poverty, where having a single wheel to roll around was a considerable luxury, unlike the children of today, who enjoy an abundance of toys and dolls. Contemplating this, Lin Wanjun felt a pang of sympathy and affectionately tousled her brother's hair. "Sister, what are you doing?" "This is definitely not a toy," Lin Ran exclaimed, somewhat amused. The item indeed resembled a child's toy, yet he was far too grown to cling to such a thing. "I see, our little Ran has matured," she teased. "You too, sister." She had intended to remark that her sister had reached the marrying age, but such jesting seemed inappropriate to voice. "All right, Mother is calling us to dinner. She has prepared your favorite tofu." "Really? Then I shall have several bowls," he exclaimed. "At this rate, you'll finish all the rice." "No worries, I've grown up. I can earn my own keep now." The two playfully bantered as they made their way to the living room, where their mother had prepared a table laden with hot dishes. Alas, their father had yet to be discharged from the hospital. After dinner, Lin Ran sat alone in the courtyard, under the gentle glow of the moonlight, dusting off the bronze divine beast. At the entrance of the yard, Widow Wang happened to pass by and was initially startled. Regaining her composure and realizing it was Lin Ran cleaning the divine beast, she patted her chest and feigned shock, saying, "At your age, still playing with such terrifying toys? Shouldn't you be preparing your sister's dowry? It is truly a case of stirring the pot unnecessarily. Thankfully, both my sister and mother are present in the room. Otherwise, the overheard remarks would surely infuriate them." Only Widow Wang remains at the door, venomously declaring, "Such a lack of decorum, from children to adults alike." Widow Wang is notorious in the village for her sharp tongue, and while she often engages in gossip with those who dare, the younger folk tend to steer clear of her. As she watched Lin Ran depart, she continued to shout, on the verge of marriage and yet unprepared. Still playing with toys, listening to the distant barks of dogs, Lin Ran thought that had it not been for the sake of maintaining peace within the village, she would have long since confronted Widow Wang. With a shrug, Lin Ran couldn't help but reflect on her current predicament. Today, merely glancing at a stall in the Lioli factory led to her being recognized, and it seemed that continuing to scavenge for treasures in Panjiayuan would prove challenging. With less than 13 days remaining before the deadline set by Zhang Matzi, the thought of that scoundrel's despicable visage filled Lin Ran with indignation. She felt insufficiently strong. How dare such filth presume to critique her? For now, the Lioli factory was off limits, but fortunately, the capital still offered another venue for chance encounters. When antiquarians arrive in Beijing, it is considered obligatory to visit Panjiayuan, the largest antique market in Shenzhou, lest they feel unworthy of their profession. Spanning an area of 50,000 square meters, Panjiayuan boasts over 3,000 stalls. Originally a tile factory during the Republic of China era, it was named after its owner, Mr. Pan. In the 1960s, urban redevelopment transformed the area, filling in the water pits and quickly establishing a residential neighborhood. Inhabitants affectionately referred to their community as Panjiayo. But due to the somewhat negative connotations associated with kiln and Chinese culture, living in Panjiayo became a source of embarrassment. Thus, the name was changed to Panjiayuan. In the years that followed, the construction of a nearby bridge made the area easily accessible, leading to its evolution into a bustling second-hand market. In a matter of years, it developed into a national hub for cultural and antique trading, with prices that are accessible, making it the ideal choice for enthusiasts. Compared to the specialized nature of the Lioli factory, Panjiayuan attracts a more diverse crowd, making it conducive for discovering hidden treasures. Lin Ran resolutely decided to visit Panjiayuan the following day, but this time, she vowed to keep a low profile. Quietly accumulating wealth is a time-honored virtue of our great China. Chapter 65. A Curious Llama? Universally condemned. As the trend of appraisal gained popularity, the second-hand market began to flourish, with Panjiayuan's ghost market being particularly renowned. Its origins trace back to the late Qing dynasty when impoverished nobility sold their antiques at this site. However, due to their status, they found it disgraceful to sell openly on the streets, opting instead for the cover of night, departing before dawn. Additionally, the origins of some antiques remain dubious, necessitating clandestine transactions, thus giving rise to the term ghost market. Lin Ran instructed the rickshaw to halt at the entrance of the market, surveying her surroundings with keen interest. At the entrance, the three prominent characters of Panjiayuan are boldly displayed. Upon entering the market, one finds old houses lining both sides of the street, the majority of which are shops dealing in cultural artifacts. At the storefronts, vendors spread out burlap sacks, displaying their wares upon the ground. It bears a resemblance to a vegetable market, albeit the merchandise consists solely of second-hand goods. Nearby, there are residential buildings, not particularly tall, perhaps 6 or 7 stories high. To separate the residential area from the marketplace, iron railings have been erected between the two. The crowd here surpasses that of Lilikang, with many tourists from out of town present. Yet, the ambience of Panjiayuan is distinct from that of the later grand markets. The initial sensation upon entering is one of tranquility. Unlike other places where vendors loudly hawk their goods, here the sounds are merely those of customers engaging quietly with the sellers. The street is bustling with people, yet no one raises their voice in raucous chatter. Those who come here are clearly connoisseurs. At the stalls, one occasionally sees individuals illuminating items with flashlights while donning gloves to inspect them. When a particular treasure catches their eye, the exchanges with the stall owners are conducted in hushed tones. Everyone tends to their own affairs, embodying the tradition of the ghost market. Witnessing this scene, Lin Ran felt a surge of excitement. This place perfectly aligned with his tastes, with such an abundance of goods. If he could unearth even one or two treasures, he could leave today with a fortune. Enthusiastically, Lin Ran ventured deeper into the ghost market. He casually perused several stalls. Yet most offered items of little value, as the market's facade was that of a second-hand trading venue. Old clothes, toys, and books were also available for exchange. The ghost market is replete with goods, yet truly valuable finds are exceedingly rare. As he wandered further, he unexpectedly spotted a monk clad in traditional attire, surrounded by murmuring onlookers, a sight not common in the ghost market, which instantly piqued Lin Ran's interest. He quietly approached, overhearing a passerby whisper, "Look, isn't that a fraud? Such an extravagant disguise. Is he not afraid of divine retribution for masquerading as a monk?" A nearby bystander, noticing Lin Ran's intent to inspect the merchandise, kindly cautioned him. "Young man, that fellow is a notorious swindler in Panjiayuan. You should exercise caution." A swindler? Surely, if one wished to deceive, they would at least maintain a low profile. Dressing so ostentatiously seems to invite recognition. Are there truly such charlatans in the world? As others continued to point and gossip about the monk, Lin Ran had already arrived at his stall. In keeping with his attire, the offerings displayed were all Tibetan artifacts. "Hello, please feel free to browse," the monk said, palms pressed together, his face devoid of expression. Clad in the garments of a Tibetan monk, he wore a rooster-shaped hat and a necklace of prayer beads made from heavenly pearls. From a distance, he seemed unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, one could discern that this monk was tall, with sharp brows and large eyes, his gaze exuding clarity. However, his Mandarin appeared lacking prior to the arrival of customers. He sat behind the stall in meditation, murmuring softly. No wonder he was mistaken for a fraud. Even while selling, he chanted scriptures, adopting a demeanor seemingly crafted for the eyes of others. Yet, possessing the experience of 2 lifetimes, Lin Ran was adept at discerning the true nature of people. The gaze of a Lama is imbued with an untainted purity, devoid of any impurities. His demeanor is immaculate. Drawing from his experience working at the National Museum, it is evident that only those with unwavering faith can possess such a pristine gaze. How could a Tibetan monk, who resides in a region steeped in unique customs, come to the capital to set up a stall? Observing the surrounding crowd's discussions, it is clear that he has not been here for merely a day. All these factors only serve to deepen Lin Ran's confusion. This individual appears remarkably innocent, so why do the locals unanimously label him a fraud? He glanced down at the merchandise laid out before the monk's stall. Most items were ritual implements of Tibetan Buddhism, such as bells, vajras, and prayer wheels. It was evident that these were mere replicas. Otherwise, they would typically be prohibited from being sold. Additionally, there were small beads like Z, but the quantity displayed here was astonishingly excessive. Did he take everyone for fools? It was no wonder this man had become a pariah in Panjiayuan. Just a single glance provided Lin Ran with clarity regarding the goods he was peddling. Despite the crowd's vitriolic remarks, the monk seemed utterly unfazed. Observing his seemingly indifferent demeanor, Lin Ran pondered. How could a Tibetan monk find himself in a marketplace like this? Setting aside other considerations, the vendors here were all exceedingly shrewd. Without a silver tongue, it would be challenging for someone like him, who did not actively engage customers, to make a sale. His interest in the monk suddenly surged, prompting him to inquire. "Hello." The monk nodded in acknowledgement, clearly not adept at social interactions. "May I ask if these items were brought from a temple?" Lin Ran continued. "With so many goods, how did you transport them from the Tibetan region? Given the current state of transportation, bringing such a quantity to the capital must incur substantial expenses. Furthermore, there's no guarantee of sales. Why would a monk conduct business here?" Every aspect of this individual exuded peculiarity. Yet, this only piqued Lin Ran's curiosity further. Tibetan treasures differ significantly from ordinary collectibles, and the intricacies involved are profound. The onlookers, witnessing Lin Ran's apparent disregard for warnings, began to whisper among themselves. Such a naive child, easily deceived. Despite his monk's attire, one wonders where he scavenged these items. With so many valuable Z beads, surely he must have hundreds. Would that not make him millionaire? Fortunately, Lin Ran was not easily swayed by gossip, and the monk remained indifferent to the idle chatter of others. When someone engaged him in conversation, he finally spoke in halting Mandarin. "I am a wandering ascetic visiting the capital. These items are the legacy my master entrusted to me before his passing, which I have carried step by step." Upon hearing this, those nearby stifled their laughter. It was clear he was not here to earn money. Monks like him should simply rely on alms, rather than pretend to embody some form of purity. Lin Ran could understand the surrounding individual's derision and prejudice. After all, this was an era of information isolation. Most individuals possess scant knowledge of distant circumstances, particularly in regions inhabited by ethnic minorities. It is noteworthy that even in this modern era, characterized by advanced internet connectivity, prejudices against rare phenomena persist. This is a fundamental flaw in human nature that remains unchanged by the passage of time. Furthermore, from the discussions among those nearby, it is evident that the merchandise previously sold by the Lama likely included numerous counterfeit items. Otherwise, such rumors would not have arisen. However, Lin Ran's insight lies in discerning the underlying causes and essence of the situation. What significance lies in the arduous journey to transport a multitude of counterfeit goods? Chapter 66. Danzeng Oju, the Ascetic. Lin Ran gazed at the Lama, whose demeanor was remarkably serene, as if the surrounding chatter did not pertain to him. This further confirmed Lin Ran's suspicions. Monastics dedicated to inner cultivation typically refrain from exhibiting emotional fluctuations. Holding a scripture, Lin Ran inquired, "Is it permissible for you to sell these items?" As he was not a follower, he felt that those with faith would not engage in the commerce of sacred scriptures and ritual objects. The Lama glanced at the scripture, clasped his hands in reverence, and replied, "This is a handwritten copy of the mind cultivation records by His Holiness Dunju, which has been comprehended and is to be sold to those destined to receive it. Thus, disseminating the Dharma is also part of our practice." "Ah, now it is clear." Lin Ran nodded, then turned his attention to other items, among which were various ritual implements. In Lin Ran's perception, the instruments of Tibetan Buddhism were rather fearsome. For instance, the ajie drum made from the skin of a maiden sacrificed as an offering, and the celestial bowl and leg bone trumpet gifted by the king of Tibet to Emperor Qianlong, crafted from human bones. In the eyes of Tibetan Buddhists, the body is merely a vessel. Their revered sky burial involves placing the deceased upon a mountain for eagles to consume. Fortunately, the goods before him were crafted from shells and agates. Initially, Lin Ran anticipated that engaging with the Lama would be challenging. Yet this Lama spoke with remarkable courtesy. On the stall lay a photograph, somewhat resembling the Lama. The notion of selling his own portrait struck Lin Ran as amusing. On the reverse of the photograph, a name was inscribed. Lin Ran, capable of understanding simple Tibetan, read aloud, "Oju." Upon hearing this, the Lama's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Master, is this your name?" Lin Ran inquired with a smile. During his leisure, Lin Ran had learned a few phrases, yet his understanding of their culture remained superficial. Indeed, Oju signifies one's wishes fulfilled, a splendid name. "According to your nomenclature, my name is Danzeng Oju." Unbeknownst to him, the Lama had begun to regard Lin Ran as a confidant, and their conversation flourished. "Is the person in the photograph your master? Why have I not seen him?" Indeed, a hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes. "I traveled to the capital with my master, but he unfortunately passed away." With a sigh, he continued, "I have been selling goods in the capital for 11 years. Yet I have only sold 5 items. 11 years. That equates to the time since Panjiayuan was renamed, and he has been peddling his wares all this time. How has he survived without making sales for so long?" There was no indication of deceit in his sincere gaze. Now, apart from donning the attire of a Lama, his demeanor has become quite urban, and his speech even carries a hint of local flavor. To fulfill his master's dying wish, he has remained in a foreign land for 11 long years. Such steadfastness is indeed worthy of respect. Do you not yearn for home? After hearing his tale, Lin Ran once again scrutinized the wares laid out before him. To speak frankly, he was quite inclined to assist the individual before him in realizing his aspirations, provided that the goods he offered were authentic. Aside from ritual implements, there were also some Tibetan ornamental items. He picked up a piece of armor. The elderly man who had previously cautioned him squatted beside him, whispering, "Young brother, do not let yourself be deceived by this man. He had been peddling his goods for many years, consistently offering these items. Is there a problem?" Lin Ran replied nonchalantly, "Look at that scrap of iron you hold. It can even be mistaken for an accessory. This is a piece of armor, believed by the Tibetans to be from the armor of a war deity. Crafted from celestial iron, intended for protection and safety, much like our amulets." As Lin Ran toyed with the piece of armor, he surmised it was likely genuine, though collectors in the Central Plains were few and far between. The old man, somewhat exasperated, felt his good intentions had been met with ingratitude. He then pointed to a wooden ornament on the stall, saying, "Look at that. He is selling this too." "That is an erbying," Lin Ran chuckled. The erbying, a term for a purse clasp, was popular during the late Qing dynasty. At that time, individuals would wear money pouches secured with purse clasps, which also served as a symbol of status, with nobles often crafting them from ivory or jade. Originating from the Tibetan region, such items became fashionable due to the court's patronage of Tibetan Buddhism. Lin Ran elaborated with enthusiasm, noting that the clasp in his hand was made of fine agate, exuding a cool touch, though the patina was distinctly new, indicating it was merely dyed ordinary jade. Ignoring the advice of the elder may lead to misfortune, he mused, as the old man shook his head and stood up, choosing not to engage further with Lin Ran. The prescriptive nature of the elder was what Lin Ran found most irksome. It was understandable that many were unfamiliar with Tibetan Buddhist adornments. Due to the Qing court's embrace of Tibetan Buddhism, noble families often possessed various Tibetan ornaments that held genuine collectible value, the most renowned of which were the Zi beads. The Zi beads are a unique product of the Tibetan region, with Yang Jianlong owning an 8-eyed Zi bead. Unfortunately, according to Tibetan Buddhist beliefs, once a Zi bead is claimed by a master, it loses its efficacy for others, particularly if it has been removed from a deceased person. Tibetan Buddhism regards life and death with a certain detachment. Thus, artifacts of value are often closely tied to mortality. They are perceived by those from the mainland as ominous symbols. In this era, interest in Tibetan Buddhist treasures is scarce. The earlier conversation had been overheard by Danzing Oju, who now wore a faint smile, recognizing Lin Ran's professional knowledge, which garnered the attention of onlookers, silencing any disrespectful remarks. Meanwhile, the elderly man who had warned Lin Ran about counterfeit items stood to the side, eager to witness the spectacle of Lin Ran's potential disillusionment. After examining all the merchandise, it became evident that the ritual implements were fakes and replicas, and the ornamental items held little collectible value, lacking a viable market. Indeed, there was nothing of worth to purchase. Just as he intended to rise and bid farewell to Danzing Oju, he caught sight of a small wooden box placed before the meditation cushion, an exquisite lotus mat. Within this modest box lay a small stone, irregular in shape. Lin Ran instantly recognized it as a heavenly bead. It was likely that the monk from the Tibetan region possessed an authentic heavenly bead. Danzing Oju seemed to notice Lin Ran's dissatisfaction with the goods and smiled, saying, "If you choose not to buy, it is of no concern. Perhaps you are simply not destined to have them." "No," Lin Ran interjected, pointing at the wooden box. "Is that also for sale?" At his words, Danzing Oju picked up the box and presented it to Lin Ran, explaining, "The box is merely for holding stone. This stone is the true item I wish to sell." Lin Ran lifted the box, and indeed, it contained a heavenly bead. Thankfully, he had not been swayed by idle chatter. This time, he might have stumbled upon a treasure. Chapter 67. Fated Rivals? "I must challenge you." Lin Ran's expression turned serious in an instant. The heavenly bead in his hand, though irregular in shape, displayed a rich brown base with distinct layers of white lines. The edges had clear and simple textures. Remarkably, the bead bore a few white specks on either side, resembling a blooming white lotus. The likeness was so vivid that the white lotus seemed to come alive. Heavenly beads are regarded as the saints among gemstones, sacred relics in Tibetan Buddhism. The lotus symbolizes Shakyamuni, and thus the lotus heavenly bead stands out as an exceptionally rare gem. However, a distinction exists between natural and artificial. In the wake of market economies, profit-driven merchants have mastered the art of imitating heavenly beads. Their luster and coloring can deceive even the keenest of eyes. Yet, the heavenly bead before him exhibited a natural patina that no artificial aging could replicate, possessing a unique beauty in its imperfections. Indeed, it was a treasure, and this time he was certain to reap great rewards. Nevertheless, Lin Ran maintained a facade of calm, smiling as he rose. He needed to devise a natural approach to acquire the lotus heavenly bead. Danzing Oju chuckled, "Benefactor, if you do not wish to purchase, that is perfectly fine. This is merely a stone, lacking in value." Lin Ran felt an impulse to spit blood at such dismissive words. To him, the lotus heavenly bead was priceless. Yet, he swiftly shifted his tone, a hint of sorrow appearing on his face. "My master instructed me, before his passing, to sell this stone in the capital. Perhaps you might consider other items of interest?" Lin Ran fell into silence, still contemplating how to negotiate for the lotus heavenly bead, while the other party remained surprisingly sincere. He believed he could engage in a conversation to procure the bead at a low price. Just as he prepared to speak, a mocking voice emerged from behind him. The figure looked familiar. Wasn't that the king of scavengers? Although they had only crossed paths once, Lin Ran's memory was sharp, and he immediately recognized the owner of the voice. "Young Jianlong, What a twist of fate. He had ventured all the way to Panjiayuan only to encounter this ill omen. And now he had been recognized. Lin Ran chose to ignore him, but Yang Jianlong squeezed his way to the stall's front. What do you want? Lin Ran asked, somewhat displeased. The tone of Lin Ran's inquiry prompted Yang Jianlong to recall their previous encounter, causing him to take a few steps back. At this moment, Lin Ran realized that he was not alone in his exploration of Panjiayuan. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, whose demeanor was a stark contrast to Yang Jianlong's frivolity. This man bore a stoic expression, exuding maturity and composure. Particularly, his father-in-law's discontent towards him had been growing day by day. Just look at Brother Lin, so young yet so knowledgeable, and then look at you. This phrase had become a refrain that echoed in his ears, growing tiresome. Had it not been for Lin Ran's identification of the blood-colored celestial bead he wore, aiding in his fortune, Yang Jianlong would have long since sought to have Lin Ran beaten. The more disdain Song Xuanming felt towards him, the more enmity Yang Jianlong harbored against Lin Ran. Yesterday, he was forced to endure a night of appraisal, lamenting his plight as he studied under the master of Tianlahang. The monotony of spending the entire day in Baohang was unbearable. Thus, he relentlessly pestered his mentor until he finally secured permission for a brief respite. Having humiliated himself at Liuli Factory just the day before, he was determined not to return there. After much contemplation, he concluded that Panjiayuan was indeed the most suitable place for him to showcase his talents. Naturally, he was aware of his own limitations. Consequently, he called upon his mentor, Master Wu Yu, to accompany him. As one of the two esteemed experts in antique appraisal at Tianlahang and Yang Jianlong's mentor, he was more than willing to assist. It is often said that foes do not gather without reason. Within less than half an hour of wandering in Panjiayuan, Yang Jianlong noticed that the Lama had set up his stall once more with patrons present. Curious to see who would be so unwise as to engage with him, he stepped closer and, to his astonishment, found Lin Ran there. The memory of his humiliation from the previous day lingered vividly, and he attributed his father-in-law's scorn to Lin Ran as well. Mr. Wu Yu, this is the brother Lin my father frequently mentions, Yang Jianlong whispered to the middle-aged man. As Master Wu Yu of Tianlahang, he had always enjoyed Song Xuanming as trust, perhaps due to his extensive experience in antique appraisal and the influence of traditional values. He viewed Yang Jianlong as his personal disciple, albeit an unremarkable one, who should not be bullied by outsiders. However, he also recognized that acting impulsively would be inappropriate. Thus, Wu Yu suggested to Yang Jianlong, why not challenge him and see if he dares to accept? With his mentor's encouragement, Yang Jianlong straightened his posture. Let me inform you, this man has been selling here for 11 years, having traversed through various antique markets. Even a 3-year-old knows he is a fraud masquerading as a monk. Only an amateur like you would fall for his tricks, ha ha ha. The middle-aged man stepped back slightly, feeling that even as a teacher, Yang Jianlong's behavior was utterly shameful. The tradition of the ghost market dictated whispers and discretion. Even discussions of opinions were meant to be discreet, avoiding the ears of third parties. There was no place for such public outcry, which exemplified a lack of decorum. Yang Jianlong, still embodying the brashness of a nouveau riche, showed no sign of having learned from his previous experiences. Lin Ran cast a cold glance at him before shifting his gaze to the Lama, Danzeng Oju. Danzeng Oju, accustomed to ridicule, seemed unfazed by the mockery. Lin Ran found himself hesitating. He merely wished to act with humility. Yet this individual continued to stir trouble. Ignore him, he is merely a bumpkin, Lin Ran remarked to Danzeng Oju, expressing his intent to revisit the topic of the Lotus Celestial Bead, hoping to acquire it at a reasonable price. Yet Yang Jianlong remained relentless, advancing toward Lin Ran, and exclaimed, "You can't possibly be that foolish, can you? If you manage to uncover treasures here, I will change my surname to yours." At last, Yang Jianlong's boisterous voice attracted the attention of passers-by. Who was he? He was Yang Jianlong, the arrogant son-in-law of Song Xuanming. Early in the morning, he was already hurling insults. Had he been drinking? Little did they know, Yang Jianlong had purchased a malevolent sky bead for a hefty sum, rumored to have caused his wife to miscarry. He certainly appeared to be a fool, but what brought him before a con artist's stall? Con artists naturally prey upon the naive. Yet it seemed Yang Jianlong was provoking a young boy who was examining the merchandise. Wait a moment, was that not? Finally, a witness from the Liachang incident recognized Lin Ran and couldn't he help but chuckle. That boy is the one who forced Yang Jianlong to admit his mistake. Upon hearing this, the usually quiet ghost market erupted in commotion. Tourists passing by paused, gathering around, for goods could be purchased at any time. But such excitement was a rarity. Chapter 68. losing to acknowledging you as my godfather. Yang Jianlong was a well-known ruffian in the antique community, while the Lama was a notorious swindler from Panjiayuan. Add to that the rising star Lin Ran, and it was indeed a spectacle. The onlookers and vendors lost interest in their transactions, eager to witness how the events would unfold. The elderly man who had previously advised Lin Ran against purchasing from the Danzing Oju stall now realized the truth. A brief exchange had revealed Lin Ran's vast knowledge, as he was recognized as a promising talent by Song Xueming. He had missed the farce at Liachang, but this unfolding drama was not to be missed. Yang Jianlong, though arrogant, was wealthy and powerful, possessing numerous precious items, far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. The Lama had been peddling his wares for 11 years, claiming to fulfill his master's dying wish, yet had failed to sell anything. Lin Ran, an enigmatic figure, brought forth an intriguing struggle between them. The elderly man produced a paper fan, resembling a storyteller, to explain the unfolding situation to the bewildered crowd. Seeing the throng of spectators grow around him, Yang Jianlong felt a swell of pride. After being publicly humiliated by Lin Ran at Liachang, he was determined to retaliate in kind. Lin Ran, however, was overwhelmed with a torrent of exasperation toward Yang Jianlong, who seemed to revel in disrupting others' transactions rather than seeking genuine deals. He responded with a firm tone. "Do I need to justify my purchases to you? I certainly wouldn't hang an ancient enema as an heirloom around my neck. And what are your artificially crafted eight-eyed sky bead? Would it fetch 50 cents from a scrap collector?" With the gloves off, Lin Ran saw no reason to hold back, publicly exposing Yang Jianlong's vulnerabilities. The crowd erupted in laughter, aware only of the bloodthirsty sky bead incident, yet oblivious to the enema jade pendant. Yang Jianlong's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Uncertain how to respond, he glanced at Wu Yu. Wu nodded. "Lin Ran, you cannot slander me without basis. Everyone has moments of misjudgment. Are you not currently deceived by a fraud? How can you label others as swindlers?" Lin Ran retorted. "On what grounds? Merely because he has been peddling for 11 years. Does he even remember the location of the temple?" Yang Jianlong was quite eloquent, unable to humiliate Lin Ran. He sought to belittle those around him, indirectly undermining his opponent. In the face of the mocking crowd, Danzing Oju remained unfazed. Instead, he encouraged Lin Ran, saying, "It's all right. I have grown accustomed to it. Of course, you have become accustomed to it, for you are indeed a fraud." Yang Jianlong seized the opportunity to attack. Yang Jianlong, Lin Ran had initially come with great enthusiasm to seek treasures, but now his spirits were dampened, and he couldn't help but recall the troubles at home, causing him to speak with greater intensity. Yang Jianlong sneered, "What is this? Have you become friends with a fraud? Do not push it too far. I shall be as excessive as I please. What will you do about it?" Yang Jianlong had awaited this very response from Lin Ran. He aimed to provoke Lin Ran, compelling him to accept his challenge. Despite Song Xueming's immense regard for Lin Ran, Yang Jianlong remained convinced that this fellow was merely fortunate, possessing historical knowledge and eloquence, enabling him to snatch the gilded bronze Buddha from beneath his nose. In terms of genuine skill and knowledge, he could never surpass his own master. "Then allow me to inquire, will the blood fiend heaven pearl around your neck? Who are you to meddle in my affairs? I shall wear it if I wish, and no one, not even the king of heaven, can stop me." The mention of a painful subject ignited Yang Jianlong's fury, yet he could only suffer in silence. "I thought, given your character, you might resort to the despicable act of forcibly selling the blood fiend heaven pearl to others." This indeed seemed like something Yang Jianlong would do, and surprisingly, some of the crowd nodded in agreement. Aware of his own faults, Yang Jianlong retorted, "Nonsense. How could I engage in such coercive dealings?" Lin Ran reconsidered and asked at the Lili factory, "When you insisted on buying despite me having settled on a price with a vendor, was that not you?" Exposed publicly, Yang Jianlong stubbornly denied it. "Nonsense. Unsold goods naturally have the freedom to be bid upon. That is the essence of a market economy," he shamelessly explained. Lin Ran found himself somewhat impressed by his brazen demeanor, still attempting to hold his ground at such a moment. "What difference is there between your actions and outright robbery? Do you not fear divine retribution for stealing a Buddha statue? Was that theft? I was merely honoring the Buddha, ensuring peace for my wife. Do you understand?" Yang Jianlong's face flushed crimson, clearly struck by Lin Ran's words. It turned out he intended to gift the Buddha statue to his wife, having offered a considerable price. Lin Ran discerned that he was particularly sensitive about his image. After speaking, Yang Jianlong gradually realized he had strayed from the topic. "Today I challenge you." "A challenge?" Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. Challenges in the antique circle typically involve two individuals of comparable skill. Did Yang Jianlong possess the capability to challenge him? Or was he merely offering a gift? What shall we challenge? Lin Ran inquired with curiosity. Seeing that Lin Ran did not refuse, Yang Jianlong smiled knowingly and approached him, saying, "Let us compete to see who can unearth the greatest treasure in the shortest time and with the least expenditure here in Panjiayuan. And what is the minimum amount?" Lin Ran continued to press for details. 100 yuan, Yang Jianlong replied, gesturing with a single finger. "Why would I wager such a substantial sum against you?" Lin Ran pondered, convinced that he must have been out of his mind to act impulsively. In this era, 100 yuan is no trifling amount. Spending it merely for the sake of ostentation is hardly worth it. He had the means to stake, yet engaging in a contest with a spoiled brat clearly seemed unworthy. A mere waste of his time. "If you win, I shall concede 1,000 yuan to you. Moreover, I shall acknowledge you as my godfather on the spot." Such a delightful offer. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow, finding Yang Jianlong increasingly perplexing. Was this not simply a gift of his own head? The onlookers fell silent, astounded as they recognized Yang Jianlong's unorthodox approach. "And if I were to lose?" Yang Jianlong's teeth clenched as he spoke. The last encounter had left him humiliated, kneeling in public under the watchful eyes of his father-in-law, which rendered him too ashamed to remain there any longer. Lin Ran contemplated for a moment. Accepting Yang Jianlong as a godson held little significance, as he had no desire for such a foolish offspring. However, the prospect of receiving 1,000 yuan, albeit not a fortune, was timely assistance in his current predicament. Weighing the benefits, he considered accepting the challenge, ready to voice his agreement. Unexpectedly, his thoughtful demeanor led Yang Jianlong to believe he was faltering. "What? Brother Lin, are you still undecided? Are you perhaps too afraid? If so, you might as well kneel and apologize to me now, and we shall erase our grievances." This taunt elicited laughter from the bystanders, and Yang Jianlong soon realized he had humiliated himself further. "Kid, do not be overly arrogant. The outcome remains uncertain." Yang Jianlong gritted his teeth, demanding, "Do you dare to engage in this wager with me? Since you're so intent on gifting me your money, why not allow your godfather to provide you with an opportunity?" Lin Ran accepted with enthusiasm. "Very well, esteemed elders and fellow townsfolk, I kindly request your witness, lest this scoundrel later refuses to acknowledge his debts." Yang Jianlong theatrically cupped his fists towards the surrounding crowd, wearing a look of triumphant cunning. He then pointed at Lin Ran and declared, "You are assuredly destined to lose this time. Observe who I have brought along." Wu Yu stepped forth from the crowd, his demeanor calm as he scrutinized the young man before him. Chapter 69. The Master of Tianla Trading Company? Past Affairs of the Mortal World. The appearance of Wu Yu left the onlookers in utter shock. Tianla Trading Company is renowned throughout the capital for its antique dealings, and as one of the top 3 masters within its ranks, Wu Yu is certainly a figure of recognition. In fact, many present had previously transacted with Tianla Trading Company, where Wu Yu had mercilessly exposed counterfeit goods. He was even referred to as the Lightning-Eyed Master, a title underscoring his extraordinary ability to swiftly assess the value of items. "Mr. Wu, your assistance is greatly appreciated," Yang Jianlong declared, exuding an air of triumph, and provocatively added, "This is my esteemed mentor, the appraisal master of Tianla Trading Company. Wu Yu, the very master who authenticated the 5 Sons Filial Piety painting." Initially, those who had seen him standing nearby assumed he was merely a passing merchant, unaware that he was the formidable ally brought by Yang Jianlong. Regardless of the young man's exceptional talents, encountering this master would surely lead to his downfall. Just moments ago, when Yang Jianlong challenged Lin Ran, onlookers had thought him to be insane. Even though Lin Ran was merely a fledgling with luck on his side, he was not a match for mere novices like him. However, after Wu Yu's appearance, they suddenly realized the truth. The clueless Yang Jianlong had the audacity to challenge Lin Ran, but it turned out he had a trump card up his sleeve. In an instant, the number of those who believed in Lin Ran dwindled. One must understand that the antique industry is one that values age and experience. Lin Ran was, after all, rather youthful, and even with extensive knowledge, he could not possibly recognize every treasure. Moreover, as the master of Tianla Heng, he handled hundreds of treasures daily, instantly discerning what was valuable and what was not. This time, Lin Ran was destined to lose. Who would have expected Lin Ran to remain remarkably composed, maintaining an air of indifference? "Your adopted son is not entirely foolish. Since the bet has been made, let us begin. You'd best not be too arrogant, for in an hour, I shall show you what it truly means to be a master." The onlookers were intrigued. Some followed Yang Jianlong, while others lingered. Following the earlier commotion, A crowd gathered at Danzing Oju's stall, yet no one approached to inquire about prices. Observing Lin Ran's enthusiasm in staying, Danzing Oju respectfully asked, "What may I call you, benefactor?" "If you don't mind, you may call me Brother Lin," Lin Ran replied with a smile. "Very well, Brother Lin, since you have engaged in a wager, why do you not seek the treasures?" Danzing Oju inquiret, Pouzlet. He held a rather indifferent view towards worldly fame and fortune, but the young man before him had piqued his curiosity. "I wish to discuss more about Tibetan Buddhism with you," Lin Ran responded, appearing eager to learn. "I am a history major and have a keen interest in the traditional cultural customs of China." Upon hearing Lin Ran's words, the surrounding crowd was left speechless. At such a critical juncture, the master of Tianlaheng was already taking action, while this young lad was still engrossed in discussions about cultural customs. While a thirst for knowledge is a commendable trait, one must also consider the context. No? To the onlookers, his behavior seemed akin to a student preparing for a crucial exam in half an hour, yet still reading a martial arts novel. Utterly unproductive. It appeared that this young man had given up. Youthful exuberance often leads to valuable lessons learned through hardship. An elderly gentleman listened intently, believing that Lin Ran was not as simple as he seemed. Those bystanders had gleaned their understanding of Lin Ran through idle chatter. But he had engaged in direct conversation with Lin Ran moments ago. It was likely that even Danzing Oju did not possess as much knowledge as Lin Ran. "Brother Lin, your humility and eagerness to learn are evident. I shall share freely," Danzing Oju expressed excitedly. Ever since arriving in the capital and following the passing of his master, he had not engaged in discussions of doctrine with anyone. Many, upon seeing his unusual attire, would associate him with the slave system of the Tibetan region. A decade prior, a well-known tale of serfs had circulated widely, leaving a negative impression of the Tibetan area, particularly regarding Danzing Oju. People would avoid him, let alone engage in conversation. While some curious customers had ventured to his stall to purchase prayer beads, it was an infrequent occurrence. The local temple has outright denounced the item as a counterfeit, leading to a rapid dissemination of the news, branding him a fraud. Thus, might the master share insights concerning the Tibetan region? Lin Ran joined his hands in reverence, expressing utmost respect. "We reside at the sacred Mount Jayadoma, a divine mountain adorned with numerous holy stones, quite reminiscent of this." Danzing Oju's eyes glimmered with deep devotion. "This stone was procured by my master and me during our pilgrimage to the mountain, found on the precipice. My master meticulously safeguarded it, always wearing it close. Brother Lin, as an outsider, you may not comprehend. A holy stone is destined to have but one believer throughout its existence. Since my master's passing, I have refrained from touching this stone, fearing to taint it. Yet my master insisted that I sell it, alas." As he spoke, a sigh escaped his lips, followed by a gentle smile. "It seems I remain unrefined, still in need of further cultivation." While the two conversed, Lin Ran's gaze remained fixed upon the celestial bead. Judging by its patina, it is undoubtedly a natural celestial bead, its patterns reminiscent of a lotus flower. Considering Danzing Oju's tale, the likelihood of it being a lotus celestial bead is substantial. It is noteworthy that in later times, a star purchased a nine-eyed celestial bead for an astronomical sum, drawn by its faith and symbolism. Whether by coincidence or divine intervention, numerous times on set, he transformed peril into safety. In his advancing years, he remains unscathed by illness, unlike other martial stars who age markedly once out of the public eye. If the nine-eyed celestial bead holds such value, then this pure, natural lotus celestial bead before me is indeed far more precious. Legend has it that upon his birth, Shakyamuni could walk upon the earth, and with each step, a lotus flower blossomed beneath his feet. Thus, the lotus has become synonymous with Shakyamuni in Tibetan Buddhism. In the Central Plains, there exists a saying about the lotus emerging untainted from the mire. The stubborn stone within the small wooden box must undoubtedly be a lotus celestial bead. The more Lin Ran pondered, the more exhilarated he became. This item bears immense collectible value. Even a layman like Yang Jianlong recognizes a celestial bead's worth. A high-quality lotus celestial bead could fetch at least 30% more than a nine-eyed celestial bead at future auctions. Moved by the account of the bond between master and disciple, Lin Ran could not help but express his thoughts. "Master, may I dare to speculate? Your master wishes for you to part with the holy stone he cherished, urging you to forget him, to relinquish worldly matters, and to pursue a path of purity in your cultivation." Chapter 70. Beast Blood Jade, Blue and White Porcelain, Oju's Enlightenment. "Master Wu, this time, the responsibility lies entirely with you. Yang Jianlong trailed respectfully behind Wu Yu, fully aware that he was but a supporting character in this narrative. Wu Yu remained silent. Since the gamble was underway, it was not merely a matter of Yang Jianlong's embarrassment in calling him father. Everyone understood that Wu Yu was the true protagonist of this duel. For the sake of his own honor, he would give his utmost. The two commenced their search throughout Panjiayuan, with Wu Yu diligently scanning every stall. A vendor selling a blue porcelain vase immediately captured his attention, as a large chest filled with assorted items lay behind the stall. The array of celadone vases in jars before him, a type of artifact notoriously susceptible to forgery, attracted few inquiries. Yet, Wu Yu approached the vendor with determination, selecting a blue and white porcelain vase, its surface still bearing traces of dust, uncleaned. "Sir, are you interested in purchasing this vase?" the vendor inquired with a smile. "Indeed. How much do you ask for this vase?" Wu Yu responded. "This is a fine piece of Qing Dynasty blue and white porcelain. Today, in urgent need of funds, I am willing to part with it for a mere 20 yuan. The vendor feigned a sorrowful expression, sensing an unsuspecting buyer before him. Time was of the essence. The blue and white porcelain fit within his budget, and Wu Yu, disinterested in haggling, gestured to Yang Jianlong, who promptly handed over 20 yuan to the vendor. The vendor's heart leapt with joy. Selling a trivial porcelain piece for 20 yuan meant he could conclude his day perfectly. However, after Wu Yu departed, a curious onlooker approached the vendor, whispering, "Do you know who that was?" "Just an amateur looking for a good deal," the vendor replied dismissively as he began to pack up. But you may have lost out tremendously." That was Wu Yu, the esteemed master of Tian Luhang. Suddenly, the vendor's satisfaction with the 20 yuan diminished considerably. His expression of feigned sorrow was now overtly apparent. As Wu Yu walked along, he instructed Yang Jianlong to take good care of the blue and white vase. "Master, what is this?" "It looks rather exquisite," Yang Jianlong flattered. "This is a piece of blue and white porcelain from the Ming Dynasty, crafted in an imperial kiln. While its quality may not be exceptional, it is still quite valuable." Wu Yu remained composed, unaffected by the fortunate find. After all, if he could not seize opportunities, what had he been laboring for all these years? Those observing from a distance seemed knowledgeable, trailing behind in a pretense of casualness. Should the vendor notice a crowd following one individual, he might have resorted to raising the price, thus spoiling the enjoyment of the spectacle. They soon arrived at a stall selling jade. Wu Yu sifted through a collection of stones, extracting a vivid green piece, marred by traces of blood. Upon seeing the blood-stained jade, Yang Jianlong paused, reminded of the bloodstone he had previously worn. Wu Yu, exuding an air of expertise, addressed the vendor without pretense. "Do you also sell nine-orifice jade?" "What is nine-orifice jade?" the vendor asked, momentarily taken aback. "In essence, it is jade used by ancient people for nasal passages," Wu Yu elaborated, gesturing at the blood still present within. The vendor grimaced at the thought of adorning such an item around his neck. "My friend, you seem knowledgeable. What do you intend to offer?" he asked, sensing Wu Yu's interest and considering a straightforward transaction. "This piece is likely a nine-orifice jade from a late Qing noble family, perhaps acquired from tomb raiding. I would offer 5 yuan. What do you think?" Wu Yu whispered, recognizing the need for discretion with such ambiguous merchandise. "Do you take me for a fool?" The vendor promptly rejected, internally valuing it at 15 yuan. "Very well then, await your fortunate buyer." Wu Yu stood, appearing ready to depart. As he walked a few steps away, the vendor felt an unsettling chill and called out, "Wait, 10 yuan. That is my final offer." "This is no nine-orifice jade. I was merely trying to deceive you," he conceded. Wu Yu remarked, "This is beast blood jade, of which ancient texts contain scant records. While humanity may be deemed more noble than beasts, the rare creatures of your have either perished or become exceedingly rare. Thus, the value of beast blood jade is astronomical." Having secured 2 treasures in succession, Yang Jianlong felt increasingly assured. Truly, he was a connoisseur distinct from Lin Ran, whose half-hearted efforts paled in comparison, even in the art of haggling, which he executed with such grace. Wu Yu's recent maneuver was, in fact, learned from observing customers. Each day, Tianlahang welcomes countless merchants seeking to appraise treasures. Not only artifacts, but people, too, become familiar sights, and Wu Yu navigated this with ease. "Let us visit that painting and calligraphy stall," he suggested. "Very well, master, lead the way." Meanwhile, the betting contest was underway. In contrast to Yang Jianlong's meticulous exploration, Lin Ran remained stationary before the llama stall. With hands clasped, he settled behind the stall to meditate once more. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ran picked up the lotus sky pearl, its icy touch enveloping him. The surface bore no signs of wear, indicating it had likely never been worn. Such a pristine, natural lotus sky pearl, in later generations, would undoubtedly fetch a price exceeding 100 million. One action star had invested a modest fortune in acquiring a nine-eye sky pearl. The price of the lotus sky pearl could only escalate. Even in this era, numerous affluent individuals revered the mystical powers of the sky pearl, readily parting with tens of thousands for it, making it a true rarity. Lin Ran pondered, realizing that Danzing Oju's earlier words were merely a pretext. As a Tibetan, Danzing Oju could not possibly be ignorant of the sky pearl's worth. Had he genuinely considered it an ordinary stone, he would have sold it long ago. His choice to keep the box closest to him indicated his esteem for the sky pearl. Only those capable of discerning its true value merit the right to possess it. Clutching in hand, securing the lotus sky pearl would almost guarantee victory in the contest. Hence, he remained at the stall. Onlookers mistakenly assumed he had conceded, particularly the elderly gentleman who had earlier expressed confidence in him, who now shook his head and sighed. Alas, to challenge the master of Tianlaheng at such a young age, conceding is only natural. Suddenly, Danzing Oju opened his eyes. Whereas before they had radiated purity, now they sparkled with clarity. He spoke, "Brother Lin, your words seem to carry a kernel of truth. Indeed, the practice of detachment is no easy feat. Do you not find it peculiar that he has tasked you with selling items? You are not merchants. Why must you relinquish possessions to fulfill your training? Perhaps the master merely wishes to enlighten you on the nature of external possessions and the essence of letting go." Lin Ran's insight struck a chord within Danzing Oju. From the inception of their stall, he had harbored doubts about his ability to fulfill the master's assignment. Especially when labeled a fraud, his resolve began to waver. Perhaps this was precisely what the master intended for him to comprehend, not to find joy in material possessions or sorrow in personal loss, but to maintain an inner tranquility unfettered by external influences. In that moment, he grasped the master's teaching on awaiting the destined. Closing his eyes, he clasped his hands together, standing with a solemn demeanor as he inclined slightly toward Lin Ran. "Thank you, Brother Lin, for your enlightening guidance." Chapter 71. The High Monk of Hela Temple. All of these items are yours. Gazing at the transparent demeanor of Oju, Lin Ran found himself momentarily bewildered. Good heavens, is this truly feasible? Death is an irreversible state, and I ought to adopt a more detached view of life and death. Yet, for an extended period, I have been melancholic due to my master's departure. Perhaps my master, perceiving this weakness, imparted his final teachings urging me to sell all my goods, leading to a profound realization. Today, in conversation with my brother Lin, I finally comprehend. Danzing Oju, my master's sole disciple, regarded as a son, was expelled from the temple for a transgression and chose to endure hardship alongside his master. Such a bond, even among monastics, is a rarity. Having lived 2 lives, my understanding of Tibetan Buddhism is nearly on par with Danzing Oju's. Danzing Oju remarked, "Brother Lin, you possess considerable wisdom. If fate allows, I shall certainly recommend you to Master de Yuan at Sera Monastery. You hail from Hela Monastery?" Upon hearing Lin Ran mention Hela, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother Lin, have you visited Sera Monastery?" Hela is a small temple, known primarily to the Tibetan folk encountered in the capital. Most others have never heard of it. Lin Ran spoke as if he were quite familiar with it. As a renowned pilgrimage site, Lin Ran was indeed aware of this temple, although in recent times, the Tibetan Buddhist monasteries have become mere tourist attractions, stripped of their mystique. Perhaps like their doctrines, they have conformed to the tides of the era. Lin Ran smiled gently. "I am not a follower of Buddhism. I merely harbor an interest in the artifacts housed within Sera Monastery. They must possess numerous relics from the Ming dynasty, correct?" "Indeed," Danzing Oju replied without a hint of doubt. "The Tequila Hall is generally not open to the public, but I can intercede on your behalf if you are a person of destiny." Suddenly, he recalled certain matters. Excellent. Lin Ran had been contemplating how to assist Danzing Oju, admiring his unwavering commitment to fulfilling his master's dying wish by maintaining his stall for a decade. Yet, he remained concerned about the potential issues with Oju's goods, making them difficult to purchase. Unexpectedly, Oju had found clarity. The desire to acquire the lotus sky bead intensified. Moreover, how would one transport such a substantial quantity of goods? Lin Ran reminded himself that this was not the moment to contemplate the lotus sky bead. Their rapport had improved, and it would be prudent to arrange a time to discuss the matter thoroughly and secure the bead at a fair price without the need for haggling. The surrounding onlookers were utterly perplexed. Compared to Master Wu Yu, they were far more intrigued by the insights of this young man. Who would have guessed that, After the challenge commenced, this youth would not hastily seize opportunities, but instead devote considerable time to conversing with the swindler. The llama swindler had been peddling his wares for 11 years, selling items that barely recouped their cost. This trade is predicated on cutting. Once sold, returns are not permitted. However, this does not tarnish the seller's reputation, as the knowledge of his stall being rife with counterfeit and subpar goods had long since cemented his notoriety. Yet here stood Lin Ran, lauded as the rising star of Lulikang, engaging in prolonged dialogue with the charlatan. Was he truly attempting to unearth treasures amidst a heap of detritus? The notion of uncovering gems at such a level of mediocrity was utterly absurd. Lin Ran, however, harbored no such thoughts. He was entirely indifferent to the gazes of passers-by. Presently, he had only two matters of concern. The first matter at hand concerns Lin Wanjuan's marriage. He simply cannot allow his sister to wed a scoundrel. The second pertains to the exquisite lotus jade, a treasure of inestimable value. Should he manage to acquire it, perhaps there might be a turning point in his sister's affairs. Moreover, how could Lin Ran, who cherished his sister above all, permit such a precious item to vanish before his eyes? He pondered how to negotiate with Danzing Oju. Yet, while Lin Ran was engulfed in his thoughts, Danzing Oju spoke up. Brother Lin, it is precisely due to your guidance that I have experienced such enlightenment. Danzing Oju's penetrating gaze met Lin Ran's, causing him to feel a tad embarrassed. Lin Ran jested lightly in response. However, Danzing Oju had already made his decision. No, I must fulfill my master's dying wish. He declared, my master instructed me to sell all goods to those destined to receive them. That is the final stage of my cultivation. Yet, he never set a price for me. Therefore, I have decided to give you these items free of charge, in gratitude. Danzing Oju proclaimed. Not only was Lin Ran taken aback, but the onlookers were equally astonished. Did I hear correctly? He intends to give everything to Brother Lin? This is outrageous. How can a con artist offer everything as a gift? Lin Ran regarded Danzing Oju with seriousness. His expression was grave, devoid of jest, and his monk's robe, along with his respectful bow, conveyed the authenticity of his words. A hint of determination gleamed in his eyes as he spoke with clarity. I implore you, Brother Lin, do not refuse. If you do not accept my goods, my master's wish remains unfulfilled, and I cannot depart. In truth, Lin Ran understood that Danzing Oju was merely using this as an excuse to ensure he kept the items. Walking? After over a decade in the capital, Danzing Oju had learned to appreciate humor. He had yet to realize the subtle transformation within himself. Unbeknownst to him, he had quietly adapted to the lifestyle of the capital's denizens, unconsciously embraced the values of non-believers regarding the unknown. Perhaps this was the true essence of the task assigned to him by his master. Lin Ran beamed sincerely, standing at various angles, finding no reason to decline the treasure before him. Chapter 72. Returning home to inherit the temple? The fool was indeed myself. Initially, Lin Ran had contemplated finding an opportune moment to inquire about the price and purchase the precious jade from his counterpart. However, he did not expect the person before him to be as pure-hearted as water, directly offering everything to him. Both body and soul were on the path of cultivation, a rarity in an era overflowing with material desires. Upon Lin Ran's acceptance of the goods, Danzing Oju felt an immense sense of relief, expressing prayers of gratitude to his master in the heavens. The Buddha bestows blessings upon those destined for them. Indeed, the capital is a place of extraordinary talents, and encountering someone like Brother Lin made this journey worthwhile. When you plan to set off? So soon? Lin Ran felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped Danzing Oju would remain in the capital a while longer, allowing them to exchange insights on antiques and learn about Mahayana Buddhism. Tibetan Buddhism has indeed become a treasure of the Chinese nation, yet they seldom engage with the outside world, and the knowledge passed down is quite limited. Oju, considering the multitude of treasures you have bestowed upon me, I feel compelled to reciprocate. Why not extend your stay in the capital for a few more days? I shall gather some funds for you. In truth, Lin Ran himself finds himself in a predicament, yet such is the plight of the common folk. Even when one's own circumstances are less than favorable, they cannot bear to witness even the slightest suffering of others. This virtue, inherited from our illustrious heritage, is the cornerstone of enduring civilization. However, this does require financial resources. Thus, I must decline any external assistance during this tribulation. I hope for your understanding. To inherit the incense? What do you mean by that? Lin Ran's astonishment was beyond words. After much contemplation, Lin Ran suddenly realized that the Lama before him was no ordinary monk. He was indeed a revered abbot who had ventured forth to experience the vicissitudes of human life. He was on an entirely different plane from an ordinary citizen like himself. A sense of awkwardness washed over him. What was Highland Temple? It was one of the most esteemed Tibetan Buddhist monasteries during the Ming Dynasty, known for its close ties with the imperial court. Having visited it only once, Lin Ran could still recall its opulent grandeur, a stark contrast to the simplicity of Central Plains Buddhism. On his previous visit, he had missed the opportunity to meet the abbot. "So, is your master the esteemed Rui Tanbao Meeping Liesuan?" Lin Ran vaguely remembered being cautioned by the accompanying staff during his visit about the abbot's illustrious name, which was said to be that of a renowned Dharma king in the Tibetan region, and that one must not speak his name directly within the temple. Upon hearing this, Danzing Oju's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Indeed, that is my revered master. May I inquire how Brother Lin came to know this?" It was as he suspected. The man before him was destined to become the abbot of Highland Temple. Reflecting on this, Lin Ran found it rather amusing, a serendipitous encounter across the dimensions. Perhaps this is what Buddhism refers to as fate. In Tibetan Buddhism, only a Zhugu can assume the role of an abbot. Others lack the qualification. Zhugu translates to reincarnated being in Tibetan, and in the Chinese context, it is more grandly referred to as living Buddha. While smaller temples may have abbots or Vajra masters, in a venerable institution like Highland Temple, Danzing Oju is indeed a living Buddha. The treasures before him pale in comparison to the artifacts housed in his temple. It dawned on him that he had been the fool, akin to a destitute man feeling pity for the wealthy who have no buns to eat. "How embarrassing. I have seen information about your master in books. He is a highly respected monk." Lin Ran sought a pretext to navigate the situation. "Ha!" Danzing Oju laughed heartily. "Brother Lin, you are truly well informed. Among those I know, you are undoubtedly among the elite." "Oju, you flatter me. I merely enjoy reading. Please accept this gift without further refusal," Danzing Oju said, his tone becoming more casual now that he regarded Lin Ran as a friend. Initially, Lin Ran felt somewhat bashful upon learning of the other's stature. However now, observing the monk adorned in the garb of the temple, he felt no need for pretense and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Oju." "Very well," Danzing Oju replied, rising to take up his wooden bowl. "It is time for me to set forth." Monastics live with spontaneity, using the sky as their canopy and the earth as their bedding, perpetually on the path of cultivation. Before departing, there is something I wish to convey to Brother Lin. Please do so. Upon the first glance, the uncertainty in your eyes was palpable. Challenges are but fleeting. I believe you will undoubtedly discover a resolution. Even if you do not lose your original heart. Having spoken, Danzin Oju solemnly performed a monk's salute to Lin Ran. Such is the nature of our fleeting encounter. At last, the moment of farewell arrived. Should fate bring you to Helan, remember our promise. Certainly. The two bid each other farewell, and thereafter, Danzin Oju relinquished all burdens, departing towards the exit of Panjiayuan with empty hands. The goods just examined were merely a cursory appraisal. Little did he expect that he had encountered the abbot of Helan Temple, a treasure bestowed upon oneself. Its value is likely beyond estimation, especially as Lin Ran delicately pinched the lotus celestial bead between his fingers. The surrounding white lotuses appeared so naturally formed, devoid of any signs of previous wear. In Tibetan Buddhist culture, celestial beads are regarded as stones fallen from the heavens, divine gifts. Celestial beads are fashioned into amulets, serving as the heart of a Buddha statue. For merchants outside the Tibetan community, they admire the bead's form, believing it to possess the ability to attract wealth and vitality. Naturally, different celestial beads are imbued with varying effects and significances. Most are aware that the nine-eyed celestial bead is the most precious. However, few know that the lotus celestial bead is the most invaluable of all. Within Tibetan Buddhist culture, the lotus symbolizes Shakyamuni, and the lotus celestial bead is the epitome of supreme honor, signifying both fortune and longevity, as well as the fulfillment of merit. Any enthusiast of celestial beads would willingly deplete their fortune for it. Yet, celestial beads come with certain taboos, one of which is that if worn by another, they lose their protective efficacy. If carried by someone else, the bead's value significantly diminishes. However, the lotus celestial bead in hand, verified to be unworn and brand new, would be an invaluable treasure fiercely sought after in the market. Holding the celestial bead, a refreshing sensation permeated Lin Ran's heart. At last, he had struck a considerable fortune. Most importantly, it was a pure stroke of luck, an unabashed stroke of luck. Lin Ran could not help but laugh aloud, while those around him whispered, having overheard the preceding conversation. Although they could not comprehend the words, incredulity adorned their faces. That lama, was he truly the abbot of a temple in the Tibetan region? After remaining incognito for over a decade, not a single soul could discern his identity. In that instant, gazing at Lin Ran before them, the crowd felt a profound sense of embarrassment. Chapter 73. Have you conceded, young fellow? Let us proceed to Lioli Pavilion for the assessment. An hour swiftly passed, and Yang Jianlong gazed at the goods in his hands, his heart overflowing with joy. Today's offerings were exceptional, promising considerable profit. Wu spoke calmly, his voice low yet tinged with a hint of pride. The onlookers behind them caught wind of this, and all raised their thumbs in admiration. Truly, the master of Tian Lexing excels in the art of finding hidden gems. Ostensibly, it was a competition between Yang Jianlong and Lin Ran, yet in reality, it was Wu's skillful maneuvering at a different level. Yang Jianlong, with a visage reminiscent of a peach blossom, yearned to seek out Lin Ran at that very moment. Yet, as the appointed hour had not yet arrived, he was compelled to wait. After all, one must adhere to the rules. With an eager disposition, Yang Jianlong readily acquiesced. Meanwhile, Lin Ran meticulously sorted through the goods left by Danzing Oju, carefully placing the exquisite lotus sky bead into a wooden box and tucking it into his pocket. The wooden boxes, magical artifacts, and handwritten Buddhist scriptures from his stall were all neatly arranged into the leather suitcase left behind by Danzing Oju. Despite the presence of counterfeit items, he could not bring himself to discard them carelessly amidst the marketplace, as they represented a heartfelt gesture. As he busied himself, a voice, as thunderous as a gong, resounded from behind. Ah, is that not Brother Lin? What brings you here still? Yang Jianlong, with bottles cradled in his arms and several paintings tucked under his elbow, had evidently completed his gathering and arrived at their designated meeting point. Lin Ran was still engaged in tidying up his stall, while the Lama had vanished without a trace. Curiosity struck Yang Jianlong. Had Lin Ran purchased all the items from the Lama? He erupted into laughter. Brother Lin, where's that swindler? The onlookers, now aware of Danzung Oju's true identity, refrained from mocking Yang Jianlong as he had done. Yang Jianlong continued, You haven't bought all of that charlatan's wares, have you? Lin Ran, appearing empty-handed apart from the suitcase containing his stall-less belongings, seemed not to have departed. Had he been conversing with the fraudulent Lama until the last moment, only to abandon the competition? The thought brought a smile to Yang Jianlong's face. Brother Lin, you are aware that Lin Ran has conceded the contest, knowing he cannot prevail, correct? Ah, I see. You must have spent 100 to acquire those counterfeit goods. And the swindler has fled with your money, right? As Lin Ran chose to ignore him, Yang Jianlong's imagination ran wild, making him even more arrogant. Lin Ran, indifferent to his taunts, quietly organized his possessions. These items were a gift from Danzing Oju, a future renowned abbot. Even if they were counterfeit, their commemorative value was significant. He carefully folded each piece before placing them into his suitcase and finally stood upright. Although Yang Jianlong's education was limited, he sensed Lin Ran's disdain, casting him a fierce glare as he retorted, Surely you haven't forgotten our competition? Don't think you can evade it. You little rascal. Still being defiant. I was worried you might try to weasel out of your debts. With immense satisfaction, Yang Jianlong glanced at the time. An hour had already elapsed since their agreed-upon meeting. Meanwhile, Lin Ran possessed only the goods from the fraudulent Lama's stall. He was evidently in a position of triumph. Lin, time is running out. You can no longer scavenge for bargains. Furthermore, it is only fair to inform you that the most valuable items of the market are already in our possession. It was only then that Lin Ran took a discerning look at the goods held by Yang Jianlong and Wu Yu. Goodness, he mused, a blue and white vase, blood jade, and that rolled-up painting, which appears to be a product from the Yuan dynasty. A flicker of admiration blossomed within him. Indeed, Master Wu possesses considerable skill. Lin Ran quietly acknowledged. Suddenly praised by Lin Ran, Wu Yu nodded, a warm smile gracing his face. He had indeed noticed the peculiar shift in the atmosphere. Just moments ago, passers-by had expressed derision towards the youth before them. Now, however, it seemed they were captivated. Could it be that the Lama's stall truly harbored extraordinary treasures? Moreover, the young man before him did not exhibit the flamboyance characteristic of his disciple Yang Jianlong. Rather, he was reserved yet exceptionally talented, which undoubtedly earned him the admiration of the elder. With a mere glance, he could discern the quality of the goods in his hands, a fact that impressed Wu Yu greatly. My master is being modest, "Do not take him too seriously," thought Yang Jianlong, who felt assured of victory. Just as he was about to demand a public apology from Lin Ran, he remembered that his father-in-law held the young man in high regard. Offending him might subject him to a reprimand from the elder. After much contemplation, he decided this approach would be more prudent. "Lin, today's match is yours to lose. I, Yang Jianlong, am not unreasonable. As long as you accompany me to my home and clarify the matter regarding Lilikang to my father, ensuring he does not look down upon me, we can consider this matter settled." Yang Jianlong thought long and hard. This was all he could do. His words left the onlookers dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he had appeared hostile, yet now he seemed to soften his stance. Was he offering Lin Ran a way out? Instantly, speculation about Lin Ran's background surged among the crowd. Almost everyone believed Lin Ran would readily acquiesce, but to their surprise, he laughed. "Silly boy, what are you thinking? Hurry and come to pay respects to your godfather." Yang Jianlong was momentarily taken aback. During their earlier encounter, Wu had shared many insights about seizing opportunities. Having made a tidy profit, he felt elated. If Lin Ran clarified matters and presented his treasures, his father-in-law would undoubtedly regard him with newfound esteem. Thus, he had even allowed for a slight concession. Who would have thought that Lin Ran would take advantage of the situation? Furious, Yang Jianlong exclaimed, "So you, Lin, demand respect without offering any in return? Very well, let us compete." Observing the worn suitcase in Lin Ran's possession, Wu couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Youth, after all, is often marked by impetuosity. Today, this lad was destined to meet his demise at my hands. In that case, let us seek out a reputable expert in the field for authentication. Then the truth shall be revealed. Yang Jianlong proposed eagerly. Why not ask your father? I would also like to meet my brother Song. Lin Ran retorted, finding amusement in the sight of Yang Jianlong's face turning red with fury. Yang Jianlong suppressed his growing irritation, but having resolved to engage in a battle of wits, he was determined that his opponent would concede wholeheartedly. My father? You think you're worthy? However, I do have a splendid venue in mind. Where? Lin Ran inquired, curious as to what figure could inspire such deference from Yang Jianlong. Relics. Yang Jianlong spat through gritted teeth. The masters there possess expertise in appraisal that rivals my own master, and a head manager is a leading figure in the industry. Upon hearing the name Relics, Lin Ran felt a jolt of realization. After much contemplation, he acknowledged that this renowned establishment, known for its integrity in appraisals, indeed had the credentials to arbitrate this wager. Since Yang Jianlong is determined to seek his demise and acknowledge his lineage, I shall indulge his wish. Chapter 74. The magnate who masters both black and white. Within the Lioli factory, a plethora of renowned century-old establishments flourish. Noteworthy among them are Tsuowen Pavilion, Ida Pavilion, and Li Fusho Brush Shop. However, the most illustrious of these is the Lioli Pavilion, which stands before us. The Lioli factory and Lioli Pavilion complement one another splendidly. The Lioli Pavilion, originally known as Songbai's Studio, was a gathering place for literati and refined guests during the Guangxu era. In the early Republic of China, Songbai's Studio adorned its windows with the works of esteemed calligraphers and painters, allowing the public to admire them freely, thus infusing vitality into the Lioli factory. During this period, many venerable artists frequented the establishment, the most distinguished among them being Qi Baishe. In recognition of Songbai Studio's contributions, it was renamed Lioli Pavilion, with the esteemed calligrapher Lu Shenhui personally inscribing its 3 characters. At this moment, the 3 gilded characters are vividly displayed before Lin Ran. This 3-story pavilion, with its crimson walls and ebony tiles, exudes an extraordinary elegance. The steps are adorned with a soft red carpet, and at the entrance stands a hostess clad in a red qipao. With a graceful figure and a breath as fragrant as orchids, she commands respect from all who enter. Upon seeing Yang Jianlong and his companions, she smiles and graciously leads them into the Lioli Pavilion. The level of service displayed in the early 1980s reflects the proprietor's profound foresight. It is no wonder, as the mastermind behind the Lioli Pavilion is named Luo Lixiang. His ancestors served as 5th-rank officials during the Qing dynasty, establishing extensive connections in the capital. Furthermore, the reason his family has remained unscathed by subsequent reckonings stems from their astute investment acumen, having covertly funded the military and aligned themselves with the right faction during pivotal moments in history. Undoubtedly, the founder's family possesses remarkable investment foresight. However, Luo Lixiang remains a shadowy figure, appearing only on shareholder lists and seldom in public. The pavilion's operations in the capital are overseen by the esteemed Jiang Hua, who is, in fact, the true manager of the Lioli Pavilion and a well-known connoisseur in the realm of cultural artifacts. Rumors in the underworld suggest that he not only possesses expertise in appraising treasures, but also acts as a facilitator, bridging connections among diverse individuals, from all walks of life to business magnates who visit the capital. Currently, the most talked-about incident involves an audacious little gang leader in the capital who opened a cultural artifact shop in the Lioli factory, intending to enhance his reputation by undermining the Lioli Pavilion. The following day, he found himself kneeling at the entrance of the Lioli factory for an entire day, only daring to rise when Jiang Hua intervened. His shop soon met with closure. It is said that even the notorious gang leaders in the capital regard him with respect. No one dares to disrespect Jiang Hua. Such a legendary figure is finally poised to cross paths with me. As they step into the Lioli Pavilion, the shelves on either side are adorned with an array of cultural artifacts, and the walls are embellished with masterpieces from great masters. On a carved-long bench beside the shop, the weathered surface speaks of years gone by, where master craftsman sits leisurely. The moment Yang Jianlong and his companions enter, he keenly observes them and the items they hold, his sharp instincts discerning that these are indeed of superior quality. "May I have the pleasure of examining the treasures you hold?" he inquires, but Yang Jianlong stands in front of him. "Hold on a moment. Let us summon your esteemed manager to authenticate the goods." "Who are you to request an audience with the manager?" Master Lu Lishuan chuckled coldly. "In a glazed factory, none dare to speak to him in such a tone. Brother Lung Xian, the impudent Yang Jianlong lacks proper manners. I hope you can forgive him. Will you step forward to mediate?" "Ah, it is Brother Wu Yu. I am honored by your presence at our glazed pavilion today," he replied. "But wait." At that moment, a deep voice resonated from the back hall, who said, "I do not receive guests. It is merely that not every guest is worthy of my attention." Moments later, a vigorous middle-aged man emerged before Lin Ran and the others. This man was none other than the illustrious Jiang Hua of the capital, with a smile adorning his face. He continued, "Since you are the son-in-law of Song Xuanming and Master Wu Yu, I certainly must meet you." Wu Yu bowed respectfully, and even the arrogant Yang Jianlong followed suit, surprising Lin Ran. Noticing Jiang Hua observing him, Lin Ran nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "And who might you be?" "I am Lin Ran." "Ah, so you are the Lin Ran who has been the talk of the glaze factory 2 days ago. I have heard that Brother Song Xuanming praises you highly in the market. Indeed, upon meeting you, I can see you are a young talent of exceptional demeanor." "Mr. Jiang, you flatter me. I merely have a passion for history and have conducted some modest research," Lin Ran replied, extending his right hand, a gesture reserved for receiving esteemed guests as a staff member of the National Museum. Yang Jianlong's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought Lin Ran might be a bit too presumptuous. Who was he to shake hands with the master of the glazed pavilion? In his past life, Lin Ran had only seen Jiang Hua on television, and seeing him in person exuded an undeniable aura. Even with a warm smile, he commanded an air of authority. However, there was no hint of arrogance, and Lin Ran held him in high regard. Thus, he instinctively regarded Jiang Hua as a worthy acquaintance. "Haha, young brother, you are indeed interesting." Jiang Hua laughed, extending his hand to clasp Lin Ran's. "Is this really acceptable?" Yang Jianlong was momentarily taken aback when had Mr. Jiang become so amiable. Jiang Hua turned to invite the three to take a seat, saying, "I presume you have brought rare treasures for us to appreciate at leisure." Jiang Hua, having shaken hands with Lin Ran, noted the calluses on his fingertips and palms. It was understandable for children in this era to have calluses from working on the farm in addition to their studies. However, calluses on the fingertips suggested frequent handling of objects. Initially concerned that the rumors regarding Lin Ran's abilities were exaggerated, Jiang Hua now believed otherwise. Yang Jianlong and Wu Yu carefully placed the vases, jade pendants, pen holders, and scrolls they had collected on the table. At that moment, a shop assistant brought tea to the small round table set for guests, along with a wooden basin filled with water. Jiang Hua first washed his hands in the basin, dried them, donned leather gloves, and perched a pair of Western-style spectacles upon his nose, holding a mini flashlight in his left hand. His professionalism was remarkable. "Shall we begin?" Jiang Hua inquired, looking toward Yang Jianlong. "Mr. Jiang, please," Yang Jianlong replied, bowing respectfully while casting a sidelong glance at Lin Ran, as if envisioning Lin Ran's embarrassed apology to him. Observing Jiang Hua's composed demeanor, Lin Ran couldn't help but admire him. He had interacted with numerous antique shop owners, yet he had never encountered someone as professional and well-equipped as Jiang Hua since his rebirth. The sight of him evoked an image of a surgeon entering the operating room, effortlessly taking charge. Jiang Hua's gaze swept over the items on the table, and he first selected the calligraphy and painting brought by Yang Jianlong, unfolding it with a serious expression. The appraisal commenced. In such a solemn atmosphere, Yang Jianlong felt a twinge of nervousness as all eyes were fixed on Jiang Hua's hands. Inside the Lioli pavilion, one could hear a pin drop. The scroll was laid out on the rosewood table, and Jiang Hua slightly bent down to commence his evaluation. Yang Jianlong stood confidently beside him, assured that this was his most prized find. Displayed on the table was a painting of bamboo and rocks. But the seal at the bottom was not clearly visible to Zheng Heng, who was standing at a distance. Jiang Hua meticulously examined the seal and the appraisal mark, then stood upright, his expression indicative of gravity. Customers who had originally come for transactions paused to observe. It was a rare occasion to witness Jiang Hua personally conducting an appraisal. No counterfeit could escape his discerning gaze. Without haste, Jiang Hua inquired of Yang Jianlong and Wu Yu, asking where they had acquired this piece. Yang Jianlong eagerly responded, stating that it had been purchased from a calligraphy and painting dealer in Panjiayuan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hua elaborated. The bamboo in the forefront stands tall and arranged harmoniously, appearing entirely natural. The strokes of the bamboo leaves exhibit the techniques of clerical script, while the bamboo stems reflect the essence of seal script. The rocky outlines are sketched with sparse precision, and the textures are reminiscent of Ni Zhan's painting style. The seal on the piece is inscribed with. A hush fell over the Lioli pavilion as everyone awaited Jiang Hua's announcement. This is the genuine bamboo and rocks by the Qing dynasty artist Zheng Xie. Jiang Hua declared with a smile. How much is it worth? Yang Jianlong eagerly inquired. His ignorance was almost comical, and Lin Ran could not suppress a chuckle. Jiang Hua, however, did not exhibit any mockery. Instead, he graciously explained, the estimated value in this field is 5,000. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran's admiration for Jiang Hua's expertise deepened. In later years, this painting had been auctioned for 5 million. By contemporary salary comparisons, it would equate to 5,200, leaving only a 2,000 difference. Yang Jianlong was overjoyed, having purchased the painting for merely 25 yuan. Jiang Hua instructed his assistant to properly mount the scroll, and the onlookers finally beheld the artwork. It was astonishingly a grand piece by Zheng Banxiao. To witness it in person was indeed more impressive than any hearsay. It truly embodied the character of its creator. Indeed, Wu Yu has remarkable discernment. Had it been me, I might have thought it a hodgepodge, Yang Jianlong boasted, though a flicker of confusion remained. He leaned closer to Wu Yu and whispered, Master, who is Zheng Xie? Why is this painting so valuable? Wu Yu, rarely displaying a smile, replied. Zheng Xie was the original name of Zheng Banxiao. No wonder the painting seemed so peculiar. He was one of the 8 eccentrics of Yangzhou. On the other side, Jiang Hua's appraisal work continued unabated. Placing the blue and white vase on the table, he promptly provided his assessment, a piece from the Ming dynasty. Examining it closely, he elaborated further. The colors were rich, the glazing technique smooth, and the patterns distinct, categorizing it as an official kiln vase, with an estimated value of 600 yuan. The value of blue and white vases from official kilns differs significantly from that of those from folk kilns, and they are often easily confused. The ability to discern between the two with merely the naked eye at the stall highlighted Wu Yu's extraordinary expertise. The serene atmosphere of the Lioli pavilion was abruptly disrupted by a gasp of astonishment. Upon hearing Jiang Hua's solemn declaration, the crowd's enthusiasm ignited. Another genuine artifact. Wu Yu had miraculously presented 2 authentic pieces in succession, each more ancient than the last. Merchants who had initially come to sell their wares, alongside collectors seeking advice, were now wholly captivated by the appraisal event. It was only at the insistence of the attendants that the crowd quieted down, their collective gaze fixated on the brush pot in Jiang Hua's hands. Jiang Hua, an aficionado of the 4 treasures of the study, typically focused his attention in this area. This morning, while concluding a treasure hunt at Panjiayuan, he had fortuitously discovered this brush pot at a street stall. Its exterior bore vigorous and ancient carvings, appearing exceptionally unadorned. Yang Jianlong instinctively sensed its value, especially as Wu Yu discreetly procured the brush pot from a vendor. Jiang Hua delicately handled the brush pot, examining it with a magnifying glass before placing it back on the table. This brush pot, crafted from agarwood, featured carvings of a fox spirit, inspired by strange tales from a Chinese studio. Judging by the carving technique, it reflected the style of the late Qing dynasty. In the marketplace, agarwood is typically sold by weight, Thus, Jianghua revealed a hint of affection for the brush pot, estimating its worth at 1,800 yuan. Once again, the crowd gasped in awe. Yet another genuine artifact. Should anyone manage to present 3 authentic pieces in a single day at the Liuli Pavilion, even the most impoverished individual could transform into a person of considerable wealth. They harbored feelings of envy, jealousy, and resentment, yet dared not act rashly, merely expressing their admiration. Particularly, several clients who had come from Panjiayuan to witness the spectacle, having roamed there daily in search of treasures without success, felt a pang of envy. Yang Jianlong and Wu Yu, having only made a brief visit, totaling barely an hour, had stumbled upon 3 genuine artifacts. The final item displayed on the table was, of course, the blood jade that Wu Yu had selected. Blood jade refers to white jade interlaced with red veins, a rarity indeed. High-quality blood jade is pure and untainted, with a flawless exterior. Literature seldom documents blood jade, as those who engage in antiquities and jade collections often refrain from uttering the term, considering it inauspicious. This ancient jade ornament, with its translucent hue, possessed considerable value. Only those of chancellor rank in imperial courts throughout history were deemed worthy to wear such a piece. Weighing 28 grams, this ancient jade pendant exhibited a thick, warm exterior with a clear patina. At this juncture, Yang Jianlong felt a surge of delight, recognizing it as a true treasure. Regrettably, this ancient jade was imbued with an ominous aura. It was speculated that during the late Qing and early Republican periods, someone had attempted to forge blood jade by placing jade in a dog's mouth, sealing it, and burying it underground to later excavate the counterfeit artifact. The jade artifact was unearthed recently. Its ancient appearance is attributed to the fact that it was likely buried underground for decades after being killed by a dog. Jianghua chuckled and shook his head, remarking, "If I am not mistaken, Master Wu Yu has mistaken it for a Ming Dynasty beast blood jade. What a pity." Upon hearing this, Wu Yu immediately bowed in respect, stating, "Mr. Zhang's knowledge is profound. I am in awe." The first item he was drawn to at Panjiayuan was indeed the beast blood jade, and to discover it was merely a modern imitation rendered it worthless. Even a master like Tian Lexing may occasionally overlook such details. However, the onlookers did not mock him, for 3 out of the 4 items were genuine artifacts, together valued at over 10,000. Upon realizing that the ominous jade was also excavated from the depths of the earth, Yang Jianlong instinctively took a few steps back as the assistant prepared to return the jade to him. He casually discarded it into the trash bin and wiped his hands. As the appraisal of Yang Jianlong's treasures concluded, all eyes suddenly turned to Lin Ran. Chapter 76. The Legendary Treasure. Jianghua's attention. Yang Jianlong looked at Lin Ran, expecting him to feel intimidated by the total value of the goods he had presented. After all, he possessed mere trinkets from a Lama Khan artist, which might not even fetch a buyer as scrap. Surprisingly, Lin Ran remained composed, seemingly unaffected by Jianghua's appraisal results. The crowd that had followed from Panjiayuan was also eager to see what Lin Ran would produce. They couldn't help but find it amusing. How had Lin Ran gained his reputation at Lilikang? It appeared he was nothing more than an inexperienced young man. Yang Jianlong and Wu Yu had presented 4 treasures, one of which was a worthless counterfeit. Nevertheless, their estimated value approached 10,000. In stark contrast, Lin Ran clutched a dilapidated suitcase, which might very well contain the most valuable item among the Lama's possessions. The disparity between the 2 parties was astonishing. Jianghua, unfazed by the public perception, instructed his assistant to carefully store the 3 genuine items before inquiring about Yang Jianlong and Wu Yu's plans for the collection. Yang Jianlong glanced at Wu Yu, and after receiving his consent, decided to sell the entire batch to Lilikchuan, considering the price difference as a fee for the esteemed appraisal. For someone of his stature, money was merely a number. Establishing a good rapport with Jianghua held far greater value than a mere few tens of thousands. The pressure now shifted to Lin Ran. Jianghua also noted the suitcase in Lin Ran's possession and the calm expression on his face. During the appraisal, Lin Ran had shown no surprise upon realizing the authenticity or the value of the goods. Such composure elevated Jianghua's regard for him. Through their brief exchange, Jianghua understood that both parties were engaged in a battle of wits. Although the specifics of the wager remained unclear, there existed an unwritten rule in the industry. The party that loses in a battle of wits typically suffers a significant drop in esteem and is looked down upon. Ostensibly, it was a contest between Lin Ran and Yang Jianlong, but in reality, it was a contest with Wu Yu. Upon learning the overall price from the other party, Lin Ran displayed an unruffled demeanor, leaving only two possibilities. Either he was entirely indifferent to the literary competition, or he possessed a well-conceived plan. Once Yang Jianlong had secured his goods, all eyes turned to Lin Ran. Yang Jianlong, somewhat displeased, remarked, "Lin, it's your turn. The chief has precious time and cannot afford to waste it. Indeed, if you have something, present it swiftly. The Lama swindler has lingered in Panjiayuan for many years, and we are eager to ascertain the true worth of his possessions. I surmise that the suitcase is the most valuable. It appears to be a product from the Chang'an leather factory from a decade ago." The onlookers joined in the uproar. Typically, Liuli Pavilion does not permit loud commotion. But today, as circumstances were exceptional, the master and apprentices seemed to grasp the situation's context and adopted a voyeuristic attitude. They understood why the onlookers were rallying behind Yang Jianlong. Wu Yunyan, in his 50s, exuded a sense of stability and expertise in identifying artifacts. In contrast, Lin Ran appeared to be in his early 20s. If his abilities surpassed theirs, would it not imply that their years of experience were rendered futile? Overshadowed by a mere novice? The ancients proclaimed that in literature there is no first, and in martial arts, no second. Yet, among literati, there exists a fierce rivalry. With a penchant for flaunting seniority, this, of course, applies solely to the mediocre. Jiang Hua, a connoisseur of countless individuals, removed his gloves, washed his hands, and approached Lin Ran with a smile, inquiring, "Young friend Lin Ran, might I inquire what treasures you have brought today? May I have a look?" He had also noticed Lin Ran's suitcase, aged and darkened over time. The people of this era were unaware of Jiang Hua's true prowess. Yet Lin Ran had witnessed his meticulous and gracious nature during the previous appraisal of Bloodjade. Lin Ran nodded and replied, "Indeed, I have brought a treasure today. I have heard that the esteemed manager has a fondness for gems. I believe you will find my goods to your liking." Jiang Hua displayed politeness and grace, further enhancing Lin Ran's regard for him. He approached the appraisal table and retrieved a small wooden box gifted to him by Danzan Oju from his pocket. Upon seeing the box, the onlookers wore expressions that were both amused and skeptical. "Isn't this the Lama's wooden box? Can this item fetch a price?" One recalled that there seemed to be a stone inside, though it appeared rather ordinary. "I remember that the South has a special souvenir called Yuhua stone, which resembles that stone quite closely." Upon hearing this, Yang Jianlong's expression became one of incredulity. Were it not for the fear of appearing disrespectful in front of Jiang Hua, he would have burst into laughter. Lin Ran truly seemed to have lost his wits, bringing only a single bead to compare with him. When the box was opened, a lotus sky bead was revealed. Yang Jianlong, who had also collected sky beads, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing it. However, he could only count the eyes. The bead before him had none, with white patterns adorning its sides. He mused, "It must be a sky bead, if it originates from the Tibetan region. It could indeed be genuine. Nevertheless, how much could a bead truly be worth? 8 or 9-eyed beads are one thing, but this one with no eyes at all is worth at most a few dozen coins." Lin Ran actually intended to engage in a decisive confrontation with him using such an object, perhaps having been rendered speechless and despondent upon encountering Wu Yu. Moreover, he harbored suspicions that the celestial bead before him might indeed be a counterfeit. The surrounding spectators gathered, their faces alight with curiosity. After casting a glance at the celestial bead in Lin Ran's hand, they burst into laughter. Truly a stone from the hands of a Lama. This lad must be deranged. How much could a mere stone possibly be worth? Surely not. Is there truly a fool willing to purchase it?" Not everyone had overheard the conversation between Lin Ran and Danzang Oju, and thus remained oblivious to Danzang Oju's true identity, calling out fraud with abandon. Lin Ran, however, paid no heed to their mockery. How could the sparrow comprehend the aspirations of the swan? Furthermore, once they grasped the value of the lotus celestial bead in their midst, regret would come far too late. Yet the crowd's reaction was fervent, much to Yang Jianlong's delight, causing his spirits to soar. The jest directed at him in the past would no longer be mentioned. He could not help but beam with joy, glancing at Jiang Hua, eagerly awaiting the expert appraisal team from Liuli Pavilion to deliver a decisive blow to Lin Ran. However, upon raising his gaze, he noticed Jiang Hua's expression had darkened, his attention fixed intently on the stone in Lin Ran's hand. As Jiang Hua beheld the celestial bead, a flicker of bewilderment and astonishment crossed his features. Indeed, he held a prestigious position within the antique world, having authenticated countless treasures. Yet the bead Lin Ran presented was something he had only heard of in whispers. Could it truly be that the legendary artifact had manifested before him? If authentic, the earlier treasures would pale in comparison, rendered as mere refuse. Yang Jianlong mistakenly assumed Jiang Hua was agitated by Lin Ran, chuckling as he remarked, "Lin Ran, do not jest with the esteemed leader. If you possess something, present it forthwith. Do not play games." Unexpectedly, at this moment, Jiang Hua spoke with a hint of excitement. Inquiring, "Young friend Lin Ran, may I borrow your lotus celestial bead for examination?" Hearing this, Lin Ran nodded, realizing that this individual was indeed a connoisseur. "Mr. Jiang, please." As Lin Ran extended the lotus celestial bead, Jiang Hua promptly instructed a servant to bring a basin, meticulously wash his hands, and don gloves with utmost care before he dared to accept the fabled bead. Chapter 77. A unique appraisal method? A crushing victory. Feeling the substantial weight in his palm, Jiang Hua gently grasped the celestial bead, scrutinizing its intricate patterns. Upon closer inspection, one could observe his pupils constricting, his hands trembling ever so slightly. It is well known that celestial beads are notoriously easy to counterfeit. A staggering 95% of those circulating in the market are imitations, mere artificial creations. The patterns of these fakes are clear-cut, lacking the spirit and variability that render them jarring to the eye. In stark contrast, the lotus celestial bead before him boasted a distinct outline, with patterns that seemed to arise naturally, the edges exuding a tension reminiscent of ink poised to dissolve, yet holding firm. Years of appraisal experience guided Jiang Hua to conclude that the lotus patterns were undoubtedly formed by nature itself. Authentic celestial beads are categorized by their quality. The first being the Chong system, also known as QOC. The second, the purest, termed C, and the least esteemed, the Pang system. A fine Tibetan bead requires a millennium to form. To ascertain its authenticity, one must examine the patina. The lotus bead before him exhibited a stable yet delicate hue, evoking a profound sense of admiration. However, he remained uncertain whether the patina was naturally formed. Jiang Hua furrowed his brow in contemplation, expressing his doubt. "Young friend Lin Ran, to authenticate this lotus bead, we may need to employ some special methods." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Was there truly a commodity that Jiang Hua could not directly identify and required special techniques for evaluation? After a moment of reflection, Lin Ran replied, "As long as it does not compromise its intrinsic value, you may conduct your experiment." "Very well," Jiang Hua acquiesced, instructing a servant to bring forth an iron pot filled with clear water. Under the curious gazes of the onlookers, he cast the lotus bead into the pot and then carried it outdoors, placing it over a fire. The water boiled for approximately 10 minutes. The spectators were bewildered by Jiang Hua's actions, uncertain of his intentions. Yet, Lin Ran secretly admired Jiang Hua's prowess. He was not merely relying on experience, but was applying a scientific approach to authentication. Jiang Hua humbly remarked that should there be any misjudgment in assessing the bead's value, it could lead to significant errors. Thus, he required boiling water to assist in the identification, and he asked for their understanding. After discarding the boiling water, he placed the bead on the table. A white film appeared on the surface of the bead, and the moisture evaporated rapidly before the watchful eyes of the crowd. Wu Yu's expression changed upon witnessing this. Yang Jianlong, perplexed, inquired, "Master Wu, what is the matter?" Before Wu Yu could respond, Jiang Hua chuckled. "The appearance of the white film on the bead's surface indicates that this is an ancient bead, at least 1,000 years old. Most dared not boil the bead for fear of damaging the patina. In reality, the patina is a thick, gradated substance. The longer it endures, the deeper the gradient becomes, merging seamlessly with the bead itself." Holding the lotus bead once more, a refreshing sensation washed over him, devoid of any warmth. This was a purely natural, 1,000-year-old bead, yet to be drilled, with no signs of wear, confirming that it had never been worn. Jiang Hua reveled in its beauty, visibly reluctant to part with it. Suddenly, he turned to Lin Ran and asked, "Young friend Lin Ran, may I inquire as to how you acquired this exquisite lotus bead?" "Exquisite? Lotus bead? That fraud actually sold a genuine item?" The audience erupted in astonishment. Most had never encountered an authentic bead and could hardly fathom that the wooden box contained a sacred relic of Tibetan Buddhism. Lin Ran, already aware of this outcome, remained unfazed, maintaining an air of nonchalance. He succinctly recounted his previous encounter with Danzeng Oju in the marketplace. Initially, Jiang Hua was skeptical, but upon learning that this was a gift from the future abbot of Helisai Temple, he suddenly understood. A smile broke across his face. "Young friend Lin Ran, not only do you possess an exceptional eye, but your character is also of the highest caliber. I am truly impressed. If you do not mind, May I address you as Brother Lin, just as I do with Brother Song Shuiming? The crowd was left in disbelief at Jianghua's words. A testament to the gravity of the situation, Jianghua unexpectedly took the initiative to call him brother, which was quite bewildering. Yang Jianlong, still wearing a foolish expression, inquired, "Chief, how much is this Lotus Heaven Pearl worth compared to ours?" Wu Yu appeared somewhat embarrassed, wishing for Yang Jianlong to cease his inquiries. Jianghua maintained an air of elegance and replied with a smile, "The Lotus Heaven Pearl is rare, and true pureness is even rarer. Our appraisal stands at 68,000. In an instant, the Lioli Pavilion transformed from a marketplace into a library. Yang Jianlong's expression became vacant, the light in his eyes extinguished. Wu Yu, with a respectful gesture towards Lin Ran, remarked, "Indeed, young brother, your insight is commendable. I had noticed this stone, but did not realize it was a Lotus Heaven Pearl. You have certainly outshone me." "You're too kind," Lin Ran responded, harboring considerable admiration for Wu Yu, who had demonstrated his prowess by unearthing 3 valuable items in Panjiayuan, including a renowned work by Zheng Banqiao. His abilities were not to be underestimated. The onlookers who had previously mocked Lin Ran swiftly changed their tune. Some lamented, "Alas, that llama has been peddling for 11 years, and I pass by his stall nearly every day, yet I failed to recognize it." Others expressed admiration, saying, "Truly, heroes emerge from youth." To be honest, even if the Lotus Heaven Pearl were presented before me, I would not have recognized it. The outcome was evidently in Lin Ran's favor. The Lotus Heaven Pearl in his possession was worth far more than all the items Yang Jianlong had brought. Yang Jianlong, however, remained unconvinced and protested. "Wait a moment, we agreed on 100 yuan for our fines, and this pearl must be worth far more than that." He was determined to make a last-ditch effort, aiming to exploit Lin Ran's supposed disregard for the rules. Lin Ran chuckled and replied, 100 yuan? Do you have any idea how much I paid for the goods for Master Oju? How much? I saw you bought a whole box. It couldn't have been cheap. Yang Jianlong persisted. This exchange amused Jianghua, who refrained from intervening in their confrontation within the Lioli Pavilion. He gave it to me entirely as a gift. I spent not a single penny. Lin Ran recounted what Danzeng Oju had told him before leaving. He was unafraid of disbelief, as many in Panjiayuan had overheard the conversation. Yang Jianlong felt despair set in. "No, that can't be right. I too found nearly 10,000 yuan worth of goods. Yet I have not even a fifth of what he possesses." Instantly, in Yang Jianlong's mind, Lin Ran transformed into an unbeatable specter, terrifyingly formidable. Observing Yang Jianlong estimid de mianor. Lin Ran found it amusing and bellowed, "Adopted son, why do you not come forth to pay your respects to your adoptive father?" Adoptive father? Jianghua found this humorous and inquired about the context of the situation, prompting laughter among those present. "Young, my Nipewu, today you finally understand that there is always a higher mountain." Chapter 78. I do not have a wayward and uneducated descendant like you. Yang Jianlong, who was already sensitive about his pride, felt his face flush with embarrassment, wishing for a hole to burrow into. A man in his 30s was to call a youthful lad in his 20s adoptive father? If this were to spread, where would his dignity reside? However, one must abide by the terms of the bet, especially with so many witnesses present. Had I known it would escalate to such a dramatic spectacle, I would not have found myself in this predicament. Clearing his throat, he approached Lin Ran, refraining from immediately addressing him as Godfather. Instead, he extracted a bundle of banknotes from his bag and stated, "Ahem, this is the wager we made. You emerged victorious, so this 1,000 yuan is rightfully yours." Lin Ran accepted the money with pleasure, placing it into his pocket. Through their brief interaction, he discerned that Yang Jianlong was not the type to be miserly or petty with finances. With a beaming smile, he gazed at Yang Jianlong and remarked, "Is there not another aspect to our agreement?" The onlookers who had accompanied them from Panjiayuan were well aware of the bet's terms, whispering amongst themselves. Laughter erupted from the crowd. "Boss Yang, a bet is a bet. I truly admire your magnanimity, though it was somewhat indecorous. I must concede that Boss Yang's word is his bond." The raucous crowd, reveling in the spectacle, continued to tease. The implications for Yang Jianlong's reputation were considerable. Should he call Lin Ran Godfather, it might lead to ridicule for his father-in-law, Song Shuiming. Yang Jianlong's mouth twitched repeatedly, and he nearly uttered Godfather. But his overwhelming pride compelled him to swallow the words. Lin Ran recognized Yang Jianlong's penchant for saving face. He was not a malicious individual. Furthermore, he had honored his promise by giving Lin Ran the 1,000 yuan. Just as Yang Jianlong was about to utter Godfather, Lin Ran sneered and addressed the fidgeting Yang Jianlong. Spare me, for I have no need for a wayward scion like you. Although those words were scathing, Yang Jianlong surprisingly exhibited a look of relief. Casting a grateful glance at Lin Ran, his emotions a tumultuous mix. He quickly clasped his hands in gratitude, and, with Wu Yu, hurriedly retreated from Liu Xian. Lin Ran smiled slightly and turned to Zhang Hua. Coercing others was not his style. After trailing from Pan Jiuan, the elder finally witnessed the resolution of the matter. He stepped forward and declared, "Brother Lin, you are truly remarkable. Not only are you erudite, but your ability to treat others with equanimity, remaining unfazed by external judgments, is indeed rare. Indeed, you all loudly denounce Master Oju as a fraud. Yet was it not the very individual who initially seized the opportunity that failed to recognize its worth? What do you mean by you? You are the one who has spread the most rumors. Ultimately, we all overlooked the truth. What was lost was not merely a treasure, but the essence of our humanity. Yes, thank you, young brother, for your guidance. It is not only Master Oju who has gained from this experience. We too have benefited immensely. Quite right, henceforth, refrain from hastily labeling others as frauds, for the one who tarnishes another's reputation may very well be the true deceiver. Now, dear patrons, the gathering at Liu Xian has concluded. If there are no further matters, please take your leave. With Yang Jianlong and Wu Yu having departed, Liu Xian would continue its regular operations without allowing the crowd to resemble a chaotic marketplace, thus preserving their reputation and standing. The bystanders were guided out by the attendants of Liu Xian. Lin Ran gathered his belongings, preparing to leave with his suitcase, when Zhang Hua called out to him. Brother Lin, may I inquire as to which antique appraisal establishment you are currently affiliated with? Zhang Hua dismissed his assistants and the master craftsman. Inviting Lin ran to the back room for tea and conversation. The fragrant tea filled their cups, harmonizing beautifully with the ambience of Liu Pavilion. In Zhang Hua's eyes, Lin Ran possessed the acumen and demeanor befitting a prominent figure at a large trading company. Was this indeed true? Zhang Hua could not help but feel a surge of delight and promptly asked, Brother Lin, would you be interested in joining Liu Pavilion? Given your capabilities, a monthly remuneration of no less than 2,000 yuan would be assured. Considering that the average wage for workers in the capital barely reaches 10 yuan, 2,000 a month would undoubtedly place one among the upper echelons of society in this era. However, the role of a master in the antique appraisal industry did not align with Lin Ran's aspirations. As the sole university student in his family, he had no intention of abandoning his academic pursuits to enter the antique appraisal field. Indeed a student? Zhang Hua mused, recognizing the rarity of university students during this period. He began to appreciate Lin Ran's insight, acknowledging that despite not being an industry insider, he possessed a remarkably professional perspective. Clearly, education had its merits. Part-time work would not be an issue. As long as you can authenticate treasures, you would still earn a commission. Zhang Hua boldly proposed the notion of offering a part-time opportunity. Typically, the antique appraisal trade does not permit part-time involvement, as each establishment employs specialized masters who hold confidential information regarding inventory and sales channels. Should Lin Ran manage to join an appraisal firm, he would not only cover his tuition fees, but could also alleviate his living expenses for the coming years. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, Lin Ran graciously declined. After all, his ambition was to become a globally renowned antiquities magnate. He smiled amicably. I appreciate the offer, but I truly have no plans in that direction at the moment. I sincerely apologize. Zhang Hua's requests were rarely met with refusal. Most would acquiesce out of respect for him. Yet to his surprise, Lin Ran had turned him down directly. One intriguing individual. Zhang Hua reflected, admiring Lin Ran's character for being able to reject the lavish salary of Liu Pavilion and for not being swayed by fame or fortune, especially after hearing the story Lin Ran had just shared. While talent is undoubtedly significant, knowledge can be acquired, but character is an innate quality. Just as he had observed with the artificial beads, which, despite their vibrant colors and varied shapes, held no intrinsic value. Having been declined twice, it would be inappropriate to extend further invitations. This allowed Lin Ran to save face, and he, in turn, would not put Zhang Hua in an awkward position. Chapter 79. Zhang Hua's Invitation. True gold fears no fire, and how could the value of the celestial beads diminish under boiling conditions? Their worth would ultimately be recognized by those who truly appreciate them. Zhang Hua remained fixated on the lotus celestial bead. Yet Lin Ran had no intention of parting with it at that moment. With this thought, Zhang Hua once again extended an olive branch. Brother Lin, a wise bird selects its roost, and fine tea requires a connoisseur to appreciate its flavor. Lin Ran felt slightly embarrassed by the praise and candidly replied, "I must apologize. My proficiency in this area is not particularly high." He continued, "The antique appraisal industry often demands extensive experience. Although I have perused numerous historical texts, my youth and limited experiences constrain my understanding." He would certainly refrain from divulging the matter of his rebirth to others. By conventional understanding, Lin Ran's age and experience are indeed insufficient to assume the role of a master. However, this assertion is one that can only be made by Lin Ran himself. It does not quite suit others to say so. Ha! It is indeed rare for Brother Lin to possess such a mindset. You are youthful, yet your discerning eye remains untarnished by the allure of fame and fortune. Nevertheless, even those twice your age may not attain your level of wisdom. Jiang Hua found himself persuaded by Lin Ran's words. His approach to life was both tactful and agreeable, an impressive quality for someone barely 20 years of age. In truth, age is not the issue. As long as Jiang Hua is willing to invest further effort, he began to offer his counsel with renewed fervor. After patiently listening to Jiang Hua's lengthy discourse, Lin Ran finally spoke. "There is no need for that. If fate permits, I shall naturally join the Liuli Pavilion. But the time is not ripe." "Very well, Brother Lin. Take your time to consider," Jiang Hua replied, turning to his attendant. "Please see Brother Lin off." As Lin Ran stepped out of the Liuli Pavilion, a crowd awaited him at the entrance. Feeling overwhelmed, Lin Ran, an expert in discovering hidden treasures, found nothing more disheartening than drawing attention to himself. Otherwise, he would not have distanced himself from the Liuli factory to venture to Panjiayuan. It is all Yang Jianlong's fault. Now, not only the people of Liuli factory, but also most of the vendors and treasure seekers in Panjiayuan recognized him. "Little brother, how did you discern that the Lama is indeed a true master?" Yes. He has been setting up stalls for years, and we could not see it. What are your secrets for unearthing treasures? Please share them with us." Some unscrupulous individuals, clearly unwilling to miss such an opportunity for enlightenment, trailed behind Lin Ran, especially after learning that he had befriended the Lama and acquired all his wares for free. Their admiration was palpable. Unable to bear the incessant pestering, Lin Ran halted and addressed the persistent ones. "First and foremost, you must learn to respect others. Secondly, do not follow someone like a pesky dog." The impertinent individual was rendered speechless, left only to watch as Lin Ran walked away. An elder gently stroked his beard, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. To treat others with sincerity is the foundation of one's standing. This young man, Lin, is truly remarkable. Indeed, we only knew to mock Master Oju, unaware that he was the abbot of a temple. 10 years of setting up stalls unnoticed, yet with one departure. The world knows him. How lamentable. The crowd murmured as they observed Lin Ran's retreating figure. After Lin Ran's departure, the chief steward remained seated at the table, not yet having left. Another master, Lung Xian, concluded his work and took the seat Lin Ran had just vacated. With a look of regret, he leaned back in his chair, removed his glasses, and rubbed his nose. "What a pity, chief steward. This young brother is truly a talent," Lung Xian remarked cheerfully to Jiang Hua. "Indeed, had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would scarcely believe that someone so young could possess such discernment and insight." Jiang Hua smiled as he poured tea into a small cup for Lung Xian. Lung Xian drank it all in one go, exclaiming in delight, "What an exquisite tea!" Amidst the myriad of tea varieties in the world, only a select few achieve renown. Do you know why? After a day's work, it was now a time for leisurely conversation, which made exchanges much more pleasant. Not at all. The taste is one aspect. Moreover, akin to antiques, a discerning connoisseur is essential for a thriving market of buyers. "Master Zhang, do not keep me in suspense any longer." Lung Xian found his meaning elusive. Jiang Hua chuckled softly, sipping his tea, and remarked, "Although he claims not to work for any appraisal firm, it does not imply he lacks acquaintance with the masters of such establishments." "What do you mean?" "The achievements he has garnered surely come with the guidance of a formidable mentor. He and that esteemed individual are undoubtedly worth our acquaintance." Jiang Hua articulated his inner conjecture. Indeed, both Song Xuanming and Master Zhang regard him with exceptional esteem. His prowess is truly extraordinary. Most commendable is his humble character. At this, Jiang Hua lowered his head and chuckled, saying, "Lung Xian, if you had such caliber at 18, would you not be quite arrogant?" "Arrogant? If I possessed such skills at 18, what would Yang Jianlong amount to?" The two conversed late into the night in the courtyard, their topic entirely centered on Lin Ran. However, at this moment, the focal point of their discussion Lin Ran was far from carefree. He arrived at the village entrance, wheeling a suitcase under the fading glow of the sunset. Feeling the money in his pocket, Lin Ran experienced a mix of joy and resignation. Although he had earned 1,000 yuan through his own merit and secured the Lotus Sky Pearl, selling it now would undoubtedly result in a loss, rendering it unsellable for the time being. Moreover, sighing deeply, Lin Ran busied himself with seeking opportunities, yet he had not devised a solution for his sister's plight. To confront Zhang Matzi, he needed someone more formidable. After much contemplation, the most capable person he had encountered in the past few days was none other than Master Zhang Jianghua. If he were willing to intervene, Zhang Matzi could be swiftly crushed. However, Lin Ran was reluctant to owe him a favor, and their acquaintance was still shallow, leaving him without a compelling reason to solicit his assistance. Though he could have continued to meet new people, that prospect had become challenging. After 2 recent debacles, he had become well known in both Panjiayuan and Lulikang, the 2 largest flea markets in the capital. It seemed that in the future, he would need to don a mask to continue his treasure hunting. It appeared he would have to return to his old trade of scavenging. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Ran resolved to explore other villages the following day, hoping to uncover suitable antiques and serendipitous encounters awaiting him. Chapter 8. The Friendship of Gentlemen. Departing for Sheeping Village. Upon returning to the village entrance, Widow Wang and her companions were once again seated beneath the great willow tree, engaged in idle chatter. Merely this was insufficient. She stepped forward, eager to inspect the contents of Lin Ran's suitcase. Naturally, Lin Ran obstructed her, inciting her displeasure. What could possibly be inside? Is there something shameful? She queried. Even if there were, what concern is it of yours? Lin Ran retorted. To rummage through another's belongings is inherently a profound disrespect. Lin Ran, unwilling to indulge her any further, briskly made his way home. As they watched Lin Ran's retreating figure, reflecting on the improving fortunes of the Lin family, the gossiping women continued to harbor jealousy, murmuring behind his back. Really, always dealing with such trinkets, the house reeks of it. If his father were to find out, he would surely be deeply saddened. Accustomed to the whispers of others, Lin Ran returned home, where his mother had already prepared dinner. In rural areas, meals are typically served early, and to conserve electricity, lights are rarely turned on at night. Thus, the family would hasten to eat before darkness fell. Lin Ran chuckled to himself. Today, I stumbled upon a remarkable treasure. What is it? Lin Wanjun's eyes sparkled, for her brother always managed to surprise her. Lin Ran revealed the lotus bead to his sister and mother, knowing that women generally have an affinity for jewelry. Although they were unaware of the true value of the lotus bead, both mother and daughter found it quite beautiful. Look at this lotus, it appears so lifelike. Surely, it must be worth at least 10 yuan. Lin Ran smiled inwardly, yet refrained from disclosing its actual worth. Instead, he pulled out 1,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to his mother, saying, "Mom, this is my earnings from appraising goods today. Please accept it." Upon seeing the cash, both women's eyes widened in astonishment. "Xiao Ran, did you rob a bank?" "Li Ven Yun Ye still." "Sister, do I look like I could rob a bank?" Lin Ran shot her a glance. However, their mother maintained her traditional demeanor, adamantly refusing to accept the money unless Lin Ran revealed its source. Yet, the substantial amount did stir a twinge of concern within her, fearing he might succumb to temptation and stray from the right path. "It's nothing to worry about, Mom. This is all my appraisal fee. Just accept it," Lin Ran insisted. "Dad will soon be discharged from the hospital, and we'll need to prepare a feast to nourish him. This money should be used for your health." The siblings harmonized their sentiments, ultimately persuading their mother to accept the funds. Lin Wanjun, holding their mother's hand, reassured her, "Mom, this is Xiao Ran's heartfelt gesture. Please do not let him down." Tears glistened in their mother's eyes, touched by how understanding her children were. She felt assured that her husband would be gratified upon his return. "All right, I'll hold on to it for now, and when you need it, I will return it to you," she said, carefully tucking the money away before calling the siblings to dinner. After the meal, Lin Ran laid out the items he had received from Oju on the floor. As he had anticipated at the market, aside from the lotus bead, most of the remaining items were of little value, though they bore some archaeological significance. As a former industry expert, Lin Ran had never ceased his studies of Tibetan Buddhism, which continued to evolve over time. Certainly, the lotus bead alone eclipsed the value of all the other goods combined. Lin Ran understood that selling the lotus bead to the head of the gang would not only yield a handsome profit, but also earn him a favor. This would allow him to enlist assistance in dealing with Zhang Mazi. However, he was reluctant to take such a course of action. After meticulously cleaning the lotus bead, he placed it alongside the other treasures he had unearthed. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not part with the lotus bead. This was not solely due to its immense worth, as it could not fetch a fair price in this era, but more importantly, it was a promise he had made to Oju. This is the essence of true friendship. He has always held a deep admiration for the Tibetan region, often revered as a sacred pilgrimage site. In moments of uncertainty, people frequently embark on journeys to Tibet, seeking solace away from the clamor of urban life, allowing themselves to bask in tranquility. Much like the sensations evoked by this lotus bead, which symbolizes his bond with Oju, he is assured that in the fullness of time, he will have the opportunity to pay his respects in Tibet. When that day comes, he will present this lotus bead to Oju, who will undoubtedly be moved. In the distant capital, a young man cherishes him as a lifelong friend. Oju has already prepared the items for him, sorting out some small trinkets for sale while keeping the remainder safely in his bedroom. Lying on his bed, Lin Ran initially intended to rest briefly and contemplate his future. However, fatigue swiftly enveloped him. He recalled that he had rushed through 2 bustling markets today, burdened by a heavy suitcase. He had encountered numerous individuals and navigated through many experiences. Had it not been for Zhang Matzi, today might have unfolded pleasantly. Alas, fate is often unkind, and a troubling matter loomed ahead. His father was due to be discharged from the hospital in just a few days. Having recently undergone surgery, the news of such a significant upheaval at home would undoubtedly provoke a strong reaction. Given his father's reserved and modest nature, it was inconceivable that he would stand idly by while his family was mistreated. It was highly likely that he would confront Zhang Matzi, potentially escalating the situation. Time was of the essence. Despite his limited abilities as the sole son of the family, he felt compelled to resolve the issue swiftly. Clenching his fists, Lin Ran recalled how much this family had sacrificed for him in his past life, leaving him with no opportunity to repay their kindness. In this life, he vowed to protect his family with every ounce of effort he could muster. As the sounds of chirping insects filled the air outside, Lin Ran unknowingly drifted into slumber. Having gone to bed early the previous night, he awoke feeling invigorated, his earlier melancholy dissipated. After gathering his thoughts, he decided to venture to the nearby Sheeping Village in search of fortune. Sheeping Village lies to the west of Shaolin Village and is considered the poorest among the surrounding settlements. Many households there still lack electricity, yet it is rumored that during the Qing dynasty, a high-ranking official had constructed a villa in Sheeping Village. A visit might yield unforeseen treasures. However, the journey would be long and arduous, and he feared it would be another exhausting day. Yet, thinking of his sister's grievances and the family's hardships, Lin Ran felt renewed strength within him. People thrive with movement, while trees wither when displaced. He refused to believe he could be outmatched by a mere thug. Encouraging himself, Lin Ran finished his breakfast and hopped onto a tricycle, calling out as he made his way to Shiba Village, with the creaking sounds of the vehicle accompanying him. He traversed the road to Sheeping Village, his heart brimming with hope. Chapter 81. The Shwana Furnace? Although Lin Ran had only dealt in scraps for a month, he had become quite adept at it. Upon arriving in Sheeping Village, he emerged from a farmer's home, clutching an old stool. However, after scouring the village, he had not stumbled upon any valuable goods. The items displayed on the tricycle were predominantly nothing more than inconspicuous, tattered belongings. Indeed, Sheeping Village was poorer than one might have imagined. Many residents still dwelled in thatched cottages. They regarded outsiders with a vigilant eye, and at the mere thought of an approaching stranger, they would shout as if their meager treasures were about to be seized. In reality, these so-called treasures consisted of discarded tires and broken bottles. The impoverished villagers had a penchant for collecting scrap, piling it at their doorsteps to avoid appearing utterly destitute. The atmosphere in the village was disheartening, prompting Lin Ran to recall a saying from later times. The poverty alleviation pigs sent in the morning become meatballs by afternoon. Alas, finding a bargain was indeed no easy task. Lin Ran sighed, regretting his dealings with Yang Jianlong. Now, he could not even venture to Panjiayuan. He was resting beneath a large tree when a young man emerged from a nearby tiled house. The lad appeared to be in his 20s, yet his gaunt face and colorless eyes bore the marks of life's hardships, revealing a hint of anxiety. "Hey, scrap collector, what do you take?" he inquired as he approached Lin Ran. "All right then," Lin Ran replied, maneuvering his tricycle to the young man's doorstep. Even at the threshold, an unpleasant odor wafted through the air, a scent typical of a drunkard's abode. Lin Ran frowned, but before he could express his discomfort, the young man called out from within, "Scrap collector, come in quickly." Upon entering, The stench of alcohol intensified, mingling with a dampness that threatened to overwhelm him. Had it not been for Lin Ran's strong self-control, he might have succumbed to nausea. The house, despite its disarray, was among the better accommodations in the village, boasting a tiled roof while many elderly residents resided in small thatched huts. Yet, even the poorest elder in the village would not likely be as careless as this young man, whose home was not only chaotic but also reeked unpleasantly. For some reason, Lin Ran sensed an urgency in the young man, as if the sky were about to fall. Inside, he found a rickety wooden table, and, astonishingly, an ancient wooden harvester was piled amidst the clutter. The floor was strewn with empty bottles, and a crooked black and white photograph hung on the wall, if you were not mistaken. It appeared to be of a young man's biological mother. The interior was actually quite well furnished, with redwood beams, red brick tiles, whitewashed walls, and tiled flooring rather than mere earth. The main room spanned approximately 20 square meters, featuring a dilapidated wooden cabinet topped with a yellow newspaper, thick with dust. Lin Ran surmised that a television once rested there, as evidenced by the imprints it had left behind. This household, by all accounts, should have been considered relatively affluent. How could it have fallen to such disarray? Was it possible that excessive drinking had led to their downfall? Yet, Lin Ran noticed a notebook beneath the cabinet, containing a note that read, "Currently Oma Lao Jio," with the subsequent figures obscured, suggesting debts incurred elsewhere. After surveying the surroundings, he found nothing of value to collect. Li Ku, clutching an empty bottle, asked Scrap Collector, "What do you reckon these bottles are worth?" "These bottles hold little value. If you wish to sell them, I shall offer you merely 5 cents, Lin Ran remarked. It seemed that there was little of worth left in his home, and Lin Ran, losing interest, prepared to depart. "Wait a moment," Li Ku suddenly called out, halting Lin Ran's exit. His eyes brimmed with anticipation, as if the loss of money would mean the loss of everything. Lin Ran had witnessed similar desperation among countless gamblers and felt no sympathy for him. "What is it? Your items truly lack value. I apologize, but I must conduct my business," Lin Ran said, searching for an opportunity to leave. To his surprise, Li Ku rushed to a corner of the room. Rummaging through a pile of straw, he then extracted an incense burner from within. It was a bronze tripod incense burner, which he placed before Lin Ran. "Tell me, how much is this worth?" At first glance, one might mistake it for a vessel used for burning paper money for his parents, but upon closer inspection, its ancient and rustic appearance suggested it might indeed possess substantial worth. "All right, let me take a look." As Lin Ran received the incense burner, Li Ku continued to caution him, "Be careful with it. If you damage it, you won't be able to compensate." "Rest assured," Lin Ran replied. And despite Li Ku's incessant warnings, he examined the burner closely, his heart suddenly filled with astonishment. "Good gracious!" Lin Ran exclaimed, as he discerned the exquisite details of the incense burner in his hands. A classic bowl-shaped vessel with a base resembling a lotus, adorned with dragon engravings. The top was intricately hollowed, resembling a soaring dragon. If he was not mistaken, this incense burner was indeed a genuine Xuanda furnace. The Xuanda furnace, crafted during the reign of the Ming dynasty's Emperor Xuanda, was among the first batch of bronze incense burners produced. Due to the stringent selection of materials, the finished products were extraordinarily exquisite, setting a benchmark for future creations. Throughout history, the Xuanda furnace has been emulated as a symbol of excellence. Renowned as one of the most celebrated incense burners in the history of China, the Xuanda furnace carries significant historical weight. Before Zhu Zhangji's birth, Zhu Di had a prophetic dream in which his father, Zhu Yuanzhang, bestowed upon him a magnificent jade tablet, accompanied by an admonition, "Pass it to your descendants, and may they prosper eternally." The Xuanda furnace is recognized in the realm of collectors as one of the 4 treasures of the Ming dynasty. In China, the tradition of burning incense has persisted through the ages. Scholars and literati of ancient times would burn incense in their studies, giving rise to the saying, "The red sleeves enhance the fragrance of night reading." Even before the Han dynasty, incense burners were crafted from materials such as clay, porcelain, bronze, iron, and tile. However, it was during the Xuanda era of the Ming dynasty that the art of incense burner creation reached its zenith. The Emperor Xuanda had a penchant for fine incense burners, prompting his subjects to import a batch of red copper from Siam for their production, resulting in the characteristic luster of Xuanda bronze. Within the 3rd year of Xuanda's reign, over 5,000 incense burners were cast using this imported red copper, all of which were stored within the palace. Yet, avarice knows no bounds. Officials and craftsmen involved in the creation of the Xuanda furnace later gathered to replicate it, achieving a level of counterfeit so convincing that it was nearly indistinguishable from the original, save for the different copper materials used. The Xuanda furnace changed hands multiple times during the late Qing dynasty, ultimately disappearing without a trace. Historical records note that there are over 40 variations of the Xuanda furnace, each distinguished by its unique color. If I am not mistaken, what I hold in my hands is indeed a tang pear-colored Xuanda furnace. As the Ming dynasty painter Xiang Yuanbian remarked, the exquisite nature of the Xuanda furnace lies in its jewel-like luster and its serene exterior. Upon initial inspection, it feels remarkably pleasant to the touch, yet it still lacks a certain refinement. While Lin Ran was preoccupied with this exquisite piece, the urgent voice of Li Ku abruptly shattered his reverie. Chapter 82. The Gambler's Impatience? Secured for 5 coins. It is rumored that during the 3rd year of the Xuanda era, a total of 5,000 incense burners were crafted. However, in later generations, the admiration for Xuanda incense burners has intensified, coupled with a widespread folklore about their craftsmanship and the accessibility of the copper materials. Consequently, the Xuanda furnace became a trend, leading various workshops to imitate them and distribute replicas across the nation. Thus, many incense burners claiming to be Xuanda are, in fact, mere reproductions from later periods. Since the late Qing dynasty, countless collectors have asserted that they possess authentic Xuanda incense burners. However, following the appraisal by master craftsmen, it has been revealed that most are imitations from the late Ming and Qing dynasties. By comparing craftsmanship and materials, Lin Ran estimated that the Xuanda furnace in his possession was likely a reproduction from the Kangxi period of the Qing dynasty. Although its value is not particularly high, it remains an official kiln product and thus holds some collectible significance. As Lin Ran contemplated how to price the item, Li Ku, clearly agitated, interrupted him. "Have you not seen enough, scrap collector?" Li Ku exclaimed, his tone brusque. "I need to assess its value." Lin Ran replied with a smile. "Just tell me your price. I will consider it. If you can't afford it, then leave quickly and do not waste my time." Li Ku's emotional state seemed unstable. It was apparent that he was being pressured by creditors outside and had little time to gather funds. In truth, such individuals are best taken advantage of. They deserve their fate as gamblers. There is no need for any moral qualms. Lin Ran nonchalantly remarked, "Pardon my ignorance, but I cannot discern the quality of this item before me. How about this? You propose a price, and I shall take it under advisement." Although it is a Qing dynasty imitation, a Xuanda incense burner could still fetch a respectable price in the market. However, Lin Ran would certainly not offer him 200 yuan, seeing that Li Ku's parents had passed away and that he had squandered his life on gambling. It was utterly inhumane. Regardless, Lin Ran was not the one in a hurry. He chuckled inwardly while maintaining an air of indifference. "You wish to sell this incense burner for 200 yuan? Yes, 200. Hand me the money, and you may take the item." Lin Ran placed the incense burner on the ground, feigning disinterest and preparing to depart. He was acutely aware that if Li Ku were not cornered, he would never have summoned him to his home. Thus, Lin Ran was confident that Li Ku would call him back. As expected, upon Lin Ran's pretense of leaving, Li Ku grew anxious. Grasping Lin Ran's hand, he implored, "Scrap collector, have you finished inspecting it? Are you not going to buy it? This is hardly a good item. I collect scrap to earn money, not for charity." On the surface, it was entirely undetectable that Lin Ran was calculating his advantage. Li Ku, consumed by anxiety, exclaimed, "That simply won't do. Since you have already laid eyes on it, you must purchase it. Is there such logic?" Lin Ran retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. As Lin Ran feigned an intention to depart, Li Ku seized him once more, his small eyes glinting with cunning. Lin Ran, pretending to be indignant, said, "Have you even observed how battered this incense burner is? You wish to sell it to me for 200 yuan? Are you foolish, or am I?" "Then name your price," he added, extending 5 fingers. 50 yuan? The light in Li Ku's eyes suddenly brightened. "Dream on, 5 yuan. 5? He objected. "That is far too little. No deal." Li Ku grew anxious. "If you won't sell, then I shall take my leave." Lin Ran found him rather amusing. In business, it is paramount to conceal one's true desires, and this fellow was clearly desperate. The more desperate one appears, the more likely they are to be taken advantage of. "Can you manage 10? Consider it a plea from me." Li Ku's voice trembled with excitement. "I stand by my words. I am a scrap collector, not a philanthropist. Yet, it seems you must have made a tidy sum from your scrap collection. What I earn is of no concern to you. 5 yuan. Take it or leave it." A sly gleam flickered in Li Ku's eyes. He had been taken for all he was worth at the gambling table without learning his lesson. Engaging with someone like Lin Ran was an entirely different matter, akin to a lower dimension being outmatched. Very well, 5 it is. Inwardly, Li calculated. Astonished that a mere scrap incense burner could fetch 5 yuan. He believed he was striking it rich. With a stroke of luck, he could turn 5 into 500 or even 5,000. The initial price of 200 had been nothing but a whimsical boast. He had no true understanding of the incense burner's worth. He merely perceived it as antiquated and charming, likely to attract the attention of second-hand dealers scouring rural areas for treasures to resell markets. He had overheard the village elders speaking of an uptick in antique collectors lately. Should they come across valuable items, they would pay handsomely. The moment Li laid eyes on Lin Ran, he assumed he was a collector. Coincidentally, he possessed such an incense burner, ancient in appearance, which might be purchased as a treasure by someone unknowledgeable. He was in dire need of funds, having nothing left to sell. Even if he sold all the empty bottles littering his home, it would barely amount to a few coins, insufficient for a single gamble. 5 yuan was sufficient for his resurgence. He envisioned that with this sum, he could risk it once more, and with favorable fortune, perhaps he could turn his life around. Then, he would ascend to the pinnacle of success. While Lin Ran retrieved the money, Li Ke's mind drifted into daydreams. All right, let us settle on 5 yuan. Cash for goods. Lin Ran produced 5 yuan in cash and handed it to Li Ke. As Li Ke accepted the money, his hands trembled slightly. Yet, upon receiving the cash, a broad smile illuminated his face, dispelling the earlier gloom. Li Ke was quite slender, his face almost devoid of flesh, rendering his smile somewhat eerie. Here is your payment, now I. As Lin Ran was about to finish his words, Li Ke's smile faded. It seemed he intended to turn his back after receiving the money. Li Ke thrust the incense burner into Lin Ran's arms and forcibly pulled him out of the house. At the same time, he produced a key and locked the door behind him. Although there was nothing of value left in his home, the act of locking the door felt like a ritual to him. Once the door was secured, he turned to Lin Ran and shouted, "Scrap collector, since you've already taken what you wanted, just hurry up and leave. Don't let your misfortune rub off on me." Lin Ran raised an eyebrow, finding the man before him quite uncouth. One odd fellow, he mused. What could he possibly be in such a rush to do? However, Lin Ran had never been one to meddle in the affairs of others, and this trip to Sheeping Village had not been in vain. The Schwanda furnace in his possession could barely be considered a treasure. It was indeed a worthwhile journey. Chapter 83. Raising Children for Old Age? The Struggles of Life. Holding the Schwanda furnace in his hands, Lin Ran began to admire it closely. In ancient times, scholars enjoyed burning incense in their studies to enhance the atmosphere, particularly during the Ming and Qing dynasties. If he was not mistaken, this was a replica from the Kangxi era of the Qing dynasty. In colloquial terms, it was an old imitation incense burner. The Schwanda furnace had evolved from a specialized collectible to a broader category. Even if it was not an authentic Schwanda furnace from the third year of Schwanda, it still held some collectible value. The primary method of assessing the value of antique incense burners revolves around their age. Replicas produced during the late Qing and Republican periods were often of inferior copper quality, featuring innovative designs but lacking historical significance, thus fetching considerably lower prices. However, imitations made before the mid-Qing dynasty still retained a certain level of collectible value. For instance, the old imitation Schwanda furnace in Lin Ran's possession was of superior quality, crafted using unique techniques of gold and gilding, and was in excellent condition. Apart from not being made of red copper, the craftsmanship was nearly indistinguishable from that of an authentic Schwanda furnace. According to current market prices, an authentic Schwanda furnace could sell for around 5,000 yuan, while a replica might only fetch 500, reflecting a staggering tenfold difference. While the profit was modest, it could still be considered a fortunate find. Today had not been wasted. As he placed the Schwanda furnace onto his tricycle and prepared to leave, he was called out to by a nearby ant. "Young man, why are you standing at Li Ke's door?" "Annie, I'm just here from Xiaolin village collecting scrap. I just finished at his house," Lin Ran explained with a smile. Noticing his humble attire and youthfulness, the ant approached him and whispered, "You came to collect scrap from Li Ke? Were you deceived?" Lin Ran was puzzled. Deceived? Indeed. Li Ke is infamous in the village for being a gambler and for swindling others. His family used to be quite wealthy. His grandfather was reportedly a landlord during the Qing dynasty. However, after some unfortunate events, they still have many treasures hidden in their cellar. With a sigh, she continued, "It's a pity that Li Ke has gone astray, led by bad company into gambling. He lost all the family money and even had to mortgage their land to pay off debts. Eventually, all that remains of their fortune is this dilapidated house." From her tone, one could discern a sense of regret. Gambling indeed brings ruin upon many. Lin Ran resonated deeply with this sentiment. In his era, countless families were shattered due to online gambling. It appears that every age is marked by similar afflictions, with gambling resembling a spider's web. Once ensnared, one is doomed to perpetual despair. Did his family not intervene? Alas, how could they not? One could only say that his family had incurred their own misfortunes. His mother, once a vibrant and keen language teacher in the village, had hoped that marrying into the Lee family would usher in a prosperous life. Yet what transpired? Lin Ran could not help but recall that black-and-white photograph, where the woman appeared strikingly youthful. Unable to withstand the blows of fate, she had taken her own life by jumping into the river. The elder woman wiped her tears with a handkerchief, revealing her own sentimental nature. And what of his father? Lin Ran had always believed that if a child falters, it is the parent's fault. A father must lead by example to guide his child well. His father had wished to intervene, but found himself powerless. During his first bout of debt, he had sought money from his family, but when denied, had ended up in a brawl with his father. As he aged, he could no longer win those fights and was ultimately cast out from his home. The elder woman gestured towards the nearby field where a dilapidated cattle shed stood. He still resided there, exposed to the elements. It seemed she realized she had divulged too much and cautioned Lin Ran. I see you collect scraps, which is no easy task. Just a word of advice. Do not engage in business with Li Ku. He is not only a swindler, but also a scoundrel. Their ancestral wealth had dwindled, unable to withstand the decline of their fortune. It was no wonder that Li Ku had appeared so hurried after receiving money. It was not to repay debts, but rather to gamble once more. One need not ponder the outcome. It would inevitably lead to emptiness. At that moment, a frail old man emerged from the cattle shed, holding a wooden bowl. He approached the riverbank, scooped up a basin of water, and drank. The river appeared murky, much like the state of his own being, clad in tattered garments. If Li Ku already bore the marks of malnutrition, this man appeared even more emaciated, resembling a mere stick, as if a gust of wind could topple him. Gazing at the Schwanda censer in his hands, one could easily imagine his youthful vigor. Who would have thought that in his twilight years, he would be betrayed by his own son? The adage goes that one raises children to guard against old age. Yet, he had nurtured a wolf in sheep's clothing, who had ultimately deceived his own father. Lin Ran felt a profound sympathy for the man's plight. Even in the rural landscapes of later generations, such stories were all too common. Well, it's good to be aware. Young people like you are commendable. Although collecting scraps may not be a prestigious occupation, the essence of life lies in being grounded. A family living in peace is what truly matters. Wouldn't you agree? The elder woman's words struck a chord within Lin Ran. He harbored no desire for immense wealth. If he could exchange all his riches for the safety and health of his family, he would gladly do so. Thank you, Auntie. I shall remember your words. That is well. Being grounded is of utmost importance, she replied before turning to leave. At that moment, Lin Ran noticed her unsteady gait, her steps faltering. Even so, she had taken the time to warn him against potential deceit. Lin Ran sighed deeply. In an era marked by economic stagnation and information isolation, the lives of the underprivileged were fraught with challenges. Everyone strives to live, yet there are always bloodsuckers who cannot bear to see others thrive, scheming to drag them down. It is highly likely that Li Ku was led to gamble because others perceived his family's wealth and sought to exploit it. Alas, the plight of the lower classes is fraught with challenges. Lin Ran could not help but reflect on his own family. Even as a reborn individual, he struggled to resolve the crises faced by his sister. Let alone ordinary people. In his past life, he could only helplessly witness his father's demise. Sigh. One could discern from this Schwanda furnace that you were once a cultured person. Perhaps in the future, if the opportunity arises, I shall lend you a hand. Lin Ran gazed at the elderly man nearby, whose eyes appeared hollow, seemingly aware of Lin Ran's presence as he stood at the entrance of Li Ku's home. Staring vacantly in his direction, Lin Ran smiled and waved, then pushed his tricycle away towards the entrance of Sheeping Village. Today, he had acquired an old replica Schwanda furnace and some scattered late Qing furniture, which would yield a respectable income of several hundred yuan. Though he still harbored worries, he remembered the words of the elderly lady from earlier. Perhaps, compared to the safety of family, there is no greater fortune. Their family was united, and individuals like Li Ku would not emerge. Such a life must be cherished. As the evening glow enveloped the sky, Lin Ran whistled cheerfully, striding towards Xiaolin Village. Chapter 84. Little brother, you have finally arrived. On the other side, at Tianlaheng, Yang Jianlong rested one hand on the table, his back turned to Song Xueming. Upon learning that Yang Jianlong had neglected his studies to accompany Wu Yu to Panjiayuan and provoke Lin Ran, Song Xueming erupted in fury. You insufferable fool. lacking any academic prowess, yet skilled in attracting trouble. Did you truly think challenging Brother Lin to a literary duel would be amusing? And to escalate the matter to Jianghua? How am I to maintain my standing before the bosses in the future? Song Xuanming coughed from the agitation, prompting Wu Yu to swiftly bring a cup of tea, saying, "Big boss, please do not be angry." Wu Yu appeared remarkably composed, stating, "In truth, when the master mentioned Brother Lin, I too was intrigued. I had initially intended to teach Yang Jianlong on-site at Panjiayuan, but upon encountering Brother Lin, I was momentarily tempted and agreed. Such behavior must not recur," replied Yang Jianlong. "Indeed, big boss. However, what is your opinion of Brother Lin?" Song Xuanming inquired, seemingly filled with anticipation. "Indeed, you speak the truth," Song Xuanming chuckled heartily. Lin Ran was a man shrouded in mystery. From the moment he identified the blood-killing celestial pearl and appraised 2 gilded bronze Buddhas, it was evident that he was extraordinary. The appraisal industry values experience, and considering Lin Ran's age, his discernment is truly remarkable. Furthermore, Song Xuanming understood that appraisal differs from examinations. The latter emphasizes mastery of knowledge points, whereas the former demands extensive experience. Without a wealth of encounters, one may know the characteristics of artifacts from various dynasties, yet still fail to identify them accurately. Thus, Lin Ran must have encountered a plethora of rare treasures. Typically, those with extensive collections are either like him and Jianghua, dedicated to the appraisal trade, or possess vast wealth and innumerable collectibles. If it is the former, they have no reason not to recognize Lin Ran. After much contemplation, the only possibility is that Lin Ran belongs to a hidden lineage. In the capital, there exists a myriad of extraordinary individuals, and the connections are intricately woven. The background of Lin Ran must be nothing short of remarkable. Father, he is simply too fortunate. Who could have anticipated that the Lama would directly bestow upon him the Lotus Sky Pearl? Although Yang Jianlong was impressed, he remained obstinate in his words. "You still dare to speak?" Song Xuanming scolded him sharply, causing Yang Jianlong to huddle into himself, turning his back and falling silent. Lin, a brother of great talent, knows the importance of respecting others. How could you, a man bereft of learning, act with such arrogance? Truly lamentable. After finishing his reprimand, Song Xuanming chose not to pursue the matter with Yang Jianlong further, fearing it might lead to his own demise from frustration. Internally, he resolved that should an opportunity arise, he would certainly seek to befriend a young talent like Lin Ran. After a brief respite at home, with his thoughts occupied by his father's impending discharge from the hospital, Lin Ran dared not linger. He procured a cloth bag to carry the Xuanda furnace and took a rickshaw to Sheaguzhai. Fortunately, this was not a gathering place for antiquities like Lulikang or Panjiayuan, where he might have been recognized. Sheaguzhai was the locale where he earned his first fortune. Although only a month had passed, it felt as if several years had elapsed. Upon his arrival, an attendant was tidying up artifacts at the entrance and, seeing Lin Ran, was about to inform Fong Dehai. However, noticing Lin Ran raise a finger to his lips, he stifled his words and shared a silent smile. At that moment, Fong Dehai, as usual, was perched in a rocking chair, humming a little tune, exuding an air of carefree contentment. In their line of work, it was common to remain closed for half a year, only to thrive for the next 6 months. A month prior, the artifacts Lin Ran had brought him had yielded substantial profit and earned him a fine reputation. "Ah, Xiao Lu, why has T. Lin Ran visited in so long? Could he be selling at another shop?" Clearing his throat playfully, Lin Ran stepped into the shop. The attendant, already familiar with him, did not impede his entrance nor alert the proprietor in advance. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Fong Dehai sprang from his chair. "Brother Lin, I've been waiting with bated breath for your return." He displayed remarkable warmth, even embracing Lin Ran. "Xiao Lu, prepare the tea, and use the finest leaves." Fong Dehai instructed the attendant, eager to extend a warm welcome to Lin Ran. "Yes, sir," the attendant replied enthusiastically. Fong Dehai then ushered Lin Ran to the tea room, inviting him to sit and engage in conversation. The tea was swiftly served before them. Fong Dehai chuckled. "Brother Lin, you've been making quite the splash recently. Rumors abound in the streets. I hear that Song Xuanming and Jianghua both refer to you as brother. What an honor." He gave a thumbs up. "Oh, my dear brother, you flatter me. It is merely a title." Lin Ran waved his hand dismissively. "How could that be? Look at me. I'm older than you. Song Xuanming and Jianghua have never called me Fong brother. Do you know what they call me?" "What do they call you?" Lin Ran inquired. "They simply call me Hey." Lin Ran nearly choked on his tea, taken aback by Fong Dehai's humor. "How could I ever forget brother Fong? Lin Ran replied, clasping his hands in salute. Fong Dehai can be regarded as Lin Ran's benefactor. He is a man who is grateful and does not look down on others despite his rising status. If you are willing to call me Brother Fong, I shall dare to address you as Brother Lin, and from henceforth, I shall stand on equal footing with Jiang Hua and the others, Fong Dehai remarked with a smile. Once Lin Ran has made a name for himself, he too can boast about it outwardly. Of course, Brother Fong, feel free, Lin Ran replied, gently cradling his newly acquired teacup. After a round of pleasantries, Fong Dehai's esteem for Lin Ran grew. Song Shiwiming had indeed not misjudged him. Even though Lin Ran held a modest reputation within the circle, he had already surpassed Fong, a mere shopkeeper. Yet, Lin Ran remained humble, refraining from mentioning any airs of grandeur. Such composure at a young age is truly commendable. It seems that his wisdom is derived from a superior mentor. If only he had a disciple like him, he could retire in peace. As the tea reached its halfway point, both men, being merchants, naturally delved into business matters. Fong Dehai rubbed his hands together, his gaze greedily fixed upon the cloth bag in Lin Ran's possession. I've noticed Brother Lin's bag since I entered. What delightful treasures have you brought for me this time? Lin Ran smiled. Guess. How could I possibly guess, Brother Lin? Do not keep me in suspense. Reveal it at once, so I may indulge. Fong Dehai was nearly reaching for the bag, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Chapter 85. The Embossed Sculpture and Gilded Technique. Lin Ran did not hesitate and slowly opened his bag. As the contents gradually came into view, Fong Dehai's eyes widened in astonishment. Brother Lin, is this a Xuanda furnace? He took the incense burner and placed it on the table, examining it closely. Brother Fong has a discerning eye. There are countless replicas of Xuanda furnaces, and to this day, I have yet to encounter an authentic one. Fong Dehai expressed, his interest piqued. Lin Ran had never disappointed him. Should it be authenticated as genuine? His little shop could be elevated in status. If you're referring to a Xuanda furnace from the Xuanda period, I fear you may be disappointed. Lin Ran understood Fong Dehai's expertise and did not wish to deceive his old friend. Thus he spoke truthfully. Upon learning that the Xuanda furnace was not an original, a hint of disappointment flickered across Fong Dehai's face. Although it is not an original, it is indeed a replica from the Kangxi period of the Qing dynasty, which can still fetch a respectable price within the circle, Lin Ran explained. Kangxi period? Fong Dehai, who had initially been disheartened, now exhibited a glimmer of joy. Indeed, it is an incense burner crafted using the gilding technique, and the quality is commendable. I knew you would appreciate it, Brother Fong, Lin Ran replied with a smile. You possess an innate scholarly aura. At this, Fong Dehai puffed out his chest. He particularly relished being regarded as a cultured individual rather than merely someone from the antique circle. It is known that the Xuanda furnace was an essential item in ancient studies. Scholars often faced drowsiness while reading, and due to the humid climate, books were prone to mildew. Thus, scholars would place an incense burner in their studies, lighting a stick of incense not only to enhance the fragrance, but also to invigorate the senses and reduce humidity. Consequently, the Xuanda furnace became a symbol of the literati, especially in an era that valued culture over martial prowess. The term Xuanda furnace has evolved beyond merely referring to the incense burner from the third year of the Xuanda reign, becoming a category in its own right. Indeed, since this Xuanda furnace dates back to the Kangxi era, it undeniably possesses a certain collectible value, praised Fong Dehai. Brother Fong, your discerning eye is commendable. I am in awe, Lin Ran further complimented. Fong Dehai nodded slightly and replied with a smile, Brother Lin, do not jest with your elder. Brother Lin, I am curious. How did you discern that this is a Xuanda furnace from the Kangxi period? All Xuanda furnaces bear the inscription of the third year of Xuanda on their bases, making it difficult to ascertain the exact year. Lin Ran elucidated. The relief of the mythical creature adorned with the 4 characters Wanshou Wujiang is a rarity used to embellish Xuanda furnaces. Such reliefs were only employed in the official kills of the early Qing dynasty. A careful observation reveals its substantial weight and dignified elegance, symbolizing the stability and prosperity of the nation during Kangxi's reign, extending the strength of the founding dynasty to expand its territories, while internally consolidating the governance to secure the realm. Lin Ran spoke with fervor, captivating Fong Dehai, as if the grandeur of the Qing dynasty was unfolding before them. Through Lin Ran's explanation, Fong Dehai realized that the overall craftsmanship of the Xuanda furnace in his hands was exquisite, showcasing the splendor of the Qing dynasty. Although it was an ancient imitation, it was undoubtedly a unique masterpiece among the Qing dynasty reproductions of Xuanda furnaces, a true treasure. What a remarkable piece. I have learned much. Upon hearing Lin Ran's discourse, Fong Dehai felt the Xuanda furnace in his grasp had gained weight. Measuring merely 20 centimeters, it weighed nearly 10 pounds. Noticeably heavier than an ordinary bronze furnace, evidently incorporating precious metals. The allure of the incense burner lies in the rich hues of its surface, emanating a tranquil and serene aura. A joyful smile appeared on Fong Dehai's face, as he had confirmed that this was indeed a Xuanda furnace crafted during the Kangxi era. "Brother Fong, would you be interested in purchasing this item?" Lin Ran inquired. Standing beside Lin Ran, Fong Dehai was already entranced. How could he possibly resist? He asked, "Brother Lin, this Xuanda furnace is quite valuable. How much do you intend to sell it for?" "How about 1,000 yuan?" Lin Ran tentatively suggested. Fong Dehai seemed to contemplate the value of the Xuanda furnace in hand. Based on his estimation, its actual worth was around 800 yuan, although he initially considered bargaining. Upon seeing Lin Ran's smiling face, he immediately changed his mind. He cleared his throat and said, "Brother Lin, to be candid, I estimate the price of this Xuanda furnace at about 800 yuan. What do you think?" Upon hearing the offer, Lin Ran nodded with a sense of gratification. His own estimated price aligned closely with this figure. Fong Dehai was indeed a man of integrity. Thus, he smiled and replied, "Since we haven't traded in a while, let us settle on your proposed price of 800 yuan. Are you serious?" Fong Dehai was taken aback by Lin Ran's promptness. "Of course. Excellent." Fong Dehai immediately instructed his assistant to secure the Xuanda furnace, while he moved behind the counter to count the money, which he then presented to Lin Ran with both hands. Fong Dehai was a well-known merchant in the city, particularly fond of antiquities related to scholarly pursuits. He was no stranger to Xuanda furnaces, and his expression of finding a treasure was evident. However, Lin Ran found it puzzling why Fong Dehai was so straightforward in revealing his estimated price, as this was not customary for a businessman. "Brother Lin, count this money and keep it safe." Lin Ran placed the money into his pocket, yet before he could utter a word, he heard Fong Dehai cheerfully say, "If you ever find yourself soaring to great heights, do not forget your old brother. My Shuio Kanjai is always open for you." While Fong Dehai did not explicitly state it, he was already convinced that Lin Ran's future achievements would be boundless. His desire for camaraderie was palpable. Although spending 800 yuan to acquire a Kangxi Xuanda furnace might not yield substantial profits, selling it to someone else would only net a modest gain of a couple of hundred yuan. Lin Ran was different. Through numerous exchanges, Fong Dehai had come to appreciate Lin Ran's exceptional abilities. Most importantly, there might be a mysterious mentor guiding Lin Ran from behind the scenes. Establishing a connection with him for just a few hundred yuan was an undeniably advantageous deal. After hearing Fong Dehai's words, Lin Ran cupped his hands in gratitude and assured him, "Rest assured, Brother Fong, you're the first antique buyer I have encountered since embarking on my journey, and I shall certainly not forget you." Lin Ran's sincerity resonated deeply with Fong Dehai, who felt a mix of gratitude and astonishment upon realizing that this young brother, now holding a higher status in the circle than himself, still remembered him fondly. With a surge of excitement, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Excellent, Brother Lin. Now that the transaction is complete, let us engage in some light conversation. Come, let us finish our tea." Fong Dehai's candor significantly enhanced Lin Ran's fondness for him. Yet after a moment's contemplation, he turned his tea bowl upside down and replied, "I appreciate your kindness, Brother Fong, but I have other matters to attend to today." Lin Ran intended to visit his father in the hospital, as the recent upheaval in their family had left his father unaware of the situation. He was uncertain about his father's condition and whether it had improved, prompting him to bow and prepare to depart. "Very well, Brother Lin, since it is inconvenient for you, I shall not insist. The green mountains will remain, and the waters will flow eternally. Do visit Shuio Kanjai when you have time and share your thoughts with your old brother." "Thank you, Brother Fong. I shall take my leave now." Fong Dehai and his associate escorted Lin Ran to the door, watching with admiration as he boarded the rickshaw. Chapter 86. Zhang Mozi's Arrival, A Family Crisis. Upon leaving Shuio Kanjai, with thoughts of his father weighing heavily on his mind, Lin Ran hurriedly took a carriage to the hospital. The weather was quite pleasant, and the hospital was bathed in good light. When he saw his father lying on the bed, gazing out the window, he rushed over, saying, "Dad, it's me. No need to stand to greet me. Little Ran, why are you alone? Where are Wan Jun and the others?" His father inquired with a smile. Given the lovely weather, Lin Ran borrowed a wheelchair from a nurse and wheeled his father into the courtyard to bask in the sunlight. The doctor responsible for his father's treatment emerged and addressed Lin Ran. "Mr. Lin, your father's surgery was exceedingly successful, and he will be able to leave the hospital in a few days." "A few days?" Lin Ran was not fond of vague timelines. The doctor patiently elaborated on the nuances of the discharge procedures before finally taking his leave, having given countless reminders. Observing the retreating figure, Lin Ran couldn't help but chuckle. Regardless of the era, the disparity between the affluent and the impoverished truly engenders starkly different attitudes. The timeless wisdom of respecting the attire before the individual remains unaltered. Initially intending to comment on Lin Ran's weight loss, he instead noticed that his son appeared to have gained a bit of weight. Earlier, Lin Ran had purchased a tea egg from a vendor at the hospital entrance, and now he handed the peeled egg to his father, saying, "Dad, it's essential to replenish your strength." His father furrowed his brow and replied, "Xiao Ran, I truly apologize for all of this. Once I'm discharged, everything will improve." "It's all right." Lin Ran smiled in response. "I can take care of this family." "Xiao Ran, you've grown up," his father remarked, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. Yet, it was swiftly replaced by a shadow of concern. "Earning money is no easy task. You must be frugal from now on, understood?" After speaking, his father returned the egg to Lin Ran, adding, "I don't particularly enjoy this. Please refrain from purchasing in the future." He reluctantly agreed to the prospect of another hospitalization. Nevertheless, his body was honest, and he soon devoured the tea egg in a few bites. Under the sunlight, the father and son engaged in heartfelt conversation, though it was predominantly Lin Ran's father who spoke, with Lin Ran quietly listening. The adage, "One wishes to care for their parents, yet they're no longer present," resonated deeply within him. In the past, Lin Ran found his father's verbosity tiresome. Only after his departure did he comprehend the sincerity behind those words. If only he could return to the days when his father was alive. No matter how much he rambled, Lin Ran would not feel exasperated but rather comforted. "Once you graduate from university, I will find you a beautiful girl. The most cultured one in our village," his father boasted. He repeatedly cautioned Lin Ran, "Xiao Ran, I'll be discharged on Sunday. There is no need for you to come and fetch me." The daily expenses of hospital stays were a drain on finances he could scarcely bear. Had it not been for Lin Ran's stable income, he would have been adamant against hospitalization. Reflecting on this warmed his heart. His son had truly matured. Yet soon after, his brow furrowed deeper. The burden of family debts loomed heavily, and he was uncertain when they would ever be settled. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Ran's earning potential was a source of hope, but he worried about the challenges of future employment. The issue of debt remained unresolved, and seeing his father in such a state stirred a pang of sorrow within Lin Ran. This scene was a rarity in his memories. Most of the time, his father was a taciturn man, much like Lin Ran himself. During their solitary moments, silence prevailed. Now, Lin Ran had become much more open, and his father gradually began to regard him as a partner in discussions. In their exchanges, Lin Ran noticed that his father's demeanor had grown markedly more courteous, evoking a complex mix of emotions within him. Despite the lingering debts, Lin Ran did not allow them to weigh heavily on his mind. With a bit of effort, he was confident he could soon repay them. "Dad, focus on resting well in the hospital. Leave the matters at home to me," Lin Ran remarked. "Take good care of your health. We'll be waiting for you at home." Work is busy, but you must also pay attention to your well-being," he added. "Moreover, do not let your mother tire herself too much. Ever since she married me, she has not had many good days." Tears flickered in his father's eyes. After offering a few words of comfort, Lin Ran bid farewell to his father and exited the ward. The nurse, who had once looked down on him, now stood before him with utmost respect. "Ah, Lin, rest assured, your father is recovering quite swiftly. Caring for patients is indeed my duty," she said with a smile, her eyes narrowing playfully. In her hand was the 20 yuan that Lin Ran had given her. Just 5 more days, and his father would be discharged. The thought of it troubled Lin Ran. As usual, he alighted from the rickshaw at the village entrance, generously giving the driver an extra 2 mao. Having experienced so much, Lin Ran had come to understand the hardships endured by the impoverished. Every little help counted. The large willow tree at the village entrance was a gathering spot for the gossips of Xiaoan village. Unless it was a heavy rain, the group of gossiping women, led by Widow Wang, would be seated there, discussing the peculiarities of the villagers and passing judgment on every passerby. Widow Wang, in particular, seemed to harbor a grudge against Lin Ran. For every time she saw him, she would either mock him or openly berate him, unable to bear the sight of anyone flourishing. Yet today, they were conspicuously absent from beneath the willow tree. The space under the tree was empty, and since it was not yet mealtime, where could they have gone? For reasons unknown, a sense of unease began to swell within Lin Ran. His apprehension intensified, and he quickened his pace, jogging towards home. Typically, at this hour, his mother would be engaged in farm work, and his sister would be busy with household chores. The front door of their home would usually be wide open, for there were few thieves in the village. However, today, he could see from a distance that the door was closed. Panic surged within him as he approached the entrance and noticed that the room door was ajar. Just as he was about to push it open, he heard voices arguing inside. Zhang Matsi, do not bully us too much. It was his mother's voice. Lin Ran's heart tightened. He had only stepped out for a moment, and Zhang Matsi had brought people to their home. How outrageous! He yanked the door open with force and stormed inside. Chapter 87. The Assistance of Widow Wang. Upon entering, Lin Ran immediately spotted the notorious Zhang Matsi seated on a stool in his home, nonchalantly crossing his legs and shaking them as if pedaling a sewing machine. True to his name, Zhang Matsi had suffered from skin disease in childhood, leaving his face pockmarked after treatment. His small eyes, paired with thin eyebrows and a pockmarked face, could easily be mistaken for a rat come to life. Despite his diminutive stature, his wealth and influence rendered the villagers wary of offending him. Some would even lower their heads in his presence, fearful of his reprimands. Such a shameless individual dared to sit in Lin Ran's home, igniting a long-dormant anger within him. Who is your brother-in-law? Lin Ran cast a grim gaze upon Zhang Matsi, unwavering in the face of his scrutiny. Zhang Matsi, however, responded with a jovial demeanor, saying, "No worries, your family borrowed money from me, and, as per our agreement, it is time for your daughter to be married to me. In due course, she shall enjoy a life of luxury under her brother-in-law's care." Observing Zhang Matsi's brazen demeanor, Lin Wanjun leaned against her mother's shoulder, her complexion pale, lips quivering, caught in a struggle for words. "I refuse," Lin Ran declared firmly. At that moment, someone tugged at him from the side. Wang Yingju pulled Lin Ran closer to his mother and Lin Wanjun. Lin Ran was filled with doubt. What was her purpose here? Was she acting as a matchmaker or merely seeking to exacerbate the situation? Yet, he heard Wang Yingju whisper reassuringly, "Xiao Ran, it's all right. Aunt Wang is here." Was Wang Yingju truly here to support his family? Lin Ran cast her a disbelieving glance. At that juncture, Wang Yingju, with a smile, addressed Zhang Matsi. "Xiao Zhang, heed Aunt Wang's advice. Wanjun is not a suitable match for you. It would be wise for you to seek another partner." At her words, Lin Ran was taken aback. For ages, he had endured the mockery of the widow Wang. Although he had always held his tongue, he felt a simmering resentment. To his astonishment, during his absence, when his family needed assistance, it was she who stepped forward. Had she not continuously interposed herself between Zhang Matsi and his sister, the latter might have been forcibly taken long ago. Zhang Matsi scowled, retorting, "What do you know? You wretched widow? You are aware I am a widow, which implies I have been married." Wang Yingju shot back, hands on her hips. "The whole village knows I can read fortunes. Your destinies are incompatible. Marrying would inevitably lead to divorce, and it is not just me saying this. She likely possesses a husband-killing fate, and you may meet an untimely end." Under normal circumstances, had Lin Ran heard the widow Wang chastising his sister thus, he would have erupted in fury. Who speaks of a woman as a harbinger of misfortune for her husband? Yet today, Lin Ran found himself silently applauding Wang Yingju. Well said, scared Zhang Matsi off. After all, those ruffians who roamed the streets believed in such supernatural notions. To his surprise, Zhang Matsi dismissed her words, defiantly saying, "Husband killing? I do not buy into such nonsense. Come, try and curse me, girl. If you genuinely wish to marry Lin Wanjun, you must adhere to the customs. You cannot disrupt the village traditions," Wang Yingju declared with gravity. "Customs? What customs? I've never heard of them. You wouldn't understand, having never been married. To wed a girl from another family, one must first invite a matchmaker. Have you done that? Without a matchmaker, your marriage will be cursed." With her eloquence honed at the village entrance, Wang Yingju articulated her arguments with finesse. Although Zhang Matsi felt aggrieved, he could not refute her logic, especially with the support of her gossiping friends beside her. For the first time, he experienced the frustration of a rogue confronted by another rogue. Should he resort to force? The tale of Zhang Matsi's abduction would spread across neighboring villages, and no matter how influential his family, they could not escape the repercussions of public opinion. When the news spreads, how can one continue to navigate this world? A warm sensation surged within Lin Ran. Often ridiculed by widow Wang, she harbored a certain dissatisfaction. However, if it were not for her and her old friends today, her sister might have been taken before she even returned home. She had initially thought that widow Wang would mock her sister into marrying Zhang Matsi, just as she had done with her family's misfortunes, but to her surprise, she was actually aiding her family. Once Lin Ran gathered her thoughts, she found herself considerably calmer. She gently reassured her sister by patting her shoulder and said, "Mother, I am fine. I will just sit here and observe. She then pulled up a stool and sat beside her sister, poised to prevent Zhang Mozi's men from making a sudden move. Zhang Mozi, visibly displeased, declared, "What do you mean by a matchmaker? Xiao Lu, today you'll be my matchmaker, all right?" A scoundrel clad in a white coat who had come with him laughed and chimed in, "Yes, Brother Zhang. Hey, future mother-in-law. How about you let your daughter marry my brother Zhang? It's not up for negotiation." Ah. Under his lead, Zhang Mozi's henchmen erupted in laughter, momentarily overpowering Widow Wang and her companions. Yet, Widow Wang remained unperturbed, responding, "A matchmaker must be known to both parties. Your family does not recognize the Xiao Lu, so he cannot serve in that capacity." Silence. Zhang Mozi slammed the table, his impatience palpable. After a brief silence, Widow Wang continued, "Even if there were a matchmaker, do you truly look like someone intending to marry? What exactly do you desire?" Zhang Mozi shot her a sidelong glance, usually irritated by her presence. But today his disdain was more pronounced. What are betrothal gifts? You come empty-handed with a few people to see someone else's daughter? One might think we are living in the old society. Wang Yingju sighed heavily, rebuking him. It was essential to remember that this era was not far removed from the campaign against the Four Olds, a fact that resonated deeply with the people. Zhang Mozi, being acutely aware of this, felt a pang of anxiety. He could not afford to wear such a hat. As he gathered his followers, he instructed them to collectively contribute money, which they did, pooling together a meager sum of 16 yuan, consisting of 1 yuan, 2 yuan, and 50-cent notes. He forcefully slammed the money onto the table, evidently intending to intimidate Widow Wang and Lin Ran's family. "Mother, this 16 yuan is my betrothal gift. You should accept it," Zhang Mozi proclaimed, his words dripping with a lewd implication. Sitting beside Lin Wanjun, Lin Ran could see the avarice in Zhang Mozi's gaze directed at her sister. Shameless. Disgusting. Lin Ran was consumed with fury. A dragon has its reverse scale. Those who touch it must perish. And family is Lin Ran's everlasting reverse scale. Chapter 88. Zhang Mozi. With a face still painted with greed, Zhang Mozi approached their mother, feigning to present the money to her, while secretly plotting against Lin Wanjun. In a sudden burst of resolve, Lin Ran stood up, positioning herself protectively in front of them. Without allowing him a moment to respond, Lin Ran continued, "As for the money my family owes you, it is precisely what it is. You are unworthy to marry my sister." Upon hearing this, the rugged features of Zhang Mozi twisted into an unsightly grimace, his previously courteous demeanor swiftly replaced by arrogance as he retorted, "Kid, do you think I'm showing you some respect?" After he uttered these words, the thugs he brought along encircled them, instantly heightening the tension in the room. Lin Wanjun, already feeling exceptionally aggrieved, erupted in tears at the sight of such a scene. As the atmosphere thickened with impending conflict, Lin's mother rose, placing a hand on Lin Ran to prevent any rash actions. Meanwhile, Widow Wang grasped Zhang Mozi from behind, attempting to restrain him. Yet, Lin Ran and Zhang Mozi's gazes remained locked, with the former's eyes exuding a ferocity that resembled a wolf stalking its prey. Zhang Mozi had never witnessed Lin Ran display such intensity and felt an inexplicable chill coursing through him. Once a significant figure in the National Museum, Lin Ran possessed an undeniable presence, rarely prone to anger. However, when he was enraged, the authoritative aura he typically embodied resurfaced with vigor. Life at the bottom is fraught with difficulty, often plagued by bullies who exploit their power. Zhang Mozi had not come today to brazenly seize anyone. He had only brought two confidants. Faced with Lin Ran's ferocity, he felt a flicker of trepidation. Should Lin Ran truly unleash his wrath, it was likely that Zhang Mozi would not emerge unscathed. Furthermore, with Widow Wang and her gossipy entourage present, any fallout would only tarnish his already questionable reputation. After careful consideration, Zhang Mozi found himself wavering. Now is not the appropriate time for a direct confrontation with Lin Ran. Those who have risen to such stature are rarely impulsive fools. Thus, Zhang Mozi feigned composure and retreated a few steps, though a sinister smile lingered at the corner of his mouth, sending shivers down the spine of those who beheld it. "Very well," Zhang Mozi said with a cold smirk. "I'll give you credit for your courage." Lin Ran perceived the other's retreat and intensified his glare. "Then you should promptly leave my home," he commanded decisively. "Indeed, you should take your leave. What business do you have in someone else's home?" Widow Wang echoed in agreement. Zhang Mozi forcefully shrugged off Widow Wang's grasp on his clothing, pushing her aside with disdain as he dusted off his garments. Pointing a finger at Lin Ran, he declared, "In light of our future kinship, I shall let you off today." "Who said we are kin?" Lin Ran glared furiously, having never encountered such shamelessness before. Refusing to acknowledge the debt, are we? Zhang Matsi sneered, producing a note from his pocket. Indeed, the loan acknowledgement written at the time. I am not unreasonable. When the agreed time arrives, you will repay the debt, or your sister will come to serve me. Realizing he was not gaining any advantage, Zhang Matsi began to seek a way out. Following his proclamation, he laughed arrogantly, his face painted with lewdness. Suddenly, Zhang Matsi's laughter ceased. Before him, Lin Ran had produced a rod over half a meter long from seemingly nowhere. Grasping tightly in his hand, the fabric of his sleeve was twisted, revealing the prominent veins on his hand. It was not only Zhang Matsi who was intimidated. Even his two underlings were struck with fear. As the saying goes, those unshod fear not the shoed, and the pretentious fear not the reckless. They had originally come to exert pressure on Lin Ran's family, urging them to consent to the marriage, while also hoping to seize some advantage for themselves. They never anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent. Lin Ran had been simmering with rage. After the death of his father, his sister endured countless hardships to ensure he could complete his education. Now, having achieved success, he found himself alone. What was the worth of wealth and fame if he could not protect his own family? In rural areas during this era, households without male members were prone to bullying due to their lack of strength. With a stout rolling pin in hand, Lin Ran's fury erupted as he swung it towards Zhang Matsi. The atmosphere in the home shattered instantly as his mother rushed from behind, pulling him back in fear of a violent confrontation. Widow Wang, on the other hand, did not restrain Zhang Matsi, for he was already retreating, intimidated by Lin Ran's imposing presence along with his two subordinates. Yet, they still had to maintain their bravado. Zhang Matsi kicked over the dining table, sending a tremor through Widow Wang and the others. Zhang Matsi, damn you! Lin Ran bellowed, breaking free from his mother's grasp and charging forward. However, Zhang Matsi was quick to react. Before Lin Ran could strike, he and his lackeys were already cursing and making their escape. Upon reaching the doorway, Lin Ran glanced at the retreating figure of Zhang Matsi, but did not pursue further. Having driven them out of his home sufficed. He had no desire to exchange blows with someone whose life was already worthless. Turning back into the house, he found the place in disarray. The table, once adorned with bowls, chopsticks, and remnants of meals, was now overturned, leaving a chaotic scene of shattered dishes scattered across the floor. Perhaps startled by Lin Ran's earlier outburst, the occupants of the house stared at him in stunned silence. Lin Ran forced a smile, addressing his mother and sister. It's all right, don't worry. I promise to protect this family. Thank you, Xiao Ran. Lin Wanjun nodded, deeply moved by her brother's courageous display, tears streaming down her cheeks anew. Their mother embraced her, allowing her to rest against her shoulder, while Lin Wanjun trembled, overcome with emotion. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and the chirping of birds filled the air, creating a scene that was otherwise peaceful yet marred by discord. In the courtyard, Lin Ran stood with a rolling pin tightly clutched, his head bowed in contemplation. This scoundrel, I will make you kneel and understand why the flowers bloom so red. Even the typically composed Lin Ran found himself compelled to such impulsive actions when faced with the humiliation of his family. Gazing at the large willow tree in the distance, Lin Ran, reborn, felt a flicker of confusion and ferocity in his eyes for the first time. Chapter 89. The Tide of the Era, the Radiance of the Underdog. As Lin Wanjun wept inconsolably, her mother, with reddened eyes, joined in the sorrowful lament, murmuring, "Oh, my Wanjun, why must fate be so cruel? Sister Yuan, everything will be fine. As the saying goes, when the cart reaches the mountain, there will surely be a way. If you do not wish to marry Zhang Matsi, there will surely be a solution. Do not fret," Widow Wang comforted, adding, "And look at your son. He has promise and will surely find a resolution." Initially, Lin Ran felt a strong aversion to Widow Wang and her companions, yet their collective words of solace began to ease the burden on his family's heart. He, as a man, was not adept at offering comfort, a skill these elder women possessed in abundance. Setting aside the rolling pin, Lin Ran stepped outside and gazed up at the sky. In the grand tide of history, the power of the individual appears painfully insignificant. His family, lacking influence and status, toiled as farmers from dawn till dusk. Had it not been for the unforeseen calamity of an accident, they would not find themselves in need of borrowing money from Zhang Matsi. Those at the bottom rungs of society cannot withstand the storms of misfortune. He recalled the father of Li Ke from Sheeping Village, whose family, though possessing some initial wealth, still crumbled under adversity. This is an era of information isolation, where such seclusion prevents the attainment of justice, leaving matters to the whims of men. The disparities between individuals become glaringly evident. Those with power can act as they please, while the powerless often find themselves unjustly punished. Is this not the reality of many living souls? Yet, he clenched his fists and slapped his cheeks, expelling the negative emotions that threatened to consume him. Even if individual strength seems minuscule and humble, I must muster every ounce of spirit to protect my family. Desiring a better life for his loved ones cannot be achieved through mere wishes. It necessitates a man's sense of responsibility. Although his heart burned with anger and helplessness, Lin Ran understood that this was not the time to be swayed by emotions. Once he processed these thoughts, a sense of calm washed over him. Widow Wang and the others continued to console his mother and sister. Yet in moments of distress, having someone to listen often triggers the release of long-suppressed emotions. They were all now in tears, which pained Lin Ran. Silently, he approached his mother and sister, placing his hands on their shoulders. His mother wiped her tears with a handkerchief, and, with a tone of concern, said to Lin Ran, "Xiao Ran, you were too impulsive just now. Are you not afraid of Zhang Matzi retaliating against you?" In the villagers' eyes, Zhang Matzi was a tyrant, and few dared confront him. Lin Ran was indeed a rarity in this regard. Taking a deep breath, he realized he must uplift his mother and sister. Adopting a natural smile to outsiders, he appeared confident and assured. "Mother, sister, do not worry. The reason I dare to challenge Zhang Matzi is that I have devised a solution." What solution? Both his mother and sister ceased their tears simultaneously. All eyes were once again fixed upon Lin Ran. In moments of despair, what people often seek is not mere comfort, but rather a lifeline imbued with hope. In truth, Lin Ran had yet to discover a foolproof solution. However, given the circumstances, he could only feign composure to stabilize his family's emotions. A figure swiftly emerged in his mind. If he were to take action, he was certain he could resolve the troubles that Zhang Matzi had inflicted upon his family. Even if he were to incapacitate that scoundrel, the heavens would not fall. Zhang Matzi was unworthy of even carrying his shoes. Should he intervene, Zhang Matzi would undoubtedly refrain from extortion. Once the debts were repaid, they would no longer provoke us. Lin Ran's voice resonated with conviction. After hearing his words, his mother and sister's spirits noticeably lifted. Especially Lin Wanjun, who anxiously inquired, "Is that true? But brother, don't you love those antiques?" "No antique can compare to your happiness, dear sister," Lin Ran resolutely replied. "Ah, my little Ran has grown up. I have always believed you would find a solution," his mother said, her mood improving slightly. "That's more like it. Finally, a hint of masculinity." Widow Wang chuckled. "I've seen potential in this Lin boy since he was little." With the topic flowing, Widow Wang and the others began to praise Lin Ran, momentarily setting aside the earlier displeasure. Widow Wang then stood up and said, "All right, I won't delay your problem-solving any further. We shall take our leave. If Zhang Matzi dares to cause trouble again, just call out my doorstep." "Thank you, Aunt." Lin Ran bowed deeply. He had long been haunted by the memory of his mother's tragic fate in his past life, forced into despair. It was only after his rebirth that he realized how he had been solely focused on his studies, completely ignorant of the complexities of human relationships, and had misunderstood many situations. After escorting Widow Wang and the others to the courtyard entrance, Lin Ran called out once more, "Aunt, I truly appreciate your help today. Otherwise." Widow Wang waved her hand dismissively. "What are you saying? I have nothing better to do than wander around the village anyway. Besides, we are family. We cannot allow outsiders to bully us." Lin Ran felt a surge of respect. Often, the brilliance of humanity shines through the most unassuming individuals. He understood the meaning of this truth today. Although they were gossips, their hearts were not unkind. "Allow me. You all should rest." Lin Ran quietly took the broom, willingly assuming the responsibility of cleaning up. "Yes," his mother nodded, understanding that it was more important to stay by Lin Wanju's side and prevent her from feeling despondent. Exhausted from her tears, Lin Wanjun was assisted by their mother into the bedroom. That evening, Lin Ran prepared a simple, homely meal. Yet, each of the three harbored their own thoughts, casting a heavy atmosphere over the table. The next morning, as dawn broke, Lin Ran set out. He no longer had the luxury of time to seek a better solution. His mind was already made up. The one who could undoubtedly assist him in resolving his dilemma was Jiang Hua from Lioli Pavilion. Jiang Hua had once invited him to join Lioli Pavilion as his appraiser. As an expert from a national museum, renowned globally, Lin Ran was a man of integrity. However, in order to resolve the issue at hand, he resolved to lower himself and work at a cultural artifact shop as an appraiser. A true man can bend or stretch, as long as it preserves his family. What hardship could he not endure? If my sister truly marries Zhang Matzi, I would regret it for a lifetime. Chapter 90, Tianzi Street, the Stone Gambling Convention. Departing from Xiaolin Village, Lin Ran summoned a rickshaw and swiftly made his way to Liuli Factory, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. A new day had dawned at Liuli Factory, bustling with a myriad of visitors, creating a lively atmosphere. As Lin Ran was about to head towards Liuli Workshop, he noticed the adjacent Tianzi Street. The name Tianzi Street has a long-standing origin, as it primarily dealt in jade stones, where, during the late Qing dynasty, nobles frequently purchased jewelry. The aristocrats cherished their distinction from the common folk, thus bestowing the name Tianzi Street to set it apart from the other streets of Liuli Factory. In its heyday, this thoroughfare catered exclusively to royal business, a fact evident from its illustrious name. Now, it has transformed into a place accessible to the ordinary populace. Yet due to the immense sales of its goods, it remains regarded as a treasure trove of wealth. What captivated Lin Ran was not merely the jade stones, but the throngs of people. Today, Tianzi Street was hosting the Stone Gambling Convention. This event, which emerged in the 1980s, was a concept invented by the jewelry industry. When jadeite was first unearthed, it was encased in a weathered exterior, making it impossible to ascertain its quality without cutting it open. The presence of the term gamble implies significant risk. In the stone gambling market, there are those who become overnight millionaires and those who lose everything in a single night. Yet, the thrill of gambling is an intrinsic human trait. Once stone gambling surfaced, it was immediately embraced by a multitude of entrepreneurs, all eager to partake. After all, finding a gem amidst collectibles requires keen insight. However, stone gambling is a pure gamble. Currently, there is no concrete research allowing individuals to discern the quality of uncut jadeite from its exterior. This is especially true for the newly affluent, who need only money to participate, relying solely on luck. Liuli Workshop should be just opening its doors, with the staff still engaged in tidying up. At this hour, the shop's proprietor, Jiang Hua, should be occupied with the accounts. Disturbing others at this moment would be exceedingly impolite. Lin Ran estimated the time and concluded that visiting Liuli Workshop in an hour would be most suitable. Before that, he decided to observe the gambling event. Upon entering Tianzi Street, he spotted a middle-aged man standing before a stall piled high with rough stones. He sifted through the selection and ultimately focused on a piece weighing approximately 30 pounds. Pointing at the rough stone, he inquired of the vendor, "How much for this piece?" The vendor, embodying the archetype of a shrewd merchant with long brows, narrow eyes, and a comically styled mustache, responded with an air of mischief. Without haggling, the buyer readily agreed, stating, "Start cutting it for me." The transaction was made with a swift exchange of money for goods. Upon receiving payment, the vendor beamed with joy, immediately summoning a burly assistant to place the rough stone on the cutting machine. The machine whirred and sparked as it met the stone, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Could this rough stone yield a fortune? Given its pristine appearance, it might well be a significant find. He was already recognized as a skilled stone gambler. The excitement of stone gambling attracted many spectators. After the cutting concluded, the proprietor lamented, "What a pity, it is merely waste." A gambler let out a frustrated roar, and the onlookers joined in, creating a lively spectacle. Seizing the moment, the owner began to promote his wares. "Passers-by, do not miss out. Just yesterday, we unearthed a premium jadeite worth several thousand." Before the crowd could inquire further, a buyer interjected, "I'll take another piece of the rough material next to the boss." Lin Ran observed for a while. In his previous life, he had a modicum of knowledge regarding gambling stones, and he discerned that this batch of rough material did not appear to have any valuable gems. It seemed he was destined to incur significant losses. With a faint smile, Lin Ran departed from the current stall and continued deeper into the market. The vibrant sounds of the crowd echoed from a distance, where a stall had gathered a multitude of people, evidently the most renowned gambling establishment nearby. As he approached, a familiar voice boomed, "It's green, it's green." Lin Ran recognized the voice, but could not immediately recall its owner. Upon reaching the throng, he found Yang Jianlong standing before a gambling house named Qingyu Workshop, his eyes wide with excitement. It turned out that Yang Jianlong and his companions were engaging in the gamble. Lin Ran felt intrigued and paused to observe. On the cutting table lay a piece of rough material weighing approximately 30 pounds. Under the craftsman's deft hands, a hint of green emerged at the edges, indicating the presence of jadeite within the rough stone. Yang Jianlong appeared to be a frequent visitor to this gambling establishment, evidently well acquainted with the proprietor. In my estimation, this was undoubtedly high-quality jadeite. It could fetch a substantial sum. Yang Jianlong was visibly pleased, having casually selected a piece of rough material for $200. A mere cut revealed the green hue. The term shulir refers to the process of grinding a portion of the outer skin of the gambling stone to expose its inner color. During such transactions, some vendors deliberately showcase the green side to entice customers, who, upon seeing the verdant hue, are often compelled to purchase without hesitation. However, true gambling requires the rough material to be cut open, revealing various color bands within. Of course, jadeite comes in numerous qualities. Not every green indicates a prized stone. Some jadeites are merely inexpensive variants, leading to significant losses when revealed. Thus, it is said that 9 out of 10 gambles result in losses. Yet, most of what emerges is merely slight green, lacking substantial value, easily sold to the proprietor on the spot. Naturally, after uncovering jade, a minority of buyers may choose to contact workshops to transform their finds into jewelry for profit. The emergence of green often signifies the successful first step in the gamble. It is no wonder that Yang Jianlong displayed such elation. Today, the owner would undoubtedly reap considerable profits. Truly, Yang Jianlong has an eye for discerning quality, recognizing the potential of this stone at first glance. Nearby, 3 young men stood beside Yang Jianlong, likely his sycophantic companions. Lin Ran had previously heard that he surrounded himself with so-called enthusiasts of cultural artifacts, who were actually just there to flatter him. Yang Jianlong clearly relished their praise. "Master, have it all open, please," he exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Lin Ran felt a sense of pleasant anticipation as he stood amidst the crowd, hands clasped behind his back. Observing the scene before him, the stone displayed hints of a verdant hue. The stone cutter diligently polished its surface, while Yang Jianlong, eager and restless, was itching to make his move. Chapter 91, Godfather, you must save me. Initially, Lin Ran was concerned that his presence might attract attention and jeopardize his own affairs. Fortunately, everyone's focus was on the gambling stones, leaving him unnoticed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the stone cutter made a decisive cut. As the grayish-white stone was revealed, a collective sigh of disappointment resonated. Alas, yet another piece of ordinary stone. At best, it was worth a few coins. Yang Boss had suffered a significant loss, the crowd jested. Nevertheless, Yang Jianlong's companions continued to flatter him. "It's all right. This merely signifies we are one step closer to uncovering an ancient treasure. Indeed, Brother Yang, the next stone is bound to be a genuine artifact. Keep pressing on." His friends patted his shoulder in consolation, yet he appeared disheartened. "Sigh, I've already squandered thousands this morning, and this is all I have to show for it. Just a few mundane jade pieces," Yang Jianlong lamented. "Isn't it just a few thousand? Yang Boss has plenty of money," one friend remarked, giving a thumbs up. Yet, his flattery backfired, prompting Yang Jianlong to give him a light thump on the head, grumbling in indignation. "What nonsense. This is my private savings from the past 2 years." Brought to Tianzi Street by his friends, Yang Jianlong found himself nearly stripped of his last garments. He had initially intended to gamble on stones to make some quick money, but due to Lin Ran's situation, his father-in-law had already lost respect for him. He wasn't even informed of his mother-in-law's 60th birthday celebration. Had it not been for his wife, he would have remained oblivious. If he were to attend his mother-in-law's 60th birthday empty-handed, as a son-in-law, he would undoubtedly be ridiculed. Coupled with his wife's prolonged inability to conceive, all signs indicated that if he failed to present something impressive at this grand occasion, he would surely be cast aside. "Why did I let my emotions lead me to gamble on stones?" Yang Jianlong mused, filled with regret. His recent streak of misfortune had been overwhelming. Every purchase seemed a loss. He couldn't help but think of Lin Ran, still feeling aggrieved. Why was it that Lin Ran could seize opportunities while he could not? Was it merely good fortune? With this thought, Yang Jianlong rummaged through his pockets, discovering a mere 100 yuan left, hardly enough to purchase anything of value. The surrounding crowd, indifferent to his plight, only continued to cheer, eagerly anticipating his next attempt. Being a man of pride, he could not bear to endure their taunts. Resolute, he decided to go all in, treating a dying horse as if it were alive. Lin Ran observed nearby, barely suppressing a chuckle. Yang Jianlong remained oblivious to the fact that the crowd did not genuinely respect him as Yang Boss. Rather, they viewed him as an easy target for exploitation. Being recklessly drawn into the gambling stone market, it was no wonder he was on the brink of financial ruin. The gambling stone market was still in its infancy. With few knowledgeable about stones, most buyers relied solely on instinct. As a veteran of a national museum, Lin Ran possesses considerable knowledge about this craft. At first glance, one cannot discern much from the surface. Experienced stone gamblers observe the characteristics of the outer shell. When two or more individuals present differing opinions, the concept of betting arises. The stone is then entrusted to a master cutter, a process colloquially known as resolving the stone. Those with a modicum of understanding use flashlights to illuminate the rough material to assess the quality of the internal water. However, this only reveals internal flaws. The raw materials at the Lioli workshop primarily consist of leftover fragments transported from the Zhonghua region. Although there may be stones of value, they are exceedingly rare. Lin Ran considers his discerning eye to be quite capable. Given adequate time for appraisal, he believes he could identify valuable stones among them. Yang Jianlong, while selecting stones, clearly shows signs of trembling hands, as he is about to use the last of his funds, initially intended for a gift for his mother-in-law. Should he exhaust this money, he would face the wrath of his wife, who might inform her father, leading him into an even more precarious predicament. The thought of his father-in-law's disdain fills Yang Jianlong with trepidation. "How's your selection coming along, Boss Yang?" the shopkeeper inquired kindly. "Cut it out, don't disturb my selection," Yang Jianlong retorted, feigning expertise as he meticulously scrutinized each stone surface. In truth, he felt utterly uncertain. Had he known better, he would never have engaged in stone gambling. It proved far more perplexing than the art of collecting. The crowd around him grew increasingly amused, with someone audibly taunting, "Boss Yang, have you made your choice? You've been at it for quite a while, not like your usual self." "None of your business. Keep your mouth shut," Yang Jianlong snapped back, already under immense pressure. Unable to tolerate any mockery, he shot a glare in the direction of the speaker, prompting the individual to obediently fall silent. Nevertheless, Yang Jianlong's gaze remained fixated in that direction, causing the other person to instinctively step back, feeling a pang of unease. In truth, Yang Jianlong had not regarded him with disdain. Rather, he had caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in that direction. Normally, he would harbor a deep-seated resentment towards this individual. Yet, at this moment, the figure appeared before him like a savior. Gazing at Lin Ran on the periphery, Yang Jianlong felt as if he had grasped the last straw of hope. His funds were dwindling, and he needed to win. Lacking relevant knowledge, he was well aware that continuing to gamble would likely lead to inevitable loss. Lin Ran, however, was different. After their previous encounters, although Yang Jianlong outwardly protested, he recognized that Lin Ran had already ascended to the ranks of industry giants, comparable to figures like Zhonghua. With Lin Ran's presence, he believed he could turn his fortunes around. With this thought in mind, Yang Jianlong set down the stones and strode purposefully towards Lin Ran. The onlookers assumed he was approaching to cause a scene, instinctively retreating a few steps. Lin Ran, observing Yang Jianlong's approach, felt a twinge of surprise. Was this young man truly going to challenge him again? Had he not learned enough from their previous encounters? Lin Ran, of course, harbored no fear of Yang Jianlong, for the crowd had already dispersed, leaving Lin Ran standing resolutely before him. "What do you intend to do?" Lin Ran was aware that Yang Jianlong had recognized him and saw no reason to evade confrontation. After all, whenever they crossed paths, Yang Jianlong invariably sought to create trouble. It was better to confront him directly and ascertain his intentions. Yang Jianlong was beset by inner turmoil. To be fair, he held a sense of resentment towards Lin Ran. The first time at Lulikang, Lin Ran had snatched away the item he coveted, and the second time at Panjiayuan, they had engaged in a competitive appraisal, both instances culminating in his complete defeat. Because of Lin Ran, his standing at home had plummeted. His father-in-law viewed him with disfavor and constantly mentioned how much better it would be if Brother Lin were present. Alas, a true man must be adaptable. With his mother-in-law's significant birthday approaching, if he failed to present an impressive gift, he would undoubtedly face ridicule from his father-in-law, possibly leading to a tumultuous marital discord. In light of this, what did pride matter? However, directly asking Lin Ran for assistance would likely result in a rejection. Suddenly, a notion struck Yang Jianlong. He took a few steps forward and bowed respectfully to Lin Ran. With a voice that resonated like thunder, he exclaimed, "Godfather, you must save me." Chapter 92. Gambling Stones? What a coincidence. I'm also an expert. Everyone assumed Yang Jianlong was merely seeking a quarrel, ready to vent his frustrations on the young man before him. To their astonishment, he had called someone a full decade younger than himself Godfather. Lin Ran stood there, bewildered. He had envisioned countless scenarios, expecting Yang Jianlong to challenge him to another wager on stones, which could have afforded him an unexpected fortune. Who would have thought that he would address him as Godfather? Like the onlookers, Lin Ran felt utterly perplexed. Could it be that Yang Jianlong had lost his senses? His friends behind him were equally astonished. What was wrong with Boss Yang? Had he lost so much money that he had gone mad? Surely not. His family was quite affluent. Was he truly deranged? Even in a state of madness, he would not address a younger man as godfather. No one could comprehend the situation, especially Yang Jianlong's companions, whose faces were painted with disbelief. Madness. He was undoubtedly mad. Not only had Yang Jianlong called out Godfather, but he had also slightly bent his body in a display of submission, a smile gracing his face. Initially, the surrounding crowd was shocked. However, as Lin Ran had recently garnered considerable fame, many recognized his true identity. Their tales had become sensationalized, including the previous gambling incident. An elderly gentleman chuckled and explained, Boss Yang has indeed kept his promise. During their last intellectual duel, he vowed that the loser would address Brother Lin as Godfather. With his reminder, those unfamiliar with Lin Ran began to grasp the truth of the matter. So, this was Lin Ran, looking remarkably youthful. It was no wonder he was a distinguished collector from Lulikang, truly a person of remarkable presence. Boss Yang's stature could not even begin to compare. Ignoring the mockery of those around him, Yang Jianlong would have typically been consumed by rage, rallying his friends to confront anyone who dared to insult him. Yet, in this moment, his heart was solely occupied by Lin Ran. The crowd erupted into laughter, and the bustling Tianzi Street attracted even more onlookers. The stone gambling arena was inherently lively, and the proprietor welcomed such a gathering at their doorstep without a hint of dissatisfaction. Lin Ran remarked, Indeed, the youth is teachable. A man should honor his word, and being able to uphold a promise earns my respect. In truth, Lin Ran was expressing his genuine thoughts. Previously, he had regarded Yang Jianlong as an uncouth brute, someone who relied on his status to intimidate others. All thanks to the wise guidance of my godfather. His advice has enlightened me, and I have undergone a complete transformation, Yang Jianlong said, wearing a smile. No one had ever witnessed Yang Jianlong in such a demeanor. However, one does not strike a smiling face. Since Yang Jianlong was showing him such deference, Lin Ran was curious to hear what he truly desired. After a flurry of flattery, Yang Jianlong could no longer contain his excitement. Leaning closer to Lin Ran, he whispered, Godfather, I've called out to you in public. Shouldn't you assist your son? It was evident he had come with a request, and Lin Ran had already surmised the little schemes running through his mind. For Yang Jianlong to set aside his immense pride, he must have encountered a significant dilemma. Very well, Yang Jianlong continued in a hushed tone. My mother-in-law's 60th birthday is approaching. I initially planned to earn a small sum from gambling on stones to purchase a beautiful jade Buddha for her. Alas, my luck has been dismal. He sighed, I've invested nearly 10,000 yuan, and I've lost everything. He then shifted his tone. I have only 200 yuan left in my pocket. I was considering going all in, but as you know, I'm entirely clueless about gambling stones. Fortunately, I saw you here. Would you mind taking a look for me? After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Ran grasped Yang Jianlong's request and couldn't suppress a chuckle. So, he had approached him merely to seek assistance in recouping his losses. Observing Lin Ran's bemused expression, Yang Jianlong felt a pang of concern. With hands clasped in a pleading gesture, he implored, I beg of you, Godfather, I owe you a favor. Seeing Yang Jianlong in such a humble posture, Lin Ran mused that he must genuinely fear his father-in-law. Through their interactions, he had discovered that Yang Jianlong was not inherently bad, merely excessively concerned with appearances. Helping him out wouldn't be a burden. However, gambling on stone is a venture that, while it may have its avenues, does not guarantee success. Thus, Lin Ran resolved to clarify his stance. All right, my dear son, since you trust your godfather so much, I shall assist you. Lin Ran offered him a way out, contemplating whether to use a rogue to deal with another rogue. Could this be considered a case of violence countering violence? Thank you, Godfather. Yang Jianlong suddenly realized that after calling out so many times, it was not as daunting as he had initially thought. After all, compared to familial harmony, merely enduring a minor loss is of little consequence. However, I must make myself clear, Lin Ran stated earnestly. The nature of gambling stones inherently carries the possibility of loss. I can only endeavor to assist you in locating quality raw materials, but should my judgment falter, you must not harbor any resentment towards me. It is essential to establish this boundary with Yang Jianlong. In truth, Yang Jianlong had already resolved to take bold risks. Had he not seen Lin Ran earlier, he would have already gambled everything. That is absolutely out of the question. How could a child resent his godfather? Yang Jianlong patted his chest confidently. That is reassuring. Lin Ran smiled knowingly and added, The art of gambling stones also embraces the principle of small stakes for pleasure. You must remember not to squander your entire fortune on this endeavor. Rest assured, my godfather's teachings will be firmly etched in my heart. Excellent. With Yang Jinlong's verbal commitment and the numerous witnesses present, Lin Ran felt assured that he would not retract his promise later. Subsequently, Yang Jinlong respectfully gestured for Lin Ran to proceed, even bowing slightly, as if he were a servant in the establishment. His display of deference amused Lin Ran. It became apparent that this young man was not devoid of manners, but rather had simply been indifferent until encountering someone worthy of his respect. As Lin Ran led the way, Yang Jinlong followed closely behind, resembling a devoted attendant. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they arrived at the entrance of the stone gambling shop. Many had heard of Lin Ran's illustrious name, but had never witnessed his gem appraisal process. Today, they would finally observe him at the gambling stones, unveiling his true prowess. The earlier commotion had drawn quite a crowd, and none showed any inclination to depart. Under the collective gaze of the audience, Lin Ran, with an air of calm, began to select stones. Chapter 93. Half Gamble? 100 yuan per cut. It is worth noting that in his previous life, Lin Ran was not only the curator of the National Museum, but also the president of the Jade Research Association in the regions of northern Myanmar and southern Yunnan, thus possessing considerable expertise in jade. In fact, he held a keen interest in the contemporary practice of gambling stones. The archives of the National Museum contained many interesting anecdotes about folk stone gambling. While it is indeed easy to lose everything in stone gambling, its allure lies in the genuine treasures that have emerged from it. Many stones, undocumented in books, have flowed from gambling shops across the nation, especially around the 1980s when numerous valuable items remained undiscovered. With his years of appraisal experience and transcendent knowledge, Lin Ran felt a certain confidence in his stone gambling skills. At the very least, he would not come away empty-handed. Such is the confidence of a museum curator. The two arrived at the stall, where a plethora of raw materials were displayed on the floor of the shop. To facilitate customer selection, most of the materials had been opened, revealing their inner watercolors. As Yang Jianlong gazed at a particularly vibrant green stone, he was about to offer his input when he noticed Lin Ran deep in thought, prompting him to keep his mouth shut. At that moment, one of Yang Jianlong's rowdy friends chimed in. Hey, if you're helping Boss Yang appraise goods, make sure you don't misjudge them, or we'll have to deal with you. However, as soon as he uttered those words, Yang Jianlong playfully delivered a sharp rap to his head. Silence. The esteemed elder is examining the stone. Why are you barking like a dog? The surrounding onlookers were once again amused by Yang Jianlong's antics, erupting in laughter. Among them, a bystander jested, Yang Jianlong. It seems you might be taken advantage of by the elder. Indeed, while Brother Lin might possess a keen eye for antiques, being well-versed in such matters, how could one discern the value of a stone? Antiques can be evaluated through touch and observation, but stones? What insight could he possibly offer? Yang Jianlong's words suggested, if I incur losses, I shall hold you accountable. Despite his apparent deference to Lin Ran, most individuals in Lulikang still held a healthy fear of Yang Jianlong, prompting them to prudently remain silent. Lin Ran, however, remained undeterred, exhibiting an extraordinary focus on his task. His gaze swept across each stone. How about that particular stone? It appears to have a fine quality. There should be something valuable within, suddenly spoke an elderly man standing beside Lin Ran. If I'm not mistaken, this individual is likely a shill for the stone gambling shop. They often lure customers into purchasing stones, feigning expertise while lacking any genuine understanding. To Lin Ran's ears, these were merely the musings of amateurs. In this era of stone gambling, the deceptions of later generations had yet to manifest. After merely a moment of observation, Lin Ran discerned that the rough materials in this shop were covered with a thin film. The shopkeeper, evidently familiar with Lin Ran's reputation, approached him with enthusiasm. Today, he had undoubtedly become a victor in life. What was once a modest establishment now boasted a bustling clientele, likely surpassing even Lulafang. All credit for this success belonged to Lin Ran, and thus the shopkeeper intended to extend a warm welcome. He stepped forward and said, Brother Lin, I have long admired your name. Noticing Lin Ran's courteous demeanor, the shopkeeper continued, Brother Lin, please feel free to take a look inside the warehouse. After speaking, he led Lin Ran and Yang Jianlong into the back, stating, all the materials are here. Please choose as you wish. He secretly hoped Lin Ran would select quickly, as all other customers were watching them, causing a halt in business. Lin Ran remained silent, crouching down to meticulously examine the stones before him. Yang Jianlong feigned interest, attempting to mimic Lin Ran's actions, yet he understood nothing. At that moment, he noticed a particularly distinctive stone. Its surface was uneven, resembling a bathtub, adorned with light green and red veins. Once, it had been purchased by a debt-ridden merchant who took a gamble on it, hoping to turn his fortunes around. According to the records, it weighed 188 gene, approximately matching the description. The Great Jade King was excavated from a jade rough found in a northern Myanmar iron mine. Due to iron oxide on the surface, it developed a reddish hue. Instantly, Lin Ran's interest was piqued. However, the Great Jade King's value had plummeted due to the rough handling during its extraction, resulting in surface damage. Thus, it is said that stones, much like people, should not be judged by their appearance. Regaining his composure and conducting a thorough examination, Lin Ran felt a surge of excitement and turned to Yang Jianlong, saying, "That stone. The one over there." "Which one?" Yang Jianlong pondered to himself. That stone appeared unremarkable, and he felt that oddly shaped stones were far more likely to yield profitable results. However, upon seeing Lin Ran's resolute gaze, he did not hesitate, pointing at the rough stone and declaring, "Boss, I want that stone." The proprietor adjusted his glasses and smiled, saying, "This stone has been displayed in the shop for 7 days without a sale. Even if we offer a discount, how does 500 sound?" 500? Yang Jianlong furrowed his brow. He did not possess that amount of money. Yet Lin Ran interjected, "Can we gamble half?" Half gambling meant that only half of the rough material would be cut, allowing it to be sold afterward. They would only pay for a few cuts. If they yielded results, it would be theirs. If not, both the stone and the money would belong to the shop. It was a highly risky endeavor. The proprietor chuckled, "Fine. 1 cut for 100. Does that work for you?" "Agreed," Lin Ran replied with enthusiasm. Subsequently, a shop assistant placed the stone on the cutting table. At that moment, people outside the shop erupted in laughter. After all that searching, he picks such an ugly stone. Clearly, he is still too young. Gambling on stones requires experience and wisdom. Merely understanding antiques does not guarantee success. They suspected Lin Ran would soon face disgrace. They dared not mock Yang Jianlong directly, instead directing their ridicule at Lin Ran. Unfazed by the slander, Lin Ran maintained a demeanor of indifference. However, Yang Jianlong, his adopted son, was displeased. Taking a deep breath, he shouted at the crowd, "If any of you dare speak ill of my adoptive father again, just wait and see how I deal with you." Lin Ran was taken aback by his son's boldness, pleasantly surprised by his loyalty. He patted Yang Jianlong's shoulder with a sense of pride, reassuring him, "Don't worry. My son, with this cut, your adoptive father will ensure you do not suffer any loss." Chapter 94. One cut brings life, another brings death. The master cutter at the stone gambling house had long heard of Lin Ran's esteemed reputation, but did not expect him to be so youthful. Observing the rough stone on the table, he felt a surge of interest. It seemed the other party was also a professional in the art of stone gambling, as only those knowledgeable would not solely judge by appearance and size. Moreover, he dared to engage in a half gamble. He inquired Brother Lin, "How do you intend to approach this rough material?" Within the National Museum, there existed a model of the final form of this grand jade piece, though it was missing a segment, having been violently damaged during the cutting process. Lin Ran requested a sheet of paper and a pen from the proprietor and began to sketch. Naturally, the others could not discern his intentions. He depicted the stone's likeness, capturing its essence, and annotated several cutting points. Handing it to the master cutter, he instructed, "Please proceed with the cuts as indicated." The cutter, upon reviewing the paper, furrowed his brow. Having been in the stone cutting industry for 2 years, it was his first encounter with such an unusual request from a customer. Generally, a single cut is the swiftest way to unveil the internal structure, directly revealing the quality of the rough material. Such specific requests were only made when one already knew the type of jade. The master cutter hesitated and remarked, "Brother Lin, your request is rather peculiar." "Proceed according to my directions," Lin Ran confidently declared. "Understood. The customer is always right. We shall heed your guidance." He placed a piece of raw material the size of a watermelon upon the cutting table, and the stone opening process officially commenced. However, his first cut was made on the abdomen of the stone. Lin Ran nodded slightly, acknowledging that the master before him possessed considerable skill, adeptly locating the entry point. Yet, the onlookers outside found the scene utterly perplexing. "Brother Lin, you must be out of your mind. That cut could cost $100. One exclaimed, "In my view, this is merely an ordinary stone. Thus, it matters not how it is cut. I was hoping to witness the emergence of a gem, but I suppose I was overly optimistic. This lad is merely pretending to understand, while posturing about how to cut. I fear Yang Jianlong will suffer a heavy loss this time." At this critical juncture of stone gambling, The crowd's attention was riveted on the proceedings. And though their comments were harsh, Yang Jianlong refrained from retorting. The first cut was made. Empty. A chorus of murmurs erupted from the spectators, echoing the sentiment of the uninformed. Indeed, he is merely a pretender. Yang Jianlong's efforts have been in vain. The master cutter, drenched in sweat, cast a glance at Lin Ran. Typically, when faced with such a situation, most would concede defeat, yet Lin Ran merely nodded at him, signaling to continue. Bolstered by Lin Ran's affirmation, the stone cutter prepared for the second round of slicing. Meanwhile, Yang Jianlong felt an acute discomfort. Although his experience in stone gambling was limited, he could discern the high likelihood that this stone was worthless. He had hoped that Lin Ran could turn the tide, but now it seemed he had been overly optimistic. Glancing at Lin Ran, who remained composed as ever, Yang Jianlong felt an unsettling sense that Lin Ran was indifferent to his plight. Could it be that this fellow is seizing the opportunity to take revenge on me? Just then, one of his dubious companions, who had brought him to gamble, whispered, "Boss Yang, the person you hired does not seem reliable at all. How can the first cut be empty?" Indeed, he made some rather specific requests for cutting. I thought he genuinely understood the craft, another chimed in. "Do not fret, Boss Yang. It is not your lack of vision, but rather the poor choice of whom to trust." Understanding Yang Jianlong's temperament, his companions sought to provide him with an avenue of retreat. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Yang Jianlong dismissed their sympathy with a sharp reprimand. "Silence. The cutting is not yet complete. My godfather's profound capabilities are beyond the comprehension of you mere novices." For some unknown reason, Lin Ran's unflappable demeanor only served to enhance Yang Jianlong's burgeoning trust. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the second cut was executed. Yang Jianlong's heart raced to his throat. He instinctively placed a hand over his chest, feeling its rapid thumping. This was the essence of stone gambling. Every cut tugged at the very strings of his soul. It was a matter of life and death with each incision. At that moment, Yang Jianlong truly grasped the sensation described by his companions. However, astonishingly, the second cut also yielded nothing. As the third cut was made, it remained devoid of any substance. Ha ha! It seems that Boss Yang has incurred a total loss this time. He had thought it to be a matter of expertise, yet both cuts yielded nothing. While the onlookers once again expressed their derision towards Lin Ran and Yang Jianlong, the latter's face turned ashen, his heart heavy with despair. The two empty cuts essentially indicated that this stone was worthless. This was his last reserve of personal funds. Once spent, he would be left with not a single cent. Moreover, his mother-in-law's 60th birthday was approaching. He would have no choice but to approach his father-in-law for money, inevitably facing further mockery. Should he purchase another gift only to discover it was counterfeit, he would surely find himself cast out. Yang Jianlong gazed at Lin Ran with a complicated expression, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. Strangely, before he had begun gambling with the stone, he had perceived Lin Ran as a true expert capable of rescuing him. Yet, he was merely a young lad in his 20s, possessing less than half of Yang Jianlong's experience. What value did expertise in antique appraisal hold? Just as the scornful remarks from bystanders echoed in his mind, gambling on stones required audacity, meticulousness, and extensive experience. Mere knowledge of antiques was insufficient. It appeared that his benefactor had been in vain, and he would have to part with his last 200 yuan. Contemplating this, Yang Jianlong raised his head and let out a long sigh. However, since Lin Ran was genuinely trying to assist, he felt it inappropriate to voice his concerns. He still held onto a sense of integrity. The stone cutter, sensing the futility of the situation, slowly inquired, "Brother Lin, shall we proceed with the third cut?" According to Lin Ran's drawings, this third cut was crucial, specifically marked with dimensions. Yet, based on the cutter's experience, there was no indication of green in the previous areas, and the likelihood of the third cut yielding emptiness was exceedingly high. Lin Ran nodded, but the owner interjected, "Brother Lin, you do understand the rules of the stone gambling arena, don't you? You must first pay." The second cut had been completed, yet payment had not been made. Naturally, the owner would not permit a third cut without compensation. "Haha, gambling without money," the owner remarked. "I'm just looking out for you. Better to save your efforts. This worthless stone need not be cut." Lin Ran had also not brought any money, so he turned to Yang Jianlong. Initially hesitant, upon meeting Lin Ran's gaze, which mirrored the confidence he had witnessed at the market that day, he felt a surge of determination. Resolute, he gritted his teeth and removed the large gold chain from around his neck, slamming it onto the table. "Cut it!" The crowd gasped in surprise. After making his decision, Yang Jianlong felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Benefactor, I believe in you." Lin Ran nodded with a faint smile, acknowledging Yang Jianlong's resolve. Indeed, he was a man of substance. The gold chain was a significant commitment. Very well, let us proceed with the cut. The owner took the gold necklace, his eyes glinting with the shrewdness characteristic of a businessman. This was practically a gift. Why not seize the opportunity? With the owner's consent, the stone cutter adjusted the machine, preparing to make the incision. A layer of water was sprinkled, and the stone knife was poised to descend. Suddenly, Lin Ran's voice rang out, "Wait." Upon uttering these words, Master Kaishur halted his hand midair, and the surrounding crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. All gazes were fixated upon Lin Ran. Chapter 95. Only 3 inches allowed. The transaction commenced. What transpired? Master Mo sure paused his knife, perplexed by the first instance of a customer calling for a halt midway. He regarded Lin Ran with confusion. The proprietor, clutching a hefty gold chain, concealed his hand behind his back, his demeanor reflecting displeasure as he addressed Lin Ran. "Brother Lin, surely you are aware of the rules of the gambling stone house. A purchase is final. One cannot retract." Yang Jianlong, who had previously staked everything, stood in bewilderment. Even those who initially perceived Lin Ran as exceptionally talented turned their backs on him. Has he faltered after boasting? I thought him a person of propriety. Yet he reneges midway. Yang Jianlong surely regretted his earlier confidence. Lin Ran was merely a braggart, clearly unable to produce anything of worth. He sought an opportunity to withdraw, his face a mask of embarrassment. Yang Jianlong had once believed he would take pleasure in hearing Lin Ran disparaged, having frequently engaged in such endeavors before. However, today was different. Lin Ran had been invited by him to participate in the stone gambling, and mocking Lin Ran would only serve to slap his own face. Though reluctant to admit it, Yang Jianlong had internally acknowledged Lin Ran's capabilities. Otherwise, he would not have deigned to refer to him as Godfather. He surveyed the crowd, noting the disdain etched on the faces of the majority, while minority displayed an indifferent curiosity. In stark contrast, Lin Ran maintained an expression of serene confidence. Yang Jianlong, having attained his current status, possessed a certain discernment when it came to people. Each encounter with Lin Ran bore this same expression, a stark difference from the anticipation of a gambler. It exuded an assurance of victory and self-assurance. Regaining his composure, Yang Jianlong reasoned that Lin Ran's actions must surely have merit. Lin Ran stepped forward, approaching Master Mo Sure, holding the marker from earlier. Amidst the crowd's puzzled stares, he decisively drew a horizontal line upon the stone. Then, with a smile, he addressed Master Mo Sure, "You may only cut 1/3 of this stone, no more. And I kindly ask for your utmost caution." The proprietor exhaled in relief, having feared Lin Ran might retract his decision. If Yang Jianlong chose to dispute the matter, he would find himself in a precarious situation, for Yang Jianlong's father-in-law was the illustrious Song Xuanming. Should he bring others to gamble, it could lead to his financial ruin. Fortunately, the anticipated trouble did not materialize. From the outset, Master Mo Sure regarded Lin Ran as overly meddlesome, presenting himself as a self-proclaimed expert while, in reality, being an amateur. With a tone of disdain, he remarked, "Brother Lin, I am a professional in stone cutting. Do you doubt my abilities?" "Not at all," Lin Ran replied with a smile. "I merely worry you might cut too deeply, thereby damaging the jade within." To onlookers, Lin Ran appeared obstinate, clinging to the belief that jade resided within the stone. Master Mo Sure retorted, irate, "Rest assured, I possess 5 years of experience in stone cutting. I shall adhere strictly to the 1/3 guideline, not exceeding it by even a millimeter." "Then I shall rely on your expertise," Lin Ran said, having no desire to engage in a verbal dispute, and he respectfully retreated. However, his words, when heard by others, indeed carried a hint of disdain towards the stone cutter. Look at him. He truly believes himself to be an expert. He fails to acknowledge that the stone cutter is significantly older and has experienced far more in life than he has. It appears that he was just slighted moments ago and is now putting on a brave face. Yang Jianlong addressing him as Godfather could have been an act from the very beginning. Indeed, he portrayed it so convincingly that I nearly succumbed to his performance. Yang Jianlong stood silently. Although his acquaintance with Lin Ran was brief, he found himself placing an unusual degree of trust in the man before him. Furthermore, his demeanor had subtly shifted. Like Lin Ran, he had grown disinclined to engage in disputes with those around him. The stone cutter shook his head, puzzled yet bound to comply with the client's demands. He scooped a ladle of water from the basin and poured it over the stone. Externally, the stone appeared unremarkable, devoid of any hints of green. The dust was washed away, leaving only Lin Ran's marked line distinctly visible. "Let the cutting commence," a nearby assistant called out. The stone cutter adjusted the machine's position with utmost caution as he initiated the cut. Only a third was permitted to be sliced off. What a peculiar request. Hey, do you think that stone can yield anything valuable? One passerby conversed with another nearby. Yet, someone was intently focused on the machine, ignoring the comment. The bystander even gestured for silence, urging him to hush. Although most believed Lin Ran was merely posturing, the process of stone gambling was fraught with uncertainty, which only heightened the anticipation. Regardless of the earlier mockery, during the cutting, everyone's hearts resonated with the sounds of the machine. Yang Jianlong was no exception. Despite his resolve to trust Lin Ran, he remained uncertain, hoping for Lin Ran to once again unveil his previous extraordinary insights. Each individual harbored their own thoughts, yet collectively chose to embrace silence. The air was filled solely with the sound of the machine in operation. Slice. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. Beads of sweat began to form on the master's forehead, an unusual display of tension for him. As the cutting approached Lin Ran's marked level, the demand for control over strength escalated. A slight miscalculation could lead to cutting too deep, yet insufficient force would yield no result. His muscles began to tremble as he meticulously adjusted his strength. This was a moment that showcased the skill of the stone cutter. A novice, if careless, could easily sever the stone in half. Lin Ran nodded in satisfaction. The master was indeed no braggart, possessing a commendable grasp of strength. While it might seem a labor-intensive task, the mastery of precise force and accuracy involved in the cutting process was a profound art. Contemporary individuals remained ignorant of the intricacies of stone gambling. Typically, a single cut sufficed. However, as the number of gamblers increased and several previously invaluable jade stones were damaged during cutting, resulting in a loss of collectible value, people began to demand higher standards in the cutting technique. Thus, Lin Ran's request was not unreasonable, merely ahead of its time. The stone cutter now felt a sense of discontent. After years in the profession, he was experiencing the arduous nature of his trade for the first time. At his current pace, he would have already completed the third stone. A single decisive cut is the simplest and most straightforward method, revealing the internal structure regardless of whether jade resides within. However, Lin Ran insisted on only cutting 1/3. Consequently, after the initial incision, the machine had to slowly extend downward. As it approached the marked line, everyone's hearts raced with anticipation. Suddenly, the grinding machine fell silent. People raised their heads, straining their necks, fearful of missing a single moment. The stone cutter's hands trembled from exertion, and his voice grew increasingly frantic. With a hoarse and astonished shout, he exclaimed, "We have a product." Chapter 96, Supreme King Jade. Exquisite. In the gambling stone arena, nothing is more exhilarating than unveiling a successful find. Upon hearing that jade had indeed emerged, the crowd surged forward to witness the jade's true form. Brother Lin is indeed professional. He could discern from the exterior that this was a precious gem. Brother Lin is impressive. I completely misjudged it. Cut, what do you think you are? Just moments ago, he was the loudest among them. Humans are forgetful creatures. Once the jade was revealed, the stone cutter's movements became notably more agile, deftly slicing away the stone's edges. Inside appeared a translucent, tricolor jade. Gazing at the sheen before him, Lin Ran nodded. It was indeed the supreme King Jade. The clarity was such that sunlight illuminated it, as if it were glowing. Even the most seasoned jade merchants had never encountered such pure jade. Yang Jianlong, who had just been clutching his prayer beads, was fervently wishing for a modest outcome. Upon hearing that jade had emerged, he felt as though he were in a dream. Pinching his cheek, the pain confirmed that this was no illusion. Lin Ran remained in place, but a rare smile graced his face. Yang Jianlong, ecstatic, pushed through the crowd to the machine, greedily gazing at the jade in the cutter's hands. Such pure jade, akin to the finest quality. Turning to the crowd, Yang Jianlong declared, "Did you see? My godfather's depth of knowledge is beyond your petty conjectures." Usually, such words would invite skepticism, but everyone present had just witnessed the event, aside from Yang Jianlong. No one trusted Lin Ran. Those who had mocked him now found themselves the subject of ridicule, silently retreating to the back of the crowd. The shop owner quickly approached, an expert in the field. With a mere glance, he announced, "High ice, full green, sunlit green. Possessing any one of these is legendary in the jade world." This piece possessed all three attributes, undoubtedly making it the king of jade. No wonder it is called the Supreme King Jade. In truth, it was also Lin Ran's first encounter with such a piece, though this Supreme King Jade was not the one known in the international market. Rumor has it that the largest Supreme King jade weighed 180 pounds and fetched a staggering price of 5 billion. Before us lies a diminutive yet exceedingly precious piece of imperial jade. Upon slicing its exterior, the interior reveals jade of the most exquisite quality, an emerald hue, devoid of any impurities. Its smooth surface, shaped like a bowl, is immaculate. When the proprietor casts a beam of light upon it, the jade emanates a profound beauty. This is undoubtedly top-tier jadeite. The color is a gentle, uniform green, with a fine texture that is both lustrous and moist. It exhibits a waxy sheen, free from cracks or imperfections, and is semi-transparent, truly embodying the king of jade. However, the jade has yet to be fully extracted. The crowd turns their gaze towards Lin Ran, who moments ago they believed was merely spouting nonsense. Now, admiration glimmers in their eyes as he seems capable of discerning the shape and size of the jade. It is nothing short of astonishing. With the confirmation of jade's presence, Lin Ran, drawing upon his experience, sketches the approximate shape of the imperial jade on paper, then approaches the rough stone. He meticulously marks 2 vertical lines, cut according to these markings, precisely as before, without deviation. Indeed, rest assured, young Lin, the stone-cutting master's tone has grown considerably more courteous. Initially dismissive of Lin Ran's assertions, he now harbors a profound respect for him after witnessing the miracle unfold. He has encountered countless gamblers, yet it is rare to find someone like Lin Ran who can accurately ascertain the size and precise location of jade. Unprecedented and unparalleled. Thus, the subsequent task of completely separating the jade from the stone is executed strictly according to Lin Ran's specifications. The crowd quiets, exchanging hushed whispers. How did he discern the shape of the jade? Clearly, he is a professional, likely capable of discerning the jade's form with just a glance. Indeed, there is a method to the art of stone gambling, which transcends mere luck. Naturally, it is said that seasoned gamblers can appraise the value with a single look. Yang Jianlong's associates are utterly in awe. No wonder the once proud Yang, who appeared arrogant, now humbly seeks the counsel of this young man. Initially, they questioned his sanity, but now they recognize that Yang has a discerning eye. There are 2 types of discernment in this world. The first pertains to the ability to evaluate goods, and Lin Ran stands as an exemplar of this. The second type involves the ability to recognize people. It was once thought that Yang Jianlong was merely affluent, yet it becomes evident that he possesses a measure of skill as well. Following Lin Ran's successful gamble, Yang Jianlong's standing in the eyes of the onlookers has significantly elevated. Before long, the finished jade emerges triumphantly from the raw material. The stone-cutting master meticulously removes the outer layer of the jade, only to find that the sketch Lin Ran had placed upon the table matches the jade in his hand with exquisite precision. He is momentarily taken aback. The proprietor, too, is astonished. Unlike others, he has closely observed every detail, including Lin Ran's initial sketch of the rough material, where he had already indicated the approximate location of the jade. At the time, Lin Ran, still a child and brimming with youthful exuberance, had casually drawn a few strokes. In this world, many gamblers fancy themselves as experts, endeavoring to uncover the underlying patterns. However, it is often mere self-deception, for there is no trace to be found. Lin Ran's success was evident, encompassing the jade's shape, the precise cutting points, and his meticulously annotated notes, all flawlessly aligned. This individual is indeed a genius. The proprietor stepped forward to take the jade, cradling it in his palms as if it were a treasured gem. He was not only the owner of the stone gambling establishment, but also an aficionado of jewelry. He had just confirmed it to be an exceptionally rare grade 8 jade in the market. Upon the jade's complete extraction, he realized that he had previously underestimated its value. It must be said that grade A signifies the utmost quality, yet there are distinctions within grade A jade itself. This particular piece was the sovereign among grade A jades, possessing an enchanting allure even before any processing. The proprietor silently approached Lin Ran, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and remarked, "Young brother, you truly possess an eye for discerning treasures." That rough piece had languished unsold for years, changing hands multiple times before arriving at my shop. You are the first to recognize its potential. I am most impressed. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Many among the stone gamblers had previously encountered this rough material, but based on its quality, flaws, and fissures, they deemed it worthless, lacking any malleability. It turns out they had all misjudged it. Some individuals mentally noted this raw material. Without a doubt, this stone gambling event would become a legendary tale among gamblers, passed down through the ages. Big brother, Did your godfather lead you astray? Lin Ran quipped, raising an eyebrow at Yang Jianlong. Still lost in his joy, Yang Jianlong, upon hearing this, embraced Lin Ran tightly, exclaiming, "Thank you, godfather." Let go, let go. This is quite improper. Lin Ran gasped under the embrace. Only then did Yang Jianlong release him, sheepishly touching his nose, his happiness akin to that of a child. In his eyes, only admiration remained for Lin Ran. Chapter 97. Not for sale at any price. At the Gold Leaf Hotel, the proprietor was utterly enamored with the jade in his possession, while Yang Jianlong could only observe from a distance. The jade required further cleansing. The proprietor concocted an excuse, instructing an employee to take the jade to the backyard for cleaning. The remaining raw stone had fulfilled its historical purpose and was cast aside as waste. Following the unveiling of the exquisite jade, a throng of onlookers quickly flocked to his store, eager to select raw stones. His shop became a bustling hive of activity. Yet the proprietor had a more pressing matter at hand, his face still adorned with the cunning expression characteristic of a businessman. He once again bowed to Lin Ran and inquired, "Brother Lin, may I purchase this jade from you? I am willing to offer 3,000 yuan. Before Lin Ran could respond, a voice from the crowd called out, "Boss, are you trying to exploit customers? This is top-grade jade, worth a fortune. For a piece of this size and quality, I would pay 3,500. The speaker was none other than the owner of the neighboring jewelry store. Instantly, the stone gambling establishment's proprietor became displeased. "Old Neo, are you here to disrupt my business?" The fact that even the neighboring jewelry store owner had come to witness the commotion illustrated the magnitude of the stir Lin Ran's stone gamble had caused. The stone gamblers held the authority to determine the jade's ownership. They could sell it to merchants or take it with them in search of buyers. The owner chuckled and remarked, "I am unlike you. At least I would never exploit my customers. Moreover, a beautiful jade is akin to a captivating beauty, deserving a pursuit by all." A chorus of agreement erupted from the crowd, resonating with their sentiments. Shortly thereafter, someone in the crowd shouted, "I will buy it for 3,800 yuan. "Nonsense," the owner retorted, visibly agitated. "What are you all doing? This stone was wagered in my shop. Naturally, I have the right of first refusal." 4,000. The owner's words fell on deaf ears, as there was no such rule in the stone gambling arena. The crowd, all well-versed in the trade, were not easily intimidated. The shop swiftly transformed into an auction site, with the price of the jade soaring to 4,200 yuan. The owner's expression darkened. He could not muster such a sum and ceased to bid. Solemnly, he turned to Lin Ran and said, "Brother Lin, you may decide whom to sell it to." Lin Ran turned to face the multitude, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture. "I appreciate everyone's enthusiasm, but as you all heard, this jade actually belongs to my godson, Yang Jianlong, so I have no authority to decide. If anyone wishes to purchase it, they may inquire directly with him." He then winked at Yang Jianlong. Unexpectedly, Lin Ran's thoughtfulness warmed Yang Jianlong's heart. The image of the young man before him instantly elevated in stature. Not only was he exceptionally skilled, discerning the extraordinary within the mundane, but he also possessed a demeanor of grace and erudition. At that moment, Yang Jianlong felt genuinely impressed. With a proud expression, he raised the jade aloft, declaring to the crowd, "This is the precious gem bestowed upon me by my godfather. It holds immense significance, and I shall not sell it for any price." Yang Jianlong then looked at his entourage, who instantly understood and stepped forward. Lin Ran observed as one of them, sporting striking white hair and clad in a snug black leather jacket, approached with a trendy flair. "White-haired one, make a reservation for a grand private room at the Lu Jin Hotel. Secure the finest Tianzi room for me. I wish to treat my godfather to a meal." The white-haired individual hesitated for a moment. "That room is quite difficult to reserve." "Then go and reserve it. If anyone dares to contest me, just mention my name. If that fails, use my father-in-law's name," Yang Jianlong asserted, clearly determined to secure the prestigious private room at the Lu Jin Hotel, a venue known within the cultural artifact industry. The room's decor featured an array of artifacts, primarily exquisite crafts rather than antiques, showcasing an elegant and unique aesthetic. Naturally, the cost was exorbitant, far beyond the means of ordinary folk. "All right, Brother Long, you can rest assured." The white-haired subordinate, recognizing his place, complied and left with other companions. Listening to Yang Jianlong's arrangements, Lin Ran inquired with interest, "While I am pleased to be treated, why go to such lengths for a private room?" Although Lin Ran was not accustomed to high-end establishments, he recognized the exorbitant price of a Tianzi room. "This meal holds profound significance, dear godfather." Yang Jianlong expressed his gratitude. stating, "First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt thanks to my benefactor for presenting me with this exquisite jadeite. Its value is self-evident, and it is only fitting that we dine at the finest establishment." Furthermore, he added, gently stroking his bald head, "This meal serves as a rite of appreciation towards my benefactor. As my benefactor, it is only natural that we celebrate with grandeur. In this instance," Yang Jianlong spoke without any hint of reluctance. Previously, when he referred to Lin Ran as his benefactor, it had been in jest. However, at this moment, he had genuinely acknowledged the relationship, setting aside his pretenses. As a businessman, he understood well who could provide him with the greatest value, and thus, who his best ally would be. As for the title he used, Yang Jianlong was a man of unconventional ways, and calling someone a benefactor was not beyond reason. Moreover, Lin Ran had indeed rendered him significant favors. He was undoubtedly a guiding light. With this realization, he felt much more at ease, marveling at the jadeite in his possession. Did he still need to seek a gift for his mother-in-law? Upon hearing that the venue was the Golden Hotel, everyone felt a pang of envy. Not everyone is privileged enough to dine there. Ordinary folks are limited to the ground floor, while only connoisseurs of cultural artifacts can reserve private rooms. This exclusivity stems from the owner's confidence, as it is said that he built his fortune through his expertise in cultural relics and hails from a prominent family in the capital, thus requiring no pretense. Hence, he established this rule: no exceptions shall be made. The interior decor is particularly unique, showcasing replicas of treasures from ancient times to the present, and from China to the West, making it the preferred venue for the city's elite to host banquets. For commoners like them, it remains an unattainable dream. Despite Yang Jianlong's tendency to be a soft touch, he is indeed a capable individual, managing to secure a reservation at the Golden Hotel and seemingly being a frequent patron. Clearly, he possesses some merit. Observing Yang Jianlong's demeanor, Lin Ran couldn't help but chuckle. However, he was not there to seize opportunities or profit. He had come to seek Jiang Hua's assistance in resolving Zhang Mozi's troubles. Time had already been wasted, and he found himself in a bit of a quandary. Chapter 98, The Poo Sang of the 80s. After gauging the time, Lin Ran waved his hand and said to Yang Jianlong, "I appreciate your kind gesture, but I have other matters to attend to, so I shall forego the banquet today." Upon hearing this, Yang Jianlong immediately grew anxious. He had already instructed his subordinates to secure a table, and the success rate was 100%. If Lin Ran did not attend, he would become the subject of ridicule. Yang Jianlong reached out to stop Lin Ran, but feeling it was impolite, he clasped Lin Ran's hands instead, pleading like a child. "Benefactor, I have already arranged the banquet. You may attend to your matters later. I can assist you." Lin Ran sighed. "You may not be able to help me." "How can that be?" Yang Jianlong asserted, patting his chest. "As long as you join me for this meal, we can discuss matters at the banquet. Is there anything in the capital that I cannot resolve?" Seeing Yang Jianlong's bravado, Lin Ran couldn't help but find it amusing. He patted Yang Jianlong on the shoulder and remarked, "You possess a kind heart, yet you are excessively concerned with appearances. In this world, maintaining a low profile is also a form of strength." Yang Jianlong pondered these words, tightening his grip. "Your teachings, Godfather, will surely remain etched in my heart. Today's banquet has taken on added significance, and I must express my gratitude for your earnest guidance." Lin Ran could not help but laugh in exasperation. Yang Jianlong may lack many talents, but his eloquence had indeed won him the admiration of Song Xuanming, as he deftly engaged Lin Ran in conversation. His silver tongue had the onlookers in stitches. They had never witnessed him in such a position, usually the one pressuring others. Now he was the one seeking favors. Some could not suppress their amusement. Sighing, Lin Ran found himself unable to refuse Yang Jianlong's request and agreed. "All right, let us share a simple meal at noon." "Excellent." Yang Jianlong nodded obediently. The two made their way to the entrance of Tianzi Street, where Yang Jianlong whispered, "Please wait here, Godfather." Lin Ran was still uncertain of his intentions. Shortly thereafter, a Santana appeared before him. Its classic design evoked the feeling of encountering a precious artifact. Yet it appeared remarkably modern, seamlessly blending into this era. Indeed, this was the second-generation Passat, colloquially known as the Poo Sang. Entering the Chinese market in the early 1980s, it became a hallmark of affluence, priced at 180,000. Not everyone could afford such a luxury. Only those of considerable status could secure the necessary permit to purchase a car, subsequently acquiring one directly from customs. While cars were not entirely absent from the streets, their numbers were scarce and predominantly comprised of domestic brands. At that time, joint ventures between domestic and foreign automotive companies were just beginning, with efforts to bolster the domestic market and reduce foreign currency outflow. To own a Santana was a privilege reserved for the wealthy. As the window rolled down, Yang Jianlong flashed a smile from the driver's seat. "Godfather, please get in." Amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, Lin Ran opened the door and settled into the passenger seat. Despite its age, the comfort of the leather seats was remarkable, a stark contrast to the lowly cottages lining the streets and the bumpy road. Lin Ran couldn't help but reflect how wonderful it is to be wealthy. To this day, the money he had earned was but a mere droplet compared to the cost of this car. A Santana's market price was around $180,000, and even through special channels, it would still cost approximately $100,000, an expense far beyond the means of an average household. Yang Jianlong clearly had not been driving for long. His grip on the steering wheel was amusing to behold. Traffic regulations were lenient in that era, and he drove cautiously, fearful of hitting someone's chickens or dogs, occasionally honking the horn. Such a comical scene was something Lin Ran had never imagined. The speed of the car far surpassed that of a rickshaw, and within half an hour, they arrived at the Gilded Hotel in the eastern part of the city. Lin Ran had little impression of this establishment, only knowing that in the 1980s, it was a favored dining spot for the affluent. At the entrance of the hotel stand two majestic granite lions, their mouths agape, each harboring a pearl within. These figures represent the mythical Pixiu from Chinese culture. The Lujin Hotel rises 7 stories high, adorned with a decor that exudes elegance and prestige, its exterior painted in a harmonious blend of red and white. To reach the grand entrance, one must ascend a lofty flight of stairs, reminiscent of the architectural style of ancient palaces. Currently, parking remains relatively casual. Finding a spot against the wall, they parked their Santana and approached the hotel entrance. The individual with white hair was already waiting. Upon seeing Yang Jianlong, he hurriedly approached, addressing him. "Brother Long, the Tianzi private room has been reserved. Please follow me." Under the guidance of the white-haired attendant, they entered the private room. Contrary to Lin Ran's expectations of opulence, the room featured a television and walls adorned with intricately carved spaces showcasing bronze artifacts, reflecting the aesthetic of the cultural collectibles community. Upon entering the lavish Tianzi room, Lin Ran was further astonished. A grand round table occupied the center, with thick menus placed at each seat. A service attendant, elegantly dressed in a qipao, stood smiling, awaiting their orders. Lin Ran glanced at the menu, which boasted an array of dishes from Sichuan to Cantonese cuisine, indicative of the establishment as frequent reception of guests from all over the nation. However, the prices were equally extravagant. A bowl of pearl white jade soup cost an additional 10 yuan, essentially a tofu soup. A dish named Dragon and Phoenix was merely lobster paired with chicken, yet priced at 50 yuan, outrageous to say the least. Lin Ran found himself both amused and exasperated, sensing that this establishment was imposing an intellectual tax on cultured patrons while publicly declaring that it did not cater to outsiders. Their precision in marketing was indeed commendable. Lin Ran refrained from ordering, and Yang Jianlong did not press him further, instead assuring him, "Don't worry, Godfather, I'm a regular here. I know what dishes are delightful. Just enjoy your meal." With his assurance, Lin Ran closed the menu, relieved of any further concern. Whether due to the exclusivity of the VIP room or the hotel's swift service, mere moments after ordering, all the dishes were promptly served. Yang Jianlong had evidently put considerable thought into this, showcasing his genuine hospitality. The table was laden with an abundance of delicacies, including the rare Australian lobster, a luxury Lin Ran could seldom afford. Encouraged by Yang Jianlong, the waiter brought over 6 bottles of Maotai and opened them all. Yang Jianlong raised his glass, proclaiming, "Today marks the occasion of my adoption by Godfather. I thank you all for your presence. Let us not depart until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Cheers!" During the banquet, Yang Jianlong, along with his friends and associates, lavished praise upon Lin Ran. Aware that their compliments were mere flattery, Lin Ran did not take them to heart. As the drinks flowed, Lin Ran began to feel slightly tipsy and soon excused himself, stating, "I need to use the restroom." Yang Jianlong exchanged a glance with a white-haired attendant, who immediately stood up. "Master, I will accompany you." "There's no need. I'm not a child. Please, continue with your meal," Lin Ran replied with a smile, and then departed the private room alone. Chapter 99. Are you here to work to redeem your sister? The restroom of the hotel is located on the first floor, a fact Lin Ran only discovered after inquiring with a staff member. The lobby on the first floor is bustling with activity, filled with patrons dining, in stark contrast to the tranquility of the second floor. Access to the second floor is restricted, reserved for those of considerable means. Thus, affluent individuals must squeeze into the first floor for their meals. This is the hallmark of the Lu Jin Hotel's marketing success. Wealthy patrons take pride in dining here. The first floor thrives on mass consumerism. Feeling somewhat lightheaded from drink, Lin Ran ambled through the lively lobby, just as he was about to enter the restroom when a voice called out to him from behind. "Oh, isn't this my little brother-in-law? Quite impressive, working at the Lu Jin Hotel." The voice belonged to Zhang Matzi, whose presence was as repugnant as his countenance. Accompanied by 6 or 7 lackeys, he approached with a smirk, taunting, "Are you working here to raise money for your sister's ransom?" Both he and his followers wore malicious grins, clearly intent on provoking Lin Ran. Among them were 2 familiar faces from a previous disturbance at Lin Ran's home, who joined in the mockery. "Aren't you quite the hotshot? I thought you were doing well for yourself. Yet here you are, a mere hotel waiter." One of Zhang Matzi's thugs made a particularly vulgar gesture and leered. "Waiter, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Care to scratch my back?" Lin Ran's fists clenched in anger. Just as he intended to enter the restroom, a man emerged from within, another of Zhang Matzi's henchmen, blocking his path with an ominous grin. Zhang Matzi, feeling emboldened, recalled how Lin Ran had startled them during their last encounter at his home. However, the circumstances were now different. He had 7 men at his side, while Lin Ran stood alone. To them, Lin Ran was merely a worker at the establishment. As the saying goes, the customer is king. Any conflict here would undoubtedly favor the patrons. Who would care about the fate of this young man? With that thought, Zhang Matzi's laughter grew more boisterous. "Are you drooling? Watching others feast on delicacies? I hear that the waitstaff often drinks the leftover soup after the guests have finished. How pitiful, having to consume someone else's leftovers, though it's probably better than what some families feed their dogs." Zhang Matzi's lackeys took turns mocking Lin Ran, clearly seasoned in the art of provocation. Stepping forward, Zhang Matzi feigned camaraderie, draping an arm over Lin Ran's shoulder. "Little brother-in-law. Who are you calling little brother-in-law?" Lin Ran shrugged off his arm, disdainfully brushing his shoulder as if it were sullied. This act was perceived as a provocation by Zhang Matzi's followers, who readied themselves to advance. Yet Zhang Matzi halted them with a gesture. There would be time for violence later. Now was the moment to settle the score for past humiliations. With a forced smile, he said, "Call me brother-in-law, and I shall treat you to a lavish meal and a night of revelry." "Boss Zhang, how can I be left out of such a good deal?" chimed in one of Zhang Matzi's lackeys, joining in the mockery. Zhang Matzi feigned anger as he remarked, "Nonsense. Do you have a sister as beautiful as Lin Ran?" One of his underlings, grinning sheepishly, replied, "Indeed, I do not. His sister is truly a paragon of beauty." He even struck an exceedingly vulgar pose. "Wow, boss. You once said that fortune should be shared. When you tire of her, may I have a turn?" Another lackey chimed in, chuckling. "Can you even play with the boss's woman?" "Absolutely, boss. You have the final say," the subordinate quickly agreed. They treated Lin Ran and his family with utter disdain, reducing them to mere commodities in a market devoid of any respect. In this day and age, few would dare to mock another's family. Such behavior was reserved for the lowly scoundrels like them. Moreover, Lin Ran's silence only emboldened their taunts, as they mocked him for eating leftovers from the restroom, ridiculed his sister's feigned innocence, and derided his father as a worthless man. Lin Ran found himself unable to leave, yet his fists clenched tighter, his nails digging into his palms, drawing blood. "Hey, brother-in-law, are you even listening?" Zhang Matzi sneered, noticing Lin Ran's lack of response. He realized that all his words were in vain. He had never intended for Lin Ran to join him, having been intimidated by Lin Ran in the past. Zhang Matzi understood all too well that this individual was no fool. Keeping him close would mean living in constant fear. Today, he sought to shred Lin Ran's dignity as retribution for the humiliation he had suffered before. Zhang Matzi pushed Lin Ran. "You brat, are you even paying attention?" Observing Lin Ran's audacity, Zhang Matzi's men encircled him. At the entrance of the restroom, others who intended to use the facilities hesitated upon seeing the thugs gathered, their demeanor tense and threatening. Most chose to retreat or silently observe. The tacit approval of the onlookers emboldened Zhang Matzi and his gang further. "Lin Ran, if you obediently persuade your sister to serve me well, I might let bygones be bygones," Zhang Matzi said, gripping Lin Ran's chin. "But if you disobey, I fear your sister may never see her brother in one piece again." Having indulged in some white liquor in the private room, he felt slightly inebriated. Provoked by Zhang Matzi's taunts, an unnameable rage ignited within him. Vivid images flooded his mind. His father lying on a hospital bed, barely alive, his mother, with his sister in tow, begging for money from door to door, tears streaming down her face, even kneeling in desperation. All the pent-up grievances and resentments surged forth, intensifying the fierce glint in Lin Ran's eyes. He then seized Zhang Mozi's hand, exclaiming, "Remove your filthy hands, you worthless scum! How dare you insult me?" Zhang Mozi was taken aback by Lin Ran's strength and audacity to publicly curse him. After being pushed back a few steps, he waved his hand to his subordinates, shouting, "Beat him to a pulp." Meanwhile, in the Tianzi private room, a group of friends laughed Brother Long, who would dare cause a ruckus at the Golden Hotel. "I suspect Grandpa Gon has had too much to drink." The gang member, upon receiving a stern glare from Yang Jianlong, obediently lowered his head. Yang Jianlong then cast a glance at the white-haired one, who understood the cue and hurriedly exited the private room in search of Grandfather Gon. Chapter 100, Grandfather Gon. You have been startled. Young man, today I shall show you what it means to be the leader. As he descended the stairs, the white-haired one soon heard the sound of a quarrel nearby, stirring a feeling of displeasure within him. Did they not realize who was hosting the feast today to dare cause trouble? The argument lasted only a short while, with Lin Ran, blushing and pressed against the restroom wall, attempting to defend himself from attacks from both sides. "What are you doing?" A furious voice erupted from the crowd. The white-haired one pushed through the throng to confront Zhang Mozi, who was about to deal with Lin Ran, but was startled by the earlier outburst. Turning around, he was taken aback to see the white-haired one. The true name of the white-haired one was Zheng Pengzhou, one of the earliest ruffians in the capital. He had originally come downstairs to locate Lin Ran, fearing that his esteemed grandfather Gon might be in some trouble. Upon his descent, he encountered a crowd gathered near the restroom, and as he navigated through, he spotted Lin Ran being held by the collar by one of Zhang Mozi's subordinates, seemingly on the verge of violence. He initially thought it was some foolhardy individual causing a scene during his meal, but the situation was even graver than he had anticipated. Damn it! The white-haired one, who had been chewing on a toothpick, bit it cleanly in half and spat it onto the ground. He assumed it was merely a clown meddling in affairs that did not concern him, eager to discover who was ignorant of their own weight. As he prepared to speak, he was taken aback to find that it was indeed the white-haired one who had pushed through the crowd. Zhang Mozi, who had previously worn an arrogant expression, instantly transformed it into one of deference. "Brother Zhang, I did not expect to encounter you here." Zhang Mozi promptly released Lin Ran and turned to face the white-haired one, his face a mask of obsequiousness. Dealing with Lin Ran could wait, but if the white-haired one felt disrespected, he knew a severe reckoning awaited him. Lin Ran, somewhat tipsy, noticed the white-haired one approaching and, ready to confront Zhang Mozi, hesitated, for the numbers were against him. As he contemplated how to turn the situation to his advantage, the sight of the white-haired one striding toward him eased his tense demeanor. He had been prepared to clash with Zhang Mozi, adrenaline coursing through him. But he understood that engaging in conflict with so many of Zhang Mozi's subordinates would lead to dire consequences. The arrival of the white-haired one somewhat alleviated the tension. As the white-haired one approached, Zhang Mozi immediately instructed his men to line up and collectively greet, "Brothers and greetings." "Brother Zhang?" The white-haired one advanced directly to Zhang Mozi, furrowing his brow. "Zhang Hao, what are you doing?" he inquired, his tone laced with displeasure. Zhang Mozi's expression reflected astonishment, and he quickly explained, "Brother Zhang, I was just dealing with my unruly little nephew." "Little nephew?" The white-haired one cast a puzzled glance at Lin Ran, who shrugged with an enigmatic smile. Seeing this, Zhang Mozi shouted, "Are you daft? Hurry up and address him as Grandfather Zhang." "Grandfather Zhang?" Lin Ran looked at Zhang Mozi with a hint of sympathy. Zhang Mozi believed he had frightened his opponent into silence, and with a smug expression, he declared, "Truly, such a lack of manners. They claim to be university students." He boasted that he would soon show them their place. Just as he uttered these harsh words, he felt a hand on his shoulder. In an instant, a resounding slap echoed throughout the first floor. The sharp crack of the blow left him seeing stars, and a metallic taste surged in his nostrils. Both the onlookers and Zhang Mozi's subordinates were left in a daze. Confused, Zhang Mozi inquired, "Brother Zhang, I?" But before he could finish, the white-haired man delivered another swift slap. "Is Brother Zhang how you address him? You ought to call him Grandpa Zhang instead." Zhang Mozi, who was typically arrogant and overbearing, appeared stunned, his gaze vacant. He pondered whether the ire directed at him stemmed from Lin Ran's failure to address the white-haired man by name, and with each thought, his resentment toward Lin Ran deepened. Yet, it seemed that the white-haired man was intent on dealing with him directly. He observed as the white-haired man slowly approached Lin Ran. Despite the pain coursing through him, Zhang Mozi consoled himself, believing that if the white-haired man struck him so fiercely, this young man would undoubtedly meet a dire fate. In the midst of the crowd's bewildered stares, the white-haired man approached Lin Ran without hesitation and bowed deeply. "Grandfather, I apologize for startling you." His words rendered the assembly utterly speechless. Madness. Absolute madness. It should be noted that the white-haired man's real name was Zhang Pengwei, a notorious figure from the early days of Beijing's underworld. In his youth, sporting a shock of white hair, he earned the moniker White Hair. During a time of rampant lawlessness, he had formed a gang with a few rogue companions, extorting protection fees from those who crossed their path. Those who refused were met with brutal beatings. After serving time, his reputation only grew, with rumors of several murders attributed to him, instilling fear in many. However, since his release, he had not committed any offenses, reportedly engaging in business ventures with a prominent boss. His notoriety endured, especially among local ruffians who had risen through the ranks under his tutelage. Even the leaders of gangs referred to him as their superior, rendering someone of Zhang Mozi's caliber unworthy of even encountering him. Just moments ago, the onlookers had presumed that the white-haired man harbored a grudge against Lin Ran and that Zhang Mozi was merely aiding him in a confrontation. The crowd had braced themselves for the frail young man to be mercilessly dismantled. To their astonishment, the white-haired man stepped forward to bow and addressed Lin Ran with utmost respect. This defied all logic. They felt their understanding of the world shatter before them. Was this truly the infamous underworld boss, or was it all an elaborate ruse? Yet, looking at the white-haired man's submissive demeanor, there was no hint of pretense or insincerity. Lin Ran had not anticipated such deference. Just as he was about to respond, Zhang Mozi rushed forward, adopting a pitiful tone. "Grandpa Zhang, have you made a mistake?" The white-haired man remained silent, his distinctive white bangs swaying gently. Zhang Mozi recalled hearing about the white-haired man's recent business dealings with a powerful boss, and suddenly, he was reminded of Lin Ran, who had always been clever and resourceful. Contemplating the situation, it occurred to him that Zhang had only recently been released from prison and might not be well acquainted with the affairs of the outside world. It was possible that he had been deceived by Lin. If he could seize this opportunity to unveil Lin Ran's true nature, it might prove to be a significant accomplishment. Should he earn the favor of the white-haired figure, his rise would be assured. Zhang Mozi, not one to hold back, quickly interjected, "Grandfather Zhang, this impoverished youth is merely a hotel attendant. Do not allow yourself to be misled by him." In Chapter 101, Zhang Mozi's demeanor betrayed no hint of error, instead radiating an expression of grievance and righteousness. Witnessing Zhang's refusal to concede only intensified the white-haired man's ire. After all, who could bring Yang Jianlong to his knees after following him for so long? If Lin Ran were a fraud, could he possibly deceive Zhang Xueming and Jiang Hua? The white-haired man harbored a scale of judgment in his heart. The esteemed opinions of several influential figures regarding Lin Ran undoubtedly outweighed Zhang Mozi's words. "What in the world are you saying?" The white-haired man narrowed his eyes at Zhang Mozi, questioning him with a venomous tone. "Grandfather Zhang, he has deceived you." Zhang Mozi lamented, feeling particularly wronged. "Deceived me?" The white-haired man retorted with a hint of mockery. Zhang Mozi lowered his head, realizing that his previous assumptions were unfounded. He could not comprehend why the white-haired man would refer to him as grandfather. Under the fierce gaze of the white-haired man, he found himself trembling involuntarily. As someone acquainted with the underworld, Zhang Mozi understood that if the white-haired man chose to act against him, he might very well find himself hanging from the great willow tree by dawn. He reflected on the fact that today was a significant occasion, as it was the ceremony for the Godfather toast, honoring none other than the youth before him. Yet Lin Ran had been humiliated by one of his subordinates' petty antics during the festivities. If this matter were not handled delicately, how would Yang Jianlong perceive him? Would he not suspect that Zhang Mozi had intentionally set him up for failure? The mere sight of Zhang Mozi's repugnant face only added to the white-haired man's frustration, fearing the potential rebuke from Yang Jianlong. As these thoughts consumed him, the white-haired man was engulfed in fury. Nearby, a bin overflowing with discarded wine bottles loomed behind him. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and in a fit of rage, he seized a bottle and struck it violently against Zhang Mozi's head. The entire incident unfolded with startling swiftness. "Ah, murder! Run!" Someone screamed. The true nature of the white-haired man had been revealed. Did he dare to provoke him? The crowd erupted in commotion. While they had known of the white-haired man's ruthlessness, witnessing him take action was a first for many. Zhang Mozi, who had anticipated gratitude from the white-haired man, suddenly found himself engulfed in dizziness. A metallic taste flooded his mouth as blood spurted from his nose and lips. Unable to maintain his footing, he swayed and collapsed to the ground. His subordinates stood frozen in place, trembling, yet none dared to step forward to assist him. Who was the white-haired man? They were merely subordinates of Zhang Matsi, and the ruffians who had crossed paths with a white-haired man a decade ago were either confined to wheelchairs or resting beneath mounds of earth. Who would dare confront him? They wouldn't even dream of aiding Zhang Matsi. You've been chattering since the beginning. What's your deal? The white-haired man berated Zhang Matsi, who lay on the ground, clutching his head and rolling about. The tone resembled that of addressing a mere dog. What hotel staff? Let me clarify. This is the godfather of Longu. Longu is my elder brother, and this man is my god-grandfather. How dare you look at him with such disdain? My god-grandfather is not someone of your ilk who can point fingers. The white-haired man casually tossed the handle of the shattered bottle onto the ground, startling those nearby. Zhang Matsi was at a loss. Today was meant to celebrate his deceit in marrying a young and beautiful wife, a cause for joy. However, encountering Lin Ran, who had previously disrespected him, turned the occasion sour. To his astonishment, this bookish fool had somehow become his elder brother's god-grandfather. Yet, it was evident that the white-haired man was not one to jest, and his previous aggression indicated he was genuinely angered. He spat on Zhang Matsi and hurled a few curses. Grandfather, how should we handle this? The petty thugs who had mocked Lin Ran suddenly felt a chill around their necks. The audacity with which they had derided Lin Ran now transformed into sheer embarrassment. In the world of thuggery, one must eventually pay their dues. The thugs merely hoped Lin Ran would forget their taunts and shift all blame onto the fallen Zhang Matsi. As these thoughts crossed their minds, they felt a sudden coldness in their trousers. Luckily, the surrounding crowd was tense, entirely focused on Lin Ran and the white-haired man, oblivious to their discomfort. Upon the arrival of the white-haired man, Lin Ran emerged from his drunken rage, realizing he had some minor connections with Zhang Matsi. The white-haired man, a seasoned individual, recognized from their earlier confrontation that the situation was far more complex than Lin Ran had suggested. Zhang Matsi's subordinates sensed danger and instinctively distanced themselves, some even contemplating an escape. Hold on, did I permit you to leave? The white-haired man's icy tone pierced through the air. The would-be escapees immediately stood rigidly in place. Today, none of you shall leave unless you bow and apologize to Grandfather Lin. Although Zhang Matsi was frightened, he was still concerned about his pride. He hesitated and began. My great-grandfather Lin Ran cast a grateful glance at the white-haired man, choosing not to conceal anything. He briefly recounted the tale of his debts and how Zhang Matsi had forcefully taken his sister. His eloquence painted a clear picture in the white-haired man's mind. Upon hearing about his god-grandfather, the white-haired man's countenance darkened ominously, clearly enraged. He even felt a surge of murderous intent. If Yang Jianlong were to discover that this individual was one of his subordinates, and that he had treated his godfather with such disrespect, who knew what consequences would ensue? Rest assured, grandfather, I shall ensure this matter is avenged on your behalf. The white-haired man gritted his teeth, then bowed respectfully to Lin Ran before retrieving a bottle and slowly advancing toward Zhang Matsi. At that moment, Zhang Matsi was genuinely terrified, yet he found himself immobilized on the ground. Observing the wretched state of this scoundrel, Lin Ran could not help but feel a sense of vindication. An eye for an eye. Indeed, it takes a villain to vanquish another. Initially, Lin Ran yearned to personally deliver a fatal blow, yet he deemed such a lowly thug unworthy of tainting his own hands. Just as the white-haired miscreant was in the throes of his frenzied outburst, Yang Jianlong descended from the upper floor, accompanied by a formidable entourage. Having not seen Lin Ran or the white-haired man, he assumed a significant disturbance had occurred. The private room had been filled solely with trusted subordinates, and now they were perplexed by the sudden influx of so many individuals summoned by Yang Jianlong. The commotion had arisen from the sound of shattering bottles above, leading them to believe a crisis was at hand. Leading the charge, Yang Jianlong thundered down the staircase, bellowing, "Who the hell is causing trouble in my hotel?" Upon hearing Yang Jianlong's imperious voice and recognizing the newcomers, Zhang Matsi felt a chill creep up from his very core. It was over. He was finished. Meanwhile, his subordinates could only hope to shift the entire blame onto Zhang Matsi. Each one trembled, heads bowed, consumed by fear, mentally cursing Zhang Matsi 1,000 times over. Damn it! Following this scoundrel had led them to a disastrous fate.